music and the atmosphere. Now and then I feel lights fading softly all over me, and I remember last year when I was alone in my bed with all these thoughts in my head and living silently inside.
I guess if I was thinking, I would have jumped to where. I got food. Wolf health is could do that just in case.
Make some noise for yourselves, come on!
Oh god, that's still loud.
Hello to you at home as well. Thank you for tuning in wherever you are. If you stayed up past your bedtime, you're eating your breakfast or whatever it is. This is such a huge and exciting moment. My name is Jack Saunders. You will usually find any of. Come on.
It's gonna.
We are yes.
I just want to get.
Oh. Come on, it's time. Reality
okay.
is the
I got food. Well, I'm gonna
Jace pushing his powers too
watch this
far in an attempt to create something better, but will he succeed? We're going to break down some of the key parts of the story and give you a taste of what's to come. And it doesn't get much bigger than the original 5 Planeswalkers of Lorwyn returning. Roy, kick us off. Who are they, and why are they now coming back?
Is that a blue Nissa?
Let's get the Lorwyn 5 up on screen here. You know them, you love them. Here they are. These 5 are Magic's first ever printed Planeswalkers, and kudos to Mark and the team at the time. They really knocked it out of the park. These guys they're so perfectly representative of the 5 colors of mana. We have Ajani, we have Jace, Liliana, Chandra, and Garruk, and for the first time ever, all 5 of these characters are involved in the same story. They're all like colliding with each other.
Oh my god, wow.
First time since Lorwyn, but they weren't even really in the story.
They weren't in the story.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah.
So here's basically what happened. So back in the day, I mean, Planeswalkers have existed from very early on. Urza's mentioned in Alpha, for example. But for a while, we're like, oh, they're too powerful. We can't put them on cards. They're like godlike beings. So we did a thing called the Mending during the Time Spiral, where we depowered them. And then the idea came up, what if we finally made cards out of them? So the original plan was, in Future Sight, on the Future Shifted sheet, we were going to make Planeswalkers show up for the very first time from the future, you know. And
yo, it'd be neat if we got what they would have looked like, Future Sight, Future Shifted Planeswalkers.
The very first set after Future Sight, which was Lorwyn. But we didn't even put them in the story because we still were trying to figure them out. So this is the very first time all of them are in the story together.
It's hard to believe because they're all such iconic Magic characters. But yeah, first time.
Yeah. I mean, they all know each other. I mean, they've been in stories together, but never all at once. So this is something new. But yeah, it's very cool.
I can feel the adrenaline and excitement pumping inside me. Let's get the gang back together. Let's do it. You've known him as Memory Adept, an architect of thought, a wielder of mysteries, a mind sculptor, and so much more. But Bryn's prodigy is going by another name these days. Say hello to the theorist, Jace Beleren. Come on.
Whoa, okay, what does the dude do? He's 4 mana, that's gotta be bad. Each opponent's draw step, you draw. Ooh. You have 1/1 illusion. Opponent return to 1 target artifact creature that player controls. Draw 3, then put X counters on. Oh my god, it's actually making blue counters. Wow.
Oh yeah.
Roy, let's start with you.
Right. So Jace, Mind Mage, powerful Planeswalker, and now villain, has been through a
guys,
lot.
can we just have one moment for Roy? He's explaining important stuff. I know it's exciting.
There's a really cool card here.
Just a little bit of quiet for Roy so he can do his bit. Go for it, Roy.
So Jace has obviously been through a lot, right? He spent a long time fighting all sorts of villains, from the Eldrazi to Nicol Bolas to the Phyrexians, and finally came to the revelation that there's no beating evil. You have to erase it altogether from the multiverse. He set out to rewrite reality as we know it. But the only problem is that his Echoverse is unstable, and the way to make it stable is to replace reality as we know it. Overlie his Echoverse over the multiverse, rewriting it altogether.
And so, Mark, how have you chosen to represent the multiverse manipulation of Jace in the mechanics of the card?
Well, let's talk about the card. Okay, so when we
Yeah, I love cards.
They had 3 abilities, but we said, could we just make a frame that has 4 abilities? We made that when we first made them, and then the very first Planeswalker to ever have 4 abilities was Jace, the Mind Sculptor. So obviously he had to have 4 abilities. We gave him a static ability, and a pretty cool one. He gets to draw a card for every opponent's turn. And so that's, I mean, obviously multiplayer play, drawing even more cards. You know, Jace loves knowing things, and so card drawing has always been a staple for him. His +1, he makes a
This music's kind of impressive.
Bounces things. He does all the blue things you need to do, and then look at his ultimate.
Kind of imposing, you know.
So I mean, if you like drawing cards, did anyone here like drawing cards? Well, Jace.
Oh yeah, I love drawing cards.
But he's gonna win the game.
A master manipulator, I think Mark is probably.
He will manipulate your games. So.
Okay, next up, he's been vengeant, unyielding, steadfast, a valiant protector, and even a sleeper agent. But now, introduce to you,
Garrick. Oh, it's a Johnny? Oh, he's red.
Unrelenting.
This is the red one.
Roy, talk us through it.
Let's see him.
Oh.
Yeah. So Johnny, as
I was hoping we get to see a card, not just art.
Johnny was exiled from his pride for his white fur back on Naya. The only person who accepted him, who loved him, who showed him respect was his brother Jazal, which made it all the more painful when Jazal was murdered. This sent the Ajani that we know, the Ajani from our multiverse, into a long period of wrath and revenge, hunting down the people that he thought were responsible for his brother's murder. But eventually he pulled out of it. He calmed down a little bit, and he became the mentor and leader that
okay, I see what they're doing
today.
We're gonna get the art. Art, then the card.
Version of Ajani never exactly got over it, and now roams the Echoverse as a living avatar of vengeance, punishing
violence
deems worthy of his punishment.
So we have a white Ajani, which people will be used to, but also here a red Ajani.
Yes.
Mark,
I wonder if we're gonna get
the.
Would you guys want to see the cards?
Oh god.
Okay. So let's look at the 2 Ajanis.
I don't know.
So we have the white Ajani that we all know and love.
I wonder if they're all gonna be reprints.
And we have the red Ajani from the Echoverse.
Oh, he's red!
So one of the things, we've talked about this, every single play booster you open,
he makes creatures!
Pair. What that means is there's one character that shows up on 2 cards in every pack. It could be a planeswalker, it could be a creature, and this is a perfect example of what we did. So when
he's really creature focused.
Wanted to feel related. These are both Ajani. So if you notice, for example, they both have activated.
I guess yeah.
They both have static abilities. But Ajani Resolute is about gaining life. Ajani Unrelenting is about doing damage.
Damage.
2-2s, but different 2-2s. And they both have emblems, and they care about what, or actually, just Ajani Resolute has an emblem. But they both have things that sort of build the game in their thing. Johnny wants you to gain life. Johnny Unrelenting wants to do damage, and so they go in very
kill.
And that's one of the cool things about the set is that you get a Johnny, but you get 2 Ajanis. And the
that's
other really
like
neat thing about this, if you look on
double.
The red Ajani, you see that little symbol? That is the Echoverse symbol. We saw it once before. Where did we see it?
On Jace.
I heard it over there.
Charles Eric in Secrets of Strixhaven. So that shows you and tells you that's the Echoverse version. And that one of the really fun things about designing this set is getting to make those paired characters was infinitely fun. And we'll see a few more today.
So at Vegas MagicCon in April, who was there? Woo! Anyone was in Vegas in April? Just a few of you? Yeah.
I wish I was.
Love you guys. We introduced you to Blue Chandra. Chandra, Chill of Compliance. Now we get to show you her in more familiar colors. This is Chandra, Torch of Defiance.
That's not a new one.
Both Roy here. Tell us about their characteristics.
That's from Kaladesh.
Right. So Chandra, as some of you might know, the great tragedy of Chandra's life is that her father, Kiran Nalar, was killed by the tyrannical consulate that once ruled her home plane of Avishkar. The good news of Echoverse Chandra.
I forgot they changed it to Avishkar.
Wasn't killed. The bad news is that he wasn't killed because he worked for the tyrannical consulate that killed him in our multiverse, and she chose to follow in his footsteps, keeping order, keeping compliance, and suppressing any rebellion on her home plane, anything that would
Ooh,
threaten
bread.
And Mark, Chandra Torture Defiance, that feels familiar.
Yeah, so we did show these two cards in Las Vegas, but I just want to talk a little bit about how we designed them. So obviously we have red, we have blue. Both of them care about the top of your library, but red Chandra is, impulsively drawing. Blue Chandra is surveilling.
I do kind of like the blue one, honestly.
+1, but one in a red way, one in a blue way. They both deal with creatures, but Chandra's doing damage to them, and Blue Chandra is stunning them. And they both make emblems, but the idea is, it's Chandra, it's similar, they're parallel, but they're very different. And that's one of the cool things about the set, as we do the what if thing, is you get to play with Chandra in ways you've never played, in decks you've never played. I don't know how many mono blue decks have played Chandra before, probably none. But now you have that chance to do that.
I might put that
Really nice art
this
treatment,
one
on these cards as well.
in my
So all the art,
build.
what we did is we asked one artist to draw them together. That's what we're showing you before we're showing you the cards. So they're always they come together, and we even have some special treatments. So let's show you a special
I was hoping we'd get some of these.
Yeah.
Oh.
So these are borderless with a different piece of art. And one of the things we love doing in Magic is making a lot of fun collectibles. And so we know you had seen the other one previously, but this is a version you've never seen before.
I was borderless.
I wonder if
Stunning.
Yes.
Love them. So look, next in our Law in 5 has been the Veil.
you could
and
put
the
him in a
Dark
standard
Friend,
deck
Defiant
and
Necromancer,
a non
Dread Horde General.
monocolored
Do you know where I'm
commander
going?
I
deck.
can hear the excitement.
And even our very last hope. Now she comes to us full.
But you can technically put any of these in any deck. It's
Make
just
some noise for Lily.
it only matters for commander. Oh my god, that white Liliana.
Oh yeah,
I told you it was good.
yeah, a lot of people's favorite.
Yeah,
that makes
for
sense.
sure. Come on then, Roy. Talk us through this one.
So Liliana,
Look at them
obviously
rats.
Magic's most iconic anti-hero, most iconic, let's say morally challenged, morally questionable. What would she be like though if her brother Josu had never died? That was the moment that ignited her spark, that led to her practicing necromancy, that led her into contact with the first of many, let's say, questionable entities that she made arrangements with. The answer is what you see here on the left of the screen. A Liliana
what'd she
that
do?
stayed with her studies as a healer, that stayed in Benalia and became a noble. She becomes, honestly, a bit of a goody two-shoes, but one who is nonetheless quite powerful.
And Mark, I can't help but notice we've got a really kind of defending feeling, like the blocking, the shield is up,
Oh no, is she gonna be like
You
that
guys happen to want to see the cards for Liliana?
one planeswalker that just makes walls? I don't even remember his name.
Okay, so as I said before, the pairs are always the same character. Sometimes they're planeswalkers, sometimes they're creatures.
Not
In
planeswalker?
the Echoverse, Liliana is not a planeswalker, and in our multiverse, Liliana's lost her spark. So she's
Oh
currently
yeah,
not a
she's
planeswalker.
exhaust.
So we get paired, and they're both legendary creatures. Liliana the Faultless, the white Liliana,
Forgot she lost her
cares
spark,
about creatures
too.
entering play because she wants to gain life. Liliana the Repentant also wants creatures to come into play, but because she wants to mill cards. And so each one of them is doing their own thing. Like I said, that's the fun of the set, that we get to see Liliana in a way you've never seen her before. And if you guys remember when we did back in Origins, that Liliana was once a healer, that she started as a white character, if you guys remember, and all Jace was doing, like Jace saved Chandra's dad, saved her brother. He was just trying to help, right?
Yeah, what's so wrong with all of this? It's not
Yeah,
like he
you
totally
know.
messed up the next character that we're going to see super badly.
Oh,
But anyway, that, like I said, the
Who's
fun
left?
of this is just
Eric
the pairs are so much
and-
fun to make. Can we go on? I want to see more pairs.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get into the next one. Look, last and certainly not least.
okay, it's Garrick.
And we actually haven't seen him for a whole while, have we? Magic's
Yeah, let's get Garrick.
Predator.
Let's see how bad he got messed up.
Returning. Yes.
Oh yeah, we got some
That's
Garrick
right.
fans.
Baby.
Oh, wow.
Roy, how has
Nice.
the Echoverse of Reality Fracture affected him?
Well, Mark teased it a little bit. Not great. Not great. Garrick's always had a beast in him, hungry and needing to like sate itself with that next hunt, the next beast that he brings down, greater and greater prey, all of that. The Garrick of the Echoverse found another way to sate that hunger using an artifact that some of you might recognize, some story fans might know.
Reprints? I want to
Little
forget a
something known
chainmail
as
reprint in
the
this set.
Chain Veil.
We kind of need to get one.
Cursed Garrick in our multiverse wants to be an interplanar serial killer. This time he dons it willingly.
Mark, I can't help but feel this one in particular might have been a real fun one to design.
This was actually a very fun one to design, but I don't know if we need to show the audience. You've seen enough cards,
don't
right?
care, right?
You've seen more cards?
Yeah.
Okay, let's show him Garrick.
want to see it.
Put Garrick up on screen.
They're not even taking the bait. They know. They know what you're up to.
Okay, we got Garrick Veiled Butcher and Garrick
Ooh.
Cursebreaker.
Cursebreaker,
So
the
obviously, the black, Garrick Veiled Butcher. Both of them care about creatures. Both of them do make 4/4 beasts, but they handle it very differently. And once again, you see Garrick in black is using black tools and doing black things. Garrick in green is using green tools and doing green things. Garrick
4
is
minus
a lot
1.
like Garrick we've seen before, doing things you expect Garrick to do. But Garrick Veiled Butcher, a little bit different, a little bit meaner, and both of them, just a little bit meaner. So that's the fun. The thing I loved about making the set was that it is so much fun playing with What If, of taking things and seeing other versions of them, and we might see a little bit more of that. So
all these Planeswalkers are making me want to rebuild my Commodore Guff deck. That was my first ever commander I owned. That's a heavy one.
He was like 5 years ago.
Time to make a comeback. Look, this is great, but it's not just the Lorwyn 5, is it? We should get excited about this.
Every pack has a
yeah, there's plenty of other stuff to get excited about. Some newer characters as well, including the very teeniest of tiniest of bones. If Fractured Multiverse, or actually, Roy, maybe it isn't so tiny.
Well, let's take a look at what
Don't.
Jace has done to Tiny Bones.
No, Tiny Bones! He's no longer tiny.
Yeah. In the Echoverse,
The
Tiny
big
Bones
guy.
is not so tiny anymore. Meet Titan Bones.
Oh, Titan Bone. We got a new
Who
Titan?
is, not only not tiny anymore, not a thief anymore either. He's an
Huh.
honest man, or skeleton, or whatever he is.
He's a big
Titan
boy.
Still has the tiny head though. Still tiny head.
Yeah, that's important.
So, Mark, the mechanics of these two, can we see the cards and how they compare?
He's a big
Before we
good
get started,
boy.
So one of the things that was really fun about this is normally the way I describe it is in Vision design, we do something crazy, and then set design does the slightly calmer version of it. But this is a set where we did something crazy, and they just kept it. And so one of the things we said is, what pairs could we make?
What in the...
And so one of the ideas, we came up with a lot of crazy
What
ideas.
is that?
One of them was in design,
No.
we had Tiny Bones, and we called them Mega
No!
Bones. And the idea was, let's really, how do you take...
Don't give the live game players
and
this.
just do a completely different take on them. And I'll be honest, I didn't think Mega Bones was going to make it to the finished product.
He's
but
gonna
he
be
did.
a real big green man.
See is Tiny Bones. He's what you know. He's a thief. He steals stuff.
Play a land, he becomes
But Tiny
a
Bones,
6/5.
He's kinder. Now he also interacts with discard, but he interacts with your own discard rather than your opponent's discard. And so
That's
Tiny Bones is
wild.
tiny, Titan Bones is not tiny, and so
He's gonna be a big
we had a
boy.
lot of fun playing off with lots of different things. So every pack you open, you'll see characters, and every character is different in different ways. And that's one of the fun things about the pairs is we did a lot of different kinds of pairs. They're always characters, so they're either creatures or planeswalkers, but we really did fun things with them. The Echoverse version is not what you will expect some of the time.
That's
And
wild.
we really did a lot of really fun things.
Tight Bones is great, but justice for Mega Bones for me. I want Mega Bones at some point. Look, let's turn our attention now to
yeah.
Haven. This is basically the
Bigger and bigger,
version
larger and
of
larger green men.
Strixhaven, which was created by Jace. Roy, what are the
Oh, I
differences
forgot about the
between
Hexhaven
two?
part.
Right. So
like-
Strixhaven, of course,
I like
everyone
this
knows
one.
and loves. Strixhaven is
It's the
the
science of
multiverse's foremost
salting people.
place of learning for young mages looking to sharpen their skills, make their way in the world. Hexhaven, of course, has a very different goal, which is helping Jace's master plan succeed. And to that end,
I kind of want to try to see if I
it's,
can remember what they all are,
a
but
little
that's a
more
lot of them.
ruthless, a little more.
They definitely
no
work time.
nonsense. The students of Hexhaven are actually referred to as cadets in the tokens that they create. So a cool little bit of like typing to
Yeah, I haven't seen too
yeah,
much
that's
of
kind
it,
of
but
a
I've
freehold.
It's
seen
kind of military then.
I've seen
Yeah,
some
yeah,
silly
yeah.
little
It's
stuff,
sort of a
silly stuff
messed up
going on.
dystopian
Yeah.
military academy.
Specifically,
Mechanics of
Poosling
these-
and
'cause
Monkey.
These are interesting color pairing.
Yeah, so one of the things that happened when Strixhaven came out, the original Strixhaven, one of the notes I got was people going, oh, this is so awesome, we love it. So when are we getting the ally schools of Strixhaven? And I was like, there are no ally schools of Strixhaven. That wasn't a thing. We used everything up. We didn't save anything. So when we were making the set, one of the things
I mean, all I've seen is that there's someone I'll usually watch
for the setting.
just because I
And we
enjoy their
realized
content.
This was a perfect
They
opportunity.
do Hearthstone.
People have been begging for us to do.
That's about
allied
all I
schools.
see.
Okay, Hexhaven is the allied schools. So what we
That's
did
the
is we took
only
each
card I
school
know from
and
the
we kept
past.
one color. So the history school
I don't know how
kept
long.
white, but added blue to make
Oh,
it
it's
ally.
Lieutenant Eddie.
The math school kept blue, but
I
added
do watch
black.
Aaron every now and
The
then too,
language
though.
school kept black, but added red. The art school kept red, but added green. And the science school kept green, but added white. And so now
Oh,
we
yeah.
have an ally collection of schools.
And so today we can show you a card from each of these schools, starting
Card
with
each?
Fatehold, the School of Future History. Roy, over to you. Talk us
I wonder how
through this
that
one.
works.
Right. So the flavor of
Yo, Blue
Fatehold
Dwarf.
is, it's like Lorehold in that it's a school of history, but Fatehold is not so interested in looking backwards or studying the past or learning from our mistakes or any of that. They're all about
I don't
predicting
know
the
who you're
future
talking
and
about.
identifying
I
problems.
can't think of who you're talking about.
And, then eliminating those problems. Sometimes before they know they're problems.
Right. And so,
You
Mark,
named Cadet.
mechanically then, how does that fit in with the card that we're looking at?
Okay, so one of the things
Oh,
we wanted to
Covert
do
go
when we were
blue?
doing, Strixhaven
I don't think
is
he's.
we just
I think
did
the most
Secrets of
Hearthstone he
Strixhaven.
did was
Anybody here play Secrets of Strixhaven? Woo! Okay, so
Just the
in
videos
it,
with the
we
rare
introduced a brand new mechanic called Prepared.
Oh,
And we really like Prepared, and so we said, okay, just cause it's a
Yeah,
different version,
CZB.
we still could use Prepared. So what we did in this set
He's
is
probably the answer,
common and uncommon. Every school has just one prepared spell. There's other stuff at higher rarities. And so each school, to represent the militariness, that they're all doing the same thing. So for example, Peer Review is for white-blue. It is a spell that makes
That is
a
two
2/2,
white or blue?
token, a cadet, as we talked about, and surveils 1. Why does it surveil 1? Because they're the school of looking at the future. And as you can see on the card, it cares about when you scry or surveil. The set has surveil, but we said scry or surveil for backward compatibility. And the idea is that you can sort of, they play into what you know, but they also care about the future.
Oh,
and
so good.
It allows us to craft the draft archetype in white-blue around this prepared spell.
Awesome flavor already. So Prudent
Well, this is a
Fate
sign.
from Fatehold, the School of Future History, into Theorix, School of Esoteric Mathematics.
Esoteric mathematics.
I sort of feel like all maths is esoteric, isn't it? Not
Yeah.
Not compared to what Theorix do.
Oh, okay, fine, right.
The students of Theorix, the cadets of Theorix, are all about impossible numbers, mind-bending physics, and something that in early design we
This
call
creature
dark
isn't
math.
Isn't all math dark math?
repeatable military.
Of course, the side effect of all of this mind-bending, meddling with the underlying fabric of reality for Theorix is that the students tend to go insane.
Well, speaking of going insane, so the prepared spell for blue-black is omit variables. Now, I noted, I didn't point this out before, all the prepared spells are hybrid. And so this is blue and black, so blue and black spells can have it. It mills cards, your own cards. And then, if you notice on the card...
No, I think it's the best
cards
way
will
for
interact with
milling.
things in the graveyard. That's part of what blue and black is doing. And you'll notice that this card can re-prepare. So some of the spells will be able
Nature's
to let
Fire.
you re-prepare things. Some of them when you enter, but some let you do it multiple times.
So Stinger Quill is next. That is Stinger Quill, the school of painful words. It sounds mean, Roy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Jack, are you familiar with that aphorism, sticks and stones can break my bones?
But words will never hurt me.
No, they
Words
actually
are
figured out how to
hurting.
make words hurt you.
Oh, right.
Stinger Quill serve as Jace's frontline
Doesn't very
troops,
superior,
using
one damage
verbal
opponent.
magic to cut apart both the body and souls
Not
of their
bad.
opponents.
Yes, so we'll see Black-Red has Vicious Verse as this prepared spell.
I play it.
So one of the things we definitely did is we did take an element of the schools, you know it. The language school, which was obviously Black-White in Strixhaven, was one of the more aggro of schools. It's still aggro here. It's using its spells to nibble away at the opponent. And like I said, this spell can get re-prepared, so it allows you to sort of plink away at your opponent. And so you'll see that.
God, I hope this is a good. I hope this is a fun draft environment.
And the new schools, there is a through line.
And so red-green is Construari, the School of Constructive Arts. Now, this sounds much more positive, Roy.
Oh,
how do you feel about
hardwood
puppets?
token.
Yeah, not so great.
Well, you might not fit in at Construari. They love puppets. The people, or the cadets
I'm
of
interested.
Construari channel all of the creativity, artistic inspiration, all of that
I'm gonna
stuff
put that
you
in
might
Pilar,
recognize
honestly.
from Prismari into more useful things.
Is something to
like
repeatedly put 3 mana into just to get more mana?
Buildings and soldiers for Jace's grand project. They don't do any of the feelings stuff of the other arts.
No, we don't.
So Prismari, if you remember, like to
Just need a
cast
pet.
big spells. So the idea of ramping is carried over. So you'll notice Soul Tether, which is the prepared spell, makes a Heartwood token. Notice carefully, it does not sacrifice. It is not a treasure. It's permanent. And so
Ooh.
it makes red or green mana. And the idea is you can keep re-preparing it. You can keep
It's like a
making more of
banana,
it,
but
and
better.
You can make bigger and bigger things. But rather than just spells, you also here can make big creatures, maybe some of which are puppets. So.
And finally, we have Vigor-Bloom, the School of Invasive Healing. What can you tell us about this?
Oh,
Roy?
it's.
Well,
It's definitely going somewhere, I can tell you that much.
The real multiverse version.
I hope it's going a
is
decent
full of
direction. I
life
guess we'll
and
see
death.
today.
It's about that balance, that cycle. Vigor-Bloom.
Yeah, EO, that was a
dares to
good
ask the
set.
question of why die at all?
I don't know how I feel
Dying
about our
was just
next trip
not
to
bad.
space being Star
no,
Trek.
If you get close to dying, Vigor-Bloom
I mean, the set
will
don't look
put
bad
some of
so
their
far, but
invasive
it's at least
plants into you.
it has
you
me
can see on this card.
whelmed
stitch
about
you
it.
Up and, you'll
Yeah, I
be,
wish that was like Star
blown
Trek.
away. You won't even recognize yourself when they're done with you.
So this prepared spell makes a good point.
I don't know anyone that watches it other than-
put a +1 counter
I
on
know
top of
my-
the creature, you gain 1 life. There is a life theme that's still there.
Oh, I think
with
one of my
it's all about
uncle-in-laws
life,
was
but
into it.
There's a new component. There's a +1/+1 counter component. On the main card, you can see it grants creatures with +1/+1 counters vigilance. And so not only are there carries over what the school used to do, there are new things that we bring
Yeah,
in.
I mean,
so every school has something old and something new blended together.
So Reality Fracture is going to bring us.
That's
Hexen,
where I hear. I think I don't
the
remember.
alternative school
But-
of Reality Fracture.
I mean,
and
I
the
have a better
that
feeling
Jace
about
has
that
created.
set
How deep
than
does this go, though, Roy? The changes
Spider-Man,
that Jace is making here, how far did you go with it?
Well, the
than
changes,
Turtles.
as I think you guys have seen, go all the way through the multiverse.
I think it's kind of in line with
The
Marvel
temptation was
for me, honestly.
definitely there
I don't.
for us on the story team.
It's
to
neat.
go really wide with it.
Well, imagine if it was a
to
Magic.
see a Mirrodin that had never been completed by Phyrexia, to see.
There's also some
a
memories.
Tech
There's
that had never been
there's
corrupted by
something going
Bolas, to
around
see
last
a
night.
Zendikar that had
The
never
Platinum
used,
Angel, where you can't lose
used
the
as a
game, but
prison
this one
to contain
also
the Eldrazi.
doesn't let you
But
put
we
counters on
realized
stuff.
pretty early on when working on some of those outlines that we needed to keep the story actually intimate. We needed that the heart of it was actually on Jace and these people that used to be his friends and that were now opposed to him. So the ultimate story ends up being really character focused.
I mean, I think that's a great thing because the closer to the characters, the closer to the set and the mechanics and everything, Roy. But Mark, there were some interesting color pairings, right? And so how did you navigate that?
So we previously did a what-if set many years ago called Planar Chaos. And in that set, we really messed with the color pie in a way we shouldn't. And so we learned from that.
I wanna know what they
do
do from Red.
that.
But
So
who
what
Red?
we did in this set is we do not the color pie is the color pie. If we're making red Chandra, she uses red abilities. We're making blue Chandra, she uses blue abilities. And so we do a lot of cool things. We stretch creatively. We do a lot of differences, but it's still the color pie used as the color pie is used.
Ooh.
There's a little bit of bending, but nothing. It's the colors as you know the colors, but showing very different things. Would you like an example?
Yes, please, show us.
Give me
You
red
guys like an
stuff.
example? So, okay, so far we've talked about
They're confident.
pairings,
Bob.
but we also have cool one-ofs in the set. So as an example, for a little history lesson for you guys, many years ago we used to have an event called the Magic Invitational, in which the winner used to.
Oh,
make a
we got this
card.
Bob
The world
again?
champion does it, and there's someone who won named Bob Marr Jr. And he got to make a card. He chose to make Dark Confidant. Now, Dark
That's a good
Confidant
card.
is not in the set.
Oh.
But we said, we're doing a what-if world. What if we took Dark Confidant and made it white?
Oh, I
Who
thought
would
we
like to
said
see
red.
that?
Yeah.
Okay. Meet
Enlightened Confidant.
Enlightened Confidant. So, like Dark Confidant, it's 2 mana, it's a
core.
2/1, and as you can see, it does interact with life and card draw, but not in a black way. You're not spending life to draw like black would.
Except
No,
you gain
you're
life,
gaining
surveil.
life and using that as a means to get cards. And that one of the things
Oh.
about the set that's really important is we're doing
Kinda
a lot
neat.
of fun things. These things in a vacuum are cool and exciting. You don't need to know about Dark Confidant, but if you do, there's lots and lots of Easter eggs. And that this set,
You can have them both in the same deck.
it's what if individual.
You could lose
cards.
Ice Game
Like,
Live.
we've talked about characters. We've talked about setting. We're going to go do other things, other card types, like not just creatures. You'll see other things. Although this is a creature.
So we're also taking things back to the past, basically. Cards we've already had and reskinning them in a way for Reality Fracture in this new Echoverse.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what we're doing is we're saying, how would we do this card if in Jace's world, Dark Confidant wasn't a black creature, it was a white creature, what would it look like?
And some amazing new arts to go with some of these cards as well, right, Mark?
Yes. So we have a special treatment in this set, which we did show off once before, called the Broken Mirror treatment.
Oh yeah,
And the way it
that was
works
actually pretty
is
neat.
You see the card
Oh.
in the thing, but pieces of the mirror show you the other version, our version from the normal multiverse.
Yeah, these look
And this is
sick,
a special
honestly.
treatment you will see in the set.
So should we show them a few more of these cards that are going to have Echoverse version?
Yes?
Yeah?
Okay.
Come on, let's do it.
So, we like big green fatties. One of the all-time favorites is Crater Hoof Behemoth.
Aw, I thought it was gonna say Colossal Dreadmaw.
So, you all know what a
Yo, we gonna get
green
red Crater
Behemoth looks
Hoof?
like, but how about a red one?
Yeah, Red Crater Hoof.
So let's see the red one. It is Crater Claw Colossus.
And it's a puppet.
And so the idea is it taps into what the green card does, but that card cared about
Oh.
creatures. This card cares about artifacts. And so that's one of the neat
We
things about
who
this
cares
card. They
about
were taking
black
the
and
shells
blue?
of
We
the
got
design
Red Crater Hoof
and then
now.
tweaking them. So now here's something you can put in a completely different deck. So it has a lot of, like, it's familiar but different. And that's a
Ow.
lot of the fun of this set, is you get to see us reinventing sort of Magic's classic cards.
I'd love to see the Shattered Mirror version of this. Have we
Which-
got it?
Oh
Let's
my
see
God.
the
Let's
Shattered
see it.
Mirror version.
Oh, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Oh.
Tough.
It's so cool.
That's so cool, that. Amazing. I mean, while there are
I
a
love
lot of ways
that.
to enter Jace's quite chaotic and wild mind, there is one in particular that I think is going to get people really, really excited, Mark. Should we tell them about the Secret Lair bundle?
Sure. Okay, so we talked a lot about doing what if. We did what if characters. We did what if settings. There's a lot of different.
This is something I really
We
wanna
also approached that
look sick.
to the product line itself. So this is the Secret Lair bundle. It will be available on the Secret Lair, but also in WPN stores. We are experimenting with how Secret Lair works. And this
I have a
set,
feeling this is gonna be
you
a
can open up
nightmare
in
to
the
get a
set,
hold
you get
of.
2 collector boosters, you get 6 play boosters, you get 20 foil traditional borderless lands, you get a spin down, and you get a special promo pack that is 2 out of 10 mythics that have a special art treatment in Secret Lair style.
Well, what are
One
they?
thing Secret Lair does really well is we let artists really invent and do really creative
I
things.
gotta know.
Can we see some examples?
Oh, please, yeah.
These are all cards we showed you before, but you can see the Secret Lair version of them.
Oh, ooh.
Any favorites on there for you two?
I like the Jace a lot.
It's the Colossus.
Yes,
It's the Crater Claw.
Oh, so they're gonna be cards in the set.
Guys, while you're soaking that up,
okay.
we're nearly done with Reality Fracture, but I do want to emphasize how big this set and this moment is going to be. We are literally going to be part of a historic moment in Magic the Gathering and its story. And seeing as I have the head of storytelling literally to my right-hand side right now, I would like to ask one big final question. For everyone in the audience here at Amsterdam, for those at home staying up past their bedtime, eating their breakfast, or, you know, skipping work for some reason or another.
I wish I
What
skipped
the
work.
hell
This is
going
worth
to
it.
happen, Roy?
I can tell you, man. You know that. But I will say, this is the end of an arc that started all the way back with Wilds of Eldraine. But I think the story threads we ultimately bring in are really going to surprise fans. They go back a lot farther than what I think people are expecting.
And my journalism degree wasn't a total waste of time. We got something there.
Wow.
The cards, by the way, are super awesome.
Yes, they are.
cards.
I love cards.
And some of these guys.
Yeah.
Roy and Mark, thank you so much for hanging out.
Absolutely.
Pleasure.
And stay tuned for the Magic story to start dropping at the end of August.
Love it.
Okay.
And
Nice.
that's a month away.
Make some noise for Roy and Mark.
Hey,
Reaction to what we're going to talk about now. So please welcome to the stage. 7. We're gonna
I'm the VP of our storytelling piece of card art. My team gets to contribute to all that amazing stuff.
perfect person to have a look.
Yeah.
Kill.
Yeah, I'm Zakil.
I'm just gonna.
So as we mentioned at the start, 2027 is the year.
All right, let's see it.
This part of the panel particularly exciting. We're going to take a deep dive into 3 beautifully crafted worlds and stories that
I've
begin
seen
the next arc.
a little more than I wanted to see. I saw
Gathering
2 set
story.
names.
And we're
A
going
little
to tell
bit.
you all about next year's Magic Cons.
Oh my god, we're actually getting the
Exciting.
locations.
And there's a lot to talk about. Jackie, just feelings first off. This is big for you.
It's huge. I've been waiting all week for this moment. I'm like, oh yeah, so excited to share with everybody.
Oh, if I can go to
You know,
another
as I
Magic Con
sit
next
here
year, that'd be
and look at
sick.
this very large crowd right now. It's amazing. You know, when we started doing Magic Cons almost 4 years ago now, which is hard to believe, you know, I think we dreamed that it would grow and special Magic Cons would become. Do this more in 2020.
More Magic Cons?
Yeah, to share, we are going to do it more in 2027.
More Magic Cons?
We are adding another Magicon to the
We have
lineup.
4! Oh my god, I don't know. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
That's huge.
It's
That
huge.
probably means more
To
sets.
kill. Quick feelings from you as well.
Yeah, amazing. I love Magic.
Hopefully not. 7's too many.
So central. So again, we are expanding to 4 total Magic Cons starter and.
Get together. This is my first Magic Con ride. New excited about Crocs wearing them. Up there. One. Aside from that brilliant stuff, though, what is there to get excited about today?
Yeah, before we get to 2027, coming later this year is the next
Ooh,
iteration.
Mystery Booster Commander Edition. That's gonna be
Our
interesting.
next iteration of Mystery Booster called Mystery Booster Commander Edition. This set is entirely designed for Commander Draft. There are 20 card packs, as well as 59 new 59 new mechanical designs designed
gee.
entirely for Commander.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
we.
no.
Yeah.
There better be some good red stuff in there.
If you were excited about that, we actually do have some cards to preview.
Yep.
Way back, all the way to Homelands.
Oh. Oh, look at them!
Yes. So here is Joven and Chandler. They are a 5-mana red creature that allows you to take control of artifacts from other players on the battlefield. If that then gets untapped with haste, if that goes to the graveyard, they get powered up. And the longtime Vorthos fans will see some callbacks to Ebony Rhino and Joven's Ferrets in the card art there,
Wow.
which I think is going to be super, super fun.
And where can we get hold of
I was
these,
wondering what that
of
says.
these mystery boosters?
I was looking for
so
this
you can get a hold
symbol
of these at Gen
right over
Con,
here.
as well
I was looking for a
as
PNG of that. I saw
MagicCon,
this card. It's
later
like,
this
what
year,
is
and
that?
Festival in a box.
I thought it was Lord of
but
the
not
Rings.
All of the cards in Mystery Booster Commander are throwbacks. Some of them involve a brand new mechanic that we have called Rule Breaker. So let's take a look at
Rule
our next
Breaker.
card called Talabo. Talabo is a very cute 4-mana otter.
Oh no!
And it says
Wait
whenever
a
you
minute.
cast an instant, you can make an otter. And it has this new ability called Rule Breaker that allows you to play instant and sorcery spells of an additional color not in your commander's color identity.
Yo,
as
I can make
well
mono
as
blue burn and
basic
not have it
lands.
be blue.
We worked super closely with the commander format panel on this. This was a recommendation from them. So we're super excited to bring
This
this
is gonna be
card to life.
so funny.
Look, if Jovan and Chandler can make a comeback, then I mean, let's be honest, Jackie, anything is really possible at this point, isn't it?
True.
I'll look at the little
I
guy.
heard lots of people talk about the Pro Tour Hall of Fame. Can we expect a return for the Pro Tour Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I know people have been asking for that for a long time,
Oh.
and I'm very excited to get to share that it is coming back this year.
Oh! Who's gonna go in this year?
Yeah, so
I don't even know who it would
if you're
be.
not familiar with what the Pro
I think it'd be
Tour Hall of
Plumber.
Fame is, it honors and celebrates the best players that have ever played the game, which is incredible. You know, I know for
Yeah, but
pro
popping off
players
this year.
themselves and for those who love pro play, this is especially meaningful that this is coming back. I think we're going to be sharing some more information about the return of the Hall of Fame on Sunday on the Pro Tour stream after quarterfinals. So tune into that for some more information.
Quick question. Is there a spot on the Pro Tour Hall of Fame for someone who misses all their triggers?
You have to ask Sakil. I don't know.
That's going to be kind of hard.
I thought I could have spiced it up a little bit, but alas, there we are. Right, who would like to see the first set of 2027?
Oh, I need it. I've seen a little snippet of it.
That's a
I didn't see any
good answer.
pictures.
Roll the tape!
Oh. Oh, it's beautiful. There's fish. It's red. Oh.
Noctis is our very first fully underwater plane. This is something that fans have been asking us for so long.
Noctis is a place of merfolk civilizations in their height. It is a
Oh,
place
Prof's gonna
of
love
many
it.
different fantasy species all coexisting together. But it is also a place where an apocalyptic danger lurks at the bottom of the ocean.
Ooh.
As far as gameplay elements go, we
I think
wanted to
I'll-
really stay grounded in traditional Magic gameplay. It's all the familiar things that you'd expect, plus this awesome environment, all these cool creatures that you can see, and huge visual spectacles as well.
Another bird.
This is a fully featured, deep, layered, high fantasy world, bursting with color.
Oh, the
and
thing that was right there, I
creatures.
love
Beyond
that.
The merfolk,
Oh!
our set is populated with tons of other different creatures. The humans here are really the outsiders.
This thing right
To
here.
place an entire world in a place where everything is buoyant. It changes the game so much at its fundamental level.
The first major unique thing about Noctis is that it's the first main set release, possibly ever, arguably, that doesn't have flying as a mechanic, since we're all underwater.
Oh my God,
all
I
the
didn't even
time.
think
We
about
actually have
that.
a brand new mechanic.
No
which I won't
flying,
talk
no
about yet.
birds
It's an invasive
here.
mechanic that sort of takes the place of
Oh,
flying.
there's
We
another
have four
one.
distinct colors that we have to pay off, so it can't be a mono blue set.
There's quite a bit of diversity and variety.
Screw that
down
blue
the
players.
ocean. We
I was
have
about to say
tough
much more
forests
aggressive.
for green, and we have the dark abyss, and we have whale falls, graveyards of bones.
In the end, we have an experience that's much more similar to a traditional Magic set from a color balance
Oh.
perspective than you might initially expect.
Oh.
There's a huge sense of mystery. What are all the things that I could
I want to
discover
know
here?
what these things are.
So different, but that's
What am I looking
makes
at?
it so exciting.
The set is just a ton of fun.
Wow.
I thought it was a command sphere, I'll be honest. Oh! I need it. I need it.
We are on a time crunch. Sorry. I mean, that's the kind of reaction you want right there, Jackie.
Absolutely.
When are we taking the plunge?
I feel like you are trying to trick me into saying an ocean-themed pun, which is ironic because during the set's development, the creative team constantly was trying to get me to do that, and I absolutely.
I think it's January. I want to guess January.
Okay. Okay. This one time, players are going to get to take the plunge into Noctis Sunken Realm on February 5th, 2027.
Oh, early February. Oh, I need so much money then.
I know we've just seen a lot from that video right there, but it was moving fast. We'd love to see some stills and get a real feel for Noctis if possible.
Yeah, I'll tell you a little bit more about it. Okay, so Noctis is
Oh
this
my god.
vast,
Oh.
it's got the warm shallows, and then you get to dive down all the way to the dark depths of.
I can make mono red sharks probably.
The idea of Underwater World is this.
I don't need no blue.
Fantasy concept, and
it'll hold me back.
Challenges for the creative team is like, how do we take this idea that it's out there, but do it in a way that's really unique to Magic? And I think one of the best ways to approach that is. Underwater is usually the domain of blue, and we said, how can we explore this through all the different 5 colors?
I gotta calm down.
How does that show up in all the environments? It's really fun.
I bet. Yeah, that means that the creatures of this world also just encompass a menagerie of different things, from colossal behemoths all the way down to the cute, cuddly creatures of the ocean.
Oh my god, there's a shark!
So, merfolk,
he's gonna stab someone.
Squid folk. But we also got to explore, like, how do air breathers survive down here? How do the humans get around?
Hang on, so if you had to think outside the box, maybe a snorkel equipment confirmed for Noctis?
Never know.
Wait and see, wait and see.
I know it's a long shot.
New Magic story then.
Yes, so this is.
I hope that
there's the first set in 2027,
something like
as well as the beginning of our new story arc.
And you will be able to celebrate the release of Noctis at the first of 4
those sound like lurkers from Legend of
Zakil, where and when, please?
The first MagicCon in 2027 will take place in North America, and a place we haven't been in a while. The MagicCon will be in the Motor City of Detroit.
Detroit! Oh, I gotta go to Detroit now!
I get it, Magic fans. I get it. I get it. You know, it's the birthplace of Motown, techno.
Oh man!
For their dance moves, you know, which is why we're giving you plenty of warning just to get the hips warmed up and ready.
Oh jeez. Oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez.
You have a MagicCon first to tell us about as well, right?
Oh, I have such a good one. This is the best. Okay, so if you can't make it to Detroit, or you can't dance apparently, May 14th through 16th, we are going to be making our MagicCon debut in Asia. We are going to Tokyo. Japan.
Oh! JP Bro's finally getting something.
Very exciting.
Looks like everyone
okay, 2 sets this year. This is not looking good.
And time to move on to our second set of the year, making a beloved return.
This is one I also saw.
But with a big twist.
I didn't see the exact name of it. It's Kamigawa. Oh, I saw bird. What in the world is going on? Why are they in Mexico? Titan break.
Just a day like any other on Kamigawa, and then bam, the sky opens up and out falls of all things Ikoria. You've got monsters, weird creatures, nightmares, elementals, and literally the land itself falling out of the sky.
Well, what's going on there?
Is a set that takes 2 fan-favorite planes and crashes them together. On the one hand, we've got Kamigawa. This is a long-standing Magic plane with a lot of nostalgia.
Oh, wait a minute. We might actually get these reprinted.
Much newer, but very quickly beloved by fans. And each of these sets is coming together to clash
the channel lands. That's what
classic mechs versus monsters conflict.
This is probably
the
largest scale conflicts we've ever seen in Magic the Gathering.
We're talking about things that might be 4 to 5 to 6 times the size of things that we've seen before. Whether it's the mechs and these kind of gigantic constructs, or most evidently the monsters who are going to dwarf everything around them.
The scale is like off the charts huge.
I didn't even think. I didn't completely forgot Ikoria. That's gonna be interesting. How much they adapt.
We had to put up on rooftops just to make sure that they were within eyesight of like these giant monsters that are rampaging through the city.
Oh my
There's
god.
a large focus on the people of Kamigawa and how
Oh.
they are going to have to deal with this incursion, how they're going to be able to defend their home, defend themselves.
I can't
protect
take it no
The
more.
set story will have lasting implications on the characters that we know and love.
What we're seeing now, for one of the first times, is an Omen Path representing an existential threat.
It was very important to us when making the set that we weren't just
Ah.
taking mechs from one place and monsters from the other and smashing them together, but that this was really a true exploration of what would it mean for these worlds to combine and clash with each other, and what would that mean for the denizens, what would that mean for the characters, what would that mean for the magic of the two planes. And I think that we really were able to dive deep and fully flesh out this mashup of two settings into one really cool result.
I think it's just a match made in heaven. We have the monsters, we have the mechs, and what we get to do is take the amazing things that you expect from this epic conflict, but humanize it in the way that only magic can.
Oh, that set looks sick. Going Kamigawa and Ikoria at the same time, kinda? Not really?
All right, all right. All right, one moment. When's it coming
Oh, I
out,
can't
Jack?
take it no
All right,
more.
So the battle for Kamigawa begins June 4th, 2027.
Put it in the diary. June 4th, 2027. Zakil, are we able to see a little bit more and just get a feel for Kamigawa Titan Bridge?
Yes, absolutely. So this set takes place on Kamigawa. Ikoria is invading for reasons that will become clear.
Oh, they're invading? I thought it was just kinda happening.
Planes from Magic's history, so you'll see a lot of familiar locations and amazing architecture and landscapes. Although
My
this time
brain.
it is through the lens of an all-out planar war.
Yeah, the environment.
How much more yelling am I gonna do?
The monsters that we're gonna get to see, and the creature designs are so incredible.
So-
Yeah, you got updated new Ikoria monsters and their bonders going head to head against these sleek Kamigawa mechs and their pilots. It's gonna be sick.
The big question is why and what led to this all-out war, and what will come from it. Get ready to choose your side in June of next year.
Brilliant. Okay, so let's add this to the 2027 timeline. You can see it on screen right now. 3 sets and 2 Magicons in the first 6 months of
Oh my God.
2027.
Gonna be-
Truly
that's
the year of the
expensive for
gathering,
some
do you not
people.
agree?
Yeah.
It's going to be huge, Jack.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge. So Kamigawa Titan Breach is gonna be
Just please no,
our third set
don't
of the year
do one of
after
these
our
next.
First unannounced Universes Beyond
Don't you
set.
dare do one of these next.
Where should fans gather to celebrate the battle between the mechs and the Icorian monsters? Where can we go for that to kill?
Yeah, we have a bit more of a gap until our next MagicCon, but we will have theming for Kamigawa Titan Breach at our third MagicCon.
That one should have been in
MagicCon
Japan.
Las Vegas in August.
Going back to Vegas
27th
again?
29th, about a month after our second Universes Beyond set of the year. We're going
Okay, wait, that's a little more promising. We put one right
And
here.
Jackie, we spoke earlier on about the Hall of Fame, and I'd love to talk a little bit more for our competitive fans. Have we got any
That's
more that we're
6.
able to announce?
Yeah, we're gonna chat a little bit about the Limited Championship.
Oh, I forgot about that.
The Limited Championship is a pro-level event that players have already been qualifying for, but today we're
Oh, it's in
sharing that
Minneapolis?
the actual event itself is gonna take place June 18th through 20th in Minneapolis.
Fantastic.
Oh.
So we started with Noctis the Sunken Realm, moved on to Kamigawa Titan Breach, and now we have our third in-universe set of 2027.
Best
To
not
show
be
you-
another UB set after
Let me
that.
tell you, it is definitely going to be one of the most anticipated settings we have had in a long time. Let's take a look.
Arrows? Somewhere else. It looks like Theros. No. Keldheim. The fairy's back! Oh, it's Zalfir! Oh my god!
Zhalfir is a plane that has been a part of Magic history for a very, very long time. It's a very highly magical place.
This is a world that is powered by the light and the magic of 5 suns, so there's never night here. And this is contrasted with the spirit realm, where it is full of mystery, is full of dangers, where your ancestors and spirits go, and it is a world of eternal darkness.
So there's lots of monstrous things and things that you have to protect yourself from, but ultimately it's a way to stay connected to your history.
Zhalfir sort of overwrote Mirrodin's, but we didn't want it to overwrite what had come before it entirely.
I want people to feel like this is untapped potential, only scratching the surface, not just of what Afro fantasy can be, but what magic can be.
Oftentimes when we think about fantasy,
Forgot about
what
that
we
guy.
think about is a
Face whale.
Eurocentric lens. But Afro fantasy is specifically pulled from the cultures of the Black diaspora through the lens of our mythology, our culture, the way that we dress, the way that we approach artistry. We get to use our inspiration from the foundation of what our culture is and build a new world and realm based off of that.
So I thought,
Oh,
perfect,
building.
blank slate, we can start fresh and really focus on making sure this stays as Afrocentric and authentic as possible. So we had cultural consultants, we had Afrofuturist authors, we had African history professors keeping us on track and making sure it stayed true to our vision. The challenge was doing enough research and making sure that we were marrying African culture and weapons and textile patterns and all of that stuff with that sprinkling of
There's a lot of
the
stuff on
Magic
it.
the Gathering aesthetic.
This is one of my favorite parts of the set. At the heart is like this very rich culture and spirituality. I want ancestral connection. I want to see a spirit world. I want to see that rich tapestry of people represented.
It's a very highly magical place. Being able to show something that's so spiritually and culturally significant in a very fantastical way was a really important part of the set, and the visuals are stunning.
There's no fish or Kamigawa, but
I hope the people who see this and haven't seen themselves represented in such a way, I just hope that they feel empowered, excited, energized, and inspired to also know that, you know, they are represented, their body types are represented, their hair, and the infinite things that our hair can do are represented. And I just want people to feel the joy that we felt while creating this set.
yeah.
So,
There's another one after that.
the first time
I'm
we've
gonna
been
commit.
back in Zhalfir since March
At least there's only
16,
6 sets, I guess. It's
2023
better than
to
7.
kill. When's the set coming, though?
Way too long for me.
I'm
So
gonna
I
commit
was the
crime.
executive producer on this set. I've had the chance to work on it for a couple years.
Couple years.
But I can't wait for it to release. It will be releasing on October 1st, 2027.
And Zhalfir has been part of the Magic universe for a long time, Jackie, right? I think 96 with Mirage.
Yeah.
What are some of the new
Mirage.
ideas that are going into Zhalfir with this new set?
Yeah, so like you said, it's been around for a long time. It's going to be familiar
Oh.
to longtime players. But this is actually the first time that we are seeing it as a plane all of its own. So for those who've been following the story, Teferi phased out Zhalfir during the first Phyrexian invasion to protect it. So it's been phased back in now, but it's not unchanged. You know, it wasn't paused in time. Like the people of Zhalfir kept evolving and living during that time. And when it was phased back in, it actually emerged in the spot where Mirrodin had previously been. So it's a return to world, but I think there's like narrative justification that allowed us to really update it and do something completely exciting and different with it as well.
And how about the creatures, Akil?
Yeah, absolutely. We spent so much time looking at the creatures and world building to try to create a new, fresh and fresh feeling of this while still staying true to classic Magic.
Yeah, I think for the creative team, we were so excited to have the opportunity to fully flesh out the culture of Jalfir. I think whenever we work on a setting that takes inspiration from a real-world culture, it's so important to us that we treat it with respect and authenticity. And we brought on creative consultants to help us. But at this time, we actually did something a little bit different. In addition to that, we brought on collaborators who were experts in Afro fantasy, and we had them really work closely with us to co-create the set. We learned a lot from them, but I think one of the things that I was most inspired by working with them and kind of hearing them was how excited they were and how important it was to them that Magic was doing this set. It's a return to world, so it's something that it's natural for us to do, but Magic has a really big voice and a really big platform in the fantasy space, and for us to really lean in and put some focus on this and update it and do Afro fantasy right in a genre that really doesn't get enough attention in media, it's huge. It's a really big deal. Yeah. I've worked on a lot of Magic sets, and this is probably the Magic set I feel most proud to be part of.
I love that.
Fish.
I mean, we've not even, seen any cards yet, and already it looks absolutely stunning. I can't wait for Jalfir. So let's add Jalfir to our 2027 timeline, the year of the gathering.
One more
Is there
Magic
anything else we can add, those, Akil?
Yeah, there will be a Universes Beyond set released after Jalfir as well, bringing the year to 6 total major booster releases, with 3 of them being these beautifully crafted Magic Multiverse worlds.
One of them's going to be Marvel. We know that much.
So
I imagine if we don't hear anything about Monster Hunter over the weekend,
today, honestly, I
might
think
be something
that
next
this
year.
Is some of the best world building the creative team has ever done in a single year. It's pretty incredible. All of these are absolute bangers. I think what's really special about getting the opportunity to work on Magic is that it has this huge creative legacy that's so important that we get to honor, but at the same time we get to build upon it and evolve it and chart where it's going. And I think these 3 sets do exactly that. Noctis, Kamigawa, Titan Breach, and Jalfir each represent something that is really true and authentically Magic, but at the same time pushing the multiverse into really new spaces, which is what we're here to do.
Incredible. I mean, Amsterdam, what are you making of the future?
It's better than this year.
The year of the gathering. Incredible.
There's one less set. This is really funny to say. It makes it better.
Didn't we said there'd be 4 Magic Cons, no?
We did.
Forgotten one.
I think we might have. I can share that now if you want.
Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Come on. Be somewhere nice. Be somewhere good.
So
be somewhere
our
close.
last MagicCon of 2027 is going to take place December 3rd through 5th, right back here in Amsterdam.
Oh, it's in Amsterdam! Oh, that means Worlds is gonna. I'm gonna take those days off because I want to watch Worlds.
Wow. Look at that timeline. Truly.
Oh, wait, let me look at this. Where would I want to go? I'd have to be probably Detroit, honestly. I don't know if that's fortunate or unfortunate.
For 2027 in Magic, a brand new story arc that starts with Noctis and goes beyond all the way throughout the year. Make some noise for your panel today.
Oh, Noctis! I love it.
Thank you so much. Whether you're excited about going with Noctis and the Sunken Realm, exploring the mighty mechs of Kamigawa Titan Breach, or returning to a new Jalfir in 2027, it is going to be an awesome year for Magic. Thank you to both of you for hanging out. I have been Jack Saunders. Thank you so much. Maybe see you tomorrow for The Hobbit. Good night!
Oh yeah, that's tomorrow! You can see Hobbit tomorrow. Okay, I'm gonna... I go. Oh wait, no, I check something. I don't know who's all playing. Okay. Cool. No, I've literally not opened. I've opened the game yesterday. Because of it. After the up. Oh. Oh, just keep on going. Okay. Got 10 hours to get through.
Michael DiBenedetto Plummer wins the Pro Tour.
I remember watching that Pro Tour. It was wild. I remember watching that. I remember the takesies backsies. That was such a good set.
Nathan Stoyer is your secrets of.
I never actually finished that. I don't even. What was he playing? I don't even remember. Oh.
Hello and welcome to live coverage of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes, live here from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. What a beautiful city it is. We've been having a lot of fun here, went on a canal tour. It was absolutely incredible, and we cannot wait to bring you all the Pro Tour action this weekend. Also, MagicCon Amsterdam happening here this weekend in the Convention Center with 17,000 people here celebrating the greatest game. There you can see the line to get into the building this morning. So many Magic fans all gathering in one place here in Amsterdam.
Yeah!
Absolute best weekend.
I don't know if I wish I would have gone or not.
362 players ready to do
Oh, I
battle
love
in draft
Tetris.
and modern for a $500,000 prize pool, and of course the title and the trophy. There's a look at the Pro Tour area in the venue right now. Welcome here to the
Ooh,
news desk.
carrying
I'm Maria
packs, right?
Bartholdi,
No, those
your
are
host
loser
for the
packs. I
weekend, here
can't.
joined by Frank Carson and Riley Knight. Frank Carson, Home Country Pro Tour. What are you most looking forward to this weekend?
I'm really looking forward to Modern Maria because the diversity is incredible. With Boris Energy and Izzet Affinity tied at 12.7% of the field, there's no one dominant deck, and with Eldrazi, combo, and various spicy strategies there as well, I just cannot wait to
I'm just
see
rooting
all
for
that
someone
variety
playing
on
Ruby
display. And I mean, secretly, as an Affinity aficionado, I just want to see a turn on Capican in the air.
Yeah, so do I, Frank. That would be awesome. Riley, what are you most looking forward to?
Well, Maria, it's been a very, very long time. It's been, what, 10, 15,000 years since the last time this took place. We have draft on Sunday. We have a top 8 draft for the first time in a very long time. It's been well over a decade, and I can't wait to see it. Look, showcasing Limited at the Pro Tour is always a special occasion, but showcasing Limited on Pro Tour Sunday, Maria, I can't wait.
Absolutely. I
That's
cannot
gonna be
wait
it.
either, Riley. I am so very excited. But to get there, of course, we have 2 days of competition. So how does it break down?
Okay, so what is this? Today?
Kicking it off with draft as
Only
well.
3 rounds of
It's the
draft.
Marvel Superheroes draft here this morning, 3 rounds of that. Then 5 rounds of Modern Constructed after that. It's been a year since our last Modern Pro Tour, so excited to see it back here on the big stage again. 12 match points or better, and you advance to day 2 of competition.
And on Saturday, we're doing it all over again with another Marvel
Yeah.
Superheroes booster draft.
Oh, I
followed
see.
by
I gotta
3
see
rounds
how
in
this
the
top 8's
8
going.
player
Are
draft
they doing it
box.
all the
We
way,
then move to
or?
5 more rounds of Modern, and at the end of Saturday, we cut down to the top 8 players.
Who come back for this very special Pro Tour Sunday. As we say, it is not just our top 8, but a limited top 8 for the first time in years. Another
Whoa.
Marvel Superheroes draft. Can't wait for that one. But this time a little bit.
So we're not even
different,
gonna
as players will
see a
play
modern
best
deck
out of
win.
5 games.
We're gonna
This is
see a
always the
draft
case
deck
on our
win.
Pro Tour Sunday, but this time in limited. Sideboarding begins after game number 2. And
Oh.
that, Maria, is when we will award the trophy.
Yes, the trophy as well as some sweet cash money here. $50,000.
That's interesting.
for our
I like
first
that.
place
That's
finisher,
neat.
$30,000 for second place, $15,000 for third through fourth, then $9,000 for 5th through 8th place. So a pretty good payday for our players here this weekend. Well, we have lots of amazing players. Like I said, 362 in the building with us here this weekend. And we're going to keep our eyes on some of the top testing teams and top players, follow along with them this weekend, keep you updated on how they're doing. One of those huge testing teams is, of course, Cosmos, Riley.
Yeah, and there's a huge development when it comes to Team Cosmos Heavy Play because they've actually split up for this tournament. It has been an amicable breakup, and I'm assured that they'll return to their original state for
Maybe
Worlds. But
Open.
this team's in a unique position. They have secured, most of them have secured a slew of Pro Tour invites into next year. And given the fact that Modern is a larger format, one that requires a different approach to testing, they've actually split into two different teams, Espanol and English, where they will be taking different approaches to testing. Modern has been around for a long time. A lot of people have their old pet decks that they wanted to stick with, while others still wanted to stay with that more traditional regimented testing process. So this is a temporary step for these teams who will be looking to iterate and improve on their testing processes before they once again come together to contest Worlds later on this year. But as I say, two different teams here. Here is the full lineup that took to the field at the last Pro Tour, and didn't they do well? Christopher Larson, Nathan Stoyer, of course, at the top end of town. We had them contesting the final, as well as a bunch of people doing very, very well. But here is the Espanol team led by Javier Dominguez, and they'll be sticking to the more traditional approach with testing, the roles, the regiment, the screen, the slideshows and presentations, based obviously in Spain. A lot of these players in or around Madrid, but of course, nonetheless, a global team, Cosmos Heavy Play Espanol. A more of a laissez-faire approach taken to testing under the guidance of Anthony Lee here with Team Cosmos Heavy Play English. These are some of the players who, you know, have perhaps had a deck and have been losing with it for years, like Corey Burkhardt playing Grixis. But no, quite seriously, these are the players who wanted to take a more experimental or a less regimented approach to testing. And at the end of this weekend, these two teams can come together, compare notes, head into the World Championship with a bunch of very, very, very valuable.
Do we even know the format for Worlds yet?
Testing for big tournaments like this.
Team TCG player, meanwhile, is filled with some of the most experienced and long-time successful players in the field. Well, Hall of Famers like Reed Duke and Seth Manfield didn't really have the best Pro Tour last time at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven in Las Vegas. Matt Nass carried the torch for the team with yet another top 8 finish. Now, here's a look at their roster for this weekend.
That's more
and in their home continent, Hall of Famers Martin Juza and Gabriel Nassif are joining in, lending additional expertise to the team. No other team has as many Hall of Fame members as Team TCG player.
Wow.
Let's check in now with Team Handshake Moxfield. Their Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven was incredible indeed, putting 3 players into the top 8. Stefan Schutz, Max Komanowski, and Zevin Faust. Incredible performance for them there at that Pro Tour. Can they run it back here this weekend? All 3 of those players back here with their roster for Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. They all lost in the quarterfinals, so they can actually improve their appearance here this weekend. Take a look at Team Moxfield, Handshake Moxfield.
Next up is Moriyama, the leading group in Japan, featuring reigning player of the year Ken Yukihiro. Now, they really did not have the best results at the last Pro Tour, with Toru Inoue as the best performer at a mere 10-6. They'll be hoping to put more players into Day 2 and hopefully a top 8 this time around. Now, the roster
that's a lot of players.
Features some new and returning players, most notably Yoshihiko Ikawa, the champion of Pro Tour Thunder Junction, where Moriyama took the whole podium by placing 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and they'll be hoping to repeat that performance this weekend again.
And finally, we look at not a team of players necessarily, but another group that it's going to be important to keep our eye on, particularly as the focus returns to Limited on our Sunday here. Our top Limited players since we've returned to Paper Magic in 2023. These are the winningest players on the Pro Tour, and oh my goodness me, look at that. Tony Portolán with an astonishing 75.8% win rate. A 76% win rate in Magic is astounding. Even being above 60 is incredible. So these players are going to be very important to watch as we get stuck in to this weekend, because again, this is a chance like no other to flex those Limited muscles.
I got goosebumps looking at those win rates in Limited. That is incredible. Yeah. Well, something else we're watching this weekend is our Player of the Year race. And one player here this weekend is standing quite literally and figuratively head and shoulders above the rest of the field. And that is Christopher Larson leading the race here with 50 points. Zevin Faust is in second with 29. Christopher Larson, of course, winning a Pro Tour this season, coming in second for another one. He's a full Matt Nass ahead of the field. In fact, he's so far ahead, he could lock it up here this weekend without needing any points at the World Championship. So Christopher Larson, had a chance to talk to him about this yesterday. He said it would mean the world to him if he was able to lock up that title. So we will see if he can get it done here this weekend. Well, of course, Limited, the name of the game for a lot of this tournament here this weekend. It's a very cool limited format as well. Dr. Frank Kirsten, walk us through it.
Yes, indeed. Marvel Superheroes is an awesome limited format with 10 two-color archetypes. So here's an overview. Now, while it's useful to know their potential with themes like villains or heroes, overall, I gotta say this set is actually quite synergy light. Mostly a limited format where you want to focus on curve and individually powerful cards rather than just chasing synergy. And while all these archetypes highlight two colors as a standard, note that splashing is possible as well thanks to land cyclers and color fixers. Now, white is widely considered to be the best color, especially when paired with blue or green, because at common, white just has efficient removal options, good creatures, and very impressive depth. Comparatively, red and black are a bit weaker, so, I mean, theoretically, the heroes are superior to the villains in this limited format. But of course, everyone knows this going into the Pro Tour, so white may be heavily contested. Meanwhile, removal is somewhat scarce in this format, so drafters may have to take it highly and then potentially save it for many of the opposing bombs in-game. Many of the common removal spells also feature teamwork, which is a cool new mechanic that makes spells stronger with creatures in play, and this all leads to a creature-centric limited format. Meanwhile, there are not many good attacking 2-drops, which will make it difficult to build dedicated aggro decks. This results in sort of a mid-rangey format where games will often go long. Now, the good 2-drops are the ones that do something later in the game, and the heavily represented power-up mechanic is ideal for that, giving you a built-in mana sink to grow your creatures later. Yet when your 2-drops don't really attack well into the opposing 3s and 4s, well, the ground will often get grummed up, and this leads to board stalls, and in such games, flyers tend to excel. That's another reason why white-blue is the favorite archetype by many. 2-for-1s like Herbie are excellent as well. And all in all, with removal scarce, game slow, and flyer strong, Marvel Superheroes takes us back to the core fundamentals of limited Magic, and I love to see that. Now, finally, I have to mention that red is widely considered to be the weakest color. To move into red, you'd better have a good reason, such as getting past the Photon Blast Barrage, which can potentially turn into a one-sided board sweep with Hawkeye, or present lethal damage when pinging your own Red Hulk, so some spicy synergies there. Nevertheless, red lacks some depth at common, so it won't be as popular in the draft, but, you know, that might give a perfect opportunity if it's open.
Absolutely. Draft,
I
of
love
course,
red.
is self-correcting,
yeah.
So we could see some really interesting things here happening this weekend.
Especially that card
across
right
the
there, that's
three
not good.
big drafts. Well, Nathan Stoyer is, of course, one player we have our eye on this weekend, your current reigning Pro Tour champion. He started playing Magic when he was just 12 years old and had tremendous success despite being such a young player. His 2022-2023 season was wild, becoming world champion, winning a Pro Tour as well. What is it like to have that much success that early on in your career, and what does Nathan Stoyer hope for the future? Well, Riley Knight had a chance to sit down and talk to him. So everyone, let's settle in for the Stoyer story.
I'm here with former world champion and two-time Pro Tour, well, not just a two-time Pro Tour champion, reigning Pro Tour champion, Nathan Stoyer, here to talk about your career, some of the ups and downs, the highs and the lows, the journey that you've been on over the years.
So, I won the World Championships just after I turned 20, and for me, it was really just a culmination of the success that I dreamed of one day when I first started playing.
But it was such an unusual story compared to, you know, we see so many pros have this sort of incremental improvement in their game, this sort of slow but very steady rise. But then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Nathan Stoyer, this young fella comes out and wins the World Championship. Everyone's talking about him. And then at the next Pro Tour in Philly, there's a top 8. And then you win the next Pro Tour after that. An incredible string of results. What was this like for you at that age?
So in a lot of ways, the success that I had at that stage in Magic was even a little more incremental than what can be seen, right? When I really started getting to a top level in Magic, in my eyes, is at the start of the COVID era. And I was at this sort of crossing point, this turning point where I had to decide I can continue my schooling or I could leave school at that point and focus on the potential and
The 10-minute
trying to
timer
make it to
too.
the World Championships. So in 2022, at the start of the year, I left college and decided that since this was such a dream of mine, that it would be foolish of me not to pursue that. After winning the World Championships that year, typically, and you framed it this way that I like, you don't see people succeeding in this order. You don't win the World Championships, then do well at the Pro Tours preceding it. Then comes Pro Tour, the second Pro Tour of that year, Pro Tour March of the Machines. And the result at the end of the day was amazing and incredible, but the focus for me was like the process for that event was so unique and so amazing in terms of the collaboration had not been anything like an event I'd prepped for before.
It's interesting to hear you say that's what your focus was on, because that wasn't what everyone else's focus was on. Everyone else's focus was on this kid, Nathan Stoyer, kind of come out of nowhere for a lot of us. I want to know how that affected you. Like, how did that affect your mindset? Was there a level of pressure that you felt? Talk to us about how this success actually had an effect on you at the time.
So with this concept of pressure, the way that I've always felt when I'm competing in anything, pressure is really an internal thing. With those 3 events, the Pro Tours that I won and top 8'd and Worlds, there is this image that other people were feeling of me, of this player that's going to continuously perform great. But there's also just the fact that Magic is really difficult, and I'm not superhuman. I'm going to make mistakes in events, and I'm going to select the wrong strategy in events. But for me, as someone who feels a lot of internal pressure, that often manifests as almost an anxiety. When I experience that anxiety and that pressure, what I do in order to sort of stay grounded and focused in the event is I use that to focus on what is the best way for me to play this turn, this moment correctly, and paint a vision for the rest of a game that's going on. That's when I'm the most locked in and focused. It's when I'm having this internal battle over what my feelings are in a game and how do I translate that anxiety into good decision-making skills.
So it sounds like you're able to harness whatever pressure there was, whether that's internal or external, and sort of make something good out of that. To sort of turn the page now over to the next chapter in your career, and I've worked very hard. I've written out a lot of very diplomatic ways to phrase this on the cue cards here, Nathan, but as we move into 2024, you were getting results that I imagine, weren't up to your standards. What was that like to go through such a change in fortune?
There's this thing that happens when you succeed in the goals that you set for yourself, right? And for me, I felt really accomplished in what I achieved over the course of that year and a half. But what happens when you achieve a goal is you set a new one, right? Like, I had to figure out for myself, how do I redefine my goals? And so going into...
Yeah, that's just a wild goal to try to redefine.
I had some internal sense of, I want to do well at the Pro Tour. I ended up doing okay. I went, I think, 7-9, not a great result at that next Pro Tour, but what I felt internally was this sense of neutrality. I didn't have my same level of emotional attachment or engagement that drives how I play. And, that's both my weapon of choice when I'm playing is that intensity, that fire, but when I'm losing and it's not there, that's gonna affect my results in some form.
It's incredible to see now you're sitting here, I'm interviewing you as the defending Pro Tour champion. Like, we are so back, right? You're not just doing well, but winning Pro Tours again. What's different between the Nathan now and the Nathan that won his first Pro Tour?
One thing that's really important to me to give perspective on is that during this time when, I figured out I needed to set new goals for myself after this level of success, and then this feeling of, well, I'm not quite where I want to be in terms of my Magic results, was I got to spend that time working on myself as a person, really. And during that period, what I did is I figured out I want to apply myself in some other categories and then come back to Magic with the same passion. I'm now working at a financial planning firm in New York, and I'm really happy to be dedicating myself to learning a new challenging strategic craft and helping individuals. But when it comes to Magic, after I got this job and had this opportunity, I could approach the game with that same childlike passion that I had previously. One moment that really stands out to me is I won the PTQ on Sunday, and after having a middling finish during the first Pro Tour of the year, then had a conversation with Javier Dominguez and some of my former teammates, Luis Salvato, that was really inspiring to me. It made me feel like these were not just people that wanted to team with me because I had the potential to help them as a player, but as a person that they cared about. And I wanted to play Magic, but I wanted to be able to be with these guys who meant so much to me.
It's a very, very old and tired cliche in this game, but you know, it's not just about the magic, it's also about the gathering. To sort of wrap things up
The
here,
gathering.
You know, talk to us about your role in the team, how you see yourself in the future as not just Nathan Stoyer, the individual, but also Nathan Stoyer, the teammate and the friend of the other people that you play with.
My role in the team, and one that I like inhabiting, is I like to zoom out. And what that means to me is I'm watching a game of Magic and I try to, you know, take this stance of how will this game look like in a bigger picture sense. My ultimate hope, you know, over these last few years, I've gotten the opportunity to coach a lot of great players. My hope is that I can continue to take on this role as a mentor and a coach to all these folks who haven't reached this level of success yet. Seeing new faces from Team Cosmos, you know, making titles, taking down world championships, but my goal ultimately is to have fun playing Magic, right? I don't have any more goals when it comes to succeeding in each individual event, but I do have goals in terms of how I dedicate my time.
Finding something to do, what was your next challenge? And it sounds like you found that in that sort of coaching mentorship role. But it sounds like nothing's really changed in the fact that you just want to have fun playing Magic. Nathan, thanks so much for your time. Thanks for joining us. And hey, the very best of luck in defending your title.
Thank you, Riley. See you on Sunday.
The confidence, there we go.
I believe in him.
Oh, yes, you love to hear it. See you on Sunday.
He's confident, if nothing else. Yeah, no.
No big deal. We love it, Nathan Stoyer. Well, let's take a look at our feature pods here as we turn our attention to the very first of three
I forgot we're
drafts
in
here
limited.
this weekend.
Yes, indeed, and where else would
I was expecting, okay, let's get in the first round.
Himself, but it's important to note on our featured draft pod number 1, we also have 2 of his teammates, Luis Salvato and Sergio Garcia Gonzalez. They're in that Heavy Play Cosmos Espanol cohort that I talked about before. So not only some of the biggest names in Magic, they're also teammates. It'll be very interesting to see how things break down on this draft pod.
Now, there are various other draft tables that are also stacked with talent. Here we see Hall of Famer Li Shitian, Pro Tour 6 of Strixhaven top 8 competitor Zevon Faust, and 7-time top finisher Sam Pardee. This is a really fearsome draft pod to sit down for your Pro Tour Friday as well.
Let's take a look at another stacked draft pod here. I would not want to be at this table. Check this out. Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif and 2-time Pro Tour champion Yellow Hat himself at this table. And
where's his hat?
World champion Javier Dominguez is here drafting this morning at draft pod number 3 as well. I am shaking in my boots if I am sitting down there. Well, taking a look once again, here is our featured pod.
Is there no player in this one? That's nice.
As the players enter the arena and
I didn't even bother doing the last one.
Luis Salvato sitting down to play. Nathan Stoyer sitting down there.
I was gonna do it, but then it's like Power World came out, and I ended up playing with my cousin till
to back. Take a look. He is our featured
2
drafter
a.m.
here this morning. 6 top
That's
finishes
Sunday.
to his name. Started playing the game just in 2010. Tournament goal: win the Pro Tour. We'll see if he can do it. He certainly thinks he can, if that interview with Riley is any indication. We'll be following Nathan Stoyer all morning long. Your
I was gonna get on it yet.
Champion.
Except we got on the past
We
couple
also
days.
got a Crackerjack team joining us
I just
here.
didn't have
to do
the
all the action from the feature match era. We have Paul Cheon and Marshall Sutcliffe in the
That
booth,
sun got
as well
hand.
as Corey Baumeister and Ailey Loney on the mic a little bit later today. Well, fans of draft, we have got your back here this weekend, and I know there are 2 huge fans of draft waiting to call our first draft of the weekend, Marshall Sutcliffe and Paul Cheon. I'll pass it on over to you 2 right now.
Yes,
I
thank
can
you, Maria.
imagine.
Welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour Marvel
I
Superheroes.
think
Marshall
me
Sutcliffe
and
with
the
Paul
server
Cheon. We are
cousin
calling our first of
sped things up a little.
3 drafts this weekend. Super happy to bring that news to you and really excited to see how that draft on Sunday ends up going. But for now, we focus in on the beginning of the tournament. The vibes are here. Everybody is seated and ready to do this opening draft.
Let's see
We are
this
gonna be following
draft.
along with our
I'm not good at it
current
because I want
champion
to. I'm
Nathan
just not good
Stoyer,
at it.
as we just saw. Take a look at the table here, Paul.
Oh, I've never
How
really
things
done
lay
it
out. You
other
see
than
some pretty big names here. You
quick
see
drafts
Gordon
on Arena,
Technic
but
over there, DeFore, the streamer, and a hardcore drafter, Luis Salvato, big name sitting right next to Nathan as well.
Yeah, along with Sergio Garcia Gonzalez, who is member of Team Heavy Play Cosmos Espanol. So lots of great players. They're all kind of feeding each other as well. So curious to see kind of how that ends up shaking out. You oftentimes in drafts, you do want to kind of play against people who do have a lot of practice in draft. That way you can cooperate with each other and make sure everybody's kind of in their right lane.
That's right. Now, Paul, we've talked about at the news desk.
I was thinking about
our various outlets about how good blue-white particularly
doing
is in the format.
That's
mostly we're talking about Magic Online and Arena.
Right.
Less so in pod play here.
I was thinking about doing some sort of draft on Arena.
We see a little bit differently here.
Yeah, I mean,
I was thinking
think it's just going to be a lot more difficult to kind
of
get
doing
that
Marvel,
clean
but
blue-white deck that has a bunch of playables.
because
you know,
I need
pod,
some more
format's been out for a
Quicksilvers.
month. Everybody understands what the good cards
But
are.
I think I'm at a
It's gonna
point
get
where I
little
just
scrappier. You might see people looking to
buy
play
the
some
wild
land
cards I
snipers,
need.
playing
Go
multiple
from
colors, speculating on some lands just to
These are-
make sure that you can put
I
together
want to try
a
playing
cohesive
standard a little bit
strategy.
more.
So that's going to be
'Cause I
kind
wanna
of
play
what
more
we're looking for.
Magic.
Also, just noting that white might be overdrafted.
All right, pack one, pick one. We are underway here. Let's see if Nathan can open one of the famed bombs in this set. It is not short on them. Though, Paul, I do see a couple of answers for bombs. I see a Cruel Alliance pull to the
I
front.
can't even that card
Hour of
is.
Defeat sitting somewhere at the back there, and an Agent Maria Hill, but nothing in that top category.
No. If you don't have access to bombs, then you want to, of course, take a look at the cards that give you answers to said bombs. As Frank mentioned earlier, removal is a bit scarce in the format. It's really important to be able to pick
what is
up 5 to 6 copies
Staring
of
at
removal
it.
spells in the format because the bombs are so strong. So here we have a Cruel Alliance and Hour of Defeat, premium removal spells, part of the reason to be in black. But of course, white, a really strong color. Agent Maria Hill, fantastic white creature in those decks.
That's right. And you see Nathan Stoyer take the Cruel Alliance here, perhaps trying to hedge away from white for the reasons that you mentioned before, Paul. He may not want to get into that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cruel Alliance has just proven itself to be actually better than Hour of Defeat. The Exile Clause and the life gain very, very strong. Also just a highly splashable removal spell if you need it.
Yeah, that's right. We may not want to assume that
See that one? That one's
is
very cool.
committing to any colors here based off of just the Cruel Alliance pick. What does he pull to the front here? Best black card? Yikes.
Wow,
Swordsman, Sharp Scoundrel, not very good. There is a Frozen in Ice and a RAF security officer there.
Yeah, this is just a really rough pack for a pick 2. I think the best options here. He's got that Swordsman up at the front. No chance he's going to be taking that card here. I'm thinking it's between
Blazing
the security officer
Crescendo.
and Frozen in Ice. That's kind of where you're at here. Frozen in Ice, another just solid removal spell
Red
that
Hogan.
also allows you to potentially splash that card as well. So probably going to be taking it here.
A little bit of a weird start then for Nathan. 2 solid common removal spells, nothing at the upper rarities, no real direction yet. And blue-black isn't, one of the most desirable.
Another
colors
Blazing
there, so
Crescendo.
You can do it when you need to.
You can absolutely do it. I think black-red is the only color combination you might want to actively avoid. Blue-black's certainly fine, but right now Nathan's just trying to read the signals, figure out where he needs to be. Maybe you see some good signpost cards later in the pack and take what you need. Here I see a Shield Spy Kit and perhaps a Futures Forge. He hasn't brought it up yet, but I found that this format tends to be a little bit on the slower side. So a card like Futures Forge in other formats not so good. Here actually overperforms.
He just took Shield Spy Kit.
Yeah,
His first white card and also with no creatures yet.
Right.
That is a bit of a diversion from where he just was.
Now, I will say, when the set first came out, I was kind of low on this card, and then it's been overperforming, and now I actually think it's an actively good card, assuming you have enough creatures to play in your decks. Shield Spy Kit, you're happy to play the first copy. The second one, depending on kind of how many creatures you have here, and this is kind of another weakish pack. Colleen Wing, in most instances, whenever I take her, she's basically just a 2-mana 2/2. It's really hard to get that extra counter on that creature, I find.
It is. Well, Nathan, perhaps.
Yeah, I did a currency war during yesterday. I noticed that. I thought they were already in the game.
And now he's
Remember when they're
changing lanes. It's more like there wasn't much else. So might as
They're
well
kind of
focus
weird.
on
I don't
back
even know
out
what.
of those last 2. So not a strong direction yet.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. Photon Blast Barrage.
Yeah.
Red considered the worst color in the format, as Frank outlined for you. at the news desk, but Photon Blast Barrage is a pretty good card.
Yeah, very, very powerful card. And
Right,
remember,
right,
in that
right,
first pack,
right.
there was a Hawkeye
He
in the
took it
pack,
too.
which is a really good combination with Photon Blast Barrage.
Yeah.
Now, for me personally, going into a draft, I don't want to be the person to first pick a red card, but if I see a 5th pick Lightning Strike, if I see a 6th pick Photon Blast Barrage, then I'm going to take it because, you know, any color, no matter how bad it is, if you're the only person in that color, you're still going to end up with a good deck.
You can make
Fair
it
enough, I
work.
suppose.
Oh, wow, that's a gift there. Burrow.
I figured it
backup,
would have been
very,
like,
I mean,
at the
it's
start of
best
the next banner.
Landcyclers. Really, really great card. You already have 2 white cards.
Ow,
You're
ow.
probably interested in even at least splashing maybe the Frozen and Ice or Cruel Alliance. Nice pickup here, especially pick 6.
Yeah, so perhaps solidifying the white aspect of his deck, and then he's got the Frozen and Ice, the Cruel Alliance, and the Photon Blast Barrage as potential secondary colors. That being said, he does not have any of the really key white cards, and here's another, a Brave Brawler. This feels like a bit of a gift.
Absolutely.
White-
It's one of the better
I think it would
2-drops.
be more contested than this.
Yeah, I thought so too. And, you know, perhaps this is where a scenario where people are getting maybe a little bit too fancy. They're like, okay.
I believe it. It's
Everybody's going to go after white. Maybe I'm going to try to avoid it and just, you know, play a different color combination because I know there might be 3 or 4 white drafters.
You know, it's
at the
funny. I
table.
mean,
I just know either way. I'm probably not
right?
pulling for
I think you
either.
would just take Agent Maria Hill if, you know,
I need that raw then. No.
So this is getting kind of interesting. Aim Synthoids is filler.
Yeah.
I'm Iron Man. Well, there's a Panther Pounce. Maybe you just take that because it's white.
Yeah, it's a fine trick. I mean, especially because you do have a Colleen wing.
Colleen,
So it hurts
I-
a little bit, but I suppose I Am Iron Man also turns it on. Now, knowing that
Dude.
blue hasn't really felt open, we second picked the
There's a
Frozen and Ice, but we haven't
commander
seen any of the
draft
other important
once and a
commons.
pink
Blue's very deep.
draft once.
It's why blue-white is a good color combination. We haven't seen a We Say the Nay. We haven't seen a Trickster Stratagem.
I
or
think it'd be
Field
neat to
Deployment
do it
Check.
like just a normal traditional draft. So
Strike pretty late in the pack here for Stoyer.
I think my LGS does them, but
That's a good thing for him.
Absolutely.
That's an
because
hour
this means
away.
that at most, there's 2 other
That's
white
not much
drafters
more
at the table,
expensive. It's
which white
just-
is deep enough where you can't support 3 players.
Yeah, I think
I
if you
think
told me when
Commander
I sat down, you're going to be one of 3
Legend
players drafting
boxes.
white, I would say sign me up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the top end
a little bit more than traditional boxes.
You can pick up something like that, and then going.
There's,
all the
there's
way
not
to
much more. The only difference is how many cards are in the
really
pack.
deep. Like the cards that he's getting are actually on the lower end of the playables.
Right.
You know, the Brave Brawlers and Calling Wings and stuff aren't really the draw for white, and they're all fine.
Yeah, and it looks like the only
Yeah,
issue
they're
with
they're
these
100
players,
cards,
he
but
still hasn't really locked in a second color, right? There's just
Standard
nothing that's really
draft
pushing you in a direction.
to
Now, if I were to guess,
build
right,
60
red,
cards.
white
I think
might
that's what
be
it
where you
was.
wanna be because we saw the late
And it
pack
doesn't
Photon
follow the
Blast
singleton
Barrage
rule.
and the Hulk Smash. We saw some late Kunlun
Follows
Warriors,
normal
which is not a
draft deck
great
building
card, but
rules.
hey, if you're playing a red white deck, certainly can fill the curve. But Nathan's kind of in a position now where it really just kind of depends. If he opens a bomb in any other color,
Yeah.
you're just gonna take it.
Yeah,
right?
totally.
You
If he
have
opens
six,
leader-
right? You have 6 white cards. You open a leader, you're just gonna slam it
Yeah.
and just try to figure it out.
Totally. And
Pretty
you know,
good.
he's already got feelers into the
think it's
3 other
probably like-
colors that we mentioned. Not green currently, that might be a little bit of a stretch, but you know, even then, he just has options on kind of anything at this point.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah,
oh,
you know,
God.
if I'm Nathan and I'm sitting in the seat, I'm
3
thinking
packs.
I want to be flexible still going into the second pack because
End up
he really
with.
does need to find where this
I guess you
seat
end up with the
wants
same
to
number.
be. I think the only thing that's really clear is that blue is not coming to him this pack. The next pack maybe, but not the
42
other one.
cards? I
Blue
think that's
and green.
And
right?
green, too.
We
That's
have
how many
it,
cards you
'cause
end
green
up
is
with.
also a deep color. It's one of my favorite colors to draft.
Build
in
your
this
deck out of
format.
that.
You've got Undercover
Basics.
Scroll, Go Nuts, Pet Avengers, Ant-Man's Army, a bunch of great cards. We haven't seen any of those commons.
That's right.
Right? So green looks like it's highly contested in this draft. We've seen none of those. And we've basically seen no blue cards either because that Frozen and Ice was second pick.
That's right. So we'll see here if Nathan can really plant his flag in the early part of pack 2. I think that would be a big relief for him
Right.
to solidify, yes, I want to be in white, but what other color should I be in? You know, because if he goes with black, he'll have Cruel Alliance. If he goes with blue, he'll have Frozen and Ice. And if he goes with red, he'll have the Photon Blast Barrage. Those are all fine options.
Yeah, and this is what I meant where, you know, these drafts don't always play out as cleanly as you would expect.
Right.
So you speculate because you know you're right. You take the Fist power. Maybe it'll be black-white, but hey, if my deck doesn't work out
Maybe
the way that I want,
after
I'm probably going to have to play that
on-
Cool
are
Alliance.
we-
in
are
my
we on
deck.
4.0
So this is where you start
4.4
keeping
now?
those dual lands. You might even have to play an off-color land cycler. Just to
Imagine
figure
it'd pretty
things
much
out.
be like
Trying to
near
see what he
the
got. Oh, off
end
of the
of
bonus
Which
sheet.
Electro
Massacre
is that?
Girl.
That is Massacre Girl.
Okay, well, hey, we have
Wow.
direction, and hey, look, that's also a Super Scroll.
Super Scroll. That's one
Oh.
of my favorite cards in the
Right.
format. But I
Well,
feel
4.5
this
is
is
going to
where it gets
be
interesting because
Robin and
these
Adventuring.
show up very rarely.
Right.
It's like I haven't played Massacre Girl in the format
I haven't
yet
either.
with her against.
I mean, both
I
Elessars are
remember
great.
it being really good.
Right. Now,
I thought
both
we did.
Elessars
I
are
don't know.
great.
I haven't
Arguably,
looked
the other
much.
one's even better. But it's a great card here. And
Yeah,
Will
it's-
Super Scroll, while very, very powerful, it's at its worst in
I don't
black-white
know.
because the white
Words are
ability
hard.
is by
Numbers are
far
hard. Everything's
the
hard.
worst ability
What
on
does it make
Super
an
Scroll.
04
It makes an
wall?
04 wall.
I
Red-
am still
Blue
from,
draws you cards, red kills creatures. So I think
Noctis.
we're going to take the Massacre Girl here.
That's right. So Massacre Girl is the pick. So this should set Nathan on a specific track.
Yeah, I've been saying stuff for
This is-
Robin. I remember
he is
hearing
now
a lot like
theoretically going to be
he's
black,
best in
white,
slot for.
Yeah, I mean, certainly he wants to be in that
Goliath?
direction. Now, he did. Now, keep in mind, in pack number 1, he first picked
But then
True
at the
Alliance,
same
didn't
time,
really
he'd be
see
playing
any
a
of the other black
Goliath.
removal spells afterwards. But hey, after you have the
I
Cruel
think I might
Alliance,
do that
after
because
you
I
have Massacre
haven't
Girl,
eaten.
this might be the point
E2
where you go,
Goliath?
I know it's going to be a little contested.
E1 or E2
but at some
Goliath, I got
point,
one
you
of
need
them.
to plant your flag and choose a color combination. I think Nathan wants to be white-black from here on
Let's
out.
take a look at the picks that he's got so far as we've worked our way through here. Again, mostly white cards here as we approach, pack 2, pick 1. We can take a look at the next set of cards. And again, you see the feelers, right? The non-white cards are the ones that are like, well, maybe I could go this direction. As you mentioned, the Fist Tower and then the Unliving Legionnaire late in case he ends up in black.
Right.
And then boom, that brings us right to the decision point. Pack 2, pick 1. He was able to delay that decision long enough so that he could see this Massacre Girl pick come up for him, and that is exactly what he's taken. It's Electro
Oh, that
Deadly
Massacre.
Assassin, and you can see what Massacre Girl does. What it normally does in most games of Limited is it tends to kill every other creature
Right.
except for itself.
Yeah, absolutely. If you have a 1/1 in play, then it just starts a kind of a chain reaction where everything else dies and Massacre Girl ends up being the only thing in play. Also, you can set up a situation where you attack with creatures, something's taking damage, all it will take will be a -1/-1 effect to kind of trigger everything else. So really, really powerful card.
Here's some of the cards that Nathan might be thinking about going forward, since he seems to be veering in that black-white direction. Hero in Training, of course, that's the mythic common for this set. That's the best common we've seen in a few years, at least. More Cruel Alliances, great. And then Murdoch's Crusade, kind of the unsung hero there as well. Uncommons, Paul and I both love this one. Agent 13, Sharon Carter. Every single time that thing triggers, it's like, yes!
I mean, look, but both of those cards are just amazing just because they're solid on rate and they also just give you a bunch of value by itself. And then, of course, one of the best.
Yeah, I guess thinking about it, it does make a little bit of sense. We'd see stuff from Robin a bit earlier
Captain
than we.
Marvel, Earth's Protector, one of the best cards in the set, full stop.
Adventuring.
Doctor Doom, same exact situation.
They're getting
there.
the Robin
And
first,
I
then
know it looks a little
Adventuring.
weird because it's off color, Paul, but the Superhero Civil War is on the list. Too.
I don't even care, right? It's one of those
Yeah.
things. This is
A
one of
good
the silliest
card.
cards to play against. And anybody who's drafted the format, whenever your opponent plays that thing, you just want to kind of flip the table and
Yeah,
not play
it's
anymore.
silly, but not in the kind that you laugh at. It's the
Right,
kind
you're
that
like,
you go,
what? There's
I
no
was winning.
counterplay.
Yeah.
There's no counterplay. So absolutely would love to open that in pack number 3.
All right, let's go back to the
Pick up the
draft here
cards.
and Nathan
45
Stoyer
seconds.
and see how this goes for the rest of it. Look at that. Straight away, he picks up Black Widow, Double Agent. That would go just fine in this deck. There's another Shield Spy Kit. Anything else of note?
There's a Herbie in there, which is kind of a solid 4-mana play, but I think I would lean towards taking the cheaper
Don't
creatures
disrespect
there.
Herbie by saying just solid 4.
I mean, I love Herbie, and it's certainly overperformed because that's the type of card where you look at it and you think it's filler, but it's actually a top 10 or 12 common in the format.
It's a really good card,
Right.
and Paul and I love Herbie.
Oh yeah, I mean it says draw a card on it. How can you not love Herbie?
Absolutely. But
Black Widow makes sense.
Black
though.
Widow Double Agent is a really nice uncommon pickup here for Nathan, especially once again after kind of solidifying himself more in this black-white color.
Whenever I go just do my dailies and it's
Snap it off.
I do
Take a look at the 4.
The 4.
like I want to get
am
mats.
99% sure he has
Half
drafted more than any
half
other
the rounds end up being Don Hung
we
killing
actually
all the
asked
wave
Nathan
in one
about
shot,
how much he would be drafting,
and
he
the other
said
half is Clara clearing the wave in one
The 4's on
shot.
50 at least.
Oh, I bet you more.
Yeah.
With the
So
Robin
Okoye
ult up.
seems to be the pickup here. Murdoch's
funny
Crusade,
seeing-
of course, a very, very strong removal spell, but I think, Nathan's
I wanna
probably
say
looking
it
to
takes,
pick up
like,
a bunch of creatures. Okoye also working well
3
with
minutes
Massacre
for
Girl,
me to
kind
do
of
my day.
ensuring that you're going to be able to wipe out the entire board. Great creature. I think that's the pick here. Now, Justice, the best uncommon in the format.
Draft.
Certainly, if this pack was really weak, you
Shuffle
could
and
even
pass
consider
11
trying to
cards to
splash a
your
card
right.
like that. But when there's a really great cards on color, that's what you want to take.
You just got to do it.
Pick up the pack.
Well, Pack 2 has been very kind here to Stoyer. A really nice start for him. He sees another Burrow backup. Oh, and a Red Guardian Super Soldier. I like that one.
Right, and there's a really great card, but not in his colors, in Secret Invasion here. So seeing a lot of blue here, which makes sense because he didn't see any blue in pack number 1.
Yeah.
So all the blue is now, you're just going to be shipping it to the person who passed it to you. You certainly don't want to be taking blue cards from here on out.
No, because the problem
Yeah, we don't
is
need them
that for
blue
Pack 2,
cards. We
you're
need
just gonna
red.
The whole theory with drafting is you always want to be in the colors that the person on your right is not in, right? Not the pack 2 should not matter very much. Yeah, and Red Guardian has been just really, really incredible. Just, hey, look, it's a 3-mana 2/2, and it just gets anything, and it's just a huge, huge swing. Now, in an open deck list format, it might be slightly weaker, because if your opponent leaves up 3 mana, you're like, well, there's just no way I'm going to attack into you. But you can still just, you know, force your opponent. You can just make attacks.
Honestly, I remember seeing him again a rerun next.
Choose, you know, not to attack into you.
I could be wrong.
Shield deployment drone?
Yeah, but he's
I
got
feel
real
that's right.
Crusade. Like, that's an easy choice. Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, I didn't. Yeah,
He just looked like he wanted, like he
Right.
kept putting it to the front, and it's like, calm down, Nathan.
Yeah, and I mean,
and again, it's for that reason. Like, it's too late to move into blue.
No, absolutely. And this pack has just been going incredibly. Just a bunch of great white cards.
Yeah, he's gonna rerun the
But
second
now
half.
we see more blue cards, but again, like we mentioned, can't really move in that direction. Viv Vision is not really a card that I love playing. She's just overcosted, but hey, she fills the curve. 3-mana 2/2 flyer. You'll kind of play it when you need. But those blue cards are great.
Look at Nate. He keeps pulling the. It's like we see them too, Nathan. But that's
I need to do stuff like
Stay the course here and
MOCs. It's been a long time since I've actually done
in a
MOC.
Pro Tour level draft. It's still going to be fine. It still fills the curve. All right, well,
Ooh,
this
Herbie,
is,
very nice.
This looks like a fairly easy Herbie here. Thunderbolt Conspiracy is something that I have not been impressed with.
But
at all,
I couldn't even tell you last time I did any of those.
That exists, so it doesn't even trigger.
Maybe I'll try doing them.
So I just think this is going to be a pretty easy.
Whoa,
Herbie.
whoa, whoa!
Not
He
a lot
just
of
took
4-drops.
Captain America.
Yeah.
I mean, that
Yeah.
must have been a misclick, right? There's just no way you take Captain America there. You already have Massacre Girl, Cruel Alliance, Black Widow.
Whoa.
Captain America is just not even a card you want to splash.
Is he
If
thinking
you want-
about splashing it?
The thing is, it's too late to move into Captain America at this point. You already passed the Shield deployment drone and the We Say DNA. Why are you even taking it here?
Wow. Maybe he underrates Herbie.
5.
Like we
It's
saw Herbie and are
possible.
like,
It's
yeah.
possible.
Like if you think Herbie's just whatever, then I guess you
No, but
just
Herbie
take the
is
best.
good.
If you thought that,
Right, sure.
yeah.
6
Then you
cards
might
to your
just go,
right.
oh, I guess I'll just take this
I
bomb
guess so.
uncommon.
There's just
He just
no
can't play
world
it.
where
10 seconds.
you can play the Captain America at this point in the draft. Had he taken Shield deployment drone and We Say DNA,
Yeah.
then we're talking.
Then he's
right?
back in business. But then he would be on a really uncomfortable
So then, do you take We Say
Draft.
DNA here?
Shuffle and pass.
Okay, I
5
guess we
cards
take a
to your
second
right.
copy of Colleen Wing. Remember, there is a cost. Colleen
Pick
Wing
up
is
the
a
pack.
legendary creature,
10
and she's not even a good one at that. I am uncomfortable playing a second copy of a legend, especially if they have low impact, like
Oh, damn
Colleen
it.
Wing.
Totally. Like you said, Calling Wing really plays out as a 2-mana 2/2
Right.
almost
Draft.
all the time.
All right,
And
he
a
did
Shuffle and pass
2-mana
4
2/2
cards to
legend.
your right.
Right. So he did pick
Pick
up
up
a
the pack.
Futurist Forge here.
5
So
seconds.
this is actually a comment that plays out very well in this format because it tends to be a little slower. So
Right. But
maybe
here it
keeping
was
him
free.
Right. It was completely free. Absolutely.
Three
He's going to
cards.
pick up a
Whereas
Luke Cage
previously,
Harvest.
We Say DNA is actively a common you want to play in your blue-white
Yeah,
decks.
very good card.
Pick up the pack. 5 seconds.
I assume that Nathan is still going to be black-white straight up.
You gotta take a red-white land. You could-
George
you
Modern.
You know you might get the superhero Civil War.
I guess you could open She-Hulk,
Pick up the
but
card.
you'd much
Yeah.
rather
Everything
open
else is
the
standard.
superhero Civil War there. So I love
Absolutely.
taking the white-red land there.
That's really good.
Draft and pass the last card to
Okay,
your
and
right.
as you know, if you've watched the Pro Tour drafts a lot, these are timed drafts,
You
so
have
the
90
judge actually
seconds
calls
to
out
review
when
your
you can
picks.
do each action, including look at the cards in your pile. You are not allowed to just grab your drafted cards and just start sifting through them to see, well, what's my creature count?
Right.
Do I need any 2-drops?
Early,
You have
because
to
I
keep that
want to
in
know
mind
if I need to
until
pull
this
for it.
review period. And now Nathan
I
is
know-
gonna start putting things into
I know
Castle
people.
order
I know you
so
told
that
me
he
I
can
should
get
probably
an
do
idea
every
for
night.
where he's at as far as what gaps does this deck have that he needs
But like,
to fill, and it is interesting.
I got the
because
Aglaya.
he
I
has
might
the
want. I
Frozen
might try the
Embrace and
Aglaya.
the Captain America Living Legend there.
But
eh.
Massacre Girl and Cruel Alliance is certainly just better
Right.
than those two cards. I still really, I mean, that's everything else you can kind of, okay, it makes sense, right? He's trying to take white cards when it's close and trying to figure out your lane, but you know, the Captain America pick for me just doesn't really make any sense because it's a little bit too late at that point. It's literally the end of Pack 2, and blue wasn't open at all in Pack 1. How can you pivot into blue? The only way that pick makes sense is if you just don't think Herbie is a playable card.
If you're ignoring Herbie, then it's fine. You're just cutting it and maybe speculating a little or whatever. But the problem is Herbie's solid, like
very solid,
very good card that you would 100%.
I remember seeing something
He's
that
got the 2, or is it 1 or 2?
Robin Glows and the Aglaya, remembering seeing, not the Casto. Remember, I was also a couple weeks ago.
The 4-drops in this format
So
are
who
quite
knows?
strong, and you can
Stuff probably
have an
changed
issue
some
where
amount
you
at some
have too
point.
many of them, right?
That's the
Wakandan
norm.
Drone Flock, for
I
example,
ain't no
is
expert.
kind of like a Herbie. They kind of do the
I
same.
just
You
play
can end up
Clara and
with
have a
lot
good
of
time.
force, but that's not even the case here for Nathan.
Well, let's see what happens. Pack 3.
Get the pack labeled C and
Things
open
definitely
the pack face
improve
down.
for Stoyer,
Turn the
even
back
after
card
that
face down.
controversial
I
pick.
found my
It's
badge
still
for
a
14
much better
cards
pack for him.
confirming that the sleeves are unmarked.
I still haven't seen a single copy of the Mythic Common that we mentioned. Would love that. You don't even need heroes. You just play it. 3-mana 2/2 that draws a card's great.
Yeah.
Kind of the same reason why we're also pretty high on the card Herbie, right? Just an
That's
evasive
right.
creature.
Pick up the
You know,
pack.
flying is
You
pretty
have
nice in this
50
format
Herbie's
too.
the 4-mana hero in training.
There you go. Oh,
And there's
speak of the
hero
devil.
in training.
Oh,
Boom.
but
Straight off the top.
Okay,
Wowie.
so now
Wow,
he's got
and a
King.
Night Nurse too. Oh, there's Kang?
Okay, so Kang is an
No, no,
incredible
no.
mythic. It is really, really strong, and you have a Captain America, but you don't even know if you can play the card, right? I mean, like, if you take it, what if you don't get any more blue cards? The safer pick by far is taking Hero in Training, which is better than most uncommons in the format anyways.
Some rares. Many
Right.
of the rares.
Many of the rares.
So if you take Kang here, you are planning on not getting past much blue, but it would give you Kang, Captain America, and Frozen in Ice versus Massacre Girl and Cruel Alliance.
But if you take the Kang, you can't play the Massacre Girl.
That's what
right?
I'm saying.
Yeah,
Those
just
are the
don't have
two
the
piles.
issue. So you
He
just
took Kang.
So you take the hero in trade.
Oh,
You're not gonna get
Kang!
blue. All right. Well, Kang. Okay, I will say,
Holy smokes.
Kang is a really powerful card. It absolutely is. But we did not see a single blue
up the pack.
common that was playable
45
in pack number 3. Now, people may have switched lanes. It's possible. It's powerful. Nathan going for the high upside pick here in King. Let's see how it turns out for him.
Interesting here. He's got Cruel Alliance, and there was an Agent Maria Hill in this pack, I think. Did I see that correctly? Yeah, there it is.
but I imagine at this point, after taking the King, you take the Agent Maria Hill, right? Just a great 1-mana play here. Works really well. I believe Nathan has a Helicarrier Strike already.
Yeah, he wheeled that
right?
one.
He's got a Helicarrier Strike, and
you know you're going to be white no matter which.
Right.
Wow, he took Cruel Alliance.
Okay.
It's a little inconsistent.
Okay, so
right?
he's going back and forth here, and now it looks
Again,
like
because
he's
now the pile is Massacre Girl,
Cruel
Cruel Alliance versus Kang, Captain America Living Legend, Frozen in Ice.
Now, Cruel Alliance is splashable, and he has 2 burrow backups, so perhaps he's thinking, look, I need to prioritize removal,
that makes
and
sense.
the Cruel Alliance is at least something that I can splash.
Still, Agent Maria Hill's really good and in your core
Of course,
color. I think
right,
I would do
and
that.
it
But
just-
that does make sense.
Yeah, yeah.
30
He
seconds.
could definitely play double Cruel Alliance and leave Massacre Girl.
Absolutely. Well, okay, you
Wow,
better take this
another
one.
hero in training. Third pick hero
there's
in
not
training.
there's not even a card that comes close in this pack, so I think you just have to slam the hero in training here.
Yeah, even with a burrow backup hanging around there, hero in training's
there's a blue-black land as well, which could be useful in this deck too.
10 seconds.
Yeah, but hero in
What a
training
gift.
has been fantastic. Seeing that third pick, white clearly open here.
I wonder if this table is doing what, that kind of fancy play that we
Shuffle and
talked about,
pass.
Right.
where they're
11
like, I'm
cards.
not going to be the one fighting for white, because now white looks like it's flowing really nicely here. I mean, a third pick hero in training to Nathan Stoyer. You don't want to
Absolutely.
give
Pick
a
up the
player of
pack.
his caliber that kind of
25
gift.
He was getting late Brave Brawlers too, and he tabled the Helicarrier Strike, so
He did.
very, very open here. Now this pack, it looks like it's
this
a
looks rough, actually.
bit of a miss here. We got a Kree Commando and an Ultron Guard. Ideally, you
yeah.
don't really want to play either in this type of deck here. Probably just going to
10
take
seconds.
maybe the Cavalry, just a 3-drop to fill the curve if you need. but
Months in advance.
It's got evasion. It works pretty well with Shield Spike Kit.
I'm not even gonna have gone to Atlanta by the time the
I
badge
suppose
is
Ultron, you know, you
10
can
cards
make a
to
copy of a Shield
destroyed
Spike Kit and value
around.
that way.
Pick up the pack.
Okay,
25
so
seconds.
blue card, but then black card, white card, colorless. There's
And
another
look, I mean,
spike
we
hit.
are not seeing any blue cards.
Yeah, there's
Right, there
nothing
are
coming.
no blue cards.
There's
in
no
this
we
pack.
say the nays.
No, you know, biochemist engineers.
Yeah.
There's just nothing, right?
10 seconds.
But Shield Spike Kit, of course.
Stratagem is just a dream in the
Oh
wind
yeah, well yeah,
at
and
this
that's
point.
Blue's best common. But
Right.
you know, still happy enough to pick up that Shield Spike Kit in this pack.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Draft.
That will do it
Shuffle
though
and
for
pass
Shield Spike
9
Kits, I would
cards
assume.
to your
That's
left.
the
Yeah,
second
2 is kind of the limit. Once you get to the third one,
up
you
the
need
pack,
like 17
20
creatures in your deck.
Right. Ooh, there's a Murdoch's Crusade #2 and a Brave Brawler.
And a Brave Brawler. So
What else?
curious.
Luke Cage, man.
Yeah, and this is kind of going to be a what does your deck need type of situation. Now you did just take Shield Spike Kit, so you kind of want more cheap creatures. Wouldn't be shocked if he just takes the Brave Brawler here
5
for the purposes of your mana curve.
Would you look at Baxter Building?
I do like Baxter Building. It's and there's a blue
Draft.
black land too if you want to
Shuffle
kind of
and
go deep.
pass.
But
8
Nathan just
cards
looks
to your
like
left.
wants to prioritize having enough 2-drops for those Shield Spike Kits. So
Pick up the
makes sense.
pack.
I do love
20
the
seconds.
utility lands. Baxter Building and notably Avengers Tower is my favorite land. I first picked the card before. Baxter Building is good, but I think Nathan still just needs playables here.
Helicarrier Strike and Spider-Man to the Rescue are pulled to the front here for Nathan.
Yeah, might need more creatures again.
Oh,
I'm
there's
not.
a Brave Brawler back there
5
too.
There is.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, White is really moving
Yeah,
through nicely.
I personally do prefer Brave Brawler to
Draft.
Spider-Man to the rescue.
Mhm.
A
Shuffle and
lot of
pass,
times for me,
7
cards
Spider-Man
to
just
your left.
is a 3-mana 3/2 flash creature.
Yeah.
Like it's your only 3-drop, it's your only play.
You're
You
not
kind of
gonna
play it out.
Pick up the
play
cards.
But it is a nice
15
trick.
seconds.
Nathan is in a top tier player where he's going to be able to maximize on the trick potential for Spider-Man to the rescue.
There's Take Up the Shield, a
Great
cool,
combat
cool
trick.
version of it.
Yeah,
5.
absolutely going to be taking it here. Would much
Especially
rather
with
have
the
that.
Colleen Wings.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially
Draft.
with you already have two
Shuffle and
Shield
pass,
Spike Kits.
6
You don't really
cards
need to
to
pick
your
up a
left.
third.
So
Pick up the pack.
So it's just
is
all white
Kang
cards.
making the cut?
I mean, at this point, we have no idea.
There's
But he's
Nightmare.
It'd be a
I mean,
wild deck
this
to
is an
see, I'll be
absolute
honest.
Gift, right? Seeing Night Nurse and Murdoch's Crusade in the pack
That
with
is
6
wild.
cards left.
That
That's
is
crazy.
wild.
Shuffle and pass. 5 cards.
I like
to your
both of
left.
those cards a lot.
Yeah.
He does have one Murdoch's Crusade, right? So that would
Yeah.
have been the
Pick up the pack.
second. They do get a
10
little
seconds.
worse. The second one always makes the cut for me, though. I don't cut the second copy.
Right.
Third is
Third
starting to
gets
get
it gets
sketchy.
tough because it can just sit in your hand.
Mhm.
Agents of Shield,
sure.
fine
sure.
pickup. It's really nice when you go turn 2 Brave Brawler.
Draft.
It just makes racing
Shuffle
very, very
and pass.
difficult.
4 cards to your left.
So I mean, look at this. This
Pick up
almost
the
never
pack.
happens
5 seconds.
in this format that's now a month old.
Oh, Hex Magic.
Taking almost all white cards.
Yeah.
In all of Pack 3.
Yeah,
Draft.
look at that. How many in a row? 1, 2, 3,
Pass
4,
3
5,
cards
6,
to your left.
7, 8. 8 in a row if you count the colorless
Right.
card.
Pick
I
up the
mean, that's
cards,
unheard of.
5 seconds.
Yeah, and I mean, taking a look at this, I mean, he picked up no blue cards. Like, are you even playing?
Predictably
Draft.
so.
Yeah, are you even playing the
Pass 2
blue?
cards
And
to your
this
left.
is a situation where, I mean, perhaps
Pick
he
up the
values
cards,
King
5
so
seconds.
highly to the
Red.
point where he thinks it's maybe a top 10-ish rare in the format. If you think it's that good, then I
Draft
would expect
and
Nathan
pass
to
the
end
final
up with a
card
blue-white deck.
to your left.
To make, even though he knew he was going against the
Right.
grain, it would actually make it in there and
Yeah.
he would get it. Yeah, well, welcome back to the booth here. Marshall Cyclone with Paul Cheon. And we just watched Nathan Stoyer draft a really interesting seat, especially given what we know about this format coming in, which is that white is hotly contested. And it wasn't at this table. It
No.
was pretty dang open.
Yeah, it absolutely was. I mean, in fact, he could even have more white cards in his deck, right? He could have taken an Agent Maria Hill and a second copy of Hero in Training. Yeah, I know it's going to, that would have, of course, been really, really nice. But at the end of the day, when white is this open, the card just works so well together where even if Nathan doesn't end up playing a couple of those cards that we really would have liked in his deck, I think he's still going to end up with a solid configuration no matter whether or not he goes black-white or blue-white.
Or maybe all three.
I don't think he's going to go all 3.
Let's take a look. He went black-white.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
rough.
so there's just that one missing. I mean, that's really the one that stings because it really felt like going against the grain to take that Kang.
Right.
But it is what it is.
Yep.
What ended up being given up here? I guess the 2 Unliving
No, I mean,
Legionnaires are kind of the lower end of
his deck would have been much better, right? His deck
Yeah.
would have been much better. He took a Captain America over a Herbie, likely would have replaced one of the Unliving Legionnaires. He also lost out on a second copy of Hero in Training. Look at all these heroes he's got. That Hero in Training is going to gain you 2 life often in this configuration here. But despite that, he still has a great mana curve. He's got some creatures that you don't love. But I still like the configuration overall because of how open white was.
That's right. We're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. When we come back, round number 1, Nathan Stoyer versus DeFord Technic. Don't go anywhere. Marvel Superheroes. We are in Amsterdam. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm joined by Paul Cheon and the rest of the coverage team, and we're super happy to bring you coverage of Booster Draft to start off our Pro Tour. We just watched Nathan Stoyer put together his masterpiece here. It is a black-white deck. Pretty good. Solid deck. I mean, I would say that's above average for a Pro Tour seed, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Almost entirely mono-white with a smattering of black removal spells and, of course, Massacre Girl, which I'm really excited to see cast because it's one of those bonus sheet cards you rarely... I've never actually opened one myself.
I haven't either, or played against it. It also comes out of nowhere, although it won't here because of open deck list.
Right.
We see that the opponent sitting across from Nathan here is Davor Detechnik from Slovenia. When asked how many drafts do you think you'll do for this preparation, he said, I draft all the time.
Well, as a draft streamer, I would fully expect him to do so. So, yes, once again, lots of practice.
More?
Really, and I'm actually not surprised here. Davor actually known
Oh,
for
Quicksilver, it's funny
really
guy.
aggressive low curve strategies. While everybody's trying to play land cyclers and go over the top of each other, he's going with a really lean red-white aggressive strategy. I mean, look at the one drops in his deck.
That is
he picked
wild.
up both of those Agent Maria Hills. 3 copies of Shield Spike Kit, is even playing Quicksilver Brash Blur. So what he wants to do is just kill his opponents before they can get set up. And he opened one of the best rares of the entire set there with Captain Marvel at the top end of the curve.
Captain Marvel, Earth's Protector. If that thing ever hits, it's going to be GG.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see if Nathan plays around it as well.
Now, Nathan does actually have a surprising number of answers for that in the form of 2 copies of Cruel Alliance, which fights through the Indestructible Clause, and Murdoch's Crusade.
That is really annoying for Davor.
Right.
Hey, best of luck. Best of luck.
All right, looks like we are just about underway here for our first round of action. Can our reigning champ defend? Planes for each player, and somehow no one drop from either player.
Yeah.
Well, Davor has nothing on turn 1 and 2.
I believe he mulliganed here. He's got a Night Nurse, so he's going to flash that in most likely here, just because there's nothing else to play.
Well, and also because he has Sharon Carter.
Oh, right, of
Let's
course.
go.
Yeah, there is an Agent 13 in hand, so this is great
The
value
text looks
here.
different.
Run that out. Draw your
Well,
card. So he gets to kind of effectively unmulligan here. Get his clue.
Force the issue with the Brave Brawler as well.
And then now if you're Nathan Stoyer, you kind of have to make the decision. Do you want to block here? Because if you do, then Davor needs to attack with Agent 13, right? And you can follow that up with your hero in training and offer at least that trade. But he does have Massacre Girl in hand, but he has 2 planes in hand and 2 in play. So he's very far away from actually being able to cast the Massacre Girl here.
Yeah, that's not really going to be a game plan for him. So it looks like he's going to go for trade now, then play hero in training, and then theoretically, Detechnik wouldn't have a clean attack
unless he has a removal spell.
Trade. But if there's a removal spell, it's a disaster. And honestly, even if he doesn't, it's not great for you.
No, because
Sharon Carter drawing 2 cards.
Right, because you have the 2 clues and Davor does have the Repulsor Blast here. Imagine he's just going to fire it off here just to continue putting pressure here with the clues. He could also just be happy trading and then just cracking both of the clues here and just drawing 2 cards for the turn.
Yeah, either way, he gets to use up all of his mana, and that, of course, is critical in limited in general, but particularly in matchups like this. So 4 mana.
He wants the value.
It never
here.
feels good to use a 4 mana removal spell on a 3 mana card that drew a card.
Unless it draws you a card
it's
yourself.
It's going to get you 1 back,
right.
so it's worth it.
Because now, if you're on Nathan's side, it's like, do you play a creature? If you do, Davor still gets to draw, gets to make another clue here. If you kill it, I mean, you're kind of okay with that as well, because Nathan's taking his entire turn to kill the Sharon Carter.
We do see the 1 swamp on the battlefield here for Stoyer as well.
Yeah, has access to Okoye here, or can keep up Colleen Wing plus take up the shield. Slightly riskier line because Nathan will be the one potentially forced to fire it off first. Just going with the Okoye here instead.
Yeah, he announced the trigger there, so he'll get a couple of
soldiers
to join the fight. And this does give him finally a really nice way to say, okay, Agent Sharon Carter. But again, Davor even could still just attack.
Trade with the
Agent
tokens.
13.
Right.
Yeah, just trade off of the tokens and still get a 3rd card out of the transaction.
Yeah.
This is why Paul and I love that card.
Did find a Shield Spike Kit here. So if you put that one on, I mean, it would still just be a 1-for-1 trade because Nathan can just put Okoye in front of the Agent 13. It looks like Davor is looking to play perhaps a powerful mythical spell here. Keeping up the 5 mana, can crack the clues or run out Captain Marvel. And Nathan did find the second swamp here, it looks like. So has the ability to Massacre Girl, doesn't need to do it now, but it can set that up for a future turn. He's like, should I go for it or should I just draw cards? Now, Nathan is developing a pretty decent board. It might be in your best interest to run out the Captain Marvel, especially with open deck list. All of Nathan's removal spells would kill Captain Marvel anyways, with or without the Indestructible Clause. So might as well just run this out. Now, you do have to be mindful of Helicarrier Strike. It's currently a 5/4. So I imagine Devore's going to play the Shield Spike Kit and put it on Captain Marvel before attacking.
That's right. It also gets you, of course, an extra point of damage.
Yeah, and this is
also leaves back
a 6/5 Vigilance, lifelinking, scrying flyer.
Not the worst.
Decent. Yeah, could be a spot where Nathan goes, yeah, I think I might need to Massacre Girl here, right? You Massacre Girl, and you basically kind of get to wipe out the entire board, right? I mean, you get to kill 5 other creatures, and that would be enough to kill the Captain Marvel here as well.
Yeah, Nathan would have liked to keep that Calling Wing in hand if he had known, but it is what it is.
Pass priority. Damage. Sorry.
Had he known about the Captain Marvel for sure.
Yeah.
But as it turns out, he'll need it.
Now, does Devore run out Nick Fury or try to play around Massacre Girl? Cracking the clue first, seeing if you find something.
And this
Gets it out. Okay.
And this is what we were talking about before with the open deck list.
Right.
In a normal scenario, you would never play around Massacre Girl.
Of course not.
You may not even be aware.
There's just
that
not a lot
it's
of
possibility.
sweepers. Right.
Yeah, and sweepers in this set are not good. They're not part
There
of
it
the
is.
thing. And there's Massacre Girl on the stack, and that will kill literally every creature on board.
Yeah, and that is
Except
one
for
way
her.
to turn this around here. This is every time a creature dies, she triggers her again, gives everything -1/-1, and everything will die here. So now we're looking at
That's a lot of
4/4
killing.
Menace creature as the last threat standing. Now Devore still has a couple of those clues there, but that was a huge turnaround here for Nathan Stoyer.
So Devore's going to start by cracking a clue because he's going to be leaning on
Right.
these. You see that Stoyer has a little bit of gas in the tank too with an Ultron and a Take Up the Shield in hand.
There is a Kree Commando, and that is pretty nice. Nathan is at 13. This does give you a 3/2 Vigilance flyer that gets to scry every turn. Nathan needs to find an answer for this flyer.
Yeah, and he doesn't have great answers for that type of card. It's got to be Cruel Alliance. Oh, but he
or
picked up
not.
Red Guardian Super Soldier.
So I guess he does now. Red Guardian's going to be fantastic here.
Man, I
Take
spoke
3
way too
damage,
soon.
right? And get a creature in play. Wow, these have been some really nice draws here for Nathan, finding his removal effects. I mean, Massacre Girl so clutch here, especially just given the fact that he was able to find those 2 swamps. Oh, second. Okay, I mean, it's still going to
on
die,
her, yep.
but you do get 2
We're
scries here
untapped.
first, so certainly want to attack first before cracking the clue. And this is an attack for 5 because of the prowess trigger as well.
Bottom. Thinking.
Bottom.
Keep it.
Keep. Okay. 5 damage. Nathan goes to 8.
Devore won't know that his Kree Commandos is going to be dead until end step, so.
And I think Nathan might want
this
to.
card right now, it looks like.
Yeah, Nathan might want to Red Guardian in response here. Oh,
He's just going to play Colleen Wing, and there's the Red Guardian.
All right. So Colleen Wing still will be able to wear those shield spike kits and turn herself into a 4/4. But Nathan's sitting at 8 life, but does have Take Up the Shield in hand to kind of swing the race back in his favor if possible.
And we know that Devore has a spell on top of the library plus a draw step because the clue's going to get cracked here. So there's still plenty of gas in the tank for both players.
And how aggressive does Nathan want to be? It looks like he wants to keep the Massacre Girl back to block. It's a 4/4. You're expecting Devore to put both the shield spike kits onto the Colleen Wing. And then you cast Spider-Man to the rescue and save the Massacre Girl.
And have Take Up the Shield as a backup plan, too. So that thing's sticking around one way or the other.
Yeah, and Devore really just, you know, his hand's kind of forced, right? He just kind of, his options are pretty limited here. I think it's, especially with Brave Brawler, I think it's just double equipped. The question is, do you attack? Because Nathan kept up a bunch of mana here.
It's definitely a consideration to not.
Oh, God, this is such a blowout here, too, just because Nathan has 2 tricks.
That's what I was going to say.
He's got 2 tricks.
Or that's what I was saying. Yeah, even with the Hulk smash, he can't
Right.
get through it because of the backup Take Up the Shield.
Right. And Nathan just going to block? run at Spider-Man. Devore's going to go Hulk Smash, and Nathan's going to take up the shield to save the Electra here.
Attack, and he did actually keep the card.
Right. I mean, Nathan
doing his best to look like he's taking a big risk here.
Yeah, and Nathan's...
Wait, did Devore just pass?
Devore's passing back, but now it's on Nathan. Yeah.
Sorry. Just easier for me. Flashing Spider-Man.
Yep. Spider-Man here. And now
there's ability. He has to decide, which he will.
Right, but before that resolves, now Devore has to run out the Hulk Smash.
He can target.
Oh, he can target, excuse me. And then, of course, that... Oh, wow, that Spider-Man was such a good draw, too. Had to take up the shield, and this is brutal.
All right, so I get to scry, which is probably what I'm...
Now, I suppose the Colleen Wing does become a 5/5 here, so it doesn't die.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah. It gets the +1/+1 counter, and you do get the scry here. But this is a lot of damage now coming back from Nathan's side. And keep in mind, Nathan also gaining a bunch of life on the... Oh, excuse me, take up the shield also puts +1/+1 counter.
So it does actually
So it still just kill it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is a tough spot here. And, I mean, it's going to be tough. Devore's deck, it's got that one top-end card in Captain Marvel, but that's kind of it. And now I feel like Nathan is the one who's turned a corner here.
Oh, 100%. And you know, even though, wow, I was going to say they're both on 0, but they're not, because Cruel Alliance off the top here for Nathan means he gets to start flooding damage in. And let's not forget, he gained a bunch of life in that last transaction, too. So his life total's really good. And that was the game, that one huge interaction. First, it started with Massacre Girl. That was the big play of the game, but then the last stand there for Devore was rebuffed by the double combat trick, and ultimately Nathan Storr picked up game number 1. Let's head into game number 2.
And I mean, that's why you see the power of the Massacre Girl. I mean, it is at its best against a person who's just trying to flood the board with a bunch of cheap creatures. I mean, this might be a rough matchup here.
Turn 0 Quicksilver.
Oh, he's here!
If you have another 1-drop to play with it, that would be amazing, and he does. So this is a turn 1 Quicksilver with an Agent Maria Hill. So it's possible. It's possible Nathan might not even get the Massacre Girl out in time.
No kidding.
Wow. All right, there you go. 1/1 haste. Get ya.
Taste it, and then he follows up with Agent Maria Hill.
Agent Maria Hill next turn. If Devore really wants to just naturally draw a land here.
You can turn 0 this?
Yeah, the classic ley line of Quicksilver.
Right.
Classic speedy little guy.
Now, Nathan does have a pretty solid hand himself.
Oh, I love it.
He drew Captain Marvel there. Yeah,
so Devore's just hoping for a Hulk Smash target here?
Yeah, a Hulk Smash target, or hoping for nothing.
Or just nothing would be great.
Because he would like to land cycle and go get the land to play the Agent 13 next turn. There's the Colleen Wing. Especially because Hulk Smash, if Nathan finds one of those shield spike hits, if you teamwork it, you can get value off of the Agent Maria Hill too.
Wow.
But I imagine he is looking to just play out Agent 13 and try to get value that way. But yeah, Nathan's hand is also incredible here, right? A bunch of good mana fixing, has the best card in his deck in his hand with plenty of other ways to stay alive.
And there's Agent 13 Sharon Carter. That will clear the way for an attack here from Agent Maria Hill. The agents are out.
Nathan takes the damage here.
Stoyer takes it.
Now Devore, after that previous Massacre Girl, of course, knowing that he still needs to just put as much pressure here as possible, but we might see perhaps a more measured approach with the threats that he deploys.
What a start here for Devore.
Incredible. And Devore saw Spider-Man to the rescue and take up the shield, right? So he's going to be mindful of that here. And of course, has to be careful. Now he does have the Hulk Smash, and Nathan doesn't have the option to play both of the tricks here.
Only 3 mana.
Right.
Yep.
Devore's going to continue to pile in little bits of damage here.
I'll still take 2.
No, the attack is fine. I'm thinking.
Okay, so no blocks have been declared. He just got a clue.
Is he just forced to go for the Spider-Man here?
Yeah.
Spider-Man.
So then now if you're Devore...
Now Devore can just snap it off if he wants.
Yeah, can just kill the Colleen Wing here.
And then keep his Agent Maria Hill.
Right. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, you don't want to just lose your creature for nothing there.
No.
Still has a play here?
Wow,
Okay,
all
Nick
the
Fury.
one-drops. Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Oh.
Yeah, now for Nathan, he's simply just trying to stay alive here and get to that Massacre Girl, and I think he'll be able to pull it off here. He's got the Land Cycler, right?
Oh, does he?
He's got the Land Cycler here.
He does, you're right.
And he has the ability to run out the Night Nurse. And of course, that's just a flash.
That was called
lightning
Purification.
to
That's what
keep you alive. Now, Nathan does need to find land number 5. He's got 4.
I think
in
it's free.
play. Doesn't
Talking
have
about?
the 5th one in hand, but
Think that was in a 3 ball? No.
So he'll probably just block
No,
the
yeah,
Spider-Man
I don't know.
Night Nurse it back and then hope to
I don't
run back to
remember.
top.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like what he's trying to set up here.
Is DeVore going to just ship this turn, or that's the question. At some point, it's all fun and games with Agent 13 Sharon Carter, but then at some point you're like, oh, actually,
right,
all of them.
It looks like he's going to probably
Let me
start
see
with cracking. Is he looking to crack a clue here, or
he's
did he
missing
draw
a
a
land
clue
drop. Oh, no, he drew a planes.
He drew
for the
planes,
turn,
but
yeah.
perhaps looking for a Hulk smash or something here before attacks.
Planes.
Or if he anticipates a Massacre Girl, maybe you just attack with one thing.
Well,
right.
He has to be thinking about Massacre Girl after that blowout in game 1.
Right. Yeah, and look, he's just attacking with the 1 creature here. Because even if Massacre Girl hits the battlefield, I mean, you still have created 3 clues here. Just don't need to play anything else.
Right. Now
fine with the trade, and yeah, DeVore just doesn't play anything here. But of course, Nathan, this is great for Nathan. Night Nurse back your Spider-Man, get your value,
and then maybe hit a land here and start the proceedings again.
And if he doesn't, you can still
Older
run out
man.
Hero in Training, gain 2 life, draw
Never
a
mind,
card,
that's
but
fine.
did draw land number 5. The thing is,
so do you do it now?
It's not even that strong here. It is good though, right? But it's not that strong just because you lose 1 creature and your opponent loses 3.
Right.
Perhaps Nathan is trying to set up a better spot here and maybe try to get 1 more creature out of DeVore's hand. But DeVore knows about it.
Right. So the issue here for Nathan is that he does have some life total to play with, and he can stretch this out a little bit further to try to get more value. But this is the problem.
Right.
The Technic gets to just keep generating value because Nathan's not making anything else happen here.
And DeVore knows about Spider-Man to the rescue and doesn't really have a good follow-up here. So just going to let that happen.
Just 2 more life here for Stoyer.
Sure. Can just pass now with the Captain Marvel.
Feels like the Captain Marvel is his backup plan.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you do run out Burrow backup,
does that force the Massacre
That
Girl?
might, right?
I mean, he doesn't know Stoyer has it, but it's like going to be at the top of his
Also,
list.
Stoyer just doesn't really have a ton of pressure himself.
Right,
So
right.
you can tick up the Quicksilver, right? You can turn it into a 2/2, right? Which can be quite
Or just
strong.
draw 2
Or you can just crack the clues.
Yeah. Yeah, Agent 13 Sharon Carter is the absolute focal point of this game right now. It's weird because Massacre Girl is in hand for Stoyer and is castable.
Right.
But the passive pressure that the Technic is able to push on is because
you can't attack, right? Does Quicksilver become a 2/2 double striker if you tick it up?
I guess it's just too risky.
Yeah, I guess so. You don't want to get take up the shielded there. Yeah, makes sense.
I'm curious to see what DeVore does. Does he want to put more emphasis on the board he already has, like this?
He does.
Wow.
And
He
Captain
runs out
Marvel.
Captain Marvel.
I mean, hey, look, it's going to gain you a bunch of life and draw you a card, right? So you don't. At this point, DeVore doesn't need to add more to the board, and I don't expect him to. And this is the power. I mean, if it wasn't for Agent 13,
this game would be
all
about Massacre Girl.
Absolutely. 4 mana here. Oh, Repulsor Blast. I see.
Oh, sure.
I wonder why though.
The lifelink. Oh, the Spider-Man to the rescue, perhaps, because he's concerned about take up the shield, right? And Spider-Man to the rescue has reach.
Right, of course.
So firing that off. Very, very good heads-up play here by DeVore.
Because I'm thinking, he has a clean attack, and he only wants to attack with 1 creature anyway.
But he's playing, given what he did previously, he's playing around take up the shield.
Yeah, very smart by Technic there.
Go to 22. Yep.
And now at this point, Nathan Nathan does just have a clean answer too in the Murdoch's Crusade. So could just use that as well to kill the Captain Marvel. The issue here is
falling behind,
it's just
right?
Agent 13, right?
Agent 13 is dominating.
Right, absolutely it is.
Like, Nathan cannot afford to 1-for-1.
Yeah, DeVore has basically 3 effective more cards in hand.
Right. Nathan needs to try, if he goes down the path of trying to 1-for-1, like if he fires off the Crusade here, he has to try to get Devore to commit to the board in such a way that the clues are more or less exhausted, his hand is low, and Massacre Girl still wipes the board. And I feel like Stoyer would probably be dead before that actually
Right.
happened.
I mean, it's the Agent 13. Like, you need to get Agent 13 off the battlefield.
100%. And you can't right now, right?
Yeah.
Crusade doesn't hit it.
And Nathan, okay.
Just maybe looking for an answer?
Yeah, perhaps just like a spot removal spell, because you can kill the Murdoch. You can use the Murdoch's Crusade on the Captain Marvel. Okay, that was not a bad draw at all, right? Unliving Legionnaire is, you know, we're at the point where Nathan does have access to the mana to play it and activate it next turn. And so this is not a bunch of pressure coming in, and you can get that Legionnaire in play and go get back the Spider-Man to the rescue in the graveyard.
And another clue gets cracked here by Detechnik as Agent 13 Sharon Carter continues to dominate this board in kind of a I'm just here, don't mind me kind of way.
Right. Yeah, now if you're...
Now Devore can just attack with Quicksilver, right?
Well, that's the thing. Is he still afraid of Take Up the Shield, right? Because it takes up your entire turn, so...
But you get a card.
You do get the card, so that's the kind of the interesting inflection point here. Now, the hero in training is kind of free, right? Even if you get Massacre Girl, you kind of get that card back, so might run that out. But he's perhaps going, you know what? I'm okay with, if you decide to use Take Up the Shield here, I'm glad that it's out of your hand.
That's right. And
I'm
I'll
still
still
drawing
get my card back.
right?
Yeah.
And I mean, also, if you're in Nathan's spot, even if you had to take up the shield, which we know he doesn't, do you even go for it when Devore has he's drawn a bunch of cards and he's got 7 lands?
Great
right?
point. It's a really low leverage situation for Stoyer. The block. Okay, I'm just going to run a combat trick.
If you
out
just get Hulk
defensively.
smashed, it is an absolute blowout.
That's right. Detechnik's going to take no risk here, though, as Stoyer decided not to block, and Devore says, sure, take 1.
Yeah, and might run out the hero in training here, can also still crack 2 clues as well. So just being very measured in kind of how he runs out his threats. Basically not going to play that Burrow backup. That's the card that you play after Massacre
That's
Girl.
the post-Massacre Girl plan. He did gain the 2 life there as well.
Oh, found something else to... Oh, just cracking the clue, sure.
Just in case there's a little more...
Yeah, if he's got like a shield spike hit, right, he might just run it out and equip something.
So Unliving Legionnaire, Calling Wing, Massacre Girl, and Black Widow double agent. I mean, that is a powerful hand.
Is it
here
time?
for
It looks like
Stoyer.
it's time. He's like, all right, I'm sick of this.
Yeah, and basically,
Agent 13.
this is to kill Agent 13.
Right, it absolutely is.
Like,
here.
this doesn't actually benefit Stoyer significantly
no,
in the way that it normally would.
Right, I mean, it's still fine.
It's still good. You still get a 4/4.
It's not like the way that it was in the previous game,
Exactly.
right?
That's what I'm thinking is, you know, when you hear about Massacre Girl, it's usually such a blowout.
Yeah.
Here, it like solves a problem.
Yeah, now Devore has the Murdoch's Crusade for the Massacre Girl, and then you can also run out the Burrow backup here. So I fully expect that to be the play here for Devore.
Wow.
Did find a speed, but...
Look at all that action.
Yeah, I mean, certainly when... I mean, you're drawing so... How many cards did Agent 13 generate? 5?
I think 5.
Yeah.
I think 5. And as it turns out, Devore with all spells in hand at this point in the game.
Oh, I actually like this. Running out the speed here to make it unblockable with the Burrow backup, given the life totals the way that they are, he doesn't need to actually run out that Murdoch's Crusade. He's like, if you want to attack me with Massacre Girl, I'll take 4. Right?
Gotcha.
But I can get in for 2 points of unblockable damage here. Just get you low enough. You got a shield spike hit as well. You can make it unblockable again, and you just try to close out the game that way.
And then, of course, can just take out the blocking Massacre Girl next turn.
Right. And has this Hulk Smash, so lots of good spells here to trigger Speed's ability.
Still, Nathan has a nice... I mean, Unliving Legionnaire is a nice way to build back up a board state. It's expensive, it's slow, but it does get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, if he plays it and activates it, that would be the Murdoch's Crusade target. Actually, you can, in fact, kill both, right? Because you have Murdoch's Crusade for the 5/4, you play Shield Spike Hit, put it on the 3/2, turn it into a 4-power creature, and then you can fight the... or bite, rather, the
I was trying to figure
Massacre Girl that's in play.
Yeah, I wonder what would Nathan get back?
They still haven't.
Hero in
I don't know why
training,
they
probably.
haven't.
Just to try to keep...
I guess
alive.
maybe
Yeah,
later.
just get more value, gain some life.
Talk about the Hall of
Plenty of
Fame.
good options, of course.
He could also double spell this turn.
Yeah, I mean, Black Widow and Ultron are not the greatest plays on this board, so you might want to just play out the big creature. But if you think Devore has a removal spell in hand, it might be better to just run out 2 things.
Nope, he's going to play Legionnaire, and he's going to power it up, too.
Power it up. You get the hero, or might get Spider-Man to the rescue just as a trick. I like the life gain plus the card to kind of churn through your deck.
From here in
Especially just because if you know about the Spider-Man, it's not even all that strong, right? But this is going to be a really big turn here for Devore.
In fact, him dead?
So he can kill the 2 biggest creatures in play. He can still chump block with the Colleen Wing, but he's going to take 5 damage, go down to 4, facing 3 attackers.
Yeah, that's really tough.
Yeah, drew a land here, and
so did he took back Night Nurse, it looks like.
Sure, okay.
Maybe Nathan recognizing that lifelink could be critical here as his life total is faltering quickly.
Yeah, and Devore certainly knows that he's in a pretty good spot for this turn. Your opponent's completely tapped out. You can kill the 2 biggest creatures in play, and your opponent needs to basically just trade Colleen Wing for perhaps a 3/2 Vigilance creature here.
Okay, we see the Shield Spy Kit come in.
Play and activate. Doesn't actually pay the mana here for speed. I believe you need to pay 1 to make it unblockable. But I suppose he's got more spells to play here, so.
Right.
Here comes perhaps a Hulk Smash. So Hulk Smash killing the Unliving Legionnaire.
This is 4, right? So 4.
Yep. Just choosing which one you want to kill and which one you want to exile. Pays the mana here on the speed now. And then you get to play the Murdoch's Crusade on the Massacre Girl. No way to get that back. Yeah, completely makes sense here. And then you can send in everything.
Exile that.
And take Nathan down to 2 would be my guess. Right, because I think Nathan's interested in trading with the 3/2. Alternatively, Devore can just choose to attack with the unblockable creature and the 4/3 Vigilance creature, and those are clean attacks coming in. I do like the idea of just attacking with everything, though. That way you can't take up the shield plus Colleen Wing, which can be pretty devastating.
Right.
Noting that you take the trade here, and now you just go down to 3.
Okay.
All right, 3, and keep in mind, if Devore finds any spell, he
Move up the
wins game,
scry.
because you can make the speed unblockable, move the Shield Spike Kit over. All right, that's a nice lifelinker for Nathan Stoyer.
He's got 2 of them, but
yeah,
but it will not be able to interact potentially.
Yeah, but Devore is empty-handed here. Has a draw for the turn and an activation from the clue.
So he needs a non-creature spell.
Yeah, he's got 3 Shield Spike Kits. If he can find another one, that would be the game here.
As would any removal spell.
Any spell, of course.
Any non-creature. Stoyer trying to figure out how the best way to proceed here. And he's just going to make a big brawler.
All right, finds a Shield Spike Kit here.
There we go.
That is going to do it here. The second copy will be enough to finish it off. Nathan Stoyer was just hoping and praying.
That was a long
the
game.
Draw step plus the cracked clue that there wouldn't be a non-creature spell, but there was, and that's enough to get
and I mean, Agent 13, Sharon Carter,
dominant.
Absolutely carried that game.
All-star.
Nathan has the Massacre Girl, only has the 2 Cruel Alliances that really, truly can deal along with the Massacre Girl as the answers for the Agent 13. Maybe you look back at that game and you go, should I just have played that Massacre Girl earlier? Devore was clearly playing around it the entire game.
Absolutely. All right, no plays in the early stages of game number 3 here. We just see a pair of lands for Stoyer. Is there anything for Detechnik?
A delayed Agent Maria Hill. Had it.
Never didn't. But mana is being used here by Stoyer as Burrow backup is going to go grab a swamp for him.
Yeah, much better spot here for Nathan.
By the way, Massacre Girl again.
Draws the Massacre Girl every game, and in this instance also has a Cruel Alliance, as long as he can just find a bunch of lands here. And Devore does not have Agent 13 in hand here.
I mean, is this what you want to see? He's got Murdoch's Crusade plus Cruel Alliance to go with Massacre Girl. It's like, getting to be kind of a lot. Right?
It is all. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he doesn't have that much interaction. Kind of just drew all of it.
He kind of drew all of it, but no threats.
You would love
like,
to have a creature in play. I mean, I imagine that Spider-Man just going to hit the battlefield here. Oh, okay. Well, Devore had nothing, and now he has Captain Marvel. So that's certainly one way to...
went from nothing to something.
Yeah.
Agent Maria Hill is going to get in there for 2.
Then Kree Commando.
And then the shameful Kree Commandos. It's not really that bad. It's so funny that if you read the card Kree Commandos, how absolutely excellent it looks for a common, and it just is one of the worst performing white commons in a set like this.
Right.
It's just baffling.
Yeah, it is bizarre. It's part of it's in white. You kind of want to be a hero. That certainly matters. And yeah, just the body itself is just not that impressive. But for Devore, you're looking to play a nice curved deck here.
Back to the top.
And has that shield spike hit, trigger the prowess, put it in, or perhaps the Kree Commando. That would be nice. Or considering the repulsor blast, because you get to draw a card, right? You get to draw a card. You kill the Okoye, put a counter in Agent Maria Hill, and that is what Devore's going to be looking to do here. This is the dream. Anytime you get a card with Agent Maria Hill, I mean, she has completely done her job here.
Yeah, Maria Hill and Sharon Carter have showed up for Detechnik here, and they're providing a lot of card advantage.
And Nathan taking that 2 damage as well from the teamwork cost, along with 3, so going down to 13.
As the
I don't think it's anything with delirium. Why does it say delirium?
This chips in for 3.
Yeah, Nathan finds even more removal here.
Got 1 card in there.
Doesn't have a land, because of course you might just be interested in just running out a land to play out the Massacre Girl.
I mean, you probably just do it, right?
And Devore does have the card in Agent 13 Sharon Carter here. Could choose to play that one out, right?
You know, he has Captain Marvel, Earth's Protector in hand, Paul.
No.
Like,
It's
if
Agent
you
13.
want to talk about the card.
No, it's Agent 13. It's what was more impactful last game?
Absolutely.
Not even close.
It wasn't even remotely close. Yeah, this is a rough matchup for the Captain Marvel. It plays out like a really good rare, but there are some matchups you play against green red, and it's like, nope, can't do anything
you can't
ever.
kill it.
You
Right,
lose.
exactly.
Yeah.
And as you can see, Devore mindful of the wide variety of tricks and removal effects that Nathan can have as we are going into a game 3 here. Choosing just to attack with the Kree Commander, doesn't even play Agent 13 here. Just going, hey, I'm just going to do the same thing. And if you're Nathan, he goes, oh, I know what you have.
I know what you got.
I know what you got.
Let's see, how much mana? 5.
And if you're a Devore side, it's like, even if you kill it, if I flash it in end of turn, that's still 5 damage coming in the air, right?
And he can do the Agent Sharon Carter thing, although that would play into Massacre Girl in kind of a painful way.
Oh, and Nathan doesn't find land number 5 here.
Wow.
But he does have the Helicarrier Strike.
Yes.
Right, so now if
But
you're
there's
Devore,
shield spike
you get
hit.
the shield
Does
spike
he do
hit
it
going.
again?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine there's not really that much else to do, and you have to think, what can you play here to deal with my Captain Marvel, and it's Helicarrier Strike.
And it's too greedy, right, to go shield spike hit, equip, Sharon Carter attack. That's too much,
It
right?
feels like it is.
Yeah.
It really feels
I
like
mean,
it is.
there's always that backup of like, well, I get the card back. But
Yeah.
it just feels like such an amazing way to rebuild, especially with Nathan stuck
with
on
speed,
4 lands.
Right, you get to play
Oh,
haste
yeah.
creature into Agent 13,
Get outta here.
equip the shield spike hit.
Yes.
That's what you want to set up for. Oh, never mind. Going for full-on aggression here.
I love
Shield spike
it.
hit, shield unblockable.
So he's going to open up Captain Marvel to a potential Helicarrier strike.
That's what it looks like
And
here.
remember, in the last game, he was very aware of that.
Right. Now, remember, the Kree Commando also got in, so this is a lethal attack, right? This is 5, 8, 11 damage
It
coming
is.
in.
So he basically is just saying, check.
Right.
You got to do something.
Do you have the Helicarrier strike? And even if you do, I still get to hit you for 6 damage, right? Because none of these creatures are blockable by those ground creatures. So
And then Stoyer really kind of needs to draw a land.
He has to draw the land.
And has to have Massacre Girl, which he
Right.
does, and has to play it out.
Right.
And then Devore can rebuild.
But if he does, I mean, he gets, of course, completely stabilize the board.
Yes.
And Devore only has Agent 13 with that Hulk smash in hand.
Don't ever say that again, Paul.
What? Only Agent 13? Well, I mean,
No,
Nathan
you're right.
does have
Only Agent 13.
Yeah, that's right. And Nathan also has.
It could be better. It could be.
So
I don't
this
remember.
is-
Captain Marvel.
I mean,
That's
this
her
is
name.
all in here
This
for
is kind
Detective.
of a land or bust type situation.
God,
Yeah.
If he misses and has to, say, these are all the cards I have?
Right. So my thing is, couldn't you have just
Passionate.
moved the shield spike hit onto Captain Marvel? The speed is still unblockable.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So you're actually keep making yourself very vulnerable here to that helicarrier strike.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think I would have moved that shield spike hit over to Captain Marvel. Turned it into a 6-4, okay.
So Spider-Man chump?
Okay, Spider-Man chump keeping the helicarrier strike. Nathan needs a land here.
Land off the top to reset the board and probably take control of this match.
Absolutely, Nathan down
versus
to 5
no
here.
land lose.
Yeah, needs untapped land. Remember, Nathan has 16 lands. One of his lands is a Fisk Tower.
That's right.
So it can't be an untapped land. It has to be an untapped land.
Doesn't matter. If I draw my land, I'm gonna kill my guys.
If I draw my land,
oh,
off the top, because I'm Nathan Stoyer, and that's how I roll. And there
off the top.
So
now
big.
Could Devore rebuild in a meaningful way here?
It's so tough because Nathan's hand is full of removal spells.
5 mana.
Helicarrier Strike, Cruel Alliance.
In hand.
You can gain the life back with the Cruel Alliance. I mean, that land basically, I mean, it was land or bust, and he did get there on the land there. So now this is a tough, tough spot here for Devore. Now you can use that Hulk Smash here to get that Massacre Girl off the battlefield. That prevents the teamwork effect on Cruel Alliance. You can still cast Cruel Alliance, but you don't get
that
to gain
life
the life.
might really matter.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Another land off the top wouldn't be the worst.
Massacre Girl off the
find
top.
A Red Guardian Super Soldier.
There's
That's
a lamb, it's
not the answer he wants right now. He just needs to go for the Cruel Alliance.
And now, I mean, take a look at Nathan's hand.
Yeah, that is stacked.
Cruel Alliance, Helicarrier Strike, Red Guardian. I mean, there's just so much action in hand.
Yeah,
If you did have a land, you could have gone Black Widow into Cruel Alliance. That would have been ideal.
Yes, get that.
Because you would have a creature in play and you get to gain the 3 life.
But as it stands, he's gonna have to settle for
probably just
Cruel
Cruel
Alliance plus Shield Spike It, I guess.
Yeah, that's
I mean, just because you're crimped on white mana.
Right, and it's you know, if there's a haste creature, you would put the Shield Spike Hit on anyway, so you wouldn't even be able to get.
Is there a threat here for Devore?
Find something. It's a Brave Brawler, maybe. No,
that would be
drop.
nice. Oh wow, the
that's
perfect draw here.
perfect.
Here in training.
Can he go back-to-back creatures here? No.
It looks like he's just going to equip and pass.
Equip and pass.
This is how it would go for Devore, though.
Right.
Finding cards like Hero in Training is exactly what he needs. He found Lightning Strike. He's caught his opponent at 5 life, and he's got 3 damage sitting in his hand.
Just needs
Oh
to
my
find a way to
god.
get the last few points of damage through here.
Something has to hit.
All right.
Bait him in with the toe, bait him in with the toe.
He's left the mana up for Red Guardian, but Red Guardian is not really it. So I guess it's just the white mana for Helicarrier Strike here.
Right, but if Devore is going to be mindful of Helicarrier Strike, do you just fire off the Lightning Strike on the Black Widow and try to get an attack in?
Quicksilver Brash.
Quicksilver!
Oh!
You can power that up and turn that into a double striker with the Shield Spike Hit. I mean, that would be a 3/3 double striking attacker here.
So that would certainly draw the Helicarrier Strike.
Right. Okay.
And he still has room to attack with Hero in Training.
Attacks with both.
Which means that if it gets through, it's lethal.
Right. But Nathan can just put the Black Widow in front of Hero in Training.
And force Devore to pay the mana.
And then just deal 4 damage to the Quicksilver and take no damage, right?
Right. But I'm saying Nathan's in an interesting position because Devore, if he gets through with Hero in Training and has mana,
right,
he can just say, okay, good game.
Yeah. The alternative here is you block the Hero in Training and you see what Devore does.
Does Devore just say go? Or just say pass priority?
Yeah, absolutely, because of the Lightning Strike.
Right.
So this is one of those spots where if you play around the Lightning Strike, you just have to go for the Helicarrier Strike. You can't be greedy and take first strike damage from the Quicksilver to try to get it off the battlefield with the Red Guardian.
Right, so he is...
But you can activate the power, but instant speed.
Black Widow, Devore says,
back.
Sure.
What do you want to do, Nathan? Nathan's always a very patient player.
Yeah,
right?
Devore's really showing him how to play patiently as well.
It's like, is your last card Lightning Strike?
This is Devore saying, I don't need to go for the win right now because either of these creatures get through and you will lose.
Right, because does Red Guardian get better from this point? Right, you're at such a low life total. Is it best to just take the 2 damage and save the Helicarrier Strike for something later?
Exactly.
So this is a calculated thing because remember, Devor had nothing and then played Hero in training, right?
Yes.
And he played the Quicksilver. What's the chances he's got a Lightning Strike? It's very low.
Look at Devor.
He's going for it.
As a cucumber.
He's like, oh no, this is brutal. So now Devor has nothing.
And the board will be once again down to 0 creatures.
Board will be down to 0 creatures. Now Nathan on Red Guardian and Murdoch's Crusade. So, I mean, it's not like Nathan is super ahead here at this point. He's actually used all of his removal.
This is interesting. Is Devor considering just
killing
now
the hero in
striking?
training?
The
hero.
The Black Widow.
Oh, excuse me, the Black Widow, yeah.
And that would keep his hero in training
right, because you want the scries from that shield spike hit.
Totally, and you want a threat on the battlefield, and maybe this Lightning Strike plan isn't going to work.
Because if you don't have any other creatures to play this turn, then you're in a really tough spot. Yeah.
I'll be so greedy to let it go.
You kind of have to, and then you just hope that
She's adding it
hero
right
in
up there.
training with the scry gets it done here.
Because it's so brutal to use the Lightning Strike
your
that
opponent's
could have won you the game.
Of course.
And now it may be firing off on a creature that has already blocked.
Because now you're thinking, God, should I have just fired off the Lightning Strike first?
I know, it makes you think that.
But there's no more white mana for Nathan Stoyer, so no take up the shield.
Yes.
So is this a good time to just fire this off and not worry about it?
Really critical decision here for Detechnik. This is why we love limited.
Right.
Does he
if you have another
bite
lightning
the bullet?
If you have another Lightning Strike, you might want to hold it.
Yeah.
Right? But if you don't,
he is going to use it. And Stoyer says, ha ha, I played right.
Right.
I could have just been dead, but instead I'm still here.
Well, what does Stoyer find? Murdoch's Crusade does not kill hero in training.
Nothing.
So now Nathan has to either decide, do I just run out Red Guardian and it attach the shield spike hit just so we get the clean trade? Or am I willing to take 3 damage so that I'm up a creature, but I go down to 2?
I think at this point I would be a little greedier.
Right.
I think I would be up a creature
but
if
then,
I could.
Then a
I was gonna say, did he get another one?
Could potentially
totally.
take it down.
And I think at this point with the Lightning Strike in the yard, you take your medicine if that happens.
Yeah.
But it's not a comfortable position. Let's just say that.
All right, Nathan is down to 2 here, but Devor does not have a creature in play. Now Nathan is the one who's scrying with that Red Guardian.
I like this play from Nathan.
Right.
Unsurprisingly playing very, very well. Both players with no targets for their Murdoch.
Yeah, that is certainly the cost here. It's at its worst against red-white aggro.
This is the matchup that is bad in for sure.
All right, Devor, do you have a creature? No creature, a land.
Just passes the turn.
So more scrying, and this is where the shield spike hit does its work here. Already got a scry to the bottom.
Look at these life totals. 19 to 2
life.
Just get the ball. Just get the ball.
Make it 3. That could matter.
Yeah, absolutely. Needs a threat here, Devor.
That's a mountain.
Another land.
And he's just going to pass a turn back. What about for Stoyer? I think
Stoyer has a bunch of lifelink creatures in his deck. If he just finds a Brave Brawler.
Yeah, another Night Nurse.
Yeah, that would be huge.
And another one to the bottom here for Stoyer.
Yeah, I mean, you see.
It's doing work, but he has not been able to still get the threats. Unliving Legionnaire was the draw though for Stoyer. That scry is massive.
That is massive. It just
that's a
finds
game breaker.
It absolutely is. You're at 3 life.
I guess a Crusade finally finds a target, but
right. And now you can just run out the Legionnaire, get something back.
Play this. Play land. Power up.
Yep. Target.
Sure.
What do you get back? Lots of great options here. This game has been going on for quite some time.
He got Spider-Man to the rescue.
Spider-Man to the rescue. It is a flash. Very important aspect of that card too is just reach. Just being able to make sure you have another answer to a potential flyer with Shield Spike hit. If Devor has an answer to the Unliving Legionnaire, which he does in that Murdoch's Crusade.
Yeah, because he has more powerful creatures. I mean, you see Okoye sitting right
but
there.
Devor's
but
thinking,
reach
I would
is
like
massive.
a Kree Commando type card,
Totally.
right?
He drew, it is a Brave Brawler off the top?
It might be.
It was. This could get interesting, although is he going to equip?
He might not because of Murdoch's Crusade.
Murdoch's Crusade, exactly.
Right.
And he can still Murdoch's Crusade the Legionnaire this turn, too.
I got it.
And he has enough mana to do both, so it is actually a decision for him.
For sure. Get that Legionnaire off the battlefield. the unfortunate thing is he's probably going to put it on next turn, but then you can't unequip it.
He doesn't
Right?
have any work. He might be able to.
Oh, if he draws something, absolutely, yeah.
And he's showing off a little bit here. Mountain, go ahead.
Well, Mountain, no equip.
I know.
I know. So then Nathan also has to think, okay, he's playing around this card.
Can you imagine being either one of these two players? And this is literally round 1 of your Pro Tour.
Yeah.
This is an insanely great match, and it's the first one of hopefully many for both of these players this weekend.
Nathan with an Ultron here.
Or it could be round 2 by the time this game's over.
Here has that Spider-Man to the rescue as well, which Devore, of course, knows about. So it makes attacking very, very difficult on this board. What can Devore find? Remember, Nathan's still only at 3 life. Can he find a flyer, an unblockable creature? Oh, that's a Night Nurse.
Night Nurse.
This is incredible. So now, I mean, Spider-Man doesn't even actually completely blow you out here because your creature's a 5/4, right?
Right.
If you make one of these creatures indestructible, if Nathan sets up a double block, you're still going to be able to kill one of the creatures. And of course, Night Nurse getting the card back here.
Getting back the Brawler.
Right.
Becoming another threat, another lethal threat for next turn. Wow, this match just does not quit. This is awesome.
Nathan going, all right.
Back and forth, let me tell you.
Get this Brave Brawler off the battlefield, but I do have this Murdoch's Crusade, so maybe I don't want to kill it, right? Maybe I just let you gain the life just so that I can set up the Murdoch's Crusade.
Storer taking a quick look.
How do you block here? I mean, you kind of want to kill the Brave Brawler, right? You don't know that he drew the Night Nurse. And you kind of want to run out that Spider-Man just to put a clock on your side of the battlefield.
Totally. I mean, he did get Devore down to 13. Like, he's made some progress. Remember, Devore's up to 22.
I think Devore, of course, not really going to do anything here.
Nothing to do.
And Nathan maybe wants to save the Ultron.
Oh.
Or, okay, it looks like he's just okay losing one of these two creatures. Probably killing the Ultron here, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, a Shield Spy Kit would be kind of a good top deck for Storer with the Ultron.
Right. Okay, gains a bunch of life. Get back the Brave Brawler here. Okay. Of course, play that out as well. And you can, of course, power that up too. And you can move the Shield Spy Kit onto the Night Nurse so that you still are not vulnerable. Oh, it doesn't, never mind. Okay, plays the land. Puts it on the Night Nurse. You still don't get got by the Murdoch's Crusade here.
Yeah, and I guess that Devore left the Ultron on the battlefield because if he draws his other Murdoch's Crusade, he'll have a target.
That's what it seems like. He's like, I want to make sure I have access
There's
to that.
sensor.
This would be attacking as a 3/5. Devore can choose to double block or just take the damage.
Yeah, life totals wise, not that big of a deal, but
the
getting a threat off the board and the scry is kind of a big thing. There's one at the top there for Storer.
But this is rough now because since you know about Spider-Man to the rescue, now you can't even attack.
Oh, he already has. Oh, it's Murdoch's Crusade.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he knew about that from
with the scry.
So that's why he left Ultron as we predicted.
Right, and this is an exile effect, so giving it indestructible doesn't matter with Spider-Man to the rescue, and you can't get it back with the Night Nurse. Now, what you can do is still play Spider-Man to the rescue, trade with one of these creatures, and then get back the Spider-Man to the rescue with Night Nurse, right?
Right.
Oh my god.
So big draws here from Nathan, along with Devore. So a lot of back and forth. What's that?
Do you see that die on the left part of your screen there?
Time?
I think we're in time.
Oh my god. This is actually going to be round 2.
For sure, wow.
So that means that...
It's going to be tricky here. It's going to be hard. It's going to be very hard for Nathan to win, right?
Very hard with Devore at 15 and gaining more life every turn.
Attacking with, what, 8 life linking or 7 life linking here?
Yeah.
I'm at 3 and you're at...
So Devore's on turn 1. That means that Storer was turn 0.
So both players get 2 turns to basically try to win the game.
With Detechnik having the last of those turns.
Yeah, so now if you're on Nathan's side, I suppose you're just trying to salvage the draw here just because it looks like it's going to be really difficult to win from this
that is
spot.
such a shame. This was such an amazing match, too.
Absolutely. And I wonder
the question is, can Storer even do that, though?
Right. Oh, it looks like, excuse me, Nathan's at 3, so he needs to play out Night Nurse.
just as a blocker.
And then block, and then Spider-Man, and you wouldn't die. You would go to 1 because you take 4 from the Brave Brawler and you gain 2 from the Night Nurse.
Exactly.
So go to 1? Yes.
So you're at 1.
Night Nurse dies.
7. 22 to 1.
And you gain
Oh
7.
my god,
Yeah,
22
goes
to
up to 22, so it's 22 to 1.
This is really Devore's game or match to win. This is turn 2 now for Stoyer.
Yeah, and Stoyer's certainly going to equip Shield Spike. Oh, onto the Night Nurses here. So gonna stay alive here. Gonna go up to 5 life here, attacking with the Night Nurse with 2 Scries. So now at 5 with a blocker.
18.
Devore is going to need a couple of timely draws here. You need to find a way to get that Night Nurse off the battlefield. Nathan splits up the Shield Spike Kit.
Did he hit with the Spider-Man too?
No, I don't believe so. He scried.
Oh, it has Vigilance though, right?
Right, but you don't get the Shield Spike Kit triggers if you attack with both creatures.
Right, of course. So that's more important.
Of course, yeah. Especially because Nathan's just trying to stay
going
alive.
for a tie here.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's going for the draw here most likely. And now Devore thinking, do I need the scry here? You might have a Murdoch's Crusade, but I might not have a choice. But this is looking more and more likely that it's going to be a draw here.
So this is turn 3 for Detechnik, then turn 4 will be Stoyer, then turn 5
That's
for
right.
Detechnik.
So now Detechnik thinking, well, I can't win here. So now I want to gain maximum life.
Right.
And just attack you this turn.
So now, in a weird way, both players are going for the draw?
Well, if Devore has
can't
nothing to
win,
play, then Nathan's going to try to win, but he has no chance here, right? So this is going to be a
man.
draw.
I
This is
cannot
a really
believe that
unfortunate
this
way
is
because
gonna
this
end
is
in a
such
Turn
an incredible
4?
game, or match rather.
Such a great match.
Yeah. I just don't think they're going to have the time.
Who's going to win? Because they've
Nobody.
Yeah, I mean, they've played out like their most powerful stuff. We already saw.
It was so close with the lightning strike.
There's Brave Brawler power up, just all the lifelink creatures you could ever want.
And this is going.
And this
to
is
be,
it.
Yeah, Nick.
This is going to be the last turn.
Put it on.
No, that's it.
No, that's it.
Yeah,
Devore's was turn 5.
Devore's was turn 5. That's already over.
And I think you can see the disappointment in Nathan's Nathan.
Oh.
He knows that if this game would have drawn out a little longer, very likely to win from this board
It
state.
doesn't matter. We're gonna draw unless you.
Yeah, it looks like Stoyer thought he was the last turn, but it's not relevant
I
here.
mean, I'm gonna. This is turn 5.
It's not.
It's not turn 5.
No.
What's your turn when I call time? What's your turn?
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you're right.
Oh yeah.
Yes, the
So
game's over.
numbers check out. So the match is over.
Oh, ew, this is a draw. Oh, it's such a good game, though.
Sawyer offering, would you like to concede to me? And because sometimes they'll try to look at the board state, but nope, not going to be there this time, and it's just going to be a
You
draw.
need what?
A draw to requalify. I can go 6-1.
6-1. Okay. Okay, no worries. Good luck.
And that is going to be a draw. Such a fantastic showing.
Oh,
Our
man.
opening feature match from 2 top players
Yeah, I mean, I know your deck
going
composition,
at
I don't
it,
think you have
but
that
unfortunately it
point, to be
doesn't end in a
honest.
draw.
In
Yeah,
your
I mean,
case,
just
I
really
understand.
high level
I
magic
get it.
from both players.
But it sucks for both players, obviously, to draw.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, they're just talking about, it's unfortunate.
It is
because
what it is.
A draw is as close to a loss. I think Nathan was maybe hoping that, given that he was so far ahead on board, he might get the concession. But there's just, this early in the tournament, no shot that anybody's going to.
Also, DeFore made plays that he wouldn't have otherwise made.
Absolutely.
To, with the consideration that was be. You don't want to snapshot later on.
Of course.
And do it that way. But as Paul said, when we play this tournament structures that we play, 3 points for a win, 0 for a loss, but only 1 for a draw. So it is really kind of loss adjacent. Well, great stuff from the feature match.
Wow.
And our opening round from Amsterdam. We are going to take a short break. When we come back,
All right, I'll be right back.
at the news desk. Don't go anywhere.
to keep the fun rolling with the Spotlight Series Marvel Superheroes in Brussels, Belgium, running July 24th through the 26th. It's an awesome format as well. Team Trios Limited. So if you're having fun here this weekend, hey, go over to Brussels next. I know a lot of people are doing that. You can find out more info at mtg.social/spotlightmsh. Welcome back here to Pro Tour coverage of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes live from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. We have 362 of the best battling here for their share of a $500,000 prize pool. A look at the Pro Tour area here as the action gets underway here this morning. Maria Bartholdi, your host for the weekend. I've got Frank Carson and Riley Knight with me here at the news desk, and we are in limited this morning, one of 3 drafts here, which is very cool. First time in 15 years to have a top 8 draft at the Pro Tour, which is really special. And Riley, you've been keeping track of our top pods.
Yes, of course, because we've got a lot of big names at our featured pods, as you would expect here at the pinnacle of professional Magic competition. As we turn our attention now to draft pod number 1, our featured draft between our featured draft, Nathan Stowe, of course, drawing with Davor there. But Sergio Garcia Gonzalez actually got up, winning his match, which means these 2 teammates will be playing against each other in the next round. We can confirm that pairing. Nathan Stowe playing off against Team Heavy Play Cosmos teammate Gonzalez Garcia. We move on now to our second draft pod, where Zevon Faust beat Sam Pardee in a lightning match there. 10 minutes Pardee was put in the ground. And Li Shichan also picked up a win, meaning that Zevon and Li Shichan will be facing off against each other in our second round as well. And finally, our third draft pod here, which is stacked with talent. Some huge names, Javier Dominguez, Gabriel Nassif, and look at that. They both won their first matches. What a surprise indeed. But it does mean that these 2 will face off against each other in round number 3 as well. So a bunch of featured players did really well, won their matches, and will actually now go head-to-head in the round that we're about to get into, Maria.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting round at number 2 here at the Pro Tour. Well, what does it take to win here in this limited format? We asked 5 team captains for their secret tricks. Riley talked to them yesterday.
I'm here with Andrew Ellenbogen of the Boulder Merline. Andrew, talk us through your team's limited preparation and how it's left you feeling.
Yeah, I think we're feeling pretty good. I think this time kind of our focus was trying to use data in an intelligent way, not use it naively and take it like purely in terms of our win rate, but also not ignore it and throw it in the trash can, trying to kind of tease insights about specific cards or specific art types kind of from the data.
Well, it's a big limited tournament this weekend, so the very best of luck to you, Andrew.
Thank you.
I'm here with former world champion Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. Jean-Emmanuel, you are the captain of Team Undying Baguette. Tell us about your team's limited preparations for this event.
So we didn't make many changes because the top 8 was draft, because we don't want to assume anything. The one thing we changed is having the limited meeting before the bootcamp instead of at the end of it, so that we start the bootcamp with all the data in our minds and try to position ourselves against it or in line with it.
And are you feeling confident about what you've discovered through your process?
So we feel like we understand the format very well, but I'm still not very confident. It's a format with a lot of bombs. The games are mostly decided by them. There's not enough removal going around. So I would say like confident about my understanding, but not about my results.
All right, well, it's a big limited tournament this weekend. The best luck to you and your team.
Thank you very much.
I'm here with Eduardo Sajgalek, the captain of Team Worldly Council. Eduardo, talk us through your team's limited preparation for this event.
Honestly, we've done this so much that it's the other team's turn to catch up to us. So hopefully, you know, we get into the top 8, we get to show the expertise, take down the trophy. Being more humble, I do hope we found the right approach. We'll have to wait for the tournament to see if it's correct, but, you know, I think other teams, it's more that reacting to other teams rather than us changing a lot. For this weekend.
All right, well, best of luck across the weekend. We'll see how we go in limited at this Pro Tour.
Thank you so much.
I'm here with Ryan Condon, the captain of Team Sanctum of All. Ryan, tell us a little bit about your limited preparation for this Pro Tour. What was your process like, and how do you feel at the end of it?
Yeah, so Sanctum, we really encourage a lot of our competitors to play a bunch of Magic Online single elimination drafts. We think those are very important to get a sense of how pod play is different from, you know, your typical arena draft. And I think a lot of the competitors really bought into that this time, so I think we're feeling pretty good. We also did a bunch of draft log review where everyone sits around and, you know, goes through everyone's draft logs and gives advice, talks about marginal cards, that kind of thing. So we're really dialed in on the details, and I think we are pretty well prepared.
All right, well, best of luck to you and the rest of the team in the limited rounds this weekend.
Appreciate it, thanks.
I'm here with Adam Edelson, the captain of Team Rampant Growth. Adam, walk us through what your limited preparations have looked like for this tournament.
I wish I had.
Totally, yeah. So I would say, you know, we start really just.
I kind of want to go get one, but I don't want to leave the house.
Really playing
So
a lot
hot
of Magic
outside.
Online drafts so that, you know, we're ready when we get to the house. Our goal is really to emulate the Pro Tour draft environment. So, you know, our team made a recording of the draft pick process, and we really focus on the fundamentals. So, you know, making sure everyone's up to speed on limited. And then, you know, I make a long PowerPoint going through each archetype, kind of an overview of what's specific to this unique set and kind of what you have to keep out for. And we kind of, you know, edit and adjust that as we learn more about the format. But really the goal is, you know, to be really strong limited players overall by the time you get to the house. That way we can really emulate the Pro Tour drafts and, you know, learn from those and see kind of how that shakes out compared to, you know, what you're playing out online when you're, you know, in a group of 8 really strong drafters, kind of what the decks look like, and use that to kind of predict how people will draft at the Pro Tour and succeed from there.
All right, well, I hope the preparation pays off for you. Best of luck this weekend.
Me too, thank you.
There's a look at the Pro Tour area. I talked to Eduardo about his draft team strategy, and he just showed me a meme, you know, unbothered, in my lane, moisturized, flourishing. And I'm like, you know what, that's a great strategy, you know, going into this draft format. Just sit back, relax, and take what comes to you. Let's take a look at our next feature match here as we set up round number 2 here at the Pro Tour. We're going to stick with Nathan Stoyer, who has a draw.
I said something. I completely forgot I was muted.
Teammate Sergio Garcia
Yeah, let's just stay in your own lane, you know?
has a win under his belt already. Now, Nathan Stoyer, he was our featured drafter. We saw him drafting this morning, making some choices that perhaps not everybody was in favor of, but he seems pretty happy with his deck overall. 6 top finishes to his name. He's your current reigning Pro Tour champion, 2-time Pro Tour champion, as well as your world champion in 2022.
And the stats here, as we have a look at some of the bits and pieces that stand out, what really, I mean, we can talk about, you know, the big picture stuff, the Pro Tour championships, the World Championships. But what really stood out to me here is this 66.7% day 1 win rate. Like, that is just unbelievable. This guy does not lose on, well, he does like a third of the time, but the point stands. That's an incredible win rate to maintain on day 1 at the highest level of competition, and it's a great augury for him in this match.
Absolutely. Up against teammate here is Sergio Garcia Gonzalez, who started playing in 2003, has had 18 premier starts since his first in 2007. Missed playing for top 8 at Pro Tour Edge of Eternity. His tournament goal, win the whole thing.
And here you can see starting off with a win against Luis Salvato, teammates Luis Salvato. So he's off to a great start, obviously. Not too much more we can say about that. 100% win rate on day number 1 for him so far in this tournament. Great stuff. We'll see if he can keep it up against one of the best players in the world.
Well, Frank, why don't you walk us through the decks that these two drafted?
Yes, indeed. Well, let's start with Nathan Stoyer's deck, because we saw him draft in the morning where he was kind of waffling between blue and black. Well, in the end, he ended up leaving all the blue in the sideboard, favoring a consistent mana base, and I like that approach. It's a white-black deck that showcases the attack-alone mechanic with 2 copies of Spy Shield Kit and more. The featured draft table is also open deck lists, so his opponents will know about Massacre Girl and should make sure not to overcommit into that powerful sweeper. Likewise, Red Guardian and Spider-Man mean that opponents may have to think twice about attacking into 3 open mana. Now, on the other side of the table, Sergio Garcia Gonzalez is going to be Nathan's opponent this round, and he drafted 3 straight colors. Though he has several land cyclers and fixing lands to smooth
That's
out the mana
wild.
base. His deck has solid
3
creatures
colors.
and some late game potential by potentially
The
recurring
red, black,
creatures
and
as
blue.
soldiers,
Oh, he has a green in there too. It's red, black.
Bullseye or Kingpin
It's red, green, or green. Red,
for value, but
black,
it's overall a bit low on removal.
blue,
no bomb rares, nothing too exciting.
green.
And Maria, just based on the quality
Colors
of the cards, I like Nathan
are
Stoyer's deck a little bit more for this matchup.
All right, let's find out what happens. I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey and Corey in the booth.
Thank you so much, friends. Hello, everyone, and welcome to round number 2 of our draft portion here at Pro Tour Magic the Gathering, Marvel Superheroes. Corey and I, we're super pumped to be here.
Yeah.
What are you looking forward to in the draft rounds, my friend?
Oh, man, just watching as much Limited as possible and getting to see Limited and every single day is going to be so great. I'm just pumped to be here. This is going to be a lot of fun.
It is going to be so much fun, this draft.
God, I wish I was good
It's
at
just been an absolute blast to play.
Yeah,
you know,
I've
between
loved it.
between the bunch of us back there in the
Sure, I don't
James
try, but I wish I
team,
was
like,
better
we
at it.
have played so much of this
I wouldn't have to
format.
spend
It's
nearly as much money.
ridiculous,
Yeah, I
honestly.
think we could compete in
We
these
could.
limited rounds for
Yeah,
sure. You know?
we probably get something handed to us on a silver platter, but I don't think we do very well against these players, at least not of the caliber that we see here in our feature match area. Sergio Garcia Gonzalez up at the top of the screen, up against Nathan Stoyer. Both on Team Cosmos, but I believe they're on the opposite ends of Team Cosmos.
Yeah, still teammates though. Sergio played a teammate earlier and just shows, well, how many people are on this team, as well as, you know, just incredible players all around.
Kicking things off here, just got Deathlock on the board to kick things off. I was looking at Sergio's list before we came into this round, and it's kind of 4-drops top deck, huh? There's so many 4-drops there, but a lot of them, you know, they fulfill the role of removal. You got the Killmonger, you've also got Abomination, so definitely ways to get stuff off the board for him.
And honestly, the 4-drops in this format are very, very powerful.
Yeah.
That is kind of one of the things that, you know, is very unique to this format. Undercover Scrolls gets that much extra value when you can ramp into the 4-drops. And outside of that, you know, kind of what Frank was saying at the booth, Sergio's deck is okay. There's some really powerful cards, but then there's some less than exciting cards, you know, especially these 2 robots that are on the battlefield. They're good. They're okay.
You know,
but they're not
little guys.
amazing.
You know what though, like we saw them as well. Like he's got 2 Deathlocks in his deck, as well as the same Synthoids, but you know, there is also the Bullseye in the deck. So if he's able to find that and leverage these creatures that can recur, like the Deathlock, you know, he's going to be pretty happy to pick off some key creatures from Nathan. And we know, we've seen in the previous round as well, how gummed up the board can get from Nathan's side.
Absolutely. And Sergio's got to be pumped to just have perfect mana on turn 3 here because, well, his mana base is a little greedy. You know, 2 islands, 6 forests, 6 swamps, maybe not necessarily ideal.
It's got decent fixing.
Yeah, decent fixing. When you're splashing blue for a 3-drop that isn't necessarily a rare or a mythic, it is maybe not a little less than ideal, but still very strong when you curve out like this.
You look at his mana base and you're like, did you get Agent Nick Fury or, you know, or Thanos perhaps? You know, any of the 5 mana creatures or 5 color creatures?
Yeah, nothing too exciting like that, but hey, Pro Tour drafts are just that much harder. It's that much tougher to be able to get a 9 out of 10 or even an 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
And Nathan's deck, though, really knocking on the door at that kind of power level. His deck is powerful, and that was just one of the most incredible matches to start our Pro Tour off between Nathan and Devore there. That was great.
Yeah, that was one grindy matchup indeed. And, you know, I did have to have a chuckle when I saw Nathan's final deck list. All those blue cards he picked up just didn't make an appearance. And, you know, probably rightly so. I bet he could have made he would have preferred to make a couple different choices in the draft, but hey, sometimes you just get convinced by Kang, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of, he's on the board.
It's tough to ignore just playing the best color in the format, too.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, the white color is just so powerful here in this format, and, you know, a lot of players can be in that color, and it still works out.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look like he was being contested too much, as we see one of the premier removal spells in common. Murdoch's Crusade taking care of Kang, not getting any connive value off of that for Sergio.
Yeah, and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to just be able to put up a brick wall force against all these other creatures, take a couple of damage from the 2/2 flyer. Either way, Nathan looking really good so far. Pet Avengers is going to be a nice follow-up here for Sergio, but unable to charge it up here.
Yeah, no power up yet for the Pet Avengers. They'll bring their owner along with them a little later. I do love Pet Avengers type line, though. This has to be the longest in Magic, right? Dragon,
For
cat,
creature
dog,
type,
bird, frog, hero?
Might as well just put Changeling on that one, right?
Sure, yeah.
I'd believe it.
In there, but sure, yeah.
Yeah, that card's great, though. Just a solid 4-mana, 4/4 body here. Gets a little bit of a supercharge. And flyers are just that good in this format, as the removal is maybe not as prevalent. You know, you really got to put a huge priority on removal spells. So being able to have a creature that blocks flyers gains some kind of value.
Absolutely,
in those scenarios.
The Unliving Legionnaire on Nathan's side of things, I don't think is going to be swinging too happily in towards this Pet Avengers here. Unless he's able to get this powered up, but where is he going with his turn first? Looks like we're going to get Dennis Dunphy down, the Brave Brawler. That hits the board, and ooh, nice, some teamwork there. Gonna get Cruel Alliance to take care of the pup. I like that because that represents a roadblock in the skies as well as an extra body later on.
Yeah, absolutely. You get to get in a good chunk of damage here as well, and you can always power up the Brave Brawler at another turn. So being able to get a hit in for 5, have Sergio on a 2-turn clock is an excellent start here for Nathan.
Yeah, you know, Sergio was off to the races, but he's picked a couple of really key removal spells up, another one in hand and Helicarrier Strike, so yeah, no stress at all currently for our reigning Pro Tour champion.
Yeah, and not even a ton of removal here for Sergio. You know, there's an Hour of Defeat, a Widow's Bite. Outside of that, just not a ton of premium removal, so...
He's, yeah, like I said, he's probably going to be relying a lot on Bullseye if he can find it, or Killmonger. You know, he's only the one-off, but Bullseye is definitely a repeatable removal spell.
Yeah, absolutely. Bullseye would be great right now to be able to clean up this 3-2 before it can get powered up. But, I mean, just look at how powerful this equipment is, the Shield Spy Kit. Gorilla just took care of it here. You traded down, which
you respect it, yeah.
Gorilla is pretty tough to trade down, as it only would be 1-drops that you're trading down with. But that's just how good this equipment is. One of the best, if not the best equipment.
You know where that Spy Kit really shines?
Yeah.
When your opponent gives you the Guardian's token. The indestructible flying demon friend.
Yes.
Yep.
There you
it's
go.
quite nice. It's like, oh yes, I have to attack, but haha, I can also block.
I'll be doing some blocking, the boy.
Value.
That's it. Here comes AIM Scientists on the board here now.
I mean, you got to just feel amazing whenever you can discard the creature that you're going to bring back over and over. That's just some nice value.
You know, this is kind of a graveyard deck. There are cards in here that care about the graveyard. Undercover Scroll being one of them, Killmonger another. So, you know, I like what Sergio put together here. I think it's pretty cohesive. You know, maybe a few too many 4-drops for my liking, but it's solid.
Yeah, very scrappy, that's for sure. You know, I mean, the Deathlock Soldier is not a card that I love to play, but there are definitely some good synergies whenever you can get some good connive stuff going. You feel like you've kind of done it when you just put it into the graveyard for free off a Surveil or a connive or something like that.
That's cool. Kingpin's Enforcers, another sack outlets. You know, there's not a lot of sacrifice effects in this format, but, you know, he has picked up pretty much all of them, I think.
Yeah. So Nathan did have land 7 here to be able to power up, but wasn't going to be lethal as there was going to be a flyer to be able to get chump blocked anyways. So now he's just really got to decide, do I do this now to avoid some kind of removal spells? And, you know, the card that comes to mind is a Widow's Bite. So Nathan's like, do I do it now? But if Sergio had a Widow's Bite in hand, it would be an absolute nightmare. But decides to do it now. And it would have been an absolute train wreck if Sergio's last card was the Widow's Bite. But Nathan really wants to cut down one more turn from Sergio, and you have to power it up. And you might as well give Sergio one less draw step, but he found it. Oh, that was huge.
Killmonger. Hey, buddy. And that's exactly what I wanted to see here from Sergio's deck. Killmonger sacrificing the repeatable, you know, fodder, essentially, and able to take care of the biggest threat on Nathan's board.
Yeah, and if he didn't deal with it right now, the game was over. So that was a gigantic draw from Sergio. Now Nathan's got to find another way to get through, as Killmonger is definitely charged up.
Oh, yeah.
And a little larger here.
Oh,
I think I'm a little dumb.
Definitely gonna have more critters in the yard than needed. 2 or more required to get that +2/+1 buff. That's kind of thematic, you know. You have to have some stuff be dead before he can ascend to where he wants to be, you know?
Yes, I like that card. That card is quite... Normally, a card like that is not the most powerful, where you have to get rid of something of yours. Even if it's your worst card to get rid of their best card, you know, you're still just not... You know, you're trading away one resource for one resource of theirs, but when you have these extra creatures that come back, that really pushes it over the edge.
Yeah, and, you know, he's got plenty of those. The shield deployment drone he's got, making tokens for him. He's got Falcon if he really wants to commit some bird murder. But
bird murder.
A lot of times it might just be Falcon that gets taken out.
Yeah.
That bird is good. Red Wing is awesome.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can't get rid of that bird.
No, it does more work for you.
I'd rather get rid of the 3/4 flyer than the 1/1 that surveils every turn. I mean, come on. You could surveil one of the killbots to the yard.
You could, yeah.
That's just an absolute combo.
As things stand, A soldier. Ooh, Hour of Defeat in hand now for Sergio.
Sergio with 2 gigantic draw steps here with
Hell
Killmonger into Hour of Defeat. That is huge.
Indeed. And now he's getting feisty. So here comes Killmonger.
Yep.
Fears nothing with that removal spell in hand. And Nathan's got to sniff this out, right?
Yeah, and it is just a 5/4, so, you know, you are just threatening a trade with the Brave Brawler, or this strike is able to get it, so
Yep.
that was just the classic. Sergio says, I got to get through this Brave Brawler eventually.
Yeah.
Could Hour of Defeat it proactively, but I think Sergio wants to save that for maybe a bigger, more impactful
better.
threat, like any flyer that
Yeah.
Sergio will have to control with him being at 5. You know, you really got to protect your life
speaking of
total.
flyers.
Oh, that was great. Now here's the problem is, like, can Nathan even resist leveling this up right now?
I mean, you want to, right?
You
get the other one back.
You do,
Oh.
but if you go to
Boy.
Exiled.
no, I think it went to the graveyard.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go for it proactively,
Yeah.
then you get an Hour and Defeat in response. So we'll see if Nathan says go, and then Sergio goes to play Hour and Defeat first or something like that.
Let's see. Is he gonna go for it?
And you basically have to.
Yeah. Yeah, gets back the other one. Yeah, so you can just keep cycling these guys.
Yeah.
He. You know, I wanted to like this Unliving Legionnaire when it was first previewed. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. It brings the thing back. It only brings it back to hand, so it's not as cool as, you know, Too Evil to Stay Dead, but it's still, you know, it's a big flyer. Flyers are a premium in the set, so.
Yeah, it's exactly fine.
It's
you know?
exactly fine, yes.
Making it to a 5/4 is good,
Yep.
but not anything to write home about, and
A
then
filler,
7 mana to return.
A
Yeah.
filler in most drafts, you know. But hey, at this point, it is threatening lethal, and Sergio does have to answer it. And there is Our Defeat, gets a surveil off of it too. Does he like what's on top?
Yeah, now you just buy it right back,
Yep.
and the value
I
never
love
stops.
this value.
Churn. Nathan's pretty chuffed with himself. You can see he's like, ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get you one way or another.
Oh, he's coming for you. I'm nibble on your toes.
Yeah, now Sergio's going to need a big draw step, that's for
Yeah.
sure.
Definitely would love that. Does he have any recursion? That's
He,
the question.
he does, and just cast one. Yeah, you normally do not see this
Decoy play?
Yeah, decoy play played that much. You know, statistically one of the worst black cards, but in a deck like this where you have a scrappy deck that plays a good amount of heroes and a good amount of villains,
Yeah.
this is the home for it.
Killmonger doing his best to keep this board clear.
Yep.
Takes care of the one Unliving Legionnaire. The second copy is still in Nathan's hand, though. These two Vampire Bros.
Hey, here he comes. Right back.
Everyone returning everything. And
Deja vu all
doing
over
the
again.
same thing over and over.
He's gonna get in one way or another.
Advances before Nathan runs out of mana.
Yeah,
to
no
keep
kidding.
doing this every turn.
Yeah, these Deathlock soldiers coming back every turn, not as impactful, that's for sure. And with only one chump blocker here with Gorilla for the flyer, looks like Nathan will be able to clean it up here eventually.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, it's getting to the point where inevitability kicks in. Nathan looks like he will win this.
Yeah, there's a way to just attack through straight away.
And Sergio says, you know what, I cannot deal with Black Widow giving menace to a lone attacker. So the flyer gets in for the win in game number 1.
Yeah, and it did definitely seem like that game was dictated by the air.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
All of Nathan's flyers were really tough for Sergio to deal with. And Nathan, the fact that he was able to get that early damage in, put him in that good spot where Sergio was just on the back foot the entire time.
And you just also see the difference that, you know, Exile versus Destroy makes.
Yeah.
You know, if Sergio had any of the cruel ultimatums that that Nathan's playing, like, he would have been much better in that situation.
Yeah, the Cruel Alliances. Cruel Ultimatum would be
sorry.
real
Cruel
nice.
Alliance. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic, but that's a completely wrong set and wrong colors, yeah. Cruel Alliance, also Murdoch's Crusade, just, you know, being able to permanently answer something is definitely what Sergio was needing in that game.
Yeah, I think the Exile on Murdoch's Crusade, like, that card was already so much better than I thought it was when I first saw it. It felt kind of narrow, but the Exile and the fact that there's so many, you know, 4 toughness cards. That card went from, like, one where I'd play one, maybe two
Yeah.
at the very most, to like, I'll
Yeah.
play 3 of that card.
Yeah,
It's great.
When you look at that card previewed in a vacuum without anything else around it,
Yeah.
it doesn't look that great. But given the context of the format, how much toughness is able to be added, and how many things are just base toughness, base 4 toughness anyway. It's just been an overperformer in most cases.
For sure. And speaking of overperformer, Hero in Training. Never really thought that would be the mythic common, you know?
That
like
is probably Paul's favorite card.
I think it's got to be.
Yeah.
It says
Anytime
draw
he
a
sees
card
it,
on it.
Yeah,
so.
anytime he sees it, he's just like that one. It's like,
Yeah.
but Paul, there's a Captain Marvel there. Okay, maybe it's but Hero in Training.
Yeah, card's incredible. Ends up playing out so much better than I thought it would. I knew it would be good. You know, the 3 mana draw a card templated 2-drop or 2/2s have always been good, but
yeah, same with the shield deployment drone. You know,
Yeah.
those 3 drops that create a creature. We've seen that, you know, in different forms, multiple sets now.
always good, that's for sure.
Jeez, have some creatures, huh?
Yeah, attacking in with the 1
You
creature,
know.
allow Black Widow to get first strike or give first strike and menace. Just makes it so difficult to get into combat here. And wow.
Nice.
looks
okay.
like we do have the
Respecting the
Helicarrier
Helicarrier
strike.
Yeah.
That's not even respecting it enough because first strike, you can kill Gorilla,
Got a first strike damage.
and then you can strike away the 1/3.
One of the other ones. Oh,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
so good.
I mean, I think Sergio had to go for it.
Yeah.
If he had something to back it up, like an hour of defeat or something, next turn that, you know, he could have waited, then sure, but this seemed too juicy to not do.
That's a 3-for-1, huh?
Yeah.
The 1 too.
The one lives, the robot lives, yeah, because it's only first strike,
Oh,
not double
gotcha,
strike.
gotcha.
So Sergio almost bended as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I felt like doing. I was like, well, crap.
Yeah.
Here comes a Falcon Winged Wonder along with Red Wing, his trusty sidekick.
This card's so good.
Wow.
I have been so impressed with
Yeah,
this card. I'll splash this in basically any deck. You know, I mean, it being a 5-drop, you got so much time to get there.
Yeah.
And the Surveil 1 on
Is
that bird
so
is just so underrated.
Yeah, I mean, in any game where you can manipulate the top of your library, you are going to have such a higher chance of beating your opponent. You know, take a look at the
Spy
shield,
kit,
spy kit as well. You know, those 1-drops or like 1 mana whatevers, they're just so good.
Yeah, normally equipment like that, even if it's 1 mana, 1 equip for
It's a short
+1/+1 vigilance, like that wouldn't be enough. But the Scry, the Surveil really
Yeah.
throws that kind of card over the edge.
Yeah, and also working in with the whole teamwork aspect, being able to tap multiple things down. That Roft security officer has tapped multiple things down in a turn, and I've hated it when you
Yeah.
get that thing on, so yeah.
Yeah, or even what we see here, the fact that if you have the Shield Spy Kit going, your opponent is so incentivized to clear out your creatures to prevent this inevitability that you're getting, making sure all your draws are great, and then that opens the door for your own take up the shield or something to really blow them out.
Here comes a Black Widow, getting in for some damage. Yeah, first strike and death touch, one hell of a combo.
Yes, yes, very good. And Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to be able to boost it up. You know, that's another card I kind of undervalued right away is the 2/4 body that, you know, pumps a creature when you attack, but that card has been perfectly fine as well. So now Nathan's really only problem here is the skies. But even if he just charges up that Brave Brawler, can win that race there, you know, kind of straight away. And at any point, Nathan could just say, all right, I don't need to do this attacking one creature at a time thing and just kind of get them all sideways to close out the game if he senses weakness from Sergio.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot faster.
Lifelink
Well, I can tell you
has
that.
been pretty powerful in this format, too.
In every limited format.
Yeah.
One of the best keywords.
Keywords are good.
Yes, yes.
Pick a card with keyword. Ah, flying, good. Lifelink, better.
We'll be here all weekend.
Yeah. Brings a little body with him. Now, Sergio definitely wants to find a piece of removal, especially for this Black Widow, you know, giving his creatures evasion, making it very difficult to block.
Yeah, that's a must kill at some point and still just does not have that many answers. There are 4 in the deck. You know, Bullseye probably
seen him
being
yet.
the best one. Being able to
Bullseye, Abomination, Killmonger, Hour of Defeat, Widow's Bite. So really like only 5 pieces of removal. Wiccan kinda, but not a permanent solution.
And that is a good amount, but it's not really as much premium removal besides Hour of Defeat. That one is just, of course, amazing, but Nathan's got a lot more
unconditional premium removal.
Yeah, for sure. Now we see the shield spy kit getting equipped to Black Widow double agent, and here she comes. Attack, untap, scry, first strike, menace, death touch.
And just 5 power as well, so such a tough card to block. I mean, you do get the 1 free block with your 1/2, just bring it back every turn, but Sergio doesn't have that much mana to play with.
Yeah.
And this one came out of the sideboard here from Nathan.
Yeah, Viv Vision
Yep.
definitely didn't make the first cut of the draft, or the deck, I should say.
It makes sense, though. I mean, Nathan
does.
just saw how much Flyers ate him apart and how much that, there's not that much removal. So a card like this where you can level it up or power it up, excuse me, and just start drawing a card and getting that ability from Black Widow, that'll be excellent if we can get to the amount of mana you need.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Hour of Defeat picked up now for Sergio. Where's he going to aim it now that Nathan is tapped out?
Yeah, and that's the thing, is you really want to wait until Nathan attacks.
No, you don't, because you know he's got
that's what I'm saying. Like, normally you'd want to wait because Nathan's going to attack with 1 creature. It's probably going to be Black Widow, and then you kill that to get kind of a turn off from Nathan's aggression. But take up the shield, you just cannot risk it.
Yeah.
So
The instant speed interaction in this format is so good. Like, most of the time, if my opponent is playing in that manner, I'm like, you're tapped out, I'm killing your thing at sorcery speed. Yes, I see it says instant, but that thing needs to die.
especially against white. Take up the shield is just such a blowout that you just kind of have to. So
And-
I would assume Sergio's going to agree.
You know, he's not playing a Stolen Stark tech, but that's also another instant speed interaction that prevents any destroy effect. So it's like, okay, I kill you now. Hopefully he goes for it. Nice. All right. Once again, the Gorilla smashes the shield spy kit into pieces.
Doesn't agree yet to play the Hour of Defeat, just trying to get some value going here first. Get some creatures, kind of go wide, use your life as a resource, take a couple hits. That was a great draw. I mean, that card's just incredible. That card has played out
Red
so
Guardian.
good.
Grief, yeah. Oh, you have a Thor or something enormous? Die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like, kind of the level up moments is whenever you just see your opponent who's playing white, has 3 mana available. Whenever my opponent doesn't attack into me.
He's doing what you wanted, Corey.
There we go.
Turn things sideways. Now that the main reason not to is gone. And Nathan's got so much backup. So now any block that Sergio makes, even if he thinks it's safe, it's sure not, because Red Guardian is likely going to come down after this, depending what he blocks with.
Yeah, the scroll is supercharged, so you're able to just cast Red Guardian to kill the scroll, for instance, which I bet is what Nathan would do, and just hold on to the take up the shield to keep one of your creatures alive. But, of course, if we can just win the game, that would be good as well.
I don't think he's got enough oomph for that.
It doesn't look like it, unless Sergio goes really
4, 5,
shallow
6, 7,
on blockers.
8, 9. Actually,
Yeah,
Nathan
just
might be able to win here if he doesn't get another block.
yeah. If those 2 creatures stay home,
Yeah.
as you do get the plus from Colleen.
He's respecting it.
I'm at 11, right?
So this is pretty nice. You can kind of do a bit of a blowout here with take up the shield. You can take up the shield on the hero in training, put the counter onto Black Widow. Oh no,
No.
that one doesn't move your counter.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay.
All good. +1, +1.
Plus
on
1
life.
counter
Yeah.
on just Colleen. Yeah.
Yeah, Colleen will trigger off of, it being cast, and then the take up the shield puts the counter and lifelink and indestructible.
Yeah.
All the things. Keywords.
So you're going to take 7 down to 4?
Yes.
I'll gain.
So now the creatures are vulnerable, but at this point, 1 removal spell doesn't really matter because now you Red Guardian away the scroll.
Ouch.
Oh, thank you. I gained 4 more. I'm at 19.
And now Hour of Defeat is basically going to have to kill Black Widow, but at that point you have a 3/4 and a 2/2 up against 5 creatures from Nathan. So
Jeez.
looks like this is just GG.
Yeah, Kang, you're good when Sergio's ahead. Not so much right now.
Yeah, can't even double
Yeah, that was a lot
spell.
faster now.
That is rough.
Yeah, this looks like all she wrote. Sergio maybe could have Hour of Defeated at upkeep to try to find another castable spell,
Sure,
but
yeah.
then if you draw one of your bigger threats, then you kind of regret that. So This one a lot faster than the last round,
Sure
and
was, yeah.
will not be resulting in a draw.
It's not going to be a draw. We will not see a draw here, friends. Sergio Garcia Gonzalez passes the turn back to Nathan Stoyer, who is moments away from picking up a 2-0 victory in round number 2. There's the handshake. Congratulations to Nathan Stoyer.
Wow.
Gets it done in, I wouldn't say record time, but certainly faster than the first round win.
Yep, and I do think Nathan's deck was a little bit better. You know, Sergio had some scrappy draws there for game 1 that put him in a position where he might have been able to pull it out, but Nathan's deck just definitely seemed better. You know, the white cards are very, very good. You know, even the average white cards are definitely performing a little higher than maybe green and black cards. And yeah, of course, Nathan knows how to play them pretty well.
He certainly does. You would expect nothing less from the reigning Pro Tour champion.
Yeah.
2 times over, by the way, and also world champion. So
no big deal. Pretty good resume.
Checked off everything, basically. So we are going to take a very quick break, friends. And when we come back, we'll have more from round number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Oh.
Our Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes here in Amsterdam. We have MagicCon happening at the same darn time, and look at all of these wonderful friends who have come to hang out with us. Magic players, Wizards of the Coast stuff. We have folks from Hasbro here. Everybody, that's anybody, is here. And the most important people there in that room, you know, the fans.
Oh, absolutely.
The Magic players. Everyone who's here to come and see the artists, to play games with their friends, meet the creators. It's just such a great vibe out there.
The energy in these MagicCons
Yeah,
is just
I love
unmatched. You know, being able
MagicCon.
to walk, see the main stage of different, you know, cool Commander games going on, panels, artists, like, it's incredible.
It is.
Yeah.
Please come to the next one. It's such a fun time. We would love to see you there. And also, you know, the Pro Tours here happening at the same time. So if that is your jam, you can come and see some of your favorite players, 2 of them being right here, right now. Javier Dominguez, 2-time world champion. Gab Nassif, absolute monster when it comes to top finishes. 16, and both of their deck lists, Corey, are something to write home about, for sure.
Unbelievable. I mean, they are incredible. Javier, I mean, these are 2, you know, mythics, I mean, rare and mythics that usually don't see together.
Yeah.
The coming of Galactus and the superhero Civil War.
Yeah.
So he's got a bit of an
Oh
ambitious
my
deck
God.
with very powerful cards. And then, I mean, this is, everyone buckle up here.
Yeah.
Nassif's list, let me just list some of the rares here. He's white-based. It looks like no one else at the table was
doesn't
white.
look like it, no.
He's got Avengers Assembled, 2 Captain America Wings of Freedom,
That's a 3-1,
Captain
yeah.
Marvel Earth's Protector, the Mind Stone.
What the?
I mean,
good grief.
unreal.
Jesus.
And Gab did win game number 1
He did.
in, you know, extremely fast fashion here.
Blistering fashion,
Yeah.
indeed. Ant-Man taken care of. Claw, Sonic Subjugator now gets to take 1 card out of Gab Nassif's hand. You always feel so big brain when you get Claw down for like 3 or 4.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. That was not the correct list. So not all that powerful stuff. Okay, I was going to say he's blue here. So that...
Yeah, I was like,
Okay.
A little wild.
A strange mana base for the white cards.
Yes, but yeah,
Apologies
still,
for that, friends.
Nassif did win an extremely blistering fast game 1.
Yeah, Pin Particles there. Surveillance Room now, getting rid of a forest off the top of the library. And Claw, Sonic Subjugator getting in now for 2 points of damage. So, yeah, well, let's see then. What does Nassif have that won him a game that quickly, huh? Oof.
I
another
love
lucky strike.
Claw. Claw is a phenomenal card. Even if it's just the classic, you discard 1 card. I mean, anytime you can get a 2-for-1 on a body, those creatures just overperform. Hero in Training, for instance, you know, it's very similar. You know, obviously they lose a card instead of you gaining 1, but still very powerful.
Am I seeing things correctly here? Did that Red Room recruit just chuck a lightning strike?
I believe it did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
So Javier's hand, pretty solid.
Must be, yeah.
I think I saw a Crimson Operative. A card that, you know,
strikes, no biggie.
maybe not amazing, but hey, it is still another one of those cards that fits the role of being a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
Turn pass back here now, I believe, to Gab Nassif. Curious what Javier has in hand. Wondrous Wasp. Gonna tap down the Red Room Recruit. Not really as effective as this card has been and can be.
Yeah, but it's still just a great card.
Yeah.
2-1 flyer for
Yeah,
2, already good enough. You would play that. and the fact that it has a very relevant and pretty sweet ability.
It's found a home in the humans deck in Modern.
Yeah.
I got beaten up by it.
Oh, there you
quite
go.
a lot yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually found a spot in a lot of different Modern decks, or at least a lot of teams were saying they were messing around with this.
Yeah.
Matt Nass, the brewing,
yeah,
specialist, was like, I tried to play this in so many decks.
Yeah, the 2-drops in the set have been really, really fun to play with. As we see Atuma hit the board.
I like this card quite a bit. Not a lot of merfolks. There are a couple cards that synergize with it, but either way, just 4 mana, 3/4. Whenever it connects, getting to draw a card is still very relevant.
Punishing Punch decides that, yes, that is quite a nuisance to deal with. The 3/4 body that draws you a card. So definitely want that off the board. Gavin Nassif just left with Wondrous Wasp.
17, 14.
In for 2. Nice. More birds.
There
okay.
we go.
Falcon, Winged Wonder once again. We'll bring a Red Wing along with him. So again, we're seeing the skies being the place you want to be, pretty much, as Crimson Operative now hits the board and exiles another Red Room recruit.
Yeah, and it definitely does seem like Javier's deck is a little soft to creatures that fly. Just has the 2 lightning strikes, has 2 punishing punches.
Yeah.
But either way, Javier's, besides his very, amazing top end of the 2 incredible 5-mana sagas, is pretty mid. Nothing too exciting outside of that. So really looking for the power of those 2 cards. Even as playing Call Damage Control, when you have 2 great sagas, that's
that
basically
makes
the
sense.
only time I play that card.
Yeah. White Widow's another great one to get enchantments back from the yard. So getting to recast one of these rares, you feel real good about it.
Definitely.
So he has some work to do here to stave off this damage coming through in the air. He does have a couple of reach creatures. He's got Red Hulk, Pet Avengers, to name just 2 of them. I'm not sure if he has any more, but, he definitely wants to find something to get him out of this. White mana would be great, especially if he does have the Superhero Civil War in hand.
Yeah, I didn't see it when we caught a glimpse of his hand, but, of course, could have just drawn it.
How many times have you lost to this card?
So many. I mean, I have been playing so many Maddox Crusade just because it deals with this and is a solid removal spell. So that's pretty much the only time I ever beat it, is when I immediately have that card to get my creatures back.
Again, Murdoch's Crusade, overperforming.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the most winning card. This is statistically one of the highest percentages of win rates that we've seen from basically any card in the last couple limited sets. It's that good.
Red Wing and the Wondrous Wasp getting in here. Little points of damage. A Surveil 2 off of the bird.
Yeah.
And Reptile gets chucked in the bin.
And looks like we're just back to the 3/4. A little afraid of the crack.
The glasses, the impulse looking one.
Oh, nice. All right. Icing down the Crimson Operative.
Ooh, that was a saga in Javier's hand. I don't know which one it is, but I'm going to guess it is the Superhero Civil War because, well, the other one would be on the battlefield right now if we had the Coming of Galactus. So.
Yeah, he's got the mana for that one.
Yeah, but it definitely is. It's one of the alt version.
Planes.
Okay, that is a Plains. That is the Sentinel. You can search for
you
that.
cycle for it.
Yeah, so he just drew the Plains.
Oh, it is.
Cost it this turn.
Yeah, and I mean, now it's just a question of...
you can just steal these 2 non-token flyers.
I mean, it comes down to, does Gab have the counterspell? We say the Nay is definitely being represented.
Yeah.
I mean, what's Javier going to do? Like, cycle, hope to draw land 9 to play around it? Like, feel like he's a little too far behind.
Do you think that's why he left up the Falcon? To be able to teamwork it? Or is it
no. I don't think so. I think it was just to block, to be able to win the race here. And Nassif is going to give a read to that one. He's like, oh, I haven't seen this card. And then you read it and you're like,
yeah,
it's that one.
I've seen this plenty, yeah.
The cool alternate comic book art. And it resolves.
Yep. So now you get 2, I imagine the 3/4 and the bird.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, excuse me. It is 5 mana. Can't take Wasp. 4 mana, 3/4 fly would be a little busted, especially with tokens. So,
yeah, no kidding. No
Falcon has swapped sides, brought his bird with him.
And now, like anybody who's been playing this limited set, kind of understands, like, if I don't deal with this right now, the game is over.
You did.
Uh-oh.
You get a game 3 out of this, though. I'm not complaining.
I do love Javier's mana base right now. Pretty ambitious, but Looks like he was probably just in one of those seats.
Yeah.
Maybe opened the Superhero Civil War Pack 3 and was like, well, I'll break my mana base for this. It's totally worth it.
Absolutely.
So you just have games
A
like
good
this
card.
where you look like the board's at parity. Maybe Javier was a little behind, and then just you slam
Bam.
the door.
Yep. This is what you call a bomb.
Yes, yes. Maybe even 3 or 4 Bs on that bomb for sure.
With some sound effects.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. And definitely a lot easier to splash for than the Coming of Galactus is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And he is more base green black, so the Coming of Galactus is just very much a part of the deck.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
we are really a Jund deck splash white. His mana base is 5 forest, 4 swamps, 3 mountains, 1 plains, and then 3 duels. So it does have a pretty solid mana base. But if you play against a hyper-aggressive white deck, sometimes you just don't have the time.
Just fold over.
Exactly. To be
Yeah,
cycling and,
Yeah. Because, the white decks usually come with a good suite of removal, too, if the pot allowed for it. Javier now, checking out all his critters. They all get a big boost, +1/+1 and vigilance. And then you get to fight stuff. I always like fighting the 2 creatures you stole against each other.
Yeah, there you go.
It's real funny.
I mean, you can always do that, or you fight whatever the biggest thing you took from them, and the biggest thing they have on their battlefield now. So, I mean, as it stands now, you'd be able to fight the Falcon and the 4/4, just get rid of the Falcon.
Yeah.
But first, you get a gigantic attack in.
Yeah. Don't tap it, don't tap it, don't tap it. Unless it's been tapped down?
Yeah,
Something?
they
No.
do both have vigilance.
Yeah. So it's what, 4/5 and a 2/2?
Yep. 4/5 and a 2/2, but the 4/4 on the other side from Nassif did brick wall the Red Room Recruit and the Claw.
Yeah, sure did.
The claw.
So, I mean, if Javier just drew a land, you know, some of the rare times that Superhero Civil War just naturally resolves, you just got to be so far ahead to still win that game. But, you know, right now Nassif, I would say, is very far ahead if Javier didn't draw something nice here.
Yeah, what's the follow-up? Because we still have removal on the 3rd chapter.
Yeah.
Pseudo removal.
I think the 4th time Nassif has read that card, he's like, it can't be that good. I got to be misreading
You know what? Some of these
something."
comic books you just can't put down. You need to read them over and over again. That's all it is.
That's good, yeah.
Turn passes back to Gab, down to 4.
Didn't want to block with the Wasp on the Falcon or anything. Of course, you're kind of 2-for-1ing yourself as you'll be getting that Falcon back.
Well, you hope.
Yeah, no kidding. And doesn't look like Javier, besides that call damage control, you know, there's no Night Nurse or anything to really have just an amazing turn with Superhero Civil War. Anytime you can bring it back, I mean, it's just it's an eye roll moment of, okay, sure.
Audible groans from the feature match.
Yes.
Hall of Famer up against a man who's had a Hall of Fame-worthy career, probably twice now at this point.
Yeah.
Javier Dominguez.
Yeah, no kidding. 11 top finishes. I mean, that's incredible.
Insane.
World champion twice.
Yeah. Won the Mythic Championship.
Yep. Took 2nd in a world championship to William Jensen as well. So, I mean, just an incredible resume.
This is why everyone copies his homework.
Yeah,
I'm looking
no
at you,
kidding.
Chris Larson. What would Javier do?
That is the slogan most of the time of their team. That's for
What
sure.
would Javier do?
So now the Chapter 3 going. What does Javier want to do for fighting? Looks like just wants to get 2 creatures off the battlefield, prioritizing that. And now let's see what the follow-up is. I mean, Nassif is ahead right now with what's on the battlefield. And, ooh, the God of War.
Oh, nice. Ares. This guy is
Ooh,
fun.
wow.
Man, it makes attacking so easy.
Yeah, no kidding. Just no matter what, get in there. And it's so good with Claw. I mean, honestly, it's good with Red Room Recruit, too. Getting that connive back. And Nassif is not at a life total where he can just be like, all right, I'll take it a couple of times.
Can't even take it one.
Wasp and Red Wing off the board there for Nassif.
Now the
Someone
one
has a flyer.
The one thing that is brutal is if you do get a little frisky and you turn these creatures sideways and then you're able to bounce the God of War or able to kill it
somehow.
then you just threw away all your creatures.
For no good reason.
Yeah, but now you got to think, like, is Javier at a position where he's able to not attack?
Yeah.
And I would think no. I would think he's got to get in there.
It's always so tempting, especially when you have insurance, as it were.
Yep, and he is trying to minimize the damage here instead of attacking with both. He's just attacking with one.
Can you imagine Wasp at this point up against Ares? Like, oh cool, you're attacked with everything. Aha!
Oh yeah, no kidding. Nice
Well,
ability.
I don't know if it actually still works. That's a rule
I wouldn't
question.
think
I'll
so.
have to
It
ask
shuts
the
off the
judge.
ability.
Yeah.
Yep. Loses the ability, so that text isn't there, and Claw would just go straight to the graveyard.
Yeah, some of them are weird. It's like, if this is on the battlefield, this remains, and then if it still loses its ability, then the thing, it's whatever it's done to the board remains or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I would definitely call a judge
Yeah.
regardless in that
I
spot
would
to make sure, but I would
certainly
assume that's how it works.
Oh, hey, nice. Trickster Stratagem is going to kick Ares back to the second card.
Okay.
Yep. And we get a Connive here. Which critter's going to get the counter if he decides to chuck a non-land spell?
An excellent answer to it. Buys a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Now, if Javier has a brick in hand and top deck's a brick, you know, Nassif could be in a position where he could actually start attacking with the Falcon.
Yeah. For a second there, I thought that was Javier's hand. I'm like, how did he get that back? Nope, just the yard.
Yeah.
Cheating.
All right. So, Falcon getting the buff. 4/5 flyer. Yeah, that's a quick clock if you can keep these ground critters in check.
Yeah, and I think Nassif has to go for it, especially if he doesn't have an answer to the God of War, as eventually it's going to get you. But looks like that is hellbent for Nassif, but that is kind of, you know, the blue fireball, as people have been saying. Like, that's able to attack for 6, unblockable next turn.
Oh, is that just out of reach then? That
yes.
land? Oh my gosh.
It is. That land just
I
kept
heard
him
Gab
alive.
chuckle and I was like, did that just save Javier?
It did, because
That's tap land.
Yep, but if Nassif top decks a land, it would still be lethal with the Falcon and the powerful one drop.
Yeah, stature. I've died to that card many times.
Oh yeah.
Yep. We're doing math here. Let's see. Can he kill Javier Dominguez?
Yeah, you do need, it would be 10 damage right now, and the other 2 creatures you can block, but if Nassif senses that Javier has nothing, maybe you would just send everything in. But
yeah, all right, this is cool. Ben Grimm triggers when critters do
You do
damage,
it?
but are we going to get there? I wonder if Gab's going to risk it for the biscuit here.
yeah, I would think at least you're going to block with the stature.
Yep. Stature, size, shifter. Man. They had no way to get lethal there, huh?
Nope.
I wonder if someone actually tried doing
that.
that.
Was the top deck. Nassif was hellbent.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you just attack with all your creatures,
Tried going for the
or some kind of weird block,
Fantastic
but
Four
you
combo.
just go on the 2/2, and then you throw the claw away, and now Javier knows what he's drawing, and it's not necessarily an amazing one here.
Not really. And he doesn't really have that much time to mess around here because the thing is enormous and has trample.
I mean, the flyer and
There's
the one
actually
drop is
a
gonna
thing there.
determine the
Cool.
game next turn. So Javier
I thought they
redraw
brought up the
here,
thing because someone
this
said the
Red Room
thing.
recruit is able to just re-connive.
Well, does it die? That's the
It
question.
ha- Intention.
Oh, yeah, that's a
It
good
doesn't
point.
die,
Yeah.
It didn't kill it, so Gab Nassif with a heads-up block there, making
And
sure the
Javier-
recruit does not get to go back.
Javier looking at a forest, and that just means if Nassif goes for it, he's got this 2-0.
Yeah. Jeez. Nassif clawing it back here at
Oh.
2 live, able to pick up the win. Stature, size shifter would sneak in there, get pumped up after blocks. And that's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote. And I love that you were saying, you were mentioning Cruel Ultimatum earlier. Nassif definitely knows a few things about Cruel Ultimatum. So.
He does, yes.
Yeah.
It was all planned and prepared. I didn't get 2 cards mixed up.
Genius.
No.
Genius.
No, we know it. We know what cards are. Well, friends, that is, I believe, going to do it for round number 2 of Limited here. We're going to have a break, and when we come back, we'll be into round number 3.
Hey, do you like Modern? You can check out the Spotlight or September MTG. Hello and welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes live from Amsterdam here in the Netherlands. Got a lot of players here battling for a $500,000 prize pool and more than 17,000 people attending the Magic Con here this weekend as well. So tons of excitement out on the floor. I was walking down there just moments ago, and it was awesome to see so many people here celebrating Magic the Gathering. Welcome back to the news desk, everybody. Murray Bartholdi, Frank Karsten, and Riley Knight here hanging out with you as we're getting in the draft rounds this morning. Riley, what updates do you have for us?
Well, some very important ones indeed as we head towards the business end of the first of 3 drafts, of course, across the weekend. A lot of players will be playing to trophy the draft, as we call it. This is when you put together a perfect 3-0 record. And the person in the driver's seat to do that here is Keisuke Kirito on 2-0, facing off against Nathan Stoyer, who at 1-0-1 isn't in a position to trophy. It can technically go undefeated, but 2-0-1 won't be enough. So Kirito, a chance here to take out our first table there. On draft pod number 2, well, look at this. Li Shi Chan on 2-0, unsurprising. The Hall of Famer doing very well. Andrea Botti, here, the opponent here for Lee to trophy this draft. One of those two will likely emerge undefeated at the end of our day 1 draft, exactly where you want to be. And finally, it's another Hall of Famer here who has done extremely well. Gabriel Nassif, the Frenchman, on 2-0 against Raymond Santos in this round, also on 2-0. So these are the players whose morning has come together really well. Their draft deck's obviously performing for them, and so far so good. We'll see who is able to take out the trophy across these 3 tables.
Yes, and drafts so very important this tournament, of course, as we have 3 drafts this weekend for the first time in 15 years. Top 8 will be draft this Sunday, so you don't want to miss it. And a good reason to watch all of these drafts here this weekend as well. Keep a close eye on what the players are picking and when. So very interesting. Thank you so much, Riley. Let's set up our next round here, round number 3. Let's find out who will watch this time in our feature match area. Sticking with Nathan Stoyer, our featured drafter this morning, had a draw in the first round, is trying to battle his way back. Will be up against Keisuke Kirito, who's currently 2-0. Take a look at Nathan Stoyer there on your screen. 6 top finishes to his name, despite being so young here in the game. Your world champion in 2022, a 2-time Pro Tour champion as well. So lots of impressive stats for Nathan Stoyer.
Yes, and we can dive in a little further into the numbers here, and something you can see right at the top of his players' statistics there, which is just so incredible. 8 events that he's played in since we started recording these stats back in 2023, the return to Paper Magic. He's made 3 top 8s out of those 8 events. That's an incredible conversion rate. Obviously, he's defending champion. He's hot to trot, in a great position at the moment, and we'll see if that momentum carries him through to a 4th top 8.
He'll have to get through Keisuke Kirito, who started playing Magic in 2007. This is his first Pro Tour, qualified via top 16 finish at a regional championship where he won 6 in a row to clinch his spot here. So he's very excited for top 8 draft here in this tournament.
And you can see getting off to a great start, 2-1 in round number 1, 2-0 in the second round as well. This is how you want your Pro Tour to start, particularly your first Pro Tour. Getting off to a solid start, building the confidence, feeling as though you belong here. That's something that I talk to first-time players a lot about. That feeling they have deserved to they've earned their spot. They deserve to be here, and so maybe shaking off some nerves, settling in nicely. This is where you want to be. Then again, Nathan Stoyer now to contend with. So certainly not playing on easy mode today.
That's how it goes here at the Pro Tour. Frank, what about the decks these players drafted?
Yeah, let's start with the deck of Nathan Stoyer, our featured drafter and the reigning Pro Tour champion. He drafted a white-black attack alone deck with 2 copies of Cruel Alliance as a standout removal option. I talked to him in between rounds, and he graded this as like a B, slightly above average. If I can also point out his opponent, Keisuke Kirito. Now, he drafted a red-black deck, 2-0 with that. It is quite surprising, because this was widely considered to be the weakest archetype. And the colors at the table weren't even exceptionally open, with 4 black and 3 red drafters at the table. But what stands out here is synergy. 3 copies of Hawkeye Young Avenger that can turn every ping from a Hydra Assault robot into 3 damage. And possibly even more once you boost Hawkeye's power with one of the many equipment in this deck. Actually plenty of equipment synergies in this deck, and Nathan will have to keep the 2 copies of Stolen Stark deck in mind as a 2-mana combat trick. I'm just excited to see if this red-black deck can take a draft trophy here.
Yeah, this would be really interesting here in our featured
So
pod.
funny.
Can red-black get it done? Let's find out. Marshall and Paul are in the booth with the call.
Yes, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we are well and truly into the action here on a Friday in Amsterdam. It is time for the third round, which is, of course, still booster draft before we transition over to Modern. As we just showed in our feature match area, Nathan Sawyer still scrapping it out. He's got that draw, that unfortunate draw. We got to watch round one. It was an excellent match.
Absolutely.
But it was also a very tight, scrappy match, and it ended up going to time. And so that one ended up being a draw. And then his opponent here, Keisuke Kirito, in his first Pro Tour, sitting here at 2-0 and playing against Nathan Sawyer, trying to clean sweep the draft portion.
Yeah, 2-0 with a very interesting build here, too. We kind of talked about how red-black is kind of considered the worst color combination, but if the lane is open, you can still put together a nice deck. Now, Keisuke doesn't necessarily have all the cards you will want in a great red-black deck. However, it's kind of a combo deck, right? You have kind of that nice equipment package in the deck, and the 3 copies of Hawkeye with several ways in his deck to actually deal chip damage. But when Hawkeye's in play, it's no longer chip damage. You are chunking your opponent for 3 damage at a time anytime you get a ping effect off.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I think that this is how they kind of saw the black-white deck.
Right.
It hasn't really performed at that level in reality, but the pieces are still there.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And certainly a card like Ronin is one of the cards that you want, right? Because then you can play cards like Stolen Stark Tech, use it as a combat trick, and then later sacrifice that equipment to give a creature -4/-4.
You see Red Room Recruit here from Kirito.
Yeah, discarding one. I mean,
Big Hawkeye.
And that is, you know, given that there are 3 copies of that of Hawkeye in his deck, probably thinking, well, there's a decent chance I'm going to find another one.
Nice follow-up here for Stoyer. He started off with the Brawler, and now he gets to play Black Widow double agent, which means the Brawler gets to attack safely past the Red Room Recruit. That Kirito even put the counter on to try to be a better blocker.
Right, yeah, that Red Room Recruit just thinking, well, there's not too many things you can do to really punish me here, but certainly Black Widow would be one of those cards. Now, he does have access to Widow's Bite here to kill Black Widow, utilizing that, saving the web up. A little bit worse in terms of how you utilize your mana, but web up is unconditional removal, so that allows you to kill any bomb that Nathan Stoyer might play out.
Widow's Bite on Black Widow? Like,
is that...
Would you even feel that? I don't
yeah, I mean, I guess they can't just program protection from Widow's Bite onto a card. It would seem kind of weird.
That's right.
Yes, but very good removal spell, very efficient. I have gotten blown out by this card before where you give Death Touch to a creature and you kill something small. And a really great turn here from Keisuke, getting Jessica Jones, one of the main reasons to be in red, an incredibly powerful uncommon. If she stays on the battlefield and you can activate her just once, that can often be enough.
That's right. It can power you through the middle part of the game, fueling the cards going onto the battlefield. And it looks like Keisuke's okay with kind of playing the control route at this point. He's just left his creatures back every time.
Nathan going wide here with a Burrow backup, which Keisuke is thrilled for. He was just thinking, please don't kill my Jessica Jones, because if she stays on the battlefield here, now Keisuke can use the Jessica Jones, hope to maybe hit a land and a spell to play, and then just kind of build upon that card advantage that Jessica Jones provides.
So let's kick off the festivities with Jessica Jones being activated. It's going to get a stun counter.
Okay, so Murdoch's Crusade has no targets, but you can still play that Swamp, of course, for a turn. And noting for Jessica Jones, there are different cards with different templates. Crimson Operative, for example, is an effect where you have to play. You get the next turn cycle to play out your card. Jessica Jones, you need to play those cards immediately.
That's right. But great news for Keisuke as, again, Jessica Jones survives, and then maybe even in another couple of turns, he'll get to activate it again. You can dream.
Yeah, Nathan really just doesn't have a great attack here either.
There's Cruel Alliance, though.
Oh, I thought it was Massacre Girl, because he always has one in hand.
Yeah, this is the first time we've covered him without it in his hand, but fair enough.
Yeah, but good interactive piece. Doesn't necessarily have to fire it off this turn. given that there is a stun counter on Jessica Jones, so can maybe look to build out your board here instead if you like. You can run out, for example, Agents of Shield, get in for damage, or even power up the Brave Brawler.
It's a little awkward here for Stoyer as well, though. You see Armanzola on the other side. And
I wonder if that's why they
Kirito
took it
maybe
away,
just
like
wants to
nuts on the stream.
trade off the Red Room Recruit or even just chump block with the Project Deathlock Soldier to get that second creature in the yard.
Absolutely.
And start activating Armanzola every turn.
Yeah, Armanzola will now get turned on. Of course, needs 2 creatures in the graveyard here to start activating it. It has been kind of underperforming as a card in general, but I think it's just difficult sometimes to just get the 2 creatures into your graveyard.
Yes.
And I believe the token comes into play tapped. So you kind of have to set up a stalemate situation. Then, of course, it can run away with the game.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the cards in red and to a lesser extent black have felt like they've underperformed. It's also like they don't have the best friends. You know, they're kind of in the wrong friend group.
I mean, when you're
like
a villain,
other
you
red
have a lot of
cards. Yeah, no, you
friends,
don't,
right?
right?
Yes.
They're kind of out on their own, and it doesn't really pan out.
Now, this is a really nice combo here. Bullseye, oftentimes you have to discard a relevant permanent or discard a relevant non-land spell, but with Project Deathlock Soldier, that's kind of the combo because you can just use the mana to get the Deathlock Soldier back from the graveyard.
This is really impressive from Keisuke Kirito.
Right.
He is really just kind of moving things
Oh,
forward. Now he's up to 3 mana up for Armanzola, and he still has Jessica Jones just sort of at the ready for next turn. Like,
yeah. I mean,
kind of pulling away from this one.
Yeah, and Nathan's kind of in a tough spot because he only has the one
Red, you know?
cards that he really wants to kill here. Probably going after the Jessica Jones, but hey, that Armanzola, couple of turns, that's all you need.
Yeah, and the Armanzola's every turn going to just be pumping out these tokens.
And Shield Spike getting in, no scry here or untap, but just making sure that both creatures are at least the 3/3 so that Keisuke, if he wants to deal with one of these creatures, would have to double block. So Keisuke probably looking to just trade, although does have actually Stolen Stark Tech in hand.
No, it just feels risky, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially into open mana, you leave yourself vulnerable to cards like Helicarrier Strike, and also take up the shield, which we know is in Nathan's deck.
Is it a opportunity for Kirito to use his life total as a resource, or does he need to force it? No, he's going to take the damage.
Yeah, can just take the damage. I don't know if Nathan has a ton of ways to, for example, have reach, right? Does he have a billion flares? I'm not really sure. And,
And which of your card advantage engines do you want to kill? As it turns out, Stoyer is going to take down Jessica Jones.
Right.
So the literal cards in hand will, or maybe not literal, but the cards will stop flowing. But we will see a token made here on end step from Armanzola, and I think we're going to see that for many of the turns as we move through the rest here. Web Up, Stolen Stark Tech, and a Stark Industries Executive are what's in hand for Kirito. He's really kind of gotten a little creative here with this one.
Yeah, just kind of using multiple cards to make things happen. Stark Industries Executive, not really a great card to play, but hey, if you're looking to splash, you have a couple of Hydro Assault robots, which can ping your opponent for 1. You combo that with Hawkeye. Hey, those are the little minor synergies that you can kind of put together to really scrap out a win.
This also lets Kirito leave up Bullseye activation or Armanzola.
Yeah,
and it looks like he's just deciding if there's a clean attack. And you know what? At this point, the longer this game goes, it feels like the better it is for Keisuke.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, every single turn you have the option of dealing 2 damage to something if you like, or just making a 2/1 menace creature every turn. Nathan has Agents of Shield here, which would allow him to attack for 4 with a Colleen Wing. Now Keisuke can choose to block with a villain, then finish it off with the Bullseye. Because I don't think, we're kind of getting to the point where you can't, it's going to be much more difficult to utilize your life as a resource here, as you're at 9 life.
That's right.
Oh, just making a token here. Is he? No, it's
That's
tapped.
tapped. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
tapped. See, it doesn't work. So perhaps needs to go for a double block here and kind of hope. Or you just chump block, but then you're not really advancing your board state. So kind of a tricky spot here. Yeah, it does take it here. Now it has the double block available for the next turn.
Yeah, this is the first turn where Keisuke's really been completely stabilized at this point.
Right.
The question is, can he maintain that?
Right. Now draws Hydra Assault Robot here.
Carito perhaps showing a little bit of nerves there that last play. This is his
Right.
first Pro Tour, and he's literally playing against the guy that won the last one.
Right.
So
Yeah,
that's kind of rough.
Playing against
Amazing that he's 2-0.
yeah, one of the best players in the field here, in Nathan. Came very close to winning that first match as well. So Dex.
I feel he was just sitting there, as like
See
thinking,
the
"Oh,
Cruel Alliance there off the top
against
of
it."
the library for Stoyer. Again, some decent targets out there. The Armanzola is the one that's been really kind of getting Carito ahead and ahead and ahead.
Yeah.
Also, Paul, I can't help but just keep thinking about Massacre Girl. Like, ooh.
Right.
Of course, we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, that would certainly get you back in the game here as well. Nathan sitting at a comfortable life here. I imagine he's going to be looking to utilize that Cruel Alliance here. Ooh, okay, so moving this over leaves the Colleen Wing certainly vulnerable to a bullseye activation.
He's going to get the scry from Shield Spy Kit.
Right, and the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. currently attacking as a 4-6, so blocks are pretty difficult to line up here.
Maybe he just blocks with one token.
I'm thinking about the squad. Yes.
Yeah, because it's a 4-6, so you don't really have a great block lined up here. You might just look to chump block with the 1-drop here, for example.
Yeah, that'd work too.
Nathan on the scry there. Okay,
it's
just puts a
gonna be
token.
a token in front this time. And then while the shields are down on Colleen Wing.
Yeah, before, okay. Can you sec? I don't think you. I think you can sack artifacts and non-land cards.
And discard a
yeah.
non-land.
So again, yeah, as you mentioned, this is Keisuke's first Pro Tour. You're playing against a former World Champion and former Pro Tour champion.
Current
Pro Tour champion.
That's rough.
It does feel like there might be some nerves here
Yeah.
for Keisuke here. Still 2-0, but certainly that is not what he had planned here. Can still utilize the bullseye here if he likes, but would of course have to either discard a non-land permanent. Would need to discard a non-land permanent to finish off the Colleen Wing.
That's right.
And if you're Nathan Stoyer, tricky spot, you can either try to just add more to the board by dropping the Okoye, or, hey, that Arnim Zola continuing to just generate advantage, perhaps this is the time where you want to fire that off. You fire off the Cruel Alliance here.
KSK does have the combo there with Bullseye as well with the Stark Industries executive.
Yeah, and also remember the Project Deathlock Soldier in the graveyard. So if he loses the Arnim Zola, then you have another engine for your mana.
I asked him if we're in the second main phase. He confirmed it. That's a completely legal play. Why would my opponent be able to get outside assistance for that? He tapped his mana. Nothing. There's no reason why you can't do that.
That's funny.
You were watching the match.
So if you remember, when he activated Bullseye and was told you can't do it, then Carito never untapped his lands. He just said, okay, I won't do it anymore. And now the judge is saying, well, he should have untapped his lands. And Nathan is arguing, why?
So is it my responsibility then as the other player?
Yeah, but let's listen to what he says.
So you agreed that an error had occurred and you undid that action, right?
Yeah.
You can't undo the action without undoing all the action. You know what I'm saying? Like, so by interrupting saying, hey, you can't do this, you are both responsible for returning the game to a legal state. We did not do that. So we are either going to, we can...
Is it not a legal state to have 3 tapped lands?
That's not
what
what
you're saying.
Like,
No, I'm asking...
Nathan's arguing that Keisuke just tapped 3 lands for no reason and was happy about
That
it.
is a legal play, but of course...
That is legal.
Right, he tapped the 3 mana to activate the Bullseye. The Bullseye could not be activated, so the judge is explaining that, hey, we're just going back to the previous state because that was an illegal move. Untap the 3 lands and, of course, the Bullseye.
Floating, right?
He never had 3 mana. Your opponent never had 3 mana.
Okay, that's the point that you're making.
Because if we activate an ability and pay for it, and then we say that ability is illegal, we would undo all of it at the same time. This isn't a situation where your opponent floated mana, did things, and then didn't use them.
That would be different.
Like if it were the mana was generated prior to the activation, and and they were consuming floating mana, then I agree with you that the mana would be there and be lost. Like, which is more common in just decks that produce an excessive amount of mana that they later consume during the turn, then I would agree. But in this situation, and in most situations with paying for a cost all kind of at the same time, we've never had a state where we were just floating mana.
That's fine. I mean, he can untap his lands, but I'd like to know for the future, as the other player, if it's my responsibility to tell my opponent that in similar situations. That's the point that I'm unsure about.
So the suggestion that I have for you is whenever you have an error in a game like this, and you're unsure what's going on, we should call for a judge at the moment, rather than allow the situation to be ambiguous.
But it's not an illegal game state.
But it wasn't illegal. We had an illegal action that we self-corrected, right? As the players, which we completely allow, we don't have to involve a judge when something goes wrong. However, we can't allow that to allow an advantage to occur.
Okay.
And in this situation, that is more akin to what's happened than your opponent unintentionally utilizing their leaving mana and reducing their resources.
Okay.
Like, so in the situation of if your opponent themselves entirely tapped mana, did an action, and then themselves left their mana tapped.
That's what happened.
No, you corrected the mistake. Correct? From what I saw?
Yeah,
I did
interjected,
say that.
right? So you were involved in what happened.
Yeah.
So both players are then responsible for getting the game to a legal state.
Okay, I
And
understand.
that's not what happened here. And that's why we want to intervene and correct the land.
Yeah, so
Because
Kirito's going to
this
have
is
his
also
3 mana
subject to-
untapped.
Yeah, you can untap your 3.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we talk more about this.
There we
after
go.
match.
Yeah.
Let me just get a time extension
We
and then.
paused your clock, so you're going to get the full time.
Thank you. You're okay. I just didn't know that
Oh.
was how the rules worked.
So
A
getting
judge call.
good clarification here from the judge. And we get to kind of get back to action here.
Yeah, and it does mean that Kirito has the opportunity to either activate Armanzola or use Bullseye. And what I mean is he can use Bullseye either with the executive or not.
And Keisuke does certainly have cards he can throw away here if he wants to just manage the board and get that Colleen Wing off the battlefield. It's always scary. You know it's very unlikely that they have too many things to do with the Colleen
Right.
Wing, but it just takes that one counter with the Scry, and you're just getting your value there.
Stoyer maybe deciding to build out his board here instead.
Yeah, that's what it looks like here. It's like, all right, well, you have your choice of... And, oh, the Shield Spike Kit was moved here.
No, he is going to go ahead and use
the Cruel Alliance.
his Cruel Alliance on Armanzola.
Armanzola, and choosing not to gain the 3 life here, just keeping the Colleen Wing back.
Okay, so I
All
guess the Stark Executive was summoning sick.
Right.
Kirito down to 5, but now he has that little 1-2 punch. But no, he's just going to go ahead and scoop him up.
Concede?
He scooped.
Sorry, it wasn't about this call. I'm fine with the mana thing. I just didn't understand.
That's
the
okay.
reminder of
That seems like a pretty early concession.
I don't know why he scooped there.
He had a Project Deathlock Soldier. He could have gotten back the chump block.
Totally.
He was at 5 life. Unless
He
the life
also
total
had that combo of make a treasure token, sack it to
deal,
Bullseye, right?
to deal damage.
That's 5
Yeah.
mana to do 2 damage. I mean, it's not super efficient, but
yeah, I mean,
in combination with blocks, you can start taking out
right.
attackers.
Certainly Nathan was in a good spot there, but I felt like that was a little bit early there to concede there.
19.
Right, curve here from Keisuke. Now, I will say, I am impressed that Keisuke is 2-0.
How is he 2-0 with this deck?
With these cards. That,
Vibranium, daggers, and
there are multiple.
Look at the start.
Look, there are multiple cards.
What in the world's going on
over
here?
50 drafts of this format. So this, it's impressive that Keisuke was able to find these pieces that seemingly have worked really well together here.
How did this happen? Stark Industries.
How did he get here? How did he get 2-0?
Energy daggers is not the curve I
He
have ever seen.
especially drop one
What's the
game.
next one? Bullseye.
Okay, Bullseye is fine. I probably just either discarding that stolen Stark pack or getting rid of the daggers. Yep. And hey, I mean,
get in there with the executive.
Yeah, he's got the board advantage here. And hey, look, if you run out of things to do, you can move those daggers over.
That's right.
You can put that on the Bullseye.
Or sacrifice them.
Right, sure. Oh, and there's a Ruinous Wrecking Crew. So you can just play that, and you can sacrifice, of course, the Stark Executive, but that would also make Nathan sacrifice the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Oftentimes you want to fire it off for more mana if you can here, but you can still just do it for 1 here. And choose the each player sacrifices a creature mode. Oh, it has a land as well, so. See if we can get the different modes on the Ruinous Wrecking Crew. Not a lot else you can do here, right? So I just imagine you're going to just want to play out the land and just fire it off. But keeping the land here, you don't want to just play it for more, right? Like, you just might as well.
I mean, I guess if you're going to discard it.
Right? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Do this for 2 here. So 2 life and sacrifice creature is my guess.
Sorry. You're choosing what?
Yeah, choosing the lose life and the sacrifice.
Well, Keisuke found the benefit of having unplayable creatures in your deck. You can sacrifice them.
Got there. Yeah.
Still, the Ruinous Wrecking Crew is one of the highlights of the black-red color
Absolutely.
pair.
Avengers Under Siege and Ruinous Wrecking Crew are like kind of the reasons why you end up in a black-red deck.
They perform well, like
Absolutely.
actually well, and
Yeah.
that's even in the context of their archetype being the least performant. So
yeah,
it's actually pretty impressive.
Absolutely. Now, Keisuke here does have the ability to move those daggers over, and that's 8 damage coming in here.
Seriously.
Can put that on the bullseye here and set up a really nice.
Well, Hawkeye too now?
Actually, just drew Hawkeye off the top,
Whoa.
which then combos quite well with the bullseye too, right? Because you play that, then if you can sacrifice an artifact, you can go 4 damage to any target.
Any target you want, including Nathan.
Or you can move the Vibranium daggers onto the Hawkeye, and she'll help you deal even more damage.
Yes.
So,
The value.
That is Night Nurse just on end step there.
Right, just needs to play something, wants something to equip, move, put onto the shield, spike it. Now Nathan
This is
also
incredible.
Nathan also has a take up the shield, so might just move it over and use take up the shield if Hawkeye blocks. And this also kind of looks like it might be a desperation attack, but Keisuke probably just good to just take it here.
21
right
life,
at 21 life.
Probably, even if you sense desperation.
Right.
Which it does look like that.
This is how we got
He's
2-0.
just not in a position to need to take really any risk.
Right.
No blocks.
Takes it here, and Nathan has a Brave Brawler and a land drop for the turn, so can just play out the Brave Brawler and still take up the shield here.
A lot of lifelink.
Yeah. Would have liked to see kind of black mana up to represent Widow's Bite, but I guess both players know the decks, so.
Draw.
All right, Keisuke here with a very nice board. Ronan.
Oh my
Just
goodness.
all these pieces kind of working well in
Holy.
harmony.
I guess all you need is all uncommons and you're good to go.
Yeah, and a rare.
And a rare too.
Yeah, really interesting spot here for Keisuke. Every turn he keeps drawing action. Has access
He could
to
do
that
something, but
bullseye.
he's just drawing
You could
so
consider attacking
good.
Just the Ruinous Wrecking Crew, leaving up the bullseye and see what happens.
Yeah.
Right, because then you don't get got by the take up the shield here.
Right.
There's no scenario where Nathan can really blow out Keisuke here. So Nathan might just have to take the damage here.
That's a big hit, down to 9.
But Nathan does have 2 big life linkers. And yeah, runs
There's
out
Ronan
the
on
Ronan.
the battlefield.
Okay.
This is a motley crew.
Oh, and remember, Ronan, you can use that mana, which I have not used before.
Wow.
Immediately to move the daggers over, so now you can have a great blocker available.
Forgot about that.
Yeah,
Oh my
2 mana
God.
here, and of course, Keisuke has had a high enough life total. And yeah, moving it over to the Hawkeye, because if you do, then whenever you get triggers off of that bullseye, I mean, you're dealing a lot of damage.
That's right. And Keisuke can move it back over to Ronan Shadowstalker if he'd like to use the tap ability of that.
Of course, yeah, definitely. Ooh, Massacre!
Oh.
Destroyer!
Is that enough to kill the Hawkeye?
Oh, man. Right off the top.
There for Nathan Sawyer.
Unbelievable. I mean, we've seen this Massacre Girl come.
The blowout. Holy. Okay, there's a girl.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Is that Jessica Jones there, though?
That
for
is a
Burrito?
Jessica Jones.
So that is the ideal rebuild
Oh, yeah,
plan.
absolutely here.
Unless there's a removal spell. No, there
No.
isn't one for
Yeah.
Stoyer.
Nathan will be able to get in for 5 here with the shields.
Oh, that blowout. Holy, that line.
Maybe get into a racing situation.
Yeah, that does seem tempting. And
Oh.
it does put pressure on Kiske
For
to hit something off of
4 turns with the Massacre.
Jessica
Oh, I guess you
Jones.
Oh,
flip.
Nathan didn't move the shield spike hit there.
And
I imagine you want the scry.
it's still 4 turns.
Right. Gets the scry.
Bottom.
Bottom's a land immediately.
Take 5.
3-2 flyer.
Go. All right, this is huge here. A draw step plus 2 looks.
Yeah, Murdoch's Crusade, web up, needs a removal spell here. Would love to be able to kill the Massacre Girl. Oh, draws the Murdoch's Crusade naturally, but of course you also want to hit your land drops here. And remember, Nathan is 2 lands away from activating the Unliving Legionnaire.
Right.
Right,
Oh,
there's a land.
okay.
Okay, land.
Drops acquired.
So you can cast Murdoch's Crusade and move the daggers over. Those seem to be that seems to be the options here. Murdoch's Crusade. But if you do leave yourself vulnerable to Murdoch's Crusade.
That's right.
So
Surely it's not coming off the top.
Good here for
Okay,
Nathan.
no.
He's getting that scry every turn. Draw a land, which isn't technically the worst, because the 6th land means now any draw off the top is a good relevant card, right?
That's right.
If you draw land number 7, you can power up the Unliving Legionnaire, and of course any creature is just another threat to play on the battlefield.
He's also just winning this race pretty nicely.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
2-turn clock here from Stoyer realistically.
Keisuke needs something here. Another removal spell, a web up. That is a land.
Off
the top.
So close.
Okay. That gets Keisuke down to 2, and now Nathan has take up the shield and Spider-Man. I just don't think Keisuke is going to have enough
No,
here,
there's
given
no
that he
way.
goes down to 2.
Even
goes
with
down to 3
Jessica
here.
Jones.
Right. Because you have to tap her.
Right.
But you do look at 4 cards, right? Because it keys
Yes.
off of her power.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I suppose if you can find the perfect combination of spells here to play, to somehow
Just exile effects,
you need
basically?
you need a web up here.
Ooh, there's nothing good in there.
That is not going to get it done.
Yeah, it looks like Stoyer with that very timely Massacre Girl is going to, I'm going to say this carefully, remain undefeated.
Right? Yeah. No, I mean, there's just Keisuke has nothing here, so
2-0-1.
It looks like he's going to go 2-0-1 here, and probably going to frame that Massacre Girl.
No kidding. Every single
It just
time
won him
we saw
every
that.
single game, basically.
Holy.
No. Yeah.
Stoyer drew his card, then decided, actually, on your end step, I think I'm going to play Spider-Man.
Okay, Spider-Man gets in. Now, Keisuke just bluffing something here, because of course he could have moved the daggers over. Yep.
And that's going to do it. Nathan Stoyer picks up the win.
Oh my God.
To 2-0-1. That draw in the first round kind of sticking around. He felt like he also maybe had the chance to win that one.
I'm going to kind of...
You can get up. Ramos number 2. And Santos, as I said, isn't a Hall of Fame. No top finishes yet for Santos yet, as I said. But we are going to join this one in game number 2. And Santos is up a game over the Hall of Famer. See if he can't pick up a match off of Nassif. That is no small task.
Definitely not here, but up a game here against one of the true greats of the game.
What a set of sleeves. Oh my God, that thing. I didn't realize he had it just right there.
Ramon representing his country here, as you can see.
I'd say the country name, but I don't know it.
On his sleeves.
That looks sweet.
Yeah, it's nice.
Typical opener here for Nassif.
Island.
Pair of Island.
We say the name, maybe? What? Oh, that's a Hawkeye.
Okay.
All right. Really strong 2-drop there. Does a lot of work, and Nassif does not have an answer for it right now. Does he have a Frozen and Ice? Misses
have a third land.
Drop. With 2 blue mana, there's not that much you can be representing outside of Counterspell. And of course, if he had it, he would have fired it off here. So now Ramon can attack. maybe rummage, deal extra damage. But of course, against an opponent who hasn't played anything, you just want to build out your board here.
Nassif was my pre-tournament pick to win the whole thing, but he's not going to do it by missing his third land drop.
Yeah, I mean, but look, if Nassif is 2-1 in the limited portion,
yeah, I'll take it.
He doesn't lose in constructed.
That's right. That's right.
Red Room Recruit, given Nassif missed his land drop, I imagine Ramon is really going to look to discard a non-land permanent here. That's a Hydra Infiltration, which would have been great. But I guess when you have 2 decent creatures in play, you're not going to get that attack by yourself trigger. Firing off
particles.
Hello.
It actually hit the forest.
Right.
He's missed a real good game.
No, that's a Reptile, and that is not going to be that strong here.
No, not great without extra mana available.
We just
He's going to be taking a
can't be blocked. Oh, that's a nice.
Yeah, it's a good mana sink, but it's a 1/2. It doesn't really block that well. And so Ramon can safely attack with both creatures here. The only thing Nassif could be representing is a D power, but Ramon wouldn't lose either of his creatures through that. Can he follow this up? Madame Hydra.
Well,
all right.
I didn't realize there's actually another Rakdos deck.
Nice combo with Hawkeye there too, right?
Yeah.
Rakdos and looks like Simic.
Now if Ramon just fires out, runs out village.
I think that's what he was playing.
He's gonna start making a bunch of tokens here. And wow, this is.
There's Simic with 3 colors. I don't remember exactly.
Got the 3 mana, he'd play something,
I don't remember if he splash black
or
red.
A shield deployment drone. That is an Atlantean cavalry that is in play here. And Ramon, remember Hawkeye also makes it so you can't block with a creature. You can pay a mana to do that as well. So this is a tough spot here.
Especially with a removal spell in addition.
Right.
Holy.
Everything, and you can just, because the Reptile is only a 1/2, just deal 2 damage. Go to the face.
Sure. 2 more to you.
Yeah.
You don't have any blocks anyway.
Yeah, and now you go down to 4.
It's swinging.
I don't see any way out from blue-green for Nassif, even if he finds his 4th mana.
Right,
And that's going to do it.
Oh my God,
Ramon
that was
Santos
that was a
evens things
quick
up
game.
and picks up the pod.
I know we were in round 2, but
Face down Nassif in the finals, no less.
that was quick.
He picks up that 3-0. That is really impressive.
Yeah, just a really, really good curve there. And Nassif looks like kept a bit of a risky hand. It is interesting because maybe Nassif.
That's still half an hour in the round.
We're not entirely sure what happened because if you keep a hand like that, you'd at least expect.
Assuming everyone starts
by
at the same
time
time,
he
but kind of
gets to
weird
his
they
third
don't.
Land, he's going to play something really strong.
The fireworks should start it
But
instead
it's
of
just,
Atlantean
it was
cavalry.
Atlantean cavalry.
Oh, it says 3-0. I'm going there.
On Atlanta, November 13th through the 15th, the final MagicCon of 2026. Badges are on sale right now. Full stay outside, but it is heating up inside as well. More than 17,000 people here gathered inside the convention center to celebrate Magic the Gathering. Over here at the news desk, we're focused in on the Pro Tour. We are out of the draft rounds this morning.
Okay, so we're in round
Riley
4
has a
now.
roundup for us on what's happened there.
Yes, indeed, Maria. Thank you very much. We do have some
round.
draft trophies to award. This is the term we use to describe it when someone has managed to get through the draft, not just undefeated, but also 3-0. So let's have a look at our featured pod number 1 here. Now, Nathan Stoyer, who doesn't quite technically speaking get the draft trophy after his incredible performance here. Only 2-0-1. So undefeated, yes. Draft trophy, no. Doesn't go on the stats there. Sorry, Nath, old mate. But 2-0-1, still a great start for him. After that draw, ripped off a couple of wins and
A lot of red.
ends up at the top of his pod there. The other players not assembling a record quite as fearsome as his was. We can move on now and hand out our first draft trophy to Li Shiqian, a Hall of Famer who went 3-0 at this table, vanquishing all that went before him. Good to see Sam Pardee bounce back as well after an early loss to Zevon Faust, ending up at 2-1, and Zevon also 2-1 there, along with Andrea Botti. So well done to all of those players, but Li Shiqian undefeated at 3-0 draft on table 2. And finally, draft pod number 3, well, would you have a look at that? It is Ramon Santos, who beat Gabriel Nassif here, relegating the French Hall of Famer to 2-1. But Santos with a clean 3-0 start to his Pro Tour, perfect. Unfortunately for all the Javier Dominguez fans out there, 1-2 for Javier. So hopefully he'll bounce back and be back in the conversation before very long.
Yeah, we
He
got.
always does.
We got 2 more drafts here, Javier. We want to see you in them. Well, everyone, there is a look at our featured pods, but for the first time, we're going to now take a look at the entire leaderboard and find out how our players are doing, at least as far as the 3 and O's are concerned. Oh, excuse me. First up, we've got some teams. All right, I'm taking it back. We're doing the leaderboard.
We're doing the leaderboard.
Preview.
What are we doing?
Teams here in just a second. Here is our leaderboard. The first page of it, you can see who is starting off their tournament.
Oh, Ken's 3-0. Let's go.
Noah, they're starting out with a 3-0, had a top 8 at Pro Tour MH3. Tristan Wild LaRue starting out with a 3-0, a long-time grinder there for him. Tony Portolan,
wow,
starting
what a
out
shock.
with a 3-0. Shocked.
What a
truly.
surprise, Tony Portolan going 3-0.
The guy can't lose.
Oh dear. And we've got our second page of standings here as well. You can see a bunch of other names that you'll be familiar with. Li Chan, we already mentioned the fact that he went 3-0. Derek Davis, Sandy Garcia Romao, Bernardo Torres, Anna Huschenbett. Good to see some players off to the races here, Maria, with the 3-0 starts.
Yes, and we are not done. We're going to show you all of the 3-0
there's Seth.
here. And check this out. Hall of Famer
Christopher
Seth
Larson.
Manfield kicking off the tournament with a 3-0. Congratulations to him. There you see Nathan Stoyer in 48th at 2-0 and 1. And well, we gave you a little bit of teaser, but we're going to check in on our teams, see how they're doing, Riley.
Yes, indeed. We're going to kick things off here with Team Cosmos Heavy Player Español. Let's see how they started their mornings here. And look at this. They've got a couple of...
I didn't even realize Stoyer was on the Spanish team.
3-0s. Christopher Larson.
I thought he was on the English team.
And Josep Sanfeliu and Nathan Stoyer, as we've talked about, 2-0 and 1. Looks like a couple of others trailing there in the 1 and 2 bracket, but I'm sure they'll come back. Cosmos Heavy Play English, on the other hand. We can have a look at their results and see how this group went. The other half of the team here, not quite as impressive.
Bummer.
We've got 1-2-0 and 1 in Brady Munro at the top of the tables. And, look at that. So already we're going to see this team, they're going to have to do some hard work to get themselves back into it, Frank.
Meanwhile, Team TCG player, which is filled with Hall of Famers, had a slightly above average result in the draft rounds, with Manoa, Martin Juza and Seth Manfield all picking up those draft trophies, and many of the other players picking up 2-1 records as well. Nathan Goldberg at 0-3 will have to battle back though.
Let's take a look at Team Handshake Moxfield. How are they doing after the first draft of the weekend? Drum roll, please. All right, we've got 3 players on 3-0, so a good start for them. Johnny Gutman coming in with a draw at 2-0 and 1, and then a couple of 2-1, so I'd be pretty happy if I was this team with this result. That's Handshake Moxfield.
And Team Moriyama Japan, meanwhile, put several players in the 3-0 trophies as well. Reigning Player of the Year Ken Yukihiro, 3-0. Takumi Utsunomiya, also 3-0. And as we are going to transition into Modern soon, I'm particularly excited by the deck that many of these team members brought. An awesome Eldrazi Ram deck with Slumbering Grudge and Fight Rigging as we go into the...
I think I've ever seen that deck a little bit.
It'll be really exciting to watch that.
And finally, I believe we're going to have a look here, not at a team necessarily, but these are the players who have done the best in Limited so far since we started, since we returned to Paper Magic in 2023. And it'll, well, no surprise.
Are they good at Limited? Let's find out.
No surprise at all.
Oh my God.
I'm not going to bury the lead. Tony Portolan, 3-0. Okay, it's another Pro Tour Friday, and he's undefeated at the end of the 3rd round. Ken Yukihiro, Alex Rowan, Anna Huschenbett, all of them on 3-0. Unsurprising to see these Limited All-Stars doing very well. A lot of 2-1s as well. But there are some players who, again, will probably be thinking, well, got to dig in deep, got to get stuck in the Limited, in the constructed rounds, so I can come back and draft again, defend that Limited record.
Oh my God,
Absolutely. Let's
Christopher.
check in on our Player of the Year race. This is where we're going to
50 points.
with Christopher Larson just standing head and shoulders
Jesus.
above the rest of the field here. A full Matt Nass ahead of the field.
He could do nothing and still get
21
it.
points ahead the next place. How did they do in draft here this morning? Well, they did very well indeed. Christopher Larson starting off with a 3-0, might be able to lock up this Player of the Year race here this weekend if he continues to do as well as this. Won't even need to play the World Championship to lock that up potentially. We will find out this weekend. Well,
Just incredible.
Well, I mean, it is. It is just incredible. We're switching gears now from draft into Modern here this afternoon. And it's been a year since our last Modern Pro Tour. Frank, you're very excited. It's a cool metagame. Talk us through it.
I'm still a little sad that
Maria,
Detroit's going to be Modern again. I was hoping it'd be standard.
Constructed Magic. And let's just put up an overview of what it is to catch everyone up. Modern is a non-rotating format based on expansion sets, core sets, and straight to Modern sets from 8th edition forward. And the features a very deep card pool spanning 103 sets, over 22,000 unique cards, spanning nearly 23 years of card history. Now, recently, Flage and Lotus Field were added to the banned list, and already introduced in 2011. This will be the 12th Modern Pro Tour, the last one being around 10 months ago in Atlanta. Now, with that last Modern Pro Tour in Atlanta, what basically happened since then? Well, there's 3 things I want to highlight.
Oh yeah, I guess there is a land
Some
destruction
new
deck.
cards were printed, like Price of Freedom and Erode, that punish modern decks for running very few basic lands, and this led to the emergence of basically a brand new Boros land destruction deck.
Which I just absolutely cannot wait to see
It is so evil.
I hate it,
It's
Frank.
so good, man. I love it.
Secondly, Lotus Field and Flage were banned in May, which forced Boros Energy to find alternatives, and it severely weakened Jeskai Blink. And third and finally, various new cards were introduced over the past year that found a home in established archetypes, most recently Hex Magic to booster Ruby Storm. So going into the Pro Tour, Boros Energy and Izzet Affinity had already established themselves as the format's premier contenders, and they are indeed the most played
I would
decks,
build Affinity,
tied
but
at
Opals are
12.7% of the field
so
apiece.
much.
No major surprises there. Now, Eldrazi Temple decks like Brood Scale combo.
I'd rather just
Eldrazi
build the
Tron,
Ruby
all
Storm,
actually
I'll be
proved a bit
honest.
more popular than many had expected, with Kozilek's Command as the most played non-land main deck in the format. Now, there's also a bunch of combo decks with Esper Gorios rounding out the big 5. Overall, there's just a lot of diversity and a lot of potential for great games. I'm looking forward to the modern rounds. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, but critically, how many people are playing Boggles, Frank?
0.
Oh.
Sorry, Maria.
Yeah, I think
mean,
so.
everyone has their favorite archetype in Modern.
Well, that's what
but
is so great about it, you
yeah.
know. You can have a pet deck, and you can do well with it, too, which is very cool indeed. Speaking of doing well with decks, a lot of players here this weekend qualified for this Pro Tour at a Spotlight Series event. So if that sounds interesting to you, that's something that you can think about. Riley talked to a bunch of Spotlight people who qualified for this Pro Tour by playing a Spotlight Series. Let's hear from them right now.
I mean, with Anthony Pepe, who qualified for this Pro Tour through the Spotlight Series. Anthony, you had a killer run at the tournament in Richmond. Tell us about it.
So yeah, I went 12-0. I started
EP.
12-0. Kind of lost it at the end there, but I made top 8. My goal was to get to Pro Tour, and 12 wins got me there. So that was kind of what I was looking for.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go run get Rim.
Spotlight Series.
Oh, this is going.
Anthony, best of
I
luck.
think I got the
Thanks for
time.
joining us. I mean, with Stanley Franks,
I'll
who
be right back.
qualified for the Pro Tour by making it all the way to the finals of a Spotlight Series. Stanley, tell us about this tournament. What was the experience like?
So I kind of went to Spotlight London a bit on a whim. Decided quite last minute to enter, as I found a Mardu discard list I really liked, and undefeated day 1, which was fantastic, and then went all the way to the finals with it. So yeah, it's a fantastic experience.
And now you're at the Pro Tour. It must be incredible.
Yeah, it's amazing. We've got words can't describe. Feels great.
Well, mate, best of luck this weekend. We're excited to see what you get up to.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very cool to get success at the Spotlight Series and find yourself here at the Pro Tour. Well, we're going to see one of those players in the feature match area here for round number 4. Let's find out who'll be watching do battle. Take a look. Anthony Pepe, who we just saw on camera there, running Esper Gorios up against Tony Portalon on Golgari Yawgmoth. But both of these players currently starting out 3-0, so have draft trophies to their names already. Anthony Pepe's been playing the game for a long time, started playing in 1994. This is his first Pro Tour. Congratulations on making it here this weekend. Like we heard, qualified at a Spotlight Series and won 12 in a row. Qualified to be here this weekend.
And to get off to such a great start as well in your first Pro Tour, we talked about what that can do for your confidence. It can what it can do to make you feel like you've earned your spot here. Anthony Pepe, I met him yesterday, as you saw. I got to have a chat with him. Seemed to be very happy. You know, one of the old guard of Magic, been around for a very long time, but it's great to see people making their Pro Tour debut, you know, after having played the game for decades. So I'm really, really pleased to see Anthony got off to such a great start.
Yeah, it's a very cool story. Up against Tony Portalon's been playing since 2003. 2 top finishes, came in 3rd in last year's Player of the Year race. Interestingly enough, missed day 2 of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. But Tony here battling to have a better record here this weekend, hopefully.
And we've already talked about the fact that this bloke's win percentage in limited is just unbelievable at 75.8. Like that, I can't really tell you. Like the people who may be tuning in from other games and thinking, well, that's, I mean, how good?
That's God
it's like,
tier.
It's so good,
God
right?
tier.
But then we look at his constructed win rate, and it's 61.4% as well.
Demigod tier.
That is all, I mean, yeah, it's not 75.8, sure, but it's still so good. Tony is such a talented player with an enormous level of consistency. We talk so much about his limited prowess, but it's important to note as well, this guy's really good at constructed as well. So Anthony Pepe, you know, a great start to his debut Pro Tour, but he's got a massive hill to climb from just I mean, you'll talk about the decks, Frank, but just from these players matching up in terms of experience and a proven track record. Tony Portolan, he's such a contender.
Absolutely. Frank, tell me about the two modern decks these players have brought this weekend.
So we're going to start off with Esper Goryo's, which is what Anthony brought. Fairly popular archetype, around 9% of the field. And its plan is to discard Atraxa to a card like Psychic Frog or Faithful Mending, and then return it to the battlefield with Goryo's Vengeance. Now that by itself already generates a massive lifelink swing and a fresh grip of cards. And then ideally Ephemerate afterwards blinks your Atraxa, granting another trigger, and she won't even have to be exiled. Now that's an ideal draw, but the deck is quite flexible and can also pivot into a controlling role with Solitude, Thoughtseize, Prismatic Ending, and a whole sideboard with interactive cards. Now, on the other side of the table, Golgari Yawgmoth is Tony Portolan's deck of choice. Only 2 players brought it to the Pro Tour, but it is an all-time favorite. It combines Undying Creatures alongside Yawgmoth Thran Physician to generate card advantage and achieve infinite combos. And one such loop involves Yawgmoth and 2 copies of Young Wolf, one with a +1/+1 counter, the other one without. And then when Yawgmoth sacrifices the wolf without the counters, it'll return thanks to Undying. And then the other wolf receives a -1/-1 counter, which then cancels out against the +1/+1 counter. And you repeat that for a whole bunch of card draw and eventually set up like convoluted infinite combos. Now in this matchup, actually going back to the main deck, Agatha's Soul Cauldron will be particularly essential. Not just to exile the Walking Ballista or Yawgmoth to grant that ability to your creatures, but also to exile the opposing Atraxa, counter that Goryo's Vengeance. That may be quite key in this matchup. And honestly, I wouldn't bet against Tony Portolan with that win rate and like playing a deck that his opponent might not have even practiced against.
Sure, great point there, Frank. Thank you so much for that insight. Well, one of the teams that's been dominating the last 2 Pro Tours is Cosmos Heavy Play. How do they do it? We asked them and they said they've got a mantra. What would Javier Dominguez do?
What would Javier Dominguez do before the tournament?
Sleep for 12 hours.
Excellent advice.
I've told that so often at like the regional championship, people get into the top 8. They in Australia, maybe it's their first Pro Tour, and I say the cheat code. This is from Javier Dominguez himself. He sleeps for 12 hours a night at every single Pro Tour. When you're coming back tomorrow, when you're fighting for that Worlds invite that's on the line at the RC. Go home and get a good night's sleep. That's the biggest thing. This is one of the best players in the world who's giving you that advice. And
wow, yeah.
It's worth following.
Yeah, I think it's a good advice because, I mean, I've played a bunch of Pro Tours, but I have never won more matches on a day than the amount of hours I slept in the night before. So, Javier has this locked up.
Okay, great point, Frank. Well, here we go. It's time for the modern rounds here at the Pro Tour. Excited to get underway with Constructed with Ailey and Corey.
Thank you so much, Maria. Corey, so in theory, if we sleep for 12 hours and we're in a Pro Tour, we win 12 rounds? Is that how that works?
That's the cut, is 12 wins to be into the top 8. Javier has had this figured out for years, it seems.
Okay, all right. So go get your sleep, Pro Tour competitors. Welcome to the Constructed rounds here, friends. We are jumping into Modern, and we have got a extremely varied field in terms of archetypes, players playing different decks. It's going to be such a great time. Let's talk about this matchup here, Corey.
Yeah.
We've got our Esper Goryo's up against our Golgari Yawgmoth.
Yeah, and of course, we're going to be seeing
My
these
God,
kind
I
of
go back
matchups
just in
that
time for
we
game
really
1.
don't see often. You know, you're going to see the Boros versus Affinity, the kind of go-to decks, but in Modern, it is just such a wide variety of decks that, you know, you're going to have to really be educated in the format to be able to know what you're doing in a lot of matchups. But I think Frank said it best. The Agatha's Soul Cauldron basically countering Goryo's Vengeance here from Anthony. That is so brutal when you have a card that's not only great in your deck, but it's also a hate card to main deck against these graveyard decks. We see it from Affinity where they main deck Tormod's Crypts. that is going to spell some really rough news here from Anthony.
You know, Graveyard Hate is a standard in the, sideboards of plenty of players here. If not all of the players here have something to interact with the sideboard, but Tony's got it in the main deck, So if he doesn't have anything to do, you bet he's going to be munching on whatever Anthony Pepe is able to put in the graveyard.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is in hand there for Tony. He has the ability to play it right now. And it looks like from Anthony's side, no land. There's double Goryo's Vengeance.
Nice.
So this Agatha's Soul Cauldron is going to do a nice job of preventing that from going wild. But Anthony on the other side does have Prismatic Ending as well as March to be able to deal with Soul Cauldron. So this should be a nice game.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how these two match, or how these two decks, match up against each other. This Malevolent Rumble now for Tony, finding the eponymous Yawgmoth, as that's definitely something that he needs to get the combo going.
Yeah, absolutely. It is the main card here in the deck, and even if it's in your graveyard, it can still do some nice work. But Tony was just like, I don't need more lands, so I'm just going to put it in hand to make Anthony kind of deal with it twice.
For sure. So now Anthony's got to hope that he finds answers to 2 threats that he knows about, one already on board and the other in hand.
And I think first step, he's got to find land number 2, so we're almost assuredly going to see one of these Surveil lands. My guess would be a white-based Surveil land, so you can have access to March or Prismatic Ending. But yeah, needs land number 2, but on the draw, with all these fetch lands, with all these Surveil lands, keeping a 1-lander, not so bad. And of course, can backfire.
It can backfire indeed, but I actually wanted to ask you, in terms of the modern metagame, which of the decks do you think mulligans the most aggressively?
Mulligans the most aggressively? That is a really good question. I would say Neoform. Neoform would probably be the number 1.
Okay.
Any kind of really just,
oh wow,
as
no
fast as
land.
possible combo deck, they're going to be trying to mulligan quite aggressively.
Undercity Sewers there, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles art.
I mean, for him doing so well at Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
it's appropriate.
Yeah, I would theme it up as much as I can. And I was casting that event. It was a pleasure to watch Anthony dominate the event. Was the number 1 seed after being 12-0, and just an incredibly nice guy. Was happy to be there and was playing really well with his mono green landfall deck. We saw him wear the forest
the mono
shirt.
green. Yeah, you mentioned that. That's so cool. Playing mono green landfall.
Oh, it's landed again now.
Up until round 13, but you know what? We don't talk
Oh,
about
Hall
that.
Town.
He
He
still
did
got
what
the
he had to
goal.
do, yeah.
Exactly. But man, what an opponent to play in your first constructed
match,
round.
yeah.
Tony's one of my favorite players to watch. He's not only so nice and so, just a pleasure to play
Yeah.
against, but he's just so good.
And so humble too, Like he's
Exactly.
always just talking about, how he can make the deck better, how he can help his teammates more. Yeah, he's just an absolute gentleman, and it's really great to see him back here, and hopefully he'll get a better result than you did with the last one.
And that's just the sign of a true, absolute legend of the game, where you're always a student. You're always a student of the game. You never think, okay, I got this figured out. I'm crushing it. I took third in the player.
My
of the year.
brain
I don't
is
need to learn anything
massive.
else. Like, that's not the mentality you ever want to have. That's for sure.
So Malevolent Rumble number 2 here. Nothing much happening on Anthony's side of things. Not yet anyway, but was able to get rid of Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
And I really love Tony's build of Yawgmoth. We haven't seen this deck for a while, and back when it was a little bit more popular, the ways that you were kind of winning was Yawgmoth, 2 Young Wolves, and a Drain effect, like a Blood Artist kind of thing. So, the fact that this is now 4 Agatha's Soul Cauldron, it maybe was 1 or 2 before, it's a very teched out list.
Yeah.
And, Tony and the rest of the team on Sanctum always bring some spice.
They do, yeah.
So this is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
A couple of interesting includes that you might see in this matchup. Spy Master's Vault, he's got 3 of those in the main deck. So curious to see what shenanigans he'll get up to with that. Maybe just an extra Surveil, but looking at the hand here for Anthony, he would love to have a critter in the yard and not a second copy to deal with of the Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
I mean, I think he kind of has it, right? Because the Walking Ballista's in the yard. We have Yawg and Young Wolf, and we have 5 mana. So from what I'm seeing, there is a win on the battlefield next turn, barring literally no interaction. And we see the Solitude, we see March. There is interaction, but as it stands, if Tony had the option to go for it, he could win the game this turn.
Do you think he will?
I mean, his hand doesn't really do anything else, so
Sure.
probably will.
Okay.
And he'll get to draw some cards here. And depending on how Anthony responds, you know, if you just go to Solitude Yawgmoth after Young Wolf and Yawg is already in play, you can be like, well, in response, I'll kill you. So Anthony has to deal with the Soul Cauldron basically with Yawgmoth on the stack. So we'll see if
Okay.
he respects that.
All right. Yeah, very difficult to break it up once all the pieces are on board. Windswept Teeth, the easiest thing here for Tony to do. So now he has
Does
a
he
big thing.
whip?
Into the tank he goes. What could possibly go wrong?
And I mean, you know, there's just so much interaction from the Espergorios, you know, deck that Tony's going to have to go for some kind of action here, but he's got to understand, how do I play around one piece of removal? Can I beat two pieces of removal? These are kind of the questions that he's asking himself right now.
Yeah, and the Scorio's list, you know, it can play a pretty good, you know, control role in the matchup until it's ready to go off and do its own ridiculousness.
Yeah.
So in response, Marsh Flats go get another land, and looks like we're going to try potentially here for Anthony.
I get a
Either
white
the
or a
Wolf
black.
or the Soul Cauldron off the board. What do you aim for?
Soul Cauldron. Soul
Always.
Cauldron is just the best card against you because, I mean, we see two Gorios Vengeance in hand.
Yeah.
There's a Psychic Frog where you can discard Gristlebrand and bring it back next turn if you find land 4. So that's definitely the most problematic card straight away. And then when Tony starts to do the value of drawing extra cards with Yawgmoth, then you can Solitude. Well, Young Wolf is in the yard with the Undying trigger on the stack.
Yeah. The only issue with that is that was the only other white card in hand, so no free Solitude at the moment.
Oh, that's a very good point.
Anthony's going to have to find something to help him out in that regard.
Oh, free,
That is a very
oh, free
good
money.
point. So we can clean this up right now.
What are we munching on here? It
Eating.
doesn't really do anything, does it?
Not really. It does still just put a counter on something. You
Sure.
know, the untap ability is not necessarily great, but you might as well get yourself a counter, get a little value going here. And as it stands with no other white card, Tony can at least sack the Young Wolf, draw a card, sack it again if you really want to draw a second. So we'll get a little bit of value here.
Okay, so these Agatha Soul Cauldrons, they're all separate instances, right? So whatever was exiled with that second copy, the third copy will never see.
Exactly. Yep. They do not see each other in any way, shape, or form. If they get blinked out, they're reset, that kind of thing.
Gotcha. So Yawgmoth on board. What's up, Thran Physician?
Just
So
one
close.
of the most powerful creatures that we've seen in a long time. You know, this deck has kind of fallen out of favor as of late.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 2 players playing it this weekend. Alexander McIsaac is the other player.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I
Usually
wonder if he
rocking
has
mono red or something like that, but
I wonder if he has a Poison Dart Frog in his sideboard.
I hope so.
We're going to have to figure that out soon. That's another one of our Spotlight winners. Played a
I
Poison
love the
Dart
Poison
Frog
Dart
in
Frog
every
on the sideboard.
Could never cast it in his decks. It was
it was
just
the
his
moral
buddy.
support pet, okay?
Exactly. So, with drawing land,
I'd put a Marauding Mako in mine for support pet.
Yep.
Let's we
At the
get a
very worst,
different
you can
shark
play
and
Psychic Frog, and then discard Gristlebrand and bring it back.
Noctis.
A bunch of
Noctis.
cards, and then
Noctis?
Solitude
I love that
Yawgmoth.
art.
Noctis.
That Psychic Frog is beautiful.
It's gonna take me a bit to remember.
That version of the art. I love it.
Interesting. Decides to not go for it right now, and is trying to maybe set up at Tony's end step.
Yeah. To keep it for the turn.
Yep, and that's fine. Gristlebrand, when you have a Traxa, you really want to be able to ephemerate it, but
Gristlebrand's kind of meh.
You know, I mean, I would have discarded it, and then I would have attacked with Gristlebrand.
Oh,
you know, went up to 22, maybe drew 14 cards. I would have made sure I had an extra white card in my hand.
Yeah.
To
That's
Solitude.
Yeah.
Now he's a little vulnerable. Let's say Tony top decks another Young Wolf. We could be.
Well, he can still interact, right? Because instant speed, Chorus.
Yeah, but you know
And Gristlebrand you can activate whenever.
Yeah, you can, but you don't get the connect.
Gotcha.
You know, you don't get to
you don't
attack
get the life,
and gain the life.
For sure. And Tony's deck's not about attacking. If it can never attack, it's having a great day.
Yes, exactly. It does not need to attack, that's for sure. And now there's a couple draws from Tony that can really affect Anthony here.
Such as?
Soul Cauldron, of course, would be the best.
Oh, there it is.
You willed it into existence. Oh, Anthony's just like, really?
I mean, right now, Anthony has
Well,
to discard
well,
Gristlebrand
well.
and Gorios to try to find a white card, I would think. But
Oh.
doesn't do it, and now the combo is just here.
Yep.
And I don't think anything matters anymore. So, you know, and here is the classic thing we were talking
Yeah,
about.
if he'd gone for it, he would have had an answer, right?
I mean, that, but also, like what Frank was saying at the desk, Anthony has probably never played against Golgari Yawgmoth because, well, it's not a deck that's played a lot. Tony has played against Esper Gorios plenty.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the value you gain when you play a deck that's really off the meta
Yeah.
in the other category for sure, you know?
Dredger's Insight now for Tony. Gets to look at a couple more cards.
Yeah. And now the second Young Wolf should be the insurance policy that if that resolves, then Tony could beat a piece of interaction. He could beat a Solitude.
Sir dead. Yeah.
He's like, you're dead.
You're dead.
This.
Here goes the combo. And that's
Yeah.
all she wrote for game number 1 here. All right, game number 2. Let's look at sideboard options for Anthony. What do you expect to see him?
Ooh, Riddlers.
Definitely anything that can deal with Soul Cauldron, I would assume. And as far as things that he has to deal with that, not a lot, actually.
Put on the like I went to 5.
Yeah, and that's a really expensive answer. To Fairy to bounce it looks pretty good. But he kind of has the things in the main deck to deal with it. 3 Prismatic Endings is kind of the best thing you can do, but...
19? 19, yes.
Yeah, I think Anthony had some better lines there that he could have taken with attacking with Gristlebrand. As long as he had another, black land, of course he did, with that fetch land. Should have been able to do it.
Spy Monsters, Undercity Sewers here for Anthony, off of the fetch land. I'm going to surveil something into the yard. Hopefully it's big and costs a lot of mana.
Yeah.
If he can do a turn 2, reanimate, he'll be very happy about that.
Yeah,
Tony on the other side of things, starting off how he did the first game, Delighted Halfling.
Looks like Anthony must have mulliganed a few times and has kind of the plan B
Yeah,
that Esper Gorios has to operate with. The Warp a Riddler on turn 3, ephemerate it, get some value going there.
I do like that.
Oh, I love it, but I mean, that is, the free entomb, as we say. Being able to just surveil Atraxa to the yard, I mean, you feel like you're doing it.
Gorios, though.
Yeah.
No Gorios Vengeance in hand.
Not yet.
And we'll see. He's got 2 choices here. Warp one of the extra Riddlers to get a card, or could have Prismatic Ending the Delighted Halfling.
Did you see what he picked up?
Was it Gorios?
Force of Negation.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, to counter a possible Cauldron if it gets played is huge. And I mean, Tony has it and should probably
He's
play
just
it,
shuffling
but he
them
does
2
get
cards.
One of the powerful new additions here. Badgermaw Cub to then use the Delighted Halfling for 2 mana and then play the Cauldron.
Very nice. There's the Cauldron.
Yep.
Now, does Anthony respond to this?
4.
Or is he waiting for something else to get?
Yeah.
Because it has to be a non-creature spell. I mean, that's the best non-creature spell you're going to get.
Yeah, but it is with Delighted Halfling. Add 1 mana.
Wait.
Spend this mana to cast a legendary spell, and it can't be countered. So.
Oh, that is legendary.
Yep.
Never mind.
So no force.
I thought it was just legendary creatures. I forgot it was just legends.
Yeah. Insurance policy intact there for Tony Porter.
And there goes the Atraxa. Oh, it's all falling apart.
Oh, he gets to get Atraxa.
So good. I mean,
Yowza.
Anthony does have the Prismatic Ending to, get rid of this Soul Cauldron, but the damage is kind of done. You lost your big creature in the yard, so it's a lot rougher here for sure.
And you've got to be able to do it all in one go, basically, while Soul Cauldron's tapped. Yeesh. Alrighty, well, I guess we'll try the Riddler plan once again.
Really hoping to draw an untapped land.
White sword,
That was not a land.
And that was a huge risk because now you don't have any Riddlers for this Ephemerate. And you didn't Prismatic Ending away the Soul Cauldron, so yeah. Everything going up Tony's way here.
I drew another Atraxa, that's what it is.
Tony mulled to 6 here, so that's always brutal.
Got a Surgical Extraction in hand. Try break up the combo somewhat.
Yeah, and it definitely can. Get rid of the Young Wolf with the Undying trigger on the stack. That can definitely be a thing. With the Rumble, Anthony's looking at the spot of, well, I need to counter something. Rumble's one of the few things he can counter.
Yep, and it's not a legendary. Haha.
Yeah.
got him. That's not a got him, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Young Wolf, another Cauldron in hand. Catacombs and Dredges inside for Tony.
So just missing a couple pieces here. But man, I really like Tony's list. The Dredger's Insight to be able to fill your graveyard out a little bit more. You know, we've seen these lists play Quarter Calling as kind of the go-to search. Green Sun Zenith with these 2-mana ramp spells. The Dredger's Insight and the Rumble just feels so much more smooth.
Yeah.
I really like this list from Tony.
Yeah. You know, we could see a resurgence if he does well with it this weekend.
Yeah. And I mean, you know he's going to 6 unlimited, so he only has to go 6 and 4
Don't
in
commentators
Modern.
curse him. Don't make predictions.
Oh, there goes the Atraxa.
72% win rate before he just 3-0'd?
Yeah.
I mean, what? I don't know if I've ever had a 75% win rate just playing on Arena. Like, he's doing this at the Pro Tour level.
Yeah.
These numbers are truly extraordinary.
He's one hell of a player.
Yeah, he really is. Took second out of Pro Tour already to Christopher Larson here in Richmond.
Yeah.
Richmond was good for both of these
That
players.
was a really close finals. You were stressing.
Oh, such a good.
I really was.
You couldn't sit still. You were just like pacing back and forth. Like,
It's
oh
only
my
for
gosh.
legendary spells.
Yes.
RPT
Love me some good
Lawrence.
magic,
You
okay?
do.
So
yeah.
good.
It was good magic.
This green and colorless.
I hope this one's just as good.
Yeah, colorless and green. If you tap it with Badger Mole Cub, that is what happens.
Oh, Badgermall's attacking. Remember what I said about if he's attacking, it's not a good day? Well,
Yeah.
okay, maybe I was wrong, but still.
I mean, to be fair, Tony's deck does have the ability to still get aggressive because there is one Ouroboros.
Oh, yeah, there is.
So Green Sun Zenith for 4.
Oh, it's
you can
Gorios.
really present an aggressive
Gorios? I can't even
All
tell.
the fetch lands, yeah, you're definitely getting landfall triggers.
This is one of the OTJ cards.
And Tony does have the very powerful combo of having a Grist in the yard and your Soul Cauldron eating that. All your creatures with counters on them turn into Grist Planeswalkers. That's always spicy.
Insane.
Yep.
What?
It sure is. It's really tough to keep track of, I'll tell you that. You got to have loyalty counters, regular counters.
Oh, it's
The game doesn't
surgical.
go on for that long when you accomplish that combo. I'll say
Yeah,
that.
I wouldn't think it would. And also with Badgermall Cub, you know, being able to sacrifice the lands if needs be and then bring them back that way, like, there's some cool little bits of tech in this deck. I like it.
Oh yeah, this is a spicy one, and we're gonna be seeing this all day here in the Modern rounds. You know, we see the metagame, you know, 12% as the most played deck, tied with Boros and Affinity, but there are so many other decks and so many other players that, well, think that they did it.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks they have the best deck on round 4.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, at the end of the day, you really see who has the spicy decks that are doing well.
So another Cauldron in the bin it goes. How many Cauldrons is
Got
that?
2 in
In
hand.
hand or 2 in hand?
Oh, yeah,
gravy.
2 in hand. I mean, it's
Has
the
he just
best
seen
card.
all of them?
I mean, the thing is, the Riddler plan with Ephemerate is the only way that you can kind of win the game without using your graveyard. Psychic Frog can do some damage as well, but when you have all these Cauldrons in play, you're never doing the Gorios Vengeance thing, and Anthony's just playing a less than exciting Esper mid-range deck if you can't do the powerful over-the-top thing.
Yeah, certainly is. You know, missing lands definitely not helping his cause here. And up against a really tough first round opponent in the constructed rounds.
And I mean, to be fair,
deck-wise and player-wise.
Yeah. And to be fair, qualified via standard and just 3-0 to draft at the Pro Tour at your very first Pro Tour. I mean, that's already amazing. So
yeah.
Go to 11.
Anthony down to 11 now. And here comes the young Awu. No Yawgmoth to speak of just yet, but at this point, I don't think he's going to need it.
yeah, it's just good
Oh,
beatdown
this-
plan. Have that Soul Cauldron untapped, and you're just able to make sure Gristlebrand or Atraxa doesn't come into
Put
play.
the Gory on the bottom, or
I did put the Gorios on the bottom, but I could have done something in your draw step. And
Yeah. He's lamenting the fact that he could have done something in the draw step.
Yeah.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Oh, he really should have. Surgical'd the Soul Cauldron in draw step.
yeah.
Would have got not only the one he just played, but the other one in hand. Surgical I'm going to go on my little rant here.
Sure, please.
I think Surgical is the most overboarded card in Modern.
Yeah?
I think it is brought in far too many times. But in this situation, it would have been incredible.
Yeah, he would have absolutely shut down at least that
Yeah.
game plan. But like I said, I don't really think he's going to need it because he's amassing a pretty wide board here. Anthony's at 10 with no real way to interact at all. So
Yeah, the creatures that are attacking still would have done some damage, but you would have been able to pay one and double Thoughtseize your opponent.
Sure, yeah, I mean...
since Tony did draw a fourth Cauldron, that would have been an incredible play, but...
How many cauldrons would you like on your board? Yes.
Yes.
Good thing they're legendary, huh?
Yeah, no kidding.
Ooh, okay, Witherbloom Charm. I think that's a 1-up in the deck.
It sure is. And that card is kind of all the modes are
Yeah.
exactly fine.
Yeah, you know, it's nothing super exciting.
Yeah.
Just a good little utility modal card.
It's a tough card to play around as it just does such a wide variety of things, and it's a one-of, so.
Yeah, and pretty good with the amount of non-land permanents under 2 mana value or less.
Yep.
In this format.
Yeah, kills a lot of things, lets you draw some extra cards. You can sack Young Wolf at end step to make it a 2/2 instead of a 1/1. And Wrath of the Skies off the top was a pretty solid one. I mean, Wrath for 2 would be excellent, but I don't think Anthony has land 4.
So. He's playing all these very pretty variants, but I don't think any of them are a land.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he might be priced into playing this for 1 anyways.
So that gets the wolf, that gets the token, the Delighted Halfling, and the lands? Yeah, the land.
Yeah, I believe so. He does have the Witherbloom Charm to get some value.
Sure. You can, you can turn one of the creatures into a card.
Let's take this for mana. Sure. I'll add another colorless.
So pay 1, artifact,
Yeah.
enchantment, and critter, less than 1.
It is a creature, though, so I would assume the Overgrown Tomb would still die, come back, Earthbent. But
Yeah, I'll spend the black green.
Sure. Yeah, Witherbloom Charm. What do you got? Chomp on?
yeah, the land makes sense. That or the Halfling, kind of the same. The one thing you don't want to eat is the Young Wolf, because that's actually going to come back. And now, I think no matter what, Tony has lethal, because Young Wolf is going to come back. That's going to be a 2/2. That's 5 damage. Agatha's Soul Cauldron eats the Delighted Halfling, puts another counter on Young Wolf, and attacks for 6.
Not too shabby, eh?
For a delightful finish here
Yeah.
from Mr. Portalone.
Yeah, man, just 1 land, and Anthony would have cleaned up there.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been huge.
Yeah.
That really would have been huge.
Top of the deck, just unkind to him here in round number 4.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing with Espergorios. When the deck looks amazing, I mean, it looks like one of the best decks in the format, but you are still playing a bunch of cards that cost 8 mana.
Sure.
You're playing a lot of pieces that you need to have this A plus B combo, and if you draw too much of B or too much of A, sometimes it can look a little awkward.
Wolf and the land. No, 4.
The land, the spawn, yes, 4. Yep.
I see Tony just explaining all the things that got eaten and whatnot there.
I think this is the Spy Master's vault here to be able to connive X equals 4 when you lost a bunch of things.
Yeah.
I mean, Tony's playing 3 of this land. I haven't seen this land played that often. Yeah. I haven't seen this land played incredibly often. You know, that you'll see some decks that are going to play it. But man, it looks incredible in this Golgari deck.
And it's something that, you know, his opponents are going to have to keep an eye on because they are giving him answers if there's a board wipe. So
yeah,
it's going to be something to keep an eye out for.
And I mean, this game is fully done, but Tony's kind of assuming that Anthony has a Solitude because he has to, otherwise the game is the game is over. So Tony is just kind of doing what is the best against one Solitude.
Doing the best he can with the information he knows about the opponent's deck. Vexing Bauble, just to make sure. A little bit of insurance there, yeah? And that is going to do it. Tony Portalone picks up a 2-0 against Anthony Pepe in his first Pro Tour. So, yeah, hopefully the next round goes a little better for him. But Tony, he's on a roll once again.
Absolutely. That Vexing Bauble was the classic. Well, if you got it, you better do it now.
Yep.
And didn't have it. But, yeah, that's a really, really first tough opponent and tough deck to play against.
Absolutely.
Not only do I think that's a really bad matchup for Espergorios, but when you're playing up against an absolute pro like that, Tony's not going to give you anything.
Kind of gotta zoom through this a little bit, so
You're gonna get against Tony, that's for sure.
how was the break anyways?
A good day to be a Magic. You can go and pick up all of the artists. You can have sign your cards.
Yeah.
There's just so much to do, and of course Magic to play because who doesn't want to just do that all day, right?
Yeah, everyone's so happy out there. I mean, just people grinning from cheek to cheek.
Oh, yeah.
Just
I
getting
love
in,
Magic,
just
you
opened not too
know.
long ago. It looks like an absolute blast out there.
It does indeed. You know what else looks like an absolute blast? Our next feature match because it's Boros Land Destruction.
Oh, against Amulet Titan. Oh no.
Amulet Titan, one of the mainstays of the formats. This Land Destruction deck is a bit of a newcomer thanks to a couple of spicy extra cards.
Very much a newcomer, and let me tell you, if you just want to make all the friends in the world, bring this deck to your next tournament. It is a very frustrating deck to play against, and let me tell you, I've been playing this deck quite a bit. It's very fun to play.
Oh, he's got a partner.
It's a little evil to play, I must say, because, well, you're trying to take away every single land your opponent has, as well as every single permanent. So most of the time, your opponent concedes by just not having anything to do.
Basically, everything becomes, Path to Exile or Swords to Plowshares, just without any of the benefit attached to it once all the basics are out. Now, to Matthew's credit, he does have 4 forests in the main
my
deck.
god.
So
4
let's
forests.
see what happens. I can tell you in game number 1, Kundefoss won this pretty quickly, and then Stephenson won an absolute grindy matchup in game 2.
I didn't realize this was game 3.
21 minutes it took him to get that. So they got to be a little cognizant of the clock as well.
And so normally the dynamic of this kind of match is you're just like, well, I'm playing a deck that destroys land, and Matthew's
this is
playing a
sped
deck
up too.
that combos with lands.
Oh, sorry.
You would normally think you just have the best kind of matchup you could possibly have. It is still a deck that can just kind of win out of nowhere from Matthew's side. So yeah, it's not the same as
Corey, that
yeah.
was so funny. Did you see that?
The
Solitude on the Dryad Armor. It's land destruction, but not in the way you expected. Price of Freedom now getting rid of one of the lands here from Stephenson's side. So, oh my good gravy, this is going to be beautiful.
I will say from DeVos, the thing that you gain from this deck, open decklist, where you just get to know how many basics that you got to get from your opponent, is a huge advantage. To
This is what I wanted to do in standard. Oh, there's a cleansing.
Fire now, blowing up some lands. That Price of Freedom took care of the single copy of the amulet. You know, the key card in this.
There's another one.
For popping off with the Primeval Titan, Cleansing Wildfire. Doing a good job here, too. Now,
all right, there's 3 of the forests.
Sorry, forest. The third forest out. Let's see, one left.
Already.
There's one left.
And you might be wondering why we're blowing up the basics here. It's because you have a lot of ways to blow up non-basics, the Demolition Field, Field of Ruin, those kind of things. So anything that says destroy a land that doesn't specify non-basic, you go for the basics to clear those out because you got so many other ways to clear the non-basics.
Caroline Pardee was ready with that.
Yeah.
Ready with that. Our
Her
Boreal
favorite card,
Grazer
for sure.
on the board, on our screen. The king is back.
Absolutely. And the other thing that's really funny about these Boros land destruction decks is the win con is on the table. The Kahira in the companion zone. That's
Oh my
pretty
god,
much how
that's
you
why
win.
it's
Or
there.
with the Quarry Mountain Monastery to find yourself the one of Legend of Roku, or of course, aiming 4 high noons upstairs. That's the kind of win cons this deck plays.
You know what? Fair enough.
Deck, yeah.
Yeah,
It's just like, I'm going to stop you from playing the game, and then I'm going to win. Eventually. It'll take a while, but we'll get there.
Yeah,
At least there's Castle Ardenvale to kind of make creatures. You know?
Yep, and there is Solitude, so that is a little of an exaggeration, but...
But I like your narrative there. I agree with it.
But now we are at the spot for Matthew where you're able to go land 6 here, play a Primeval Titan, and, DeVos did a great job of
reprieve.
neutralizing. Oh, that looks like a reprieve on the Primeval Titan. That's huge.
Yeah.
I was going to say, DeVos did a great
We
job
got another
of
one.
neutralizing the early game, but when you have 4 basics, these Cleansing Wildfires are not land destruction, they're just kind of land filtering.
Yeah. Beautiful version of reprieve there. And
it's another one.
Oh.
Wowza. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. So, no.
Turn
fun
on
at
Monster
all.
till your next
Says
turn.
DeVos.
There's the fun, though.
Yes. Get in there, little guy. Our Boreal Grazer attacks for an astounding 0.
Yeah, players having fun, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
You love to see it, man.
And now Matthew decided to not play anything because, well, the reprieve is going to be face up. It's going to go away now.
Okay. Till the end of your next
So
turn.
that was a choice by DeVos to do that proactively.
Sure. Yeah, you know, it's kind of an unlucky top deck there, as it were, but there is another copy in hand we can see there. Got wear and tear there, too. Quick glimpse we got there from his hand. Looks like there's just more land destruction and ways to blow things up in hand.
Yeah, playing the full 4 post board.
So Corey Mountain Monastery finding a
Oh,
rest,
rest in peace.
Meh, not really too excited about that.
Not terrible, though.
Not
because
terrible,
that
yeah.
Does
It does get rid of
prevent,
land.
it does prevent the Aftermath Analyst kind of loops.
Sure.
Scape shift, you know, the Woodlands, hopping Analyst, that kind of stuff. So rest in peace is definitely not terrible in this matchup.
All right, wear and tear, taking care of Urza's Saga, so no value off of that. You're not going to go and find an Amulet of Vigor. Turn passes back now, and I see Kundavos using the Sunken Citadels extremely well to be able to activate his lands for slightly cheaper.
Yeah, 4 Sunken Citadels in this list. It's like your best land. With Demolition Field and Field of Ruin to be able to start getting those going as early as turn 2.
Yeah, also the monasteries and creating tokens for Castle Ardenvale when DeVos eventually decides it's time to win the game.
Yeah, I was really interested to see what kind of impact the Boros land destruction was going to have on this tournament, both in the numbers that it was played, because on Magic Online, this deck was tearing it up. It was tearing it up.
Everywhere.
There was like 3 in each top 8, like, you know, mostly a lot of people trying it out, is this deck real kind of thing. But I also wanted to see the impact that this deck would have just on mana bases. Like if people could think, hey, should I play 2 basics? That's a little low. Maybe I'll play an extra.
Just in case,
Yeah.
Because, you know, they're going to have it. They're going to have at least a copy in their opening hand, if not more.
Oh, yeah.
So rest in peace now. Looks like we did play that, and everything in the yards is exiled. Bye-bye, old graveyards.
So now, even if Primetime comes down, you're not doing the combo aspect without Amulet, without Spelunking in play. You're not giving this haste. You know, you can do the Beseju, pick it up, and kind of interact that way. But yeah, in response, able to clean that up. But now if Primeval Titan just comes down as a supercharged Colossal Dreadmaw, then you can just deal with it with one of the Pass, a Road, which DeVos has a ton of in hand.
Yeah, he's got ways to deal with creatures.
Yeah.
He's respected.
Oh, what a deck.
As he should.
I love it.
DeVos will have to take care of Primetime over here because, you know, they start swinging. It's going to start hurting. But we won't see, at least I don't think we're going to see a combo win here from Matthew's side.
Yeah, because you really need the Spelunkings, you need the Amulets, and kind of, we're going to see Amulet a lot. This is a deck that we saw at Edge of Eternity. It put 1 player into the top 8, but it was kind of the boogeyman at that tournament. And it's kind of the same here. You know, it is something that I'm really unsure going into this event how many copies there would have been. And 7% of the metagame, I think, is maybe a little low. This is still just a deck that is so hard to play that a lot of people are scared to kind of play it.
I mean, it is intimidating. Like,
it is.
I've seen Dom Harvey's Bible on this.
Yes.
That is an intimidating stack of cards and how every little interaction works, and then, you know, which lands are the best to put in here, and then, okay, Lotus Field got banned, so it took away some of their toys, but it didn't slow the deck down all that much.
Yeah, and I mean, it definitely did a little bit, but Lotus Field, the most recent banned, as well as Flage, Lotus Field definitely targeting this deck, and it wasn't, you know, Amulet wasn't taken out of the picture where it would kind of end the deck. It was like, well, you're going to take away this convoluted loop with Analyst and Shifting Woodlands. Turns out that loop is still there. It's just a little bit harder to do. You know, you used to be able to win with Scape Shift and 4 lands. You know, it's a lot trickier to do now.
Tricky, but not impossible.
Definitely
Frank
not.
was trying to explain one of these loops to us yesterday. And he went on for a solid 30 seconds trying to explain it, and we all just mentally checked out. We were like, how? What? No.
Yeah, it's really fun. It's a lot of mirror pool, copying Scape Shift on the stack, and I mean, there is just a plethora of Green Sun Zenith here to pick up the Colossus. This is a one of in these lists. That is still extremely powerful and probably the best card that we can have here. We'll see how many lands you're able to get, but looks like the Solitude to clean it up prevents all the fun.
He's even paying. I never see that happen.
For the Prime Evil Titan.
You do still get to draw the cards, though. And most of your deck is lands. So, Stephenson
What the world's that land?
Kind of pop off a little bit here. All right, so a couple of lands in play, and oh, there's the Wrath. I was going to say the Urza Saga can start actually cleaning things up and, you know, start making some Saga or making some constructs and getting some good value going. But, of course, the land destruction deck is all about destroying anything that could possibly win your opponent the game. It's just,
destroying,
it's magical.
Destroying all the toys. You love this. You're beaming from ear to ear. You can't see Corey Bellmeister right now, friends, but you can certainly hear it in his voice. He is just reveling in all of this land destruction happening here. From
I love it.
Yeah, I don't think this would have been the deck I would have played, but let me tell you, I've had a lot of good times.
Now I'm torn between this one and the Ruby Storm deck. I want to see.
I've run into you a couple times actually, because every time
both
I tried
silly.
to try Amulet Titan, I didn't get any lands to play with. So it's just like, oh, okay, well, cool.
Yeah, and most of the time you would really think like, okay, this would be a great matchup for the land destruction deck. You're blowing up the lands where, you know, Simic Growth Chamber, for instance, produces 2 mana.
Yeah.
So being able to ever clear that out seems great for you, but you can still kind of win out of nowhere from the Amulet side. So you're kind of never safe against that deck.
Yeah, especially not when there's a bunch of hasty Titans to deal with. Oh, there's the fourth forest. We found it.
Okay.
Green Sun Zenith. What are we getting?
There's a
Definitely
Titan.
The Colossus is already gone, and now with an amulet here, you're able to get Gruul Turf and the Hanwar Battlements. Never mind, it's gone.
Never mind, it's dead.
Goodbye.
I think DeVos has every answer he could possibly need for Matthew in this matchup.
It does look like all we have left is Kahira, but with Quarry Mountain Monastery, you're still drawing 2 cards a turn, and Rest in Peace is gone now, but kind of the damage has been done, as you don't have any lands in your graveyard.
Yeah, now all of these effects are just clean answers. There's no downside at all for Kundavos firing this off. Here comes Kahira. Hey! Hey, remember companions?
Yeah.
That was 1 year just slapping down someone.
Combo with Solitude, you're able to attack for 4 with Vigilance. The Vigilance aspect doesn't matter that much in this matchup. You're not doing a lot of blocking, but...
Pick a land, any land. What would you like to blow up?
And I think that's all the forests in play, so this is just a Stone Rain draw card.
No Armageddon style effect, though,
Yeah.
thankfully. That would be painful.
Imagine.
Oh, good.
Oh, there's a High Noon.
Oh, okay. High Noon. Hey, buddy. All right, so now your plan of, you know, just fire off in the face. These High Noon activations will certainly be troublesome for Matthew Stephenson.
I mean, you can't play multiple things is now valid because Rest in Peace is gone. The Scape Shift loops could be back in play now that you can use
back in real
High
time.
Noon, it is much harder to accomplish that goal.
Yeah, certainly Matthew needs to find an answer for that before he can start doing any form of comboing. So let's see what he goes to first.
Float 6.
And I think the High Noon is kind of the reason why this deck is awesome, is because there's so many decks that it's just good against on surface value. But let's see, here's
Use the
Aftermath.
remaining mana to bring these 2 lands back.
Yeah.
This will float 1 green.
Uh-oh. When your Amulet Titan opponent is explaining to you some things, it usually means you're dead.
Yeah, but there's a High Noon. How does he...
You don't have to play any
You
more
don't
things
have
if you
to.
have Shifting Woodlands.
I'm going to cast...
Oh.
I don't think you can cast
You
anything.
don't cast anything,
so
yeah.
This is 4 mana where 2 of it is green. And then I'm going to float another colorless.
If he's casting
So I
anything,
have
that's not legal.
green and colorless.
Right,
and
because
one
you
and
have the
one.
analyst
Okay.
here.
Yep.
And then I'm going to cast Escape Shift.
Ooh.
This mana's going to go away. Holding
Alright.
priority.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to use...
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so DeFoss is on
You
it.
cast the analyst, right?
Oh, sure, you're
That's
right.
High Noon.
And
Oh.
My bad. Oh.
Got
So
him.
unable to cast that. So all
I don't know if that
the...
warrants a judge call. My opponent tried to play a second spell with High Noon in play.
And we are going to go to a judge call here. Kundavos is going to chat to the judge about what just happened.
Yeah, I did.
I can also
You're
tell
right.
you though
You
that
could get me on that. That's fine.
Matthew
I
has
guess.
already
I'm not gonna
had
game
2
loss.
warnings in
It's either
this
this or like.
matchup.
Oh,
up to this
probably
point.
lose
So this is his
if
third
I'm allowed to untap.
GRV, and he will unfortunately automatically
I didn't see that.
lose the match. So
You probably got me.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
it is, yeah.
But man,
to
it's
be
a
fair.
tough deck to play
Oh.
against.
Yeah.
It's a tough deck to play against, that's for sure. There's a lot of really interesting and kind
Yeah.
of wild interactions. When your opponent has a bunch of cards that say you can't do this,
Yep.
this doesn't work the way it should.
Yeah.
So unfortunate ending.
Yeah, unfortunately, but you know, such is. Hopefully, he'll be able to pick himself up and carry on into the next round, which is where we're going to be heading after this short break. He'll be with Maria and the news desk.
I gotta zoom.
Superheroes going TG on day 1 of competition. Maria Bartholdi, your host for the weekend. I've got Frank Karsten and Riley Knight with me here at the news desk. Let's check in on our tournament and find out how our players are doing by taking a look at our leaderboard. Here are how things sit after 4
Oh,
rounds
Ken's
of
4-0.
play. Tristan Wild LaRue, 4-0 in this tournament, a longtime grinder, putting up results here on day 1 of competition. Pro Tour champion at Pro Tour 25th anniversary, Andrew Ellenbogen, currently sitting at 4-0. Another Pro Tour champion, and Ken Yurihiro, also at 4-0.
On set.
4-0's on the second page here as well, including Hall of Famer Seth Manfield. You can see that undefeated cohort of players with a perfect record is growing ever smaller and will continue to do so as we winnow the field down. But then a bunch of 3-0-1s as well, including defending champion Nathan Stoyer. We saw him during the draft rounds. And then as we head into the 3-1s, you can see some familiar names that crop up now and again. Derek Davis, we saw Anthony Pepe in the feature match area before his first Pro Tour, 3-1. Still a great start. 3-1.
Oh, yes.
Pro Tour day 1, you're cruising.
I'll take it, Riley.
Yeah.
I'll certainly take it. Now, we're also going to check in with our teams and find out how they're doing versus the other teams in the room, Riley.
Yes, indeed. So this is a sort of a combination, an aggregate, Frank? Would you say it's an aggregate of all the team scores? Is that correct?
Well, it is an overview.
Overview.
A
Okay,
table
so
of
no is what Frank's saying. The word aggregate is not correct here. But you can see there
I don't know
the
that word.
combined records
I
of
don't
those
even know
teams
it.
coming together as we monitor which teams are doing well, particularly Heavy Play Cosmos with their split approach. This team, half of them very regimented, very focused. The other team a little more laissez-faire, leaning into the diversity of Modern. Very interesting to see how these teams go throughout the weekend.
Well, we've got a fantastic metagame for Modern here this weekend. And if you're interested in trying some, here's some players now with some opinions on what you should play if you're playing Modern.
I'm here with Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura and Koshiki Okai. Guys, what are you playing this weekend and what does your deck do?
We decided to play mono green Eldrazi deck. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, Mono Green Eldrazi.
Yep.
And what's a good matchup for this deck and why?
Against Affinity.
And what's a bad matchup for the deck?
Esper Goryo.
Good luck this weekend. Arigatou gozaimasu. I'm here with a man who has 5 top finishes. To his name,
Gamble.
Sam Pardee. Sam, what are you playing at the Pro Tour this weekend and what does your deck do?
I'm playing Brute Scale, and it puts a Blade of the Blood Chief on a Brute Scale and makes it really big.
And what's a good matchup for this deck and why?
I'm excited to play against Boros because we have early interaction for their threats, and then we go way over the top with either Emrakul or our combo.
And what's a bad matchup and why?
I'm a little nervous about Tron because Karn the Great Creator shuts off almost all of our cards.
Sam, best luck this weekend.
Thank you.
I'm here with Spotlight Champion Kuhn de Vos. Kuhn, what are you playing this weekend and what does your deck do?
I'm playing Boros Land Destruction, and it destroys lands.
It does what it says on the tin. What is a good matchup for this deck and why?
Tron.
And why?
I don't think I have to explain, no.
And what's a bad matchup for this deck and why?
The Chant deck, Doran's Chant deck.
Best luck this weekend, Kuhn.
Some truly awesome decks there.
And some really great analysis as well. Why is land
I don't think
destruction
I
good
need to say
against
it.
Tron?
That's awesome. So I'm excited to see some more of those as the weekend progresses. Well, we've got some players here this weekend who qualified for the Pro Tour through a regional championship. How does it feel to play in a Pro Tour through winning in RC? Riley got to talk to a couple of players who did just that.
I mean, with Sam Bogue, who qualified for the Pro Tour through the regional championship system. Tell us about your pathway to the Pro Tour and how it went for you.
Yeah, I qualified via a RCQ at my local game store. I played Mono Green Landfall at the RC. I played Green White Landfall at the last PT. Didn't go super hot for me, but I decided to go back to Mono Green since there was going to be a lot of control at this event. I made that call with me and my teammates, and it turned out really well.
Back at the Pro Tour once again, my friend. It's good to see you. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you so much.
I'm here with Dawson Corson, who qualified for this Pro Tour by winning a regional championship. Congratulations on the win. You must be very happy to be here at the Pro Tour. What was the regional championship like?
It was great. It was long. It was tiring. Took a long nap after, but I mean, winning is the best part, right? So.
And was it a tournament you prepared for a bunch, or did you sort of turn up and see how it went?
I mean, like, I definitely prepared for it. I made a deck switch like very last minute, a couple days before. So played it with very little prep, but I mean, it worked out for me. So minimal prep, but a good result, I guess.
A great result. Now you're at the Pro Tour. Best of luck this weekend, my friend.
Awesome. Thank you.
Very exciting. A lot of players here at their first Pro Tour after qualifying via a regional championship. It could be you. Let's take a look at our next feature match here for round number 5. A couple players who've done exactly that. Jordan Selesnik on Domain Zoo up against Rei Hirayama on Simic Neoform. Both players currently sitting at 3-1. Let's take a look at our players here. Jordan Selesnik's been playing since 2017. Won an RC in DC back in May. Started 1-1 and then decided to never lose again to make it here for his very first Pro Tour. Congrats, Jordan.
Well, it looks like we may be on for the 1-1 and never lose again here for Jordan at the Pro Tour. If this is a winning formula, why move away from it? But no, you can see finishing the draft with a 2-1 record. That's obviously a very respectable way to get things started. But opening the modern account with a win here is a great way to start the constructed round. So off to a good start for him.
Take a look at the opponent here in Rei Hirayama, who's been playing Magic since 2015. Here, tournament goal is advancing to the top 8, qualified via Japan Regional Championship, the Champions Cup Final. Won the whole thing.
Yes, indeed, and the Champions Cup final in Japan, taking in the Korea
they probably said it was domain versus.
They're covered as well.
Pretty interesting.
Coverage is available for these events. I watch them because they're one of the main events that's in my time zone over in Australia. They're fantastic to watch, and it's really, really good to see a player like Rei Hirayama doing well at the Pro Tour. An early loss, obviously shaken that off. Rattled off 3 wins here, but now comes up against another RC battler in Jordan Selesnik.
All right, very cool matchup here. What about these decks, Frank? What do they do?
Well, Jordan Selesnik, Maria, is playing Domain Zoo, which is a well-known disruptive aggro deck featuring 2-color and 3-color lands to really unleash Territorial Kavu and Scion of Draco. Now, those creatures hit hard, and they also turn Stubborn Denial into a reliable counterspell. Laydown of the Guild Pact is a key card in this deck, also synergized with Scion of Draco to give all your creatures a bunch of combat abilities. And the deck had to reinvent itself after the ban of Flage. Here was replaced with cards like Quantum Riddler, Psychic Frog, Practiced Offense, and a bunch of interactive cards. And the sideboard has way more interaction, a lot of counter magic if it comes to that. On the other side of the table, Rei Hirayama is playing Simic Neoform. Now this is a combo deck that can potentially win as early as turn 2. It seeks to cast ElessarShorkVT Rider for no mana by exiling 2 green cards, and then upgrade it into a game-winning creature with Neoform or Eldritch Evolution. Now the premier target is Galta, Stampede Tyrant, which can then flood the battlefield with a whole bunch of creatures. In particular, Xenagos can turn it into a 24/24 with Trample. However, this deck can be a little weak to the combination of a damage clock and disruption, and the Domain Zoo deck has both, especially with all that counter magic in the deck.
All right, well, we begin some tournament advice from Team Cosmos Heavy Play, who have a very important mantra here at the tournament, which is, what would Javier Dominguez do? We got some great advice from him last round. Sleep 12 hours before your matches. Let's find out what he has to say this time.
13 hours before your matches.
What would Javier Dominguez do after mulliganing?
Keep loose.
Did he say keep loose?
Keep losing.
Just keep whatever.
Well, okay, I'll keep
Just
losing.
keep it in lose,
Keep
you know.
Lose, as in like keep on losing. I'm like, what do you mean keep on? You don't lose. You
No,
haven't even
Javier
you
doesn't.
don't lose,
He doesn't
dude.
lose.
Come on, man.
He doesn't lose.
You just keep the 6-card hand no matter what it is.
No matter what.
Okay, all
That's the
right.
heuristic. But that's Frank's very highly advanced algorithm for keeping. Just keep the 6 no matter what.
Yeah, that's loose.
Yeah, absolutely. Love it. We'll have more advice from Javier as we continue on. It's time now for round number 5. Marshall and Paul, we got some
Yippee!
That's right. If you want some loose keeps, you came to the right place right here. One-landers all day long.
What I'm talking
So we've got
about.
our next round of Modern lined up for you here. Paul, what do you make of the matchup of Jordan Selesnik versus Ray Hirayama? It's Simic Neo form for Ray, and Jordan's on Domain Zoo.
Yeah, I think I really like all the extra disruption that the Domain Zoo has access to, especially after sideboard. You're already talking about a deck that has access to 4 copies of Stubborn Denial, which is going to be very, very crucial in allowing you to counter those Neoforms and Eldritch Evolutions. And then after sideboard, you get to even bring in maybe cards like Consigned to Memory as a way to counter the trigger, if you do somehow manage to resolve that Neoform. So the fact that you have both Disruption and a clock means that, I kind of like that side. At the same time, it's only 4 Stubborn Denial. If you don't draw this Disruption, I mean, this deck is capable of...
Oh my
of
god, he
killing you on
mulled a
potentially
4?
I see that Leyline of the Guild pact in the opening hand here for Jordan, so he'll get a turn 0 Leyline onto the battlefield. He's on the draw here.
Oh, he didn't
you
mull.
got 2 Leyline bindings as interaction, along with
Maybe I mulled
that
down
Stubborn
1.
Denial as well. Does need to find a land, it looks like here. There's only there's a Polluted Delta in play and no other land, right?
That's it.
Yeah. Perhaps finding a Surveil land here, if you do have one in the deck.
Try to dig for more.
Right. Yep. There's a Meticulous Archive. Now noting that all the lands do tap for all of the colors with Leyline of the Guild Pact, so it really just needs to find that second land to get that Psychic Frog in play. The problem is you play out that Psychic Frog, you're tapped out, right? And then Ray can absolutely just have it all here. However, taking a look at a Ray's hand, doesn't have the Allosaurus Rider in hand just yet, but can perhaps find it with the Planar Genesis that he has in hand.
Jordan likes what he sees there with the Surveil, decides to keep it on top. And
Has
draw
to
it
be
for
a
the
land.
turn, so yeah, you'd assume. Untapped land would be even best.
Yeah, it's a Godless Shrine.
It's kind of untapped land.
You have to, and that, I mean, that's just the scary thing about playing against this deck, right? You're like, well, if I tap out, if I don't have a clock, then that's rough, right? But if I tap out, I could just lose on the spot.
That's right. And it may be tempting to wait till next turn to deploy the Psychic Frog so you can leave up Stubborn Denial, but you don't know if you're going to hit that land.
That's the thing. You're just kind of at the mercy of the top of your deck, right? And Jordan's like, all right.
Jordan reluctantly putting
Get him in the
Psychic
frog.
on normally it would be a play you'd be
Right?
pretty excited about, but you can tell by the vibe that he's like, well,
Yeah.
don't do it.
Yes, don't do it. And I mean, currently Ray does not have it, but does get to dig with the Planar Genesis. Nice impulse effect. Here we go. Let's look at the top 4. Can we find an Allosaurus Rider? He didn't do it instantly. So I don't think he found an Allosaurus Rider
Yeah,
here.
Jordan's on the roller coaster ride of hoping your opponent doesn't find the pieces they need.
Right.
But as you said, that's
Yeah, because the moment Jordan untaps, then he's kind of in the driver's seat, right? With access to that counter spell.
and the Psychic Frog rolling.
Right, absolutely.
You can see Jordan intently looking on as Ray surveys the scene.
Okay.
And he's going to be pretty relieved to see this one.
Yeah,
Run it back.
Here, Planar Genesis. Did find a Pact of Negation, however, which would allow him to perhaps fight a counter war if Jordan tries to go for a Stubborn Denial. Now, noting if Jordan really wants to find more lands, he can warp out the Quantum Riddler. With Trigger on the stack, you can discard down to 1 card, draw 2 cards, discard more cards, hit with the Psychic Frog, right? Draw 2 more cards. That you're very likely to find a land there, and that keeps up Stubborn Denial while also providing a huge clock.
No, but did you take a card with this one?
Oh yes.
I like that.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Both hand.
Yeah, both hand. Don't need to reveal. Doesn't even
No
play a
land here
land
for Hirayama?
either. Wow.
Okay.
And of course, I mean, this is the issue with decks like the Neoform deck.
it can just lose to itself, right? I mean, you have to find the combinations of cards. At the same time, you just don't have access to that much disruption.
Yeah, this deck for the most part is a pure combo deck in the sense of not having a fantastic plan B. Some of the decks you'll see over the course of this weekend kind of have the best of both worlds. They have, you know, combos that will more or less put them in the driver's seat, but they can play a somewhat fair game to back it up, and Neoform less so.
That land was huge here for Jordan. And one other note here is Ray did find Allosaurus Rider off the second planar Genesis. So has kind of everything lined up here, and is just kind of hoping that Jordan just completely taps out here. Because Jordan can play a second Psychic Frog, but choosing not to, actually trying to get it up to maybe close to that 4 mana, the 4 power mark. That way the Stubborn Denial becomes a hard counterspell. It becomes a negate.
Ray probably noting that that happens to be exactly where Jordan stopped.
Right, 2 cards in hand, so you have to think it's at least a Stubborn Denial, but you do have Pact of Negation here.
Man, and Jordan discarded some heat too.
Absolutely, he did here. So has access to Leyline Binding and Stubborn Denial.
Yeah, he's winning. He's in full on. I'm going all in on this frog.
Right.
I'm going to protect it / not let you combo off. And he discarded a Leyline Binding, a second copy of Frog, and the Riddler. I mean, that is some action.
And Ray is certainly not in a position here against an active Psychic Frog to basically not go for it. He just has to. And he's going to do it here. Here's the Allosaurus Rider. Can't counter that. And here is the Neoform. Certainly this will meet most likely a Stubborn Denial here, would be my guess.
And there it is.
Pact. All right.
And then it happens.
All right, so now looks like it will resolve here. Ray in hand has a Disciple of Freyalise. So if you get a Galta, you're not really getting too much going here necessarily. So is this just an Atraxa to refill up your hand? And that is that an Ureni?
Maybe.
It might be. It's there's a lot of nice treatments to these cards. I believe this is Ureni. Yeah, okay.
Because he's saying, I'll do the damage here, but...
Okay.
Not enough.
Sure.
What's the text on Ureni?
Well, it's huge and has protection from the frog.
Protection white, protection black, and when this enters, it deals damage equal to the number of lands I control, and I can divide it. Like I can go through it.
Yes, and no trample.
Number of lands. So it's
yeah.
only
Hey,
2
it's a
damage,
good English.
But it is an 11/11 with Pro White and Black, and the Pro White is the very important part because you can't get it with Leyline Binding.
And you can't attack through it with the frog.
Right? Does it have? It does not have vigilance.
No, but it does have flying, so there is it brick walls the frog.
Right.
And it can't be removed by the removal spell. It is definitely a big problem here for Jordan.
Absolutely. And Ray, of course, does have the consign to memory here to counter the pack trigger that he does need to remember here, or else he'll just lose the game.
Then that would be the easy way for Jordan to win.
Right. Oops.
Oops, forgot my pack.
Not quite enough energy here to get that Ureni off the battlefield here. So Jordan kind of discarding all the action in hand and now can't do anything. This gives Ray a lot of time here.
Yeah,
now,
Jordan was all in on this plan.
And now the question here for Ray is, you just attack? You go, all right, you got a couple of draw steps, but hey, this is a 2-turn clock.
It is.
So much damage from one big guy.
Right. Leyline Binding is your primary interactive spell.
Right. And it need not apply.
There's practiced offense. Would that be enough?
Oh, I'm sure it would. It
Right.
would have to be, right?
If you had 5 mana to be able to cast it and flash it back, right? But it might just
you
be
can
enough by
still
itself.
just
Yeah,
get
you can just discard all your entire hand.
Exactly.
All right. What can you find here? Possibly off the Ragavan. Does Ray have some kind of removal spell in his deck that can?
I know. I said I was wondering.
But like, it would need to kill an 11/11.
Right.
Right.
Right. And it needs to be not white or black.
Right.
Summoner's pack.
Now Ureni. Yeah, that's not going to do it.
Pact, yeah.
That'd be funny.
Yeah, what a
And
great.
he's just going to get hit in the air.
That's tough. I mean, just what a great.
Wow.
Just
setup
cast
here.
the pack to be funny with it.
Actually unkillable here, at least against Jordan's main deck configuration here. can play a Psychic Frog, but it is a black creature.
Yeah, won't be able to block even with flying. Or jumping, as it were. And he's just going to pass the turn back
attack,
and just
right?
say, I'm going to make you turn the thing sideways.
All right. Beat down.
Fly the frog? Sure. Protection.
Yeah.
He said I'll
Ah,
fly the frog, but
not gonna work. Now keep in mind also, by the way, with Leyland and the Guild Pack is actually not good because
Oh yeah, it gets protection from all colors.
right? So when you have the array,
Or makes them all colors.
None of the creatures can ever block.
Wow.
Right.
Not that that one could have anyway.
Right.
Any
If
future
you
creatures
somehow
could.
had something else.
That's rough.
Like if you had a Scion of Draco, for example.
Rago. Oh hey, there's a Scion of Drake.
Turn
It's
one
two of
Ragavan,
them.
though, for Jordan on 6. Ray Hirayama also on 6 cards.
Yeah,
But
and
let's see if this Ragavan can go nuts.
Right, has a couple of Scion of Dracos, but gonna
And
take a little bit of time here to actually get it
Asa.
going.
Treasure.
Well,
Ooh,
can play that if
maybe
you
he
want.
plays it.
I mean, he doesn't really have any other great plays this turn, right? At least given what we saw in the hand earlier. You're very likely to hit a land too if you want to actually just ramp, right? And if you do that, then perhaps you'll have enough.
If it's a land in play, yeah. Otherwise, it just hand.
Yeah, you might have enough land drops here to get that Scion of Draco in play online.
I'll go to 15.
Finds a Quantum Riddler here as well.
Gonna fetch for a green source?
Yeah, hand's a little rough around the edges with a double Scion of Draco.
Oh, he's gonna cast it.
I'll cast it. Okay.
And he's going to cast it.
Good.
Try to find some interaction here if you can. Now with all 5 land types, Scion of Draco would cost 2 mana.
Yeah, right now.
Can he find one of his many 1 mana counter effects? Just finds a Psychic Frog here. All right, Thunder Trap Trainer here for Rei Hirayama. I know that one, I think.
You see the Hooting Mandrills
Right.
in hand here as well for Hirayama.
Right, which is another card that you can play out here. It's kind of Allosaurus Rider number 5
right.
for your deck here. Does have the Neoform in hand. And has a Summoner's Pack, so can actually get that going next turn. Summoner's Pack for the Allosaurus Rider. Oh, but Jordan actually finds a Spell Snare here, which is a nice answer to the Neoform. However, Ray also has, I believe, a Mystical Dispute in hand, which can help you fight the counter war against the Spell Snare.
Scion. Sure, so gains first, right? Yeah. Combat. Sure.
So you can trade here, or not trade because you play the Scion pre-combat. So now I believe Ragavan has first strike, but you can still chump with the Thunder Trap Trainer if you don't want to provide a treasure, but looks like Ray not interested in that. Hit a Summoner's Pact. Perhaps another Scion here, or just Psychic Frog.
Yeah, he's got Psychic Frog. it
Yeah.
looks like. Go.
So now all your creatures
Pretty
have
impressive board here
Yeah.
for Celesnik.
So now all your creatures have Hexproof, Lifelink, and a First Strike, I believe.
Wow.
Which you can see down there. Or, excuse me, the Psychic Frog has Hexproof and Lifelink.
Oh. I was reading that so wrong. I was thinking white was hexproof for some reason.
Here, so now if you're Rei Hirayama, kind of need to get something going this turn. Starting things off with a
Oh, he put the monkey in.
Okay, giving himself one more turn here to set things up. Jordan finds another sign of Draco. I mean, this is basically very close to a 2-turn clock here for Jordan Selesnik.
Discard. Sure.
Okay, so it looks like Jordan is going to be trying to go for maybe give the Psychic Frog flying to ensure that you can draw an extra card here, but you also have the Quantum Riddler in hand, so you can discard down to 1 card here.
Warp.
Yeah,
Yep.
there it is.
And just has the Spell Snare in hand, so yeah,
it's a
that'll
bit of
draw you 2 cards.
2 cards instead. Really nice synergy here with the frog.
Ray's considering going for a Mystical Dispute, maybe? Oh no, just a Nature's Claim. Great answer. Wow.
To kill the Sign of Draco.
What an efficient answer to Sign of Draco
No
here.
kidding. 1 mana.
Yeah. Gain 4 life, that's fine.
Enjoy.
Draw 2.
Okay, just making sure that that resolves. Jordan can find another 1 mana counter. Would be really, really strong here. All right, giving the Psychic Frog wings here. You can once again discard down to 1 card, deal a bunch of damage, and draw 2 cards off the Riddler if he wants. And now, because Sign of Draco is not in play, Ragavan would be trading with the Thundertrap Trainer. And Ray just wants that Thundertrap Trainer to graveyard anyways because of the Hooting Mandrills.
Yeah, he just wants it in the yard.
Yeah.
And then draw 2.
Oh, trigger on the stack. You can consign this trigger, so
Sure.
Jordan doesn't find it. So now all you have to worry about is just 1 counterspell here.
Wow.
Right?
That was nice there for Hirayama.
Right, and now the Quantum Riddler will get warped here.
Signaling that he's ready to go for it.
Yeah, discarded down to just the 1 card, and that got countered.
So he has Spell Snare left?
He just has a Spell Snare that Ray needs to fight through. And I mean, he does have a Mystical Dispute, so that would work.
Yeah.
If you Summoner's Pact, but you can't actually pay for your pact now because you cast your consign, right? Because there's only 3 lands in play.
Right. So he's going to go for Hooting Mandrills.
Bungo bungo.
And just going for it here, but of course we got Spell Snare here.
Spell Snare?
Yep.
Neoform gets Spell Snared.
Yep.
Oh,
yeah, and
that's brutal.
He just kind of had to go for it in the hope that the last card wasn't a counterspell. But given that Jordan discarded down to 1 card, it was just so likely that it was some kind of counterspell there.
So what now?
I mean, you just got to try to rebuild, but he's so many pieces away, right?
Yeah,
and
he's going to take a big hit here.
Yeah, we got the Psychic Frog coming down, and hey, look, with that treasure, Jordan can just play the Quantum Riddler next turn.
Get those cards in the hand, and of course, those also do pump up the frog.
Right.
I mean, there are scenarios where he could just go through enough cards to get lethal here, right?
Right.
It's gonna be tough.
Drew a consign as well. Or
Ooh.
surveilling one, rather, here. It's an interesting spot because you know you really want to play out that Riddler next turn. I mean, it's still not bad, just because you draw for the turn, play the Riddler, draw 2 more cards, and then if you don't find a land, you can pitch down to the counterspell, and then you're just within 4 draw steps. You just feels like you're pretty likely to draw a land.
Definitely.
Yeah. So it does choose to keep it here. And Jordan probably just going to run out that Riddler here.
Jordan still just with the 1 card in hand.
Riddler?
Yeah, just the consign to memory that he surveilled to the top.
All right, so he'll get 2 cards.
Okay, if he has a land, he's going to play that immediately. Doesn't have the ability to... Oh, and that was big. Now has access to that consign to memory here. Discard the land. 2-turn clock here. Draw 2 more cards.
Yeah, he's put him in check.
Yeah.
Ray Hariyama has to come up with something right now.
You're good.
And Selesnik has a nice backup plan here, too. So he's maneuvered beautifully. And that is going to be game number 2 going to Jordan Selesnik. He's going to even things up against Ray Hariyama. We're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. And when we come back, Superhero Con happening Convention Center here It's a beautiful sight to see. Over here, though, we're battling, Paul. We're in the high-level competitive play of the Pro Tour. And as we line up here, we're coming
About halfway done.
Jordan Selesnik and Ray Hirayama. A bit of an interesting matchup, Domain Zoo versus Simic Neoform. And as you mentioned, Paul, you know, you like the Domain Zoo side of things. It really has played out that way. Ray was able to just get across the finish line in game one, but the combination of pressure plus some amount of disruption has been very good for Jordan.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing for Ray is not only do you need to assemble your combo pieces after sideboard, you also need counterspell backup to make sure it resolves. And
It's a lot to ask.
That's just a lot to ask.
Yeah.
You need to hit your land drops, right? You need to find your Allosaurus Rider a way to get it. You need the counterspell for their counterspell. There's just a lot. And if you're in a situation where you even have to cast something like a Summoner's Pact, you also need a Consign to Memory to make sure you can pay for that as well. So, but if you do find all the cards, well, the deck will feel unbeatable. I mean, and Ray is on the play. Looks like a mulligan, though, here. Yeah, but with the 4 consigns, 4 stubborn denials, with that clock, it's tough.
It's interesting. Ray has had a mulligan at least once every game.
Right.
This match, is that typical?
Oh yeah, I mean the Neoform deck, ideally you don't want to, but you just need to make sure that you have the right pieces to kind of get things to work. Because look, you only need those cards. You don't need necessarily a critical mass. So you just need to make sure that you can find, you're at least, if you're 1 piece short of the combo, you can keep. But if you're 2 or more, then you just need to ship it back.
Looks like Jordan has also found a keeper here.
It's a deafening silence. Oh, whoa. Is this a 5?
Oh my god.
Did not know that.
Ooh, there's at least 2 lands in there.
Okay. And has some lands in a deafening silence is what I see. And a Quantum Riddler. Okay, I mean that's one way to unmulligan, but that's not. But you're not putting pressure the first couple of turns, and Ray Hirayama is on the play.
All right, let's get into game number 3 here and see.
Okay, that's fair enough.
The win, yeah. 6 cards for Ray, 5 cards for Jordan.
Right, surveils a Gristlebrand into the graveyard. Of course, there is just it does functionally nothing if you do draw that card. Turn 1, deafening silence here.
Each player can't cast more than 1 non-creature spell each turn.
Yeah, and that works really well if on any subsequent turn you have counterspells. Because now Mystical Disputes or Pact of Negations don't do anything anymore.
They can't recounter you.
Right, and if you just play out your Allosaurus Rider, you can't cast Neoform that turn, right? Which gives Jordan a window to perhaps use a removal spell if he does have one to deal with the thing. Oh, excuse me, with the non-creature. Does that even say what the card does? All right, just making sure.
Each player can cast more than one.
Non-creature spell.
Yeah.
Sure. Uh-oh, this is rough. Jordan's already going, oh no, are you counting right now?
You never want to see your
Turn 2?
opponent count.
I mean, he has to have it here. I see an Allosaurus Rider.
I see a Grizzle.
That'll be funny. Do it, do it, do it, do it.
It's kind of
Does he have enough
mulligan.
green cards here with the Neoform? Okay, I mean, he looks pretty excited here. It feels like he's got it all. Oh, yeah, he's got the Allosaurus Rider plus the Neoform here. This is what you mulligan to.
Jordan's tapped out. Can't do anything about it.
Right. Is it?
He's gonna
there he is.
Going, hey, I know you just don't have any clean answers here. Most decks just, you're really just relying on
slap him around.
Things, and this just puts you on a 2-turn clock. And look at Jordan's hand, right? I mean, it's just all you're going to do is turn 2 cycle with that Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, that's really tough. Let alone the concept of any pressure. The deafening silence did nothing.
And I'm looking at Jordan's sideboard here, and I don't.
Should have
see
been a
an
normal
answer
silence.
to the Areni.
Is that even Modern League? I don't even know. think it is. It should be.
15.
Decks with the name Zoo in it don't usually play like sweepers or those type of things. And he's just going to have to draw a card and pass.
I just don't see an avenue here for Jordan to win this game here.
Yeah, it looks like Hirayama just knows if I get a Rennie on the battlefield, nothing's going to happen.
Oh my god.
And that's going to be it. Ray Hirayama picks up the match.
What a
And
game.
improves to 4-1 here in
That
the
good because
tournament.
in this matchup, it's pretty hard to resolve the Xenova's plan if you actually have mana up. So, like, basically, it's the same equivalent to not doing anything and getting covered. So,
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I figured,
It is
like,
Marlon. I don't know. You just don't play silence.
yes, of course,
which is nice. And then
Actually, yeah, I guess like.
potentially like just
yeah,
so I feel like all 9 of these. Maybe the ley lines are
Yeah,
better.
this actually makes your mana good, which
but I'm just not that.
It makes your mana good, but it doesn't.
Either like you're comboing.
It bones you against your Ernie.
Oh, this is a nice breakdown.
My thought process was like you're either comboing me or I'm like holding you back. So I figured that like the life loss from this isn't super relevant. But maybe you're right. Maybe deafening silence just isn't good enough.
Oh, definitely not.
Yeah, just
Same with
because
Consign is so middling.
because it doesn't stop you from going ElessarShork Rider into Neoform.
That's how it felt
Maybe
too,
it's
but
just
I
not
just-
effective
maybe the
enough.
ley lines
It
are
only works specifically if you can play it and then have it counterspell magic, counterspell mana on following turn.
Yeah, and it feels like for really potent sideboard cards, you really would want them to stand out.
Yeah, but I think the issue was Jordan was just saying, look, I have all of these bad cards.
Mhm.
Fatal Push doesn't really has no targets, right? And then also Leyline Binding. If Ray just gets Ireni every single game, then the Leyline Binding is not going to really do much either. So with that argument, you just go, hey, I'm just looking for anything out of my sideboard that looks somewhat useful.
Totally.
And that's why he brought in those.
Yeah,
deafening
try to
silences.
prevent it from hitting the battlefield.
We've seen some, of course. We've seen the Brutes at some point as well.
Yep.
But this is
I love the
just
trim on the shirt.
colorless version.
Oh no, decks are being played right now. Ooh, prowess. Oh my god. Wait a minute.
Of Sam.
That's right. And this is certainly, yeah, it looks like we're going to get maybe those graphics adjusted here. Got Maju on Eldrazi Tron here against Izzet Prowess. Now, there's a card that's really, really important here for Matt. If he's on the play and can get it into play early enough, it's Chalice of the Void.
Oh.
If you can get a Chalice of the Void, the giant portion.
So here's the
of
game.
Izzet Prowess deck.
I mean, you're cutting a huge chunk of their deck just straight up out of the equation, right?
Right. Also has 2 copies of Trinisphere, which makes things really, really expensive.
Oh yeah,
as well.
that too.
Right.
Maybe even worse.
Oh, but Justin there's a land. So Sam on the play with the prowess creature here. This deck is explosive. With the right draws, I mean, you can kill your opponents potentially as early as turn number 3.
Wow. Double Monastery Swiftspear here to start for Sam. And he's even got triggers for them with the Mishra's Bauble.
We got a bubble here.
This is some business.
Spore damage coming in. There's lava darts. There's mutagenic growths. There's lightning bolts. What do we got?
Here's a land.
Which one is this one?
This is 6.
Is that a lava dart?
I'm going to say lava dart.
Yeah, I'm going to go with lava dart too.
That's a lightning bolt.
It kind of looks like a lava dart,
A little
right?
bit.
Yeah.
There's some lava.
Was that a lightning bolt?
Maybe. Impossible to say, really. Yeah, it does look like it.
Right.
That's down to 10.
Right.
So that was 6 + 9 + 1 damage.
And this was a turn 2 Chalice, but you were on the draw. And now you can still just play your spells and get them countered, and it still triggers the prowess off of the Swift Spears.
That's the problem.
So this is one of those instances where Chalice might be a play-draw type situation. Oh, but we still have a 2-mana play here. Now you can just play a 1-mana spell, get it fizzled, and still just trigger everything.
That's right.
I think that's Corey Steelcutter. This is 6 damage coming in.
6, 7, 8.
Oh, 8 damage coming in. You just flashback, and that's 2 more damage. The
Flash it back, and even if
3
it
more
gets
damage.
countered both times,
Right.
it's 3 damage.
Yeah, and that's lethal.
Oh my god.
Turn 3 kill here from Sam Vogue through a Chalice.
Holy.
Wow. Ignored it.
Well, that's
incredible.
That is what the Izzet Prowess deck's looking to do. And hey, look, the Eldrazi Tron deck, if you get to turn 3 or 4, it's able to kind of take over the game. But if you kill your opponent before then, well, I mean, that's what this Prowess deck does.
Totally. It's just, it has the ability to put so many spells on the stack so quickly.
And That is a Vexing Bauble, which shuts down all of the 0-mana spells here.
Man, Swift Spear into Swift Spear.
That was a
Mishra's Bauble
amazing
bolt
draw.
you.
Right. Dragon's Rage Channeler here from Sam Bogue.
Into Steel Cutter, Dart.
Yeah.
What in the world?
I mean, it doesn't really get better than that.
That's incredible. Yeah. And even though the darts got countered, it didn't matter.
Yeah, it still just dealt the extra points of damage through that prowess. All right, well, hey, look, now we're on the play with the Chalice for one. This is a very, very different game here now. How many cards does this brick? Because now the Mishra's Bubbles all get countered, and all of your 1-mana spells.
Sure. Counter it.
Yeah. So Sam hoping to try
to get a Surveil.
He's trying to get Delirium here off of this Dragon's Rage Channeler, turn it into a 3/3, provide some semblance of a clock here. What is this? Something that gets countered. Okay.
It was a 1-mana play.
Oh my god. 3 lands.
It looks like maybe Preordain or something?
Yeah, it's a Preordain. So now there's a sorcery, a land, and an artifact in the graveyard, it seems. And can we get an instant?
Oh, there we go. We got the creature.
Creature in there, so now that's 3 damage.
Yeah, that was the idea. At least it's a clock.
Yeah, use all your resources, and now you have a 3/3 flyer every turn.
Still, how excited is Sam about the situation?
Oh, not at all. Not at all, Marshall.
To get that going.
And there goes.
Anyway.
Just turn 3 natural Tron.
Wow.
Never did it.
All the natty.
This has been a real showcase.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
In the first game, we got to see exactly what Sam wants to do, and in this game, it's Matt's turn.
I mean, this is
oh my god.
This is how you win Pro Tours, right? You
Pool towers.
Wow.
All right, and now there's a Thought-Knot Seer. So if you had a castable spell, well, I mean, look at this hand. You can't cast anything.
Yeah, dead card, dead card, dead card.
How about all these nothing burgers? And now Sam is at 9, and he's presented with a lethal attack next turn.
Is he just gonna take himself down to 7?
Oh man. Matt said, "I'll take a nothing burger with all the fixes."
Yeah,
please.
and this is where Sam goes, well, just you wait.
Yeah.
I get to go first next game.
That's right.
Here's another turn 2 kill.
Draws are incredible.
Or it was turn 3, not turn 2.
Okay.
Oh, it's a spell.
And a countered, but still trigger on it.
We have a 2/2 creature that will now get chump blocked here by Devourer of Destiny. Unless, oh wait, there's something else.
Ah, there it goes.
Yeah.
Wow. You know, when it rains, it pours.
It sure does.
It's dumping rain on Sam Bogue right now.
Jeez.
But he did win game number 1. So.
Right.
Jesus, it's been like 5 minutes. We're already on game 3.
Man. All right, so now we've got a chance to see exactly what both of these decks are trying to do. Now we'll have them both do it, and we'll have a real game.
Yeah, well, maybe not. I mean, if Sam's on the play and just plays a Swift Spear, what are you going to do?
It was a plan, you know? I'm trying here.
Right. Now, Matt does have 4 copies of Ugin's Labyrinth in his deck. That would be a way to get Chalice of the Void for 1 on turn 1 on the draw if possible.
Be really nice right now. The Dragon's Rage Channeler hits the battlefield, but
less scary than a Swift Spear.
Definitely.
Got at least 2 instants.
What is the land
Instants, a
here?
creature.
He's thinking. It's not just an Urza land, probably.
I think maybe sorcery. I think that's preordained. That's preordained.
Oh, that is an Ugin's Labyrinth. He does have Ugin's Labyrinth here. I mean, if you got a Chalice, you just got to go for it. But do you have a 7-drop here in hand to exile?
Yeah, you do need that.
Right. It's a tough spot here. It looks like it might be a tough spot here for Matt. I mean, I see a Chalice in hand too.
Me too.
All right. I mean, if you have anything,
7 cards.
I feel like you, if you can do it, you're just supposed to go for it here.
This is a
Perhaps he doesn't have any more action afterwards and is a little bit concerned.
Yeah, I mean, we all have seen those type of games play out where you do the thing that you're really excited to do on the first turn. It blanks a lot of what your opponent does, and then you don't do anything forever.
Right, but you can just get the card back.
Okay,
right?
he did have
yeah,
it.
He
did have it.
Yeah.
Chalice on one
I wonder if
go.
Sam's going, what were you thinking about?
Yeah. Well, I wonder what
Right.
other bad things lurk in that hand if you're Sam.
His hand must be amazing.
There was a better option, maybe?
Maybe he has an expedition map in his hand or something. You know what I mean? Because now the Chalice would, of course, counter that too.
Oh, that's interesting.
Even on top. Ooh,
Yeah,
must
that's
be
a good
land.
one. That might be it.
Oh,
It was
Sam kept-
preordained, by the way.
Sam kept a one-lander here.
Well,
all right.
And he had to burn a preordained just to surveil
Just
one.
to surveil and get a sorcery into the graveyard. And that's Dismember.
Dismember to kill the only threat left.
Yeah, now the only thing Sam can play, he needs to find a land
And
to
a
be able to play a
Corey.
2-drop.
Corey Steelcutter.
Yeah, or a Slick Shot Show.
Okay, he's got 'em both.
Needs the land. Okay.
Yeah, he's got the Steelcutter in hand.
Does he have a free spell
And he
to
has
play?
a show off in hand.
Okay.
He can do either one.
Right. It might be time to just run out that Slick Shot Show off here. Certainly can't play any of
I wonder if
those
it'd be more
drops.
value to pot the show off.
There it is.
Oh, no, just cast him.
All right.
Clock reacquired.
Yeah.
Matt's down to 14.
And didn't, of course, have that. Have another Dismember
14.
here for
11.
the Slick Shot Show off. Thought not here.
9.
Turn 3. Just going to take that Corey Steelcutter.
Yeah,
Most likely.
Everything else only costs 1 mana and would get countered.
Yeah, but now noting the Lightning Bolt and the Monstrous Rage would trigger the Slick Shot Show Off's ability. So every
Yeah.
1 mana spell, if you want to draw 1-drops, you want them to be spells. At least
Definitely.
that's representing 2 extra points of damage every time you cast them.
That's right. And it was.
Ooh, he's got another free spell.
Mutagenic growth, it looks like.
There's also 1 copy of Meltdown in Sam Bogue's sideboard. Could use that to perhaps go for the Chalice of the Void.
Oh, the green card is. I don't remember
Now
where it
he's
is.
gonna have to be content with just tapping mana for 1 to do 2 extra. Is there any reason to not just pile on as much as you like? Just do 2 of those right here.
No, he's going for it right now. He just sees the
Oh, he's
opportunity
doing one.
here.
Yeah,
Doesn't go for
couldn't go
both.
all in though.
Yeah, because I suppose, again, maybe you boarded in the Meltdown, right? And if you draw that, you tap 2 mana and cast it, and then you just get the Chalice off the battlefield, then your 1-drops actually do something.
I see. So he's taking the kind of middle ground.
Oh, Eldrazi Temple here. So now we have 6 mana available here for an Eldrazi, or 5 for a non-Eldrazi spell.
And the clock's real too here. Thought
Yeah,
Not Seer
absolutely.
gets the chip in also. That's 4 damage each time.
Each spell.
Okay, so that is a bobble. That does not get countered. There is no Vexing Bobble
Oh, he
in
actually
play.
gets to resolve a spell. Cool.
Right, so that's 3 more damage.
He actually resolved something. Cool.
That's 2 more spells in hand, by the way.
Yeah.
Does he just fire off the Lightning Bolt now, just to get in for 2 more points? Mutagenic Growth is
3,
a free
4,
spell.
5,
You can just use that
7.
whenever.
What am I, 4?
But you have to worry about the possibility of a threat leaving the battlefield.
Right.
So he's trying to kind of split the difference here, not just do everything all at once.
Yep.
Bobble's nice here to know what's coming on. What's coming
Yeah,
up as
maybe
well.
help figure out whether or not you want to fire off more spells here.
Yeah, get maximum information before making the decision. Sam right now attacking for 3. And yeah, he's going to
5.
go for the lightning bolt.
So that puts Matt down to 6. Is that correct?
Yes.
I am passing priority.
And he could do more, but he says,
Right.
I'm going to pass priority this time.
Yeah. 6. And so he has a Mutagenic Growth. That's 2 more damage. So that would be 3 damage coming in. Any spell would be 5.
So
And yeah, and
close.
hey, look, you're drawing a card this turn.
Yes, that too.
It looks like a land.
It was.
So Sam would not have enough here. All right, and now this is 7 mana. This is the danger zone, right? This is
Right.
where you can start slamming some of your 7 mana spells if you do have them in hand.
Yeah, Matt would really love to have an answer here for the only threat. I think he would feel very much safe at that point.
4 damage coming in.
As it stands, it's still very scary.
Yeah, there's a Devourer of Destiny, but that's currently been exiled here. We might actually see that get returned to Matt's hand on the next turn cycle here. And then play out a land and then just cast it.
All right, he's passed.
Ooh, Expressive Iteration.
That's pretty good.
Okay. So that's 3 damage coming in. That's a Lava Dart.
Lava
Oh,
Dart.
and a Mishra's Bauble.
Yes.
Does he have a land in hand? I think he does.
He
So you
does.
can play the Bauble and cast Lava Dart. That's 7
Oh.
damage.
Absolutely.
That's 3 spells this turn.
Does Matt have
Wow.
any way to interact with the slick
Bobble.
shot show off?
This 5.
Because it's going to kill him. That's Fiery Islet, I think.
Or it could be a fetch land.
Or maybe it's a fetch. Yeah, I have
right?
no idea. It looks sweet, though.
It's a nice looking land here, but that is a 5/2 slick shot show off, and Sam can simply fire off fire off a spell in hand here to go for a lethal attack.
He just asked Matt, "Are you at 6?" That's yeah.
This is convenient.
Currently,
mutagenic growth.
Matt looks at his hand. Is there anything he can do? Because it looks like Sam is about to go for it.
I mean, if you have a dismember, you're just going for it here.
Yep.
But he would have done it on a previous turn. He pretty clearly doesn't have one.
No, I don't think he has anything.
Yeah.
How did he have all that mana and have nothing to spend it on?
He could have drawn Kozilek's command.
Kozilek's
maybe.
command.
Yeah. Could have that. But of course, Sam's just going to go for it here.
Does he have Kozilek's command?
Wow. He just ripped
Wowie.
3 spells, basically.
Yeah, he did. And the show off is still on the battlefield, which is maybe even the more impressive thing. Because if it had left, those would all just be dead. And there it is, mutagenic growth just for the trigger.
For lethal. Matt,
is it enough?
Do you have it?
Oh, let's go. That one game was longer than the previous 2.
Did get the one side, then the other side, and then they kind of clashed in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, truly impressive. Being able to beat a turn 1 Chalice, right, from the opposition there. Got to sneak that one creature in, but Matt had a really, really great hand, but Sam finding a clutch expressive iteration there. And if an aggressive deck is a top-tier archetype...
Even better.
Yeah, because I believe he has multiple top 8s with mono red, back when it was one of the most dominant decks in Standard. And so, you know, Boros Energy, also a good aggressive deck. Not surprised to see him play the kind of...
I thought they were just trying to zoom to go zoom.
He's in his happy
I was
place.
sped
He's
up.
got Ragavan Nimble
Actually, no, it's not. There's audio.
on the play.
Yeah.
That's where every aggressive player wants to be. Oh, but it's going to get Prismatic Ending right out of here.
Right.
That's no fun.
Are there any more?
Blood Moon in the hand.
Is in a Johnny Nakatl Pariah. Great follow-up here. Good clock.
What a curve.
Yeah, good curve.
No wonder this deck is so good.
And I did see a very, very nice card
What'd
there.
you see? What was that?
Well, you know what? It's not a nice card. It's a really mean card. What is the meanest card in the format?
Maybe Nemesis?
Blood Moon.
Blood Moon. Oh, that's a really mean card.
Right. Now, Yuya does have...
Drop it.
So
Drop
play around
it.
A little bit there. You can use that to fetch a basic if you need.
Actually, no. It's better to wait.
Down to 15. Likely getting a plains here off of the Marsh Flats. Still probably just run it out here. Yeah.
There it is. Man, he's got the Dark Blood Moon, too.
Yeah, of course.
That's classy.
And Yuya likely can't get a plains here, so you can't set up a situation where maybe you can get a prismatic ending going. Does get the island here, so does shut off the Godless Shrine, unless Yuya has some kind of counterspell here for the Blood Moon.
Oh.
2 mana. Is this a Faithful Mending, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, Celestial Purge. So did have the answer there. And just choosing to keep his life total a bit higher there by choosing to get a basic. And a Flooded Strand. So Blood Moon is really not going to be that big of an issue here, even if Liu Chen has a second one. Is that an activated Dalkovan encampment? All right, that's 2 more damage coming in.
Like it.
Look, if you have nothing else to do, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, go face.
So this is Liu Chen going, I got nothing else. I'm just trying to get you dead before you set up your combo.
Yeah, I made you use some mana to take out 2 of my things.
Right.
I've got something left over, and I'm just going to start jamming.
What I'm talking about.
Yuya digging now here, getting a Meticulous Archive.
Is he going to get something in the yard off of it? Well, yeah, but it's just
Overgrown Tomb. Did take a damage from that. There is a Wrath of the Skies in Yuya's hand. So with a land, could actually clear the board here. That's another basic.
Land.
Might just fire off Wrath for 2 here. Turns off the encampment as well. Yep.
And it's back to square one here for Liu Chen.
Yeah.
He's got his opponent down to 8.
There's a slow
But
squeeze
he's a little
here.
threatless.
That's a Guide of Souls and a Goblin Bombardment. I imagine both are going to be played here.
Those count.
Yeah, for sure. That works, and it's a really nice combo with the encampment. That lets you basically deal 4 extra points of damage with 1 creature in play.
Just anything that can turn sideways.
So if Yuya has any removal spell, would be very interested in just getting that Guide of Souls off the battlefield.
Yeah, for multiple reasons at this point. This is game number 2 between our players. You can see that Yuyatase is up. Oh, there's a Psychic Frog.
And just main phase discards. Oh, this means Quantum Riddler.
The QR code's incoming.
Yeah, there is the Warped Riddler here, drawing you 2 cards, and it's going to be really hard to get that Psychic Frog off the battlefield with that Goblin Bombardment, given all the cards here in Yuya's hand. And the tokens themselves from the Guide would also get you 2 energy from the Guide of Souls. If Liu Yuchen can find maybe another cheap creature to play here, could perhaps give the Guide of Souls wings, and that on top of perhaps the tokens could be enough to get the Psychic Frog down. Right now there's 3 cards in hand, right? So we're looking at a potential 5/6 Psychic Frog.
And growing by the minute.
Oh,
is that
Ephemerate!
Oh, the value.
The Riddler.
Incredible. That's 2 more cards in the hand, by the way.
That is savage. All right, now this is going to be a tough board to come back from. Huge Ephemerate off the top here.
He gets to
for
keep the
Yuyatase.
Riddler, too.
You get to keep the Riddler. You have 2 gigantic creatures in play. Liu Yuchen has no cards in hand and just needs to find a way to just deal 7 points of damage here. Does he even have a way to kill these creatures?
I mean, I'm going to assume
like
no.
this Galvanic Discharge just wouldn't be enough.
No.
Thraben Charm also wouldn't be enough.
These are huge creatures.
Right.
Yeah, this is where you look across at your opponent's board and you're like, why didn't I play that deck?
Yeah.
Like,
I feel like
he spent like 4 mana and got like 6 cards of 4/6 flyer.
Just
It's
get
like,
to
what are
draw
we
the
doing?
cards, get all the value. Also has a deck that has plenty of interaction. Definitely one of the top kind of mid-rangey interactive decks in the format here.
Yeah, meanwhile, Liu Yuchen's like, well, I paid 1 mana.
Right.
Got myself a little buddy.
Emotional support guide.
7 life for Yuyatase.
Yeah, so just needs to play it fairly conservative here with the life total. I'm just assuming Yuya has at least 1 removal spell, given all the cards he's seen.
Yeah, for
he
sure.
Gets the Ephemerate again, and if it's just a pile of lands, if you don't care about dealing the extra 4 points of damage, you can just flicker the Quantum Riddler again and go down to 1 card and draw more cards.
Yeah, value.
Yeah.
A long think there for Liu Yuchen, and he decides just to pass the turn back into the brick wall that Yuya has now built.
Yeah, no attacks here. Now Yuya just thinking, all right, let's do some math here. Don't have enough to deal damage, but he's just kind of adding up how much damage he can kind of get in next turn. There's a
he's got the Goryo's in hand.
Too, but I don't think there's a Legend of the Grave. Well, this is an end of turn discard.
Yeah, is he trying to set up just a draw step 2 extra cards?
Right.
Which
so,
is just a
so the Ephemerate.
normal Riddler?
So the Ephemerate goes off on upkeep.
Right.
So this, So this you're gonna flicker the Riddler here, draw 2 more cards. Before the draw step, you can then discard.
So you can
like you
discard
said,
down
2 more cards.
again.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just turning, you know, what are otherwise free cards into +1/+1 counters on the frog.
It's gonna be a big frog.
Ephemerate.
He's like,
gonna come off.
Do I want to do this or do I just want to attack?
Oh, I see. He's trying to decide if he even wants to
it's just
rebound
4
it.
damage versus 2 damage, right?
Right.
Because you can just put the counters on the Psychic Frog
Exactly.
with the flicker.
But you see more cards.
Right.
You know, perhaps he already has what he thinks he needs to win anyway. But
yeah, and this is still upkeep here. Fatal Push. So that's 1 damage that's going to go to the face here, and probably discarding down to 1 card again. Yep. Remember, Quantum Riddler can't attack. So now we're at the draw step. 2 more cards here for Psychic Frog.
Goodness sakes.
Jeez, this combination.
That's some damage
More
right
for
here.
Liu Chen. Psychic Frog getting in for at least 6 points of damage. Possibly more here, given that the Quantum Riddler's in play.
Man, Psychic Frog and Quantum Riddler, best friends forever.
Oh yeah, that interaction is extremely powerful. One of multiple combo type effects, right? You've kind of got that nice flicker package with the Ephemerates and the Quantum Riddlers, and then of course you have the Goryo's Vengeance package with the Atraxes and such. So 6 damage coming in.
Right now it looks like it's giving Liu Chen about as much as he can handle.
And look at that, actually choosing to not discard down to 1 here. Just likes the cards in hand, which is a really bad sign if you're rooting for Liu Chen. Yeah.
Liu last turn.
Right.
Oh,
there it
go ahead
goes.
and extend the hand here as Ocelot Pride not going to get the job done. Yuya Tase with a very impressive mid-game there that was able to really dominate that board. I mean, that wasn't close. Once the board gets to that stage, it's really way too late.
Yeah, I mean, once you got that Ephemerate on the Quantum Riddler,
That was
it
value.
just basically extremely difficult for Liu Chen to kind of come back from that. I mean, he was really leaning
A little bit.
Even more magic for you this round.
Yeah, let's go.
Justin Chin
Oh,
versus
double prowess.
Pablo
Ooh,
on
we
the
got
other
fast
side
game.
here, and this one, is it prowess on both sides?
All right, is it prowess mirror here?
Is
So
it prowess?
Very, very interesting. This is one of those spots where things get kind of awkward, especially when you're on the draw, where you can't really block ever, right? Because you just have to assume your opponent just has a million spells to pump up their things. So
game
one of the
2.
important things is just interaction. How much interaction can you find? Any lightning bolt likely will just be targeted at the prowess creatures, just to try to just. It's kind of last threat standing.
That's
that
what
ends
it
up usually
feels
winning
like.
These types of matchups.
Yeah, it's interesting. You see this with red and these type of matchups a lot. They become very attrition-based, which is a weird thing. Looks like we're coming into
Wow, I
game
love
number
red.
2 here with Justin up a game.
I'm never good at the attrition battle, but I love red.
Right? Just a way to generate continuous tokens. Probably the most important card in the matchup.
Yeah, the mirror breaker, if you will. See Mishra's Bobble get cracked. Jacob says, this is what I got. Thumbs up from Justin, and they proceed into Jacob's turn.
Yeah, curious what Jacob has to play out
Inshin.
here. It's a Coria Steel Cutter, probably running it out. There it is.
Does he have the follow-up too?
Yeah, is there a Mishra's Bobble here?
Right.
There it
Yes,
is.
there it is.
Ideal start.
So powerful, the Steel Cutter.
Right. Justin thinking here, perhaps posturing, maybe trying to represent a lightning bolt. Could just have the lightning bolt here, and if you do want to try to fire it off, looks like a lightning bolt.
It does look like one. It's always that question of like, is that the fight you want to fight?
Right, because if there's a mutagenic growth in Jakob's hand, then that becomes a blowout. And mutagenic growth certainly going to stay in the matchup, just because it does allow your creatures to survive lightning bolt. So Justin instead just choosing to take the damage, might go for an end of turn lightning bolt. It's a little counterintuitive because you want to just kill the creature right away, but this makes it so that if Jakob does have the mutagenic growth, well, you don't take more damage. Going for Thundering Falls here instead.
He's going to resolve his Surveil.
Yeah,
Ooh, put Lava Dart in the yard.
Does not want the Lava Dart.
That's a nice place for it to be anyway.
Absolutely.
See, he's got his own copy of Bobble.
There is that's got to be a lightning bolt, right? Or Unholy Heat, maybe? Unholy Heat, I think. Gets the job done.
I'm going to trust you on that one.
Oh, I don't trust myself.
Yeah.
That's not I'm not familiar with that picture. But
It's Unholy Heat.
Yeah,
I'm all in on Paul Cheon. It's Unholy Heat.
Fair enough, but
you can't convince me otherwise.
Yeah, but Jakob does have Cory Steel Cutter in play.
Right,
and,
that's
I mean,
the
it's just so
problem.
easy to turn it back on.
You just can't sit here and try to fight 1-for-1s against Cory Steel Cutter. You will lose that fight.
Exactly, and that's an expressive iteration here from Jakob.
Wow.
Another land, another one.
Oh.
a little awkward.
Yeah, so doesn't actually want the second Corey Steelcutter here, choosing to get.
Play my land.
Oh, okay.
Go to 17.
Yeah, he exiled.
Yeah. Right. Exiled the land, kept expressive iteration. That just.
What is going on with that mountain?
Here comes spell number 2, Lava Dart to the face.
And once again, we see the Corey Steelcutter do its thing.
Right, and now that's representing a potential 3-3. But of course, not going to run out that Lava Dart here. You don't want to put yourself down a land. This is very much an attrition matchup at times.
It also can be the second spell on a later turn.
That's right.
Unholy Heat.
It's Unholy Heat.
Oh, and yeah, okay, and basically Justin just running it out just to kind of put Jakob down a land there, but the token still lives.
Oh, he
This
needs
might be a
trigger to
quick
save
game.
it.
I mean, doesn't even have a creature here to play.
So what does he have?
That card, Expressive Iteration.
Sure.
But I mean, like, you just don't have an answer to the Steelcutter here. You have the Bauble. Do you have a land this turn to play? I don't even think. I don't even know if Justin necessarily has a land here.
Goodness sakes.
I see another iteration. Another Bauble. Just a lot of spinning your wheels.
He's just churning through his
right
library here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is. I mean, Jakob could just win this turn potentially, depending on his hand, right?
Yeah,
Play
he
out a couple
definitely could.
spells. One of them's a mutagenic growth. Justin's tapped down and at 12 life here.
You're wild.
This is really showing
Oh
off the power
God,
of the Corey
Justin,
Steelcutter
it is
here.
awful.
Now, we
Recordings, a
do know
violent
that he
urge,
has at least an expressive iteration in hand.
the expressive. I think we're.
Oh, slick shot show off.
Wow.
Okay.
Monstrous Rage.
Oh,
This has gotta be
much worse for Justin.
right.
this is gonna hurt.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage coming in.
10.
Yeah, 10 damage.
That would more or less do it. Justin would drop
3, 4,
to
5, 6,
2.
7, 8, 9. Yeah, 10 damage coming in. All right, so Justin down to 2 and is basically facing, I'm just going to say it, 3 lethal attackers, right? Just
I was gonna be 4 next turn.
So unless Justin has a sweeper here and a way to kill Corey Steelcutter.
Yeah, he is in terrible shape, and he is going to scoop him up. That means Jakob Pablo is going to pick up game number 2 and force a game 3 decider between our two players.
Corey Steelcutter advantage there. Justin keeping a very reactive hand in that particular game, right?
Yeah,
Just
for
no
sure.
creatures whatsoever.
It's got to be tempting to board into a bunch of reactive spells, but primarily this deck is assertive. Scalding Tarn's going to start things off here for Justin. Steam Vents for Jakob.
Preordain, okay.
And my favorite cantrip of all time, Preordain.
And keeps
One top, one bottom.
one top, one bottom. Actually did not want the slick shot show off, I believe. Has the Corey Steelcutter in hand. Justin fetching out that Thundering Falls. A little bit of deck manipulation here. Kept that very quickly. So it was a second slick shot show off here.
He's got all the threats you could want.
Right. Looking for perhaps a basic mountain here. Keep that life total high. Yeah.
That may come in handy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it gets really scary if you just play out a slick shot show off here, and then you're on Jakob's side and you have removal. You just die if you somehow just play out a Corey Steelcutter here.
He's going to go for plot on the show off.
Basically protect it. And yeah, Jakob actually
No play.
representing more removal. Oh, and a mutagenic growth off the top. Huge, huge draw here for Justin Chin. Can actually play out both slick shot show-offs now, but actually choosing
Plotting them
to
both?
perhaps set up a combo kill here.
Wow, so he's going to
playing
plot
it
a second
patiently
one?
because he's just probably thinking, look, at any given point, if you have a shields down moment and I get both of these down with the mutagenic growth and the cards in my hand, I can probably kill you in one turn.
Right, and with double or 2 mana available there.
And 4 additional damage for every spell. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, even with that mutagenic growth in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, next turn, you're going to have access to a ton of mana, right? You're going to be able to play both of these cards and
for free.
For free, and then play whatever spells in your hand with that mutagenic growth backup.
Right.
I don't want either.
Pablo, nope.
Jakob wants some lightning bolts, maybe. Passes with 2 mana up. All right, is this
One
the
bolt.
turn? Feels like this is the turn.
Yeah, what is he trying to set up? Like casting 3 or 4 or 5
Yeah,
turns
like
or
multiple mutagenic growths. I don't know, or
Right.
perhaps maybe if you find another prowess creature like a Monastery Swiftspeeder. Okay, it's coming.
One of them goes on the stack.
Yeah, is there a spell snare or something along those lines? That is a spell snare.
Oh.
That should work unless Justin has a spell pierce in hand. All right, second one.
Maybe this one can go the distance by
Okay.
itself. There's preordained.
Okay.
So it's up to 3.
It's another preordain and mutagenic growth. Bottoms the mutagenic growth, keeps the preordain. One spell has been cast. Shouldn't be enough here.
One from 17 is a little rough. With
Right.
2 of them, it's easy.
Yeah. Ooh, there's a Swift Spear and a mutagenic growth here on top. So that's tempting to perhaps try to keep both. Maybe you don't want the extra mutagenic growth with only one creature, but with the second one.
Definitely want the Swift Spear. I'd like to have a backup plan for your slick shot show off.
Oh, there's a Violent Urge and a Lava Dart here. How close are we to Delirium? There's a creature, a sorcery, and an instant, and a land in the graveyard. So with the Lava Dart, I mean, that is double strike off of the Violent Urge.
4, 5 on.
Jakob does have that 1 mana up.
Slick shot.
Kept both mutagenic.
Right.
He kept the second one. Combat it is. Let's go.
I think it might just be 5 damage here. Oh.
Jakob picked up his pen like, yeah, that's enough for me. But no, that will just be the beginning.
Oh, okay. Going
On
for it here.
Urge.
Do you have a bounce spell? Jakob needs a bounce spell. Do you have Into the Flood Maw, for example?
Right.
If it's just a lightning bolt, it's not going to work.
No, damage is not going to be enough.
If it's Unholy Heat, he doesn't have Delirium. So that's not going to be enough. And with the red mana,
And
here,
it's red
this is
mana.
just lightning bolt, so this should do it here.
Lightning bolt hit,
Yeah.
and there's mutagenic.
Oh.
Justin Chin picks up the win, improves to 3-1-1.
Let's go.
To 2-3. He's going to have to put together a bit of a run to finish day 1. But a great showing there of Modern this round. We got to kind of tour when we come back, though.
Yeah, zoom through this real quick.
Chances are you'll September week. Marvel superheroes have totally lost because we just found them. There's a look at the area where all the players are battling.
I
today
think
in
they're going
the Pro
around
Tour area.
6.
We've got more than 300 players with us here today, more than 17,000 attending the Magic Con. So we have a full house here in Amsterdam. Welcome back
Get
to the
this.
news desk, everybody. We're in the modern portion of
While they're
day
talking about
number
this, I'm
1
gonna go to the
of
bathroom.
tournament. Maria Bartholdi, Frank Carson, and Riley Knight here with you at the news desk. And let's find out where we're at after 5 rounds of play here on day 1 of competition. And I'm telling you, the first page of this leaderboard is really shaping up to be something. Check this out. We've got 3 Hall of Famers here. Martin Yuza, Li Shitian, and Seth Manfield, all undefeated here after 5 rounds. Pro Tour champion Andrew Ellenbogen also starting out undefeated.
As we move into the 4-1s as well, a couple of names to keep an eye on. Ian Robb has done well in recent years. Ken Yukihiro, of course, a name we all know. Anna Hushenbets has proven he's got the chops to run at the highest level of competition. 4-1 at this stage, still looking really, really good, especially when we think about the cut to day number 2. So these players are off to a great start here in Amsterdam.
Yes, things shaping up really nicely here. Well, before the tournament started, we asked 5 team captains, what do you think will be the most played modern decks, the top 5 modern decks you're going to see here this weekend? Let's see who got it right And more importantly, who got it wrong?
Here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes, we challenged some of our team captains to see if they could predict what the modern metagame would look like. We asked them to guess what they thought the top 5 archetypes in the modern metagame would be. Let's find out how they did. Here we are with Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, captain of Team Undying Baguette. Your predictions for the top 5 here. Number 1, Boros Energy. Number 2, Is It Affinity? Number 3, Eldrazi Tron. Number 4, Espagorios. Number 5, Brood-Scale Combo. The actual top 5 is number 1, Boros Energy. Pretty good. Number 2, Is It Affinity? Oh, doing very well. Number 3, Brood-Scale Combo. Number 4, Eldrazi Tron. And number 5, Espagorios. So, while you did actually get a perfect score, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, you lose many, many points for getting the order wrong.
Yeah, so I would happily take the credit for that. This is actually not my prediction. I asked our modern consultant, Thomas Méchant, to give us his top 5, and I just went with it. I'm sure he will do better next time.
You could have... Oh, so had I been like, great job, well done, amazing, you would have been like, it was all me, but now you're throwing your team out under the bus.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. And that's leadership, everyone. All right, I'm here with Andrew Ellenbogen, captain of the Boulder Merline. Andrew, your predictions for our top 5 here at the Pro Tour this weekend. Number 1, Boros Energy. Number 2, Ruby Storm. Number 3, Eldrazi Tron. Number 4, Is It Affinity? Number 5, Espagorios. I can tell you, you did pretty well. One outrageous stinker, but apart from that, in reality, we've got number 1, Boros Energy. Number 2, Is It Affinity? Number 3, Brood-Scale Combo. Number 4, Eldrazi Tron. Number 5, Espagorios. 4 out of 5 ain't bad, but Ruby Storm.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely a big miss on that. I mean, kind of my opinion is we think Ruby Storm is good, and we were surprised it's so unpopular. Like, some of us are playing it. I don't really understand why no one else did, but I can't say I'm sad about it.
All right, well, maybe you can prove everyone wrong, Andrew. Well done. 4 out of 5.
Yeah, I definitely don't feel bad about this at all, and honestly, I like the proposed metagame for our decks.
I'm here with Eduardo Sajkolik of Team Worldly Council. You made your predictions. Here they are. Your predictions for our top 5. Number 1, Is It Affinity? Number 2, Boros Energy. Number 3, Brood-Scale Combo. Number 4, Espagorios. And number 5, Ruby Storm. Not a bad effort from you, my friend. 4 out of 5. You're not the only person to have made one particular mistake, because in reality, number 1, Boros Energy. Number 2, Is It Affinity? Number 3, Brood-Scale Combo. Number 4, Eldrazi Tron was the one you missed. And then number 5, Espagorios. Ruby Storm not appearing, but still a pretty good call, I would say, on the metagame.
Yeah, I mean, we pulled our team, so they obviously didn't respect Tron, but, you know, I think that's reasonable. As a take, we also been surprised that we thought a lot of more players would be like on either Storm or Emulate. We thought those are very good decks to just learn and do well at the tournament with. So that was a little bit of our surprise, but yeah, mostly it's modern. A bunch of decks, you face one every round that's different. That's part of the beauty of the format for me.
Yeah. And 4 out of 5 ain't bad. Well done, Eduardo. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you so much.
Here we are now with Ryan Condon, the captain of Team Sanctum of All. Your predictions for our metagame top 5 this weekend. Number 1, Is It Affinity? Number 2, Boros Energy. Number 3, Espagorios. Number 4, Eldrazi Tron. And number 5, Ruby Storm. Now, I can tell you, you're not the only team captain to have been tripped up by one in particular. 4 out of 5, though. Not too bad.
Yeah, pretty good. I think Modern is a format that just has a bunch of viable decks, and so pretty happy to get 4 out of 5. I think we were mostly at a good, estimation.
Yes, and Ruby Storm being one that quite a number of teams missed. But the reality here to compare against your prediction, Boros Energy number 1, number 2, Is It Affinity, Brood-Scale Combo number 3, Eldrazi Tron, and then Espagorios, the deck that appeared that you didn't predict. But still, 4 out of 5, you're on the money.
Yeah, I think pretty good. Like Brood-Scale, we respect it as a top deck. I think it was our 6th. It's a very good deck. Not super surprised that a lot of people brought it. There's just a bunch of really good decks in Modern.
All right. Well, best of luck both with and against them this weekend, Ryan.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, here we are with Adam Edelson, the captain of Team Rampant Growth. Here are your predictions for the metagame here in Amsterdam. We'll see how you went. Number 1, Boros Energy. Number 2, Is It Affinity? A great start. Number 3, Espagorios. Number 4, Ruby Storm. Number 5, Is It Prowess? 3 out of 5. Not too bad. Not too bad. Boros Energy and Is It Affinity? 100%. They are, in reality, our number 1 and number 2. Brood-Scale Combo making an appearance in our top 5. Eldrazi, Tron, and then Esper Goryo's as well. Quite a number of people got tripped up by Ruby Storm there, Adam, but still 3 out of 5, not bad.
Not bad, yeah. No, not the greatest if it's your exam score, but you know, you take it. I think Brute Scale surprised a lot of people. I think Brute Scale is a good deck. I think it's definitely great into Affinity and struggles a little bit into Prowess and Boros, which were kind of two of the more popular decks on Magic Online. So I think that's part of why it surprised us and maybe surprised some other folks. But, you know, it's a powerful, strong, proactive deck that, you know, is good into one of the top decks. So hard to argue against that. You know, our team is playing Eldrazi Tron, which is not a great Brute Scale matchup, but we're happy with the rest of the matchup. So I think it'll be a good weekend for the team and excited to see how we do.
All right, well, best of luck to you and the rest of the team across the weekend.
Thank you.
Wow, Ruby Storm, what is the deal there, Frank?
Well, I think many players expected Hex Magic to make
Right.
a big impact from the latest set, but ultimately it just has not really caught on as much.
Okay, well, we'll see how they do this weekend. Well, two players who are part of our field this weekend, and indeed since the return to Paper Magic, have made every single day two since the return to Paper Magic. They have not missed in 14 out of 14 tournaments. That is none other than Eli Cassis and Javier Dominguez. What will happen this weekend? Well, I can give you an update on their scores. Eli Cassis is currently sitting at 2-3, so he has a loss to give for that day two berth. Javier Dominguez, on the other hand, is sitting at a very precarious 1-4, so he needs to win out the rest of today to keep his Survivors run going. We will keep you updated on what happens there, no matter
I
what.
forgot to unmute. I got
Incredible
snacks.
Run for both of these players.
Don't mute
Let's take
again.
a look at our next head-to-head matchup as we head into the next round here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes, and it's going to be a good one. Can you
Oh.
super sweet Eldrazi ramp list?
Oh, I want to see the Boros land destruction win, but I want to see Ken win.
At 4-1. Here's a look at
Oh.
Ken playing Magic the Gathering in 2008. Your Pro Tour Final Fantasy winner, 2025 Player of the Year, top 8'd at the last World Championship. Can't say enough good things about Ken Yukihiro.
Well, I'm going to say some more nice things about him as well, because he is our #1 ranked player on the Pro Tour when it comes to an overall win rate. Ken Yukihiro is the winningest player on the Pro Tour with a win rate of 68%. That means he wins 68% of every single match he plays at the Pro Tour. He's the best player in the field by that metric. It's incredible.
Wow, just unbelievable. On the other side of things, we have Koen de Vos, started playing in 2018, has a goal of making it to day two. This, his first Pro Tour, like I said, hometown hero from Amsterdam here, qualified through Spotlight London with Azorius Momo. So congrats to Koen on making it here for this tournament.
Yes, indeed, and you can see that after picking up that early loss in the draft, he's begun to win out, and having the hometown advantage maybe of some use here. You know, you don't have to worry about things like travel and jet lag and all of that sort of stuff. I mean, even if you lived all the way on the other side of the Netherlands, completely on the other side of the country, it'd probably take you about 20 minutes to get here by train. Frank, you can attest to that.
Close enough. I mean, it might be an hour or two, but still, yeah, you are very fresh in your own country. Yeah.
And we have cool decks from both of these players, so let's get into it, Frank.
Oh yeah, I'm really excited about this one, because Ken Yukihiro is playing Eldrazi Ramp, not just any Eldrazi Ramp deck. The archetype as a whole is fueled by 2-mana lands like Eldrazi Temple and Ugin's Labyrinth, aiming to cast Emrakul, the Promised End, as soon as possible, with Malevolent Rumble and Kozilek's Command also providing more ramp and filling the graveyard to reduce Emrakul's cost. But the really exciting part is that 9 of the 12 Eldrazi Ramp players in the field, mostly from Team Moriyama Japan, use Slumbering Trudge alongside Fanatic of Ronas and Fight Rigging. Now the Trudge is a 6/6, so after Fight Rigging turns it into a 7/7. You get to play a Hidden Away card for free. Now if you had hidden away an Ulamog or an Emrakul with Fight Rigging, you get to cast it, even get the cast trigger, so that can be a game-ending sequence. It's a really cool deck that already had found some fringe success on Magic Online following the release of Slumbering Trudge and Secrets of Strixhaven, but it's really breaking out this weekend. So far it has actually posted a 72% win rate across the first 2 Modern rounds.
The other really very cool thing about this is that it's the first time I've seen fight rigging actually really rig fights.
Oh, yes, yeah, for sure. Now, on the other side of the table, Kundavos is one of the 9 players in the field on Boros Land Destruction, which is also a relative newcomer to the Modern metagame. It capitalizes on the fact that many decks in Modern run only 2 or 3 basic lands, which means that you can overwhelm opponents with effects that let them search for a basic land. And after they run out of that resource, well, Erode and Path to Exile just become 1-mana removal spells with basically no drawback. And meanwhile, cards like Cleansing Wildfire, Price of Freedom, Demolition Field, Field of Ruin, even Avengers Disassembled effectively become hard land destruction effects. Really evil, but Yukihiro's deck has 5 copies of Basic Forest. So running him out of basic lands, it's going to be tough. Still, I'm really excited to see both of these decks in action.
Yeah, this is going to be an amazing matchup. But before we get there, we've been getting some great advice from Javier Dominguez. Sleep 12 hours before your day. If you mulligan, keep a loose 6. Let's find out what he has to say and what would Javier Dominguez do.
What would Javier Dominguez do right after the match?
Play some arena between rounds.
So he
What's some
finishes
words of
playing a
wisdom?
match of Magic at the Pro Tour, and the first thing he does is get Arena out and start playing more Magic.
Absolutely.
You gotta love the game to do well.
I guess so. I mean, you know, they say you've got to spend 10,000 hours playing something to become a master. I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of hours Javier Dominguez is in at this point.
Well, what do we do in between rounds? Play arena.
That is actually true.
We can't deny.
What are you doing between rounds of arena, though?
Ailey and Corey in the booth, and they can back me up on this one.
Yeah, you
Oh,
see,
yeah.
Wizards of the Coast has a habit of putting the arena directs on the same weekend as the Pro Tour.
What are we going to do? Not play them?
Just saying. We like playing Magic on Arena too in between rounds. But yeah, that is some sage advice there from one of the greats of the game. Corey Baumeister, Ailey Loney joining you here for our 6th round of coverage. And we've got, like Frank mentioned, a sweet, sweet list here in the hands of Ken Yukihira. I can't wait to see it turn to Emrakul.
Yeah, this deck is so sweet, and I first saw this in the hands of my personal favorite streamer, Aspiring Spike, who pretty much designed Modern.
Yeah,
He's built so many different decks, and you know, eventually some of them are going to really break through, and this is for sure one of them. I played against it a lot online, you know, kind of unsure if it would translate to the Pro Tour, but man, a lot of great players picking it up. They tuned it a little bit, and it has some powerful, powerful draws. You can go turn 1, Slumbering Trudge, turn 2, Ugin's Labyrinth, fight rigging, put Emrakul under it, and put an Emrakul into play as soon as turn 2. The deck is awesome.
I would love to know how many times that has happened for this team because, like you mentioned, or like Frank mentioned as well, a lot of the Eldrazi Ram players are playing this variant thereof.
Yes, yeah, it's awesome. And the other thing that's very important is Ken has 5 basics. So, I mean, you know, Kundavos is able to path or erode creatures in response to the fight rigging targeting the creature.
Yeah.
But you're getting a lot of basics, and Kundavos kind of has to hold up mana like that. So, I would think this is a pretty good matchup for Ken.
Yeah. This deck, I should say, is such a blast to play. I gave it a spin yesterday when we saw the deck list, and I was like, what is this? This is so cool. You know, and just being able to control your opponent's turn as well. I sacrificed their entire board to General Kudrow. It was delicious.
I mean, it is a great deck. Anytime you can Emrakul someone, that's half the fun. You know, most of the time Magic's all about finding the best possible play, but the flip side of finding the worst possible play you can have is equally as fun.
I do love that. I'm like, do I play a land here? Do I try and like make them fight each other? Yeah, there's just so many options when you get your
The 3 basics already?
really
Or 4
awesome.
now?
And big shout out to Kundavos here.
There's one
Day
left.
number 2 already in his first Pro Tour, and just playing an incredibly fun deck for specifically him.
Yeah, well, and a couple
Not
other
his
people.
opponent,
Yeah.
you know, but
Frank called it evil.
Yeah.
Is this the villain we've been looking for?
yeah, I like that Frank was saying, it's evil, but.
It's evil, but.
That's
Yeah,
a great way to start a sentence.
You know, it's not so bad. There's beautiful forests coming out of Ken Yukihira's deck.
Yes.
Mighty awesome John Avon. And we see Malevolent Rumble chucking a couple things in the yard there. We see our big old Drazi friends. And we see a little spawn guy to help. Jeez, you think we're just going to ramp into
Yeah.
Eldrazi.
Definitely possible, and getting Sowing Mycospawn to be able to, even if you just play it for 4, where you can get an extra land out of your deck.
I mean, what,
that's great.
there's
And of course, you can turn the
two more land
tables
destruction
of,
spells in the hand?
actually destroying
And
your
the
opponent's
demolition
land
field?
and be a little bit of the land destruction deck.
I too can play that game.
Yep. And now that is another land destroyed, and this is land number 5. So every other land destruction spell after this will just be a straight Stone Rain instead of just a Price of Freedom type effect.
Let's see. Does our card Popper Upperer have a Stone Rain on hand?
Got to dust that
That's
one
an
off.
old
that's
one,
for
yeah.
sure. Yep.
An oldie but a goodie, and that's exactly the game.
That Modern League, I don't even know.
Playing
So
here.
it's Stone
Price
Rain
of
Modern
Freedom
League.
once again, blowing up a basic. And
Hey!
good job. Blowing up a basic, and no land to be gotten for Ken Yukihiro.
Yep, fail to find. There's some of the cards that make you search anyways, so a little bit of different aspects of it, but not the Price of Freedom.
Yeah.
It is Modern Legal.
Equals
Wow.
no shuffle. I mean, you could still shuffle if you want to, but
Yeah. And this is perfect. Save your Eldrazi Temple, save your Ugin's Labyrinth until that final moment when you cast a big spell and is able to go get, an Ancient Tomb style of effect.
Yeah.
And hard casting an Emrakul, we are not that far away. One other thing that is very important that Ken has to avoid is Ugin's Labyrinth imprinting something up against the land destruction deck. You lose the card underneath, so Ken's probably not going to be doing too much imprinting.
Yeah, I don't think so. One of the temples taken care of. So what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana available. Yeah, we could just see an Ugin come down.
6.
Oh, excuse me, no. That is something Micah Spawn, not the little mana dork.
Yeah, could be up to 7 mana total with imprinting Ugin, and then we got to check the types in the yard. We have land, creature, sorcery, enchantment. So that's 11. Looks like we're going to be too short.
Okay.
But, it's not really a race up against this Boros land destruction deck. You have time.
Yeah. These games can go long, and we saw from DeVos's side, the win condition is Kahira. That's a companion. Or, making critters off of Castle Ardenvale. He's in no rush. He's just playing with his prey, basically.
Exactly, yeah. Winning is definitely the secondary thing to think about.
Ooh, fight rigging. Let's go. What do we find?
Oh.
Anything good?
Oh.
Anything good?
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Fraley's isn't terrible.
Yeah, not bad at all. Being able to play 4 of the Disciple of Fraley's is great. Just the fact that it's a land, or you get to do something gigantic. Because naturally, if you're playing something off the Hideaway, you've just created a 7/7 creature at minimum.
Yeah.
So being able to sack that, draw 7 cards, is just
it's
great.
awesome.
Gain 7 life. That can be GG up against a lot of different decks.
Sure can. There's some really cool inclusions here, some big hits off of this fight rigging that you can get. Obviously, we still need 7 power on board to be able to do it. What do you say? What do you see?
Green Sun Zenith for 1. So we have it.
We got him.
Oh, Green Sun Zenith is so good in this deck.
What did he put underneath?
It was the Disciple, I believe.
Okay.
But we're going to find out right now, I'll tell you that.
Da-da. All right, it's sleepy, but it's okay. It doesn't need to do anything.
Yeah.
What? Okay. I was like, please don't do that. Nice. Nice. All right.
There we go. Get the creature that's been stunned out of there. Draw a bunch of cards and get on in there.
Oh.
Beautiful.
Did he not put the counter on the dredge?
Yeah, you would think
you'd have to,
yeah,
right?
you would
it needs
have
to be
to.
one creature, not combined power.
Yeah, I was kind of interested about that as well.
Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure that counter came from the fight rigging, but that wouldn't have triggered it.
Yeah.
Because that guy's a, what, a 3/3? Yeah.
Yeah, it should just be a 3/3 there, but we'll
Mine's a
see.
4/4.
Maybe I'm missing something there.
Ugh. Avengers disassembled. Everything goes boom. So 3 damage to each critter.
Yeah, and now the fact that you just get to have the fight rigging hanging around, sure, the ability is gone, but you still get that +1/+1 counter every single turn, which is a really big deal.
Yeah. It is... can run away with the games, especially if you're up against an opponent who's not applying too much pressure other than blowing your lands up. Fight rigging number 2 here now for Ken. Pretty good game.
That's an Emrakul.
I mean, I do think this was resolved incorrectly here, as you'd have to put the counter on the 6/6 to be able to do the fight rigging aspect, which then the Mycospawn would not have survived the Avengers disassembled.
Yeah.
This one and this one. Okay.
There's a path in response to the other one. I'm not sure exactly what was put underneath of this fight rigging.
So, Kun has a lot to deal with here. We've got 2 fight riggings.
A
Some
5-5.
red waiting to come down, and there is a high noon. So at least we'll slow Ken Yukihira down a little bit here.
Yeah, and that's going to be solid. But the value from these fight riggings are going to keep coming, and now you can stack it in such a way where the one that doesn't have any hideaway underneath it, you put the counter on first, and then the 7th counter gets put on, and you get to hideaway once again.
How many? That's 4.
So, Micah Spawn trying to do the hard carry here. Get this free spell out from underneath. Green Sun Zenith. Are we going towards that first and foremost, or are we besagering away that high noon?
Yeah, hard to argue with Green Sun Zenith for one. Most of the time, that's just getting a mana accelerant of some kind, but when you can get a 6/6 tapped, pretty impressive stuff. And Kundavas does have the 1 erode to be able to interact with it, but the Galvanic Discharge is not going to be very relevant.
Nah, not in this matchup with these giant critters on board. So, Beseiju first and foremost doesn't count as a spell cost because it is a channel ability. So, does Kun have a response to this? I wouldn't imagine he does, huh? Because he can't blow it. It was a 3 minutes to blow it up?
5, yep.
Yeah.
So no ability to do that, but still has just a road
This one.
to be able to deal with the Trudge here. I think you pretty much have to because, well, underneath it could be an Emrakul, could be an Ulamog.
Yep. And Devos does exactly that, gets rid of the biggest creature on the board because that would allow for a free spell to be cast. So what happens if High Noon wasn't down and Ken played another spell first? Would he be able to cast the...
No,
he wouldn't be able
it's
to,
still casting, yep. So
Does
High
it-
Noon would definitely shut down being able to cast the spell underneath fight rigging, yep.
Yeah.
And it is a May for
Yeah,
fight
it is a
rigging, so
May.
you don't have to do it, but...
All right. Ooh, Legend of Roku. I like this card so much. Gets to exile some stuff, give Devos a couple more answers here. I bet he would love to get that Wrath of the Skies. Take care of some pesky critters on the board here.
Yeah, I think this,
He had 5.
this game is just over to the attack of Sowing Myco Spawn.
Yeah. Alas, Galvanic Discharge ain't doing nothing.
Yep. Yeah, that's going to be a tricky one. It's going to be a tricky matchup for sure, as, man, this looks incredibly powerful for sure. There's going to be certain matchups where, you know, you can just deal with the fight rigging. A fatal push in response or something is going to be very effective, but there's not a lot of ways to deal with a 6/6 just straight away, you know? There's a lot of Galvanic Blasts, a lot of Lightning Bolts out there.
Yeah, stuff that does 3 damage.
Yeah.
Because everyone's like prepared for the itty bitty critters, right? From like Bars Energy, that type of thing. But yeah, this Aspiring Spikes innovation here of this 1 mana 6/6. It's pretty fun.
Is really, really cool, that's for sure. And I mean, the thing is, your plan B of just playing a slower game, eventually casting Emrakul, you know, this kind of stuff.
Who's gonna get it this turn? He got 6.
Land Destruction. And you wouldn't have the time if you had 2 basics, because you can actually slow down your opponent with a plethora of land destruction spells. But 5 basics is so hard to get through.
Yeah. And, you know, it hasn't really slowed Ken down at all. Like, sure, he's missed out on hard casting an Ugin or something similar, but he's doing all right. It's got Devos down to 5.
Okay.
Solitude.
Okay.
Oh, hey,
We're
buddy.
still gaming.
Yeah. All right. Exile the big guy.
Game's not just over right now. The spawn's going to get busy. It's next turn.
Do its best. Yeah, I've never
And
seen
there it
this
goes.
spawn be big. But hey, Galvanic Discharge does get to do something, in fact. And it can take care of the 3 toughness friend on the board here before it can get any counters.
Yep, and now Ken's definitely going to just sack it in response, so Kundavos doesn't get any extra energy hanging around. And now we really got to look at the Emrakul count, because we have 7 mana, and then it just depends what we got for Delirium count for the different types here in the yard. Ken's got to be pretty close. And with Kozilek's command at end step, to be able to get 3 spawns, putting the typal and instant in the yard, you got to think that Emrakul is just good to go next turn. And
That Wrath of the Sky should be gone this turn as well, right?
yeah, I believe it should be gone
Yeah,
this
until
turn.
the end of your next turn, yeah.
I think this is the next turn, though, so
Yeah.
is able to cast it this turn.
Okay.
So probably is just going to be able to Wrath of the Skies and get rid of the fight riggings, but it's going to be Emrakul time.
When the companion in the hand.
Yeah. Kundavos does have kind of the best card against Emrakul, is Solitude, to be able to, it's one of the few answers you can actually
I can play it at instant speed, but it's not an instant. Take that, you big spaghetti monster. Hard cost Emrakul. Things I didn't think I'd see this weekend.
Yeah, no kidding.
Who's just got 13 mana lying around, I ask you? Well, the Eldrazi do.
And an Ulamog
Against
as
a
well,
land
so
destruction deck, no
probably
less.
against that one, I would think Emrakul is going to be better most of the time. I could even see Ulamog just being taken out. Now, of course, you got to figure out your numbers of how many hits you have for fight rigging and stuff, so maybe you kind of have to leave them in, but destroying a couple lands and then just losing the creature to a path or something is a little less than exciting.
All right, so Legend of Roku flips next turn.
Just making sure the right amount was paid for Kahira, and you get 1 mana off Legend of Roku.
Yep. 1 mana of any color, so it gets to go in hand. And it's a white spell. That's cool.
Tapping a bunch.
Whee!
There's an
This
Ulamog.
makes sense to start with Ulamog because, well, this is actually going to be a more expensive Eldrazi creature. Rest in Peace could really mess with the possibility to Emrakul at some point, so if to a path or something is a little less than exciting.
All right, so Legend of Roku flips next turn.
Just making sure the right amount was paid for Kahira, and you get 1 mana off Legend of Roku.
Yep.
What back? Cool.
1 mana of any color. So it gets
Epinog because, well, this is actually going to be a more expensive Emrakul at some point, so if Kundavos is able to find Rest in Peace, that could be a problem in sequencing a bit, but...
Well, Ulamog did do a good job there of getting rid of the Legend of Roku, so... Not all for naught there for Ken Yukihiro. Sitting on 39. Good grief. Thanks, Solitude.
You be chunky.
It really kind of needs to be a Rest in Peace here. All right, we got the goods.
Ooh, big tappies. What's happening here, huh?
Probably a Wrath of the Skies.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
Nice.
It's a big deal.
DeVos is doing an excellent job of clearing this battlefield.
Yeah, I was pretty interested that he didn't do that last turn, but leaving up Solitude, really paid off for him.
Yeah.
With another Wrath of the Skies on the top.
Now he's just got, what, a 13-turn clock? 12-turn?
Yeah, yeah. Well, there'll be something with 13 coming into play. It'll be a 13-13. Should be in the promised end territory here.
Hey, Trudge, you're late. It's all right, though. We have Emrakul. Here comes the big Eldrazi.
And my favorite time to see how bad Ken can make Kundavos play his turn.
Oh, my goodness.
He's got to look. It's always, does this say target land or target land on opponent's control?
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. But wait.
That was the most unfortunate draw for him.
Oh, Rough attack there. Really shouldn't have attacked into a 13-13.
Yeah,
but-
what is Kundavas doing? No, Ken Yukihiro is mind controlling.
Yeah. We'll see if it's interesting decision to cast the Price of Freedom at all. Maybe you find another card like a Path, then you could play Kahira and Path it or something like that.
Yeah.
But decides not to.
This is silly.
Yeah, this is incredible.
Bonk.
Donk.
March does nothing.
Whoa!
Solitude.
Found a Solitude off the Price of Freedom.
Excuse
Oh.
Holy moly. Okay.
That was huge.
Jesus.
They're
He's gonna have to deck him.
always 6/6s, but no stun counters on this
Yeah,
one.
yeah. This one gets to do some punchies.
Yeah, but these are the kind of situations with Ken not having an Emrakul in hand now.
Yeah.
Kundavas can definitely just find an answer to this Trudge in a couple of turns. And now all these Demolition Fields, Field of Ruins, they're actually doing their job here. And one-sided Stone Raining.
Yes. Yeah, definitely cutting the mana sources out here from Ken Yukihiro's side. But yeah, you mentioned a couple turns. He's only got 2 because this Trudge by itself can just get the job done if he doesn't know where to kill it.
Yep.
He's got the March Feather World Delight. He's fine.
Yeah, March can clean that up. You're able to get in for 7. And then the Fanatic of Veronis actually at least puts a little bit of a clock into play, but yeah, so far, Kundavas is definitely
Jesus.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, padding his life total just a little bit, up to 10. And here we'll see our flippity-flopped Fanatic of Rona. So now this is a 4-4, I believe.
Yep.
Yep, back from the yard.
A nice clock here, and just the land off top, so a 2-turn clock now. Gonna need something big, but I mean, you get a Wrath of the Skies or something, you gotta like Kundavas' chances.
Yeah, absolutely. But then how does he win the game? How many more Solitudes does he have?
One does not win the game with Boros Land Destruction.
Listen here, okay, he's got 4 on the main deck, so he's got critters.
Yeah, that is the true problem.
This game is gonna go to
Win
time.
with Castle Ardenvale, that can go the
In
distance,
game
but
2.
Emrakul is always going to lead to some problems, that's for sure.
Yeah, because that just lost permanence there.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh no, that was Ulamog.
And here's another one of the hideaway lands. Being able to
Got
have
4,
10
5,
or
8.
more power, and I think that was an Emrakul underneath, but
The Mosswood Bridge?
yeah, if there's 10 or more power when Ken untaps, he can just attack for the win, so yeah.
Oh my goodness me. Man, DeFoss hung on for dear life there. I could just imagine him like hanging onto one of the Eldrazi's tentacles for dear life there, and he did his best. But alas, he got yeeted into next week.
Yeah, this matchup definitely seems pretty rough for Boros Land Destruction, I must say. And I gotta say, in Modern, there is not a lot of like really lopsided matches these days. It is very close. A lot of the matches are very, very close, but this feels like one that could definitely be in the 70-30 vein. Price of Freedom cleaning that land up. Ken definitely didn't imprint this time, had the option to. But yeah, it doesn't look like Ken actually has a ton of lands in this hand.
No, he does not.
That was the only one. I guess he's got 2 greens.
Ooh, beautiful draw there, being able to hit a Rumble here.
Yes.
Or the Fanatic of Ronis, and then Rumble next turn.
Yeah.
That's the nice thing is when you have 5 basics, the land destruction is not land destruction except for a few more turns.
Yeah.
So.
You got some reprieve,
time.
DeVos can start double spelling soon, but yeah, he's got Path, he's got Erodes, and Wrath of the Skies. So one of our buddies is gone here for Ken Yukihiro, so that won't be coming back from the yard later.
Really smart play there from Kundavas. If you let the 6/6 come into play, all of a sudden your Fanatic of Ronis adds 4 mana, and I mean, Ken could have just put an Emrakul into play if Kundavas didn't have any interaction there. Which just shows
Oh yeah, he could have. I didn't even think about that.
explosiveness and, I'll just say awesomeness of this deck. It is so cool.
Respect the plant beast.
You gotta.
Yes, she is blocking the path. Are you volunteering to move her?
That's great flavor text. Now, the one thing Ken wants to just always avoid, you feel so bad whenever you flip over with your Rumble one of the basics, or, God forbid, 2 of the basics, you feel terrible.
Wrath of the Skies. Yep.
Cleans up a couple creatures.
Is there any downside to it only being a
Uh-oh.
1 mana fund, huh?
But we're ready to go. We got 5 mana. We got another green
Oh.
plus fight rigging, so.
Ooh, let's see what we hit.
And there's no Solitude from Kundavas.
Oh.
So whatever this is coming.
Oh, it's an Ugin.
Ugin. All right.
Wow.
We Ugin it now.
But gross.
Yeah, this deck is incredible. I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, the win rates of their team.
Absolutely.
Going into the next day. And gotta love our reigning player of the year here. Doing this in style.
Oh, yes.
Here he is.
Oh,
and gotta have a counter on the Trudge as well. It's gotta get to 7 power. Yeah.
So gotta make sure we get that on there.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go. He's got it.
2 different dice. There's the stun.
Yeah.
As well as the dice.
Ugin. Ugin is a pain in the butt to deal with.
Yeah.
So gaining life, drawing cards.
Yeah, and Erode is the answer for it, and there are a plethora of those in hand, so is able to cleanly erode both, you know, problematic creatures, and even the Trudge just isn't a problem for a while.
No,
you don't
no,
have to clean that up now, so.
Unless there's another.
Oh, the
You'd rather
Ugin.
have him dead too.
Yep, and Kundavas thinking about that, it's much better to erode on Ken's upkeep, then that land comes into play tapped, you have 1 less mana.
Yeah, nice.
And now we're going to be just doing Emrakul math again. So we got 4, 5, 6. Planeswalker is 7. There was a land is 8. Rumble is 9. And I couldn't see the rest of it. Ken will maybe do us a favor and fan that out.
Yeah. Yeah, let's just see if we have enough to get Emrakul the Promised End down, do we?
I mean, an Eldrazi Temple off the top has definitely got to help.
Yeah.
If Ken's not going for it, I would assume not.
Okay.
Another fight rigging.
Going
Ooh.
for fight rigging number 2. What do we find?
That's an Emrakul,
Yep.
but there is a path here
Yes,
for this one. So you get to cleanly deal with this.
Yep. So go to combat, make sure we get that off the board. Triggers on the stack. They see no 7 power creature, and they go, not this turn.
Yeah,
So
man,
next
just
turn. Next
leaving these fight riggings around just so at any point Ken can just play a big creature and get access to that. Puts the Boros land destruction deck in such a weird spot where they always have to leave open at least 1 mana for an erode or path or have solitude. It really puts the deck in a rough spot.
You know, Wrath of the Skies is something that DeVos would love to have access to, just to clear
I
the board like
pass,
he did
but
previously. As it stands, it's just a
you pass on
single
an
erode in
erode.
hand.
There's an erode in
Cooldown
hand.
Monastery has made an appearance though, so he will be leaning on that for the turns to come.
That is a big deal. The popular play patterns that we see with that is at the end of your opponent's turn,
Oh.
activate, then you got your whole next turn to play that card. But now we're once again just seeing if we can count to 13.
I can only count to 10.
Yeah, okay. There it is.
There it is.
We have enough.
2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Not this guy.
Technically, you could double Emrakul Kundavas here, but I imagine this is just going to become a 15-15, and Ken is going to decline putting the other Emrakul into play.
Oh, we'll see what happens.
And protection from instants, so there is no eroding this one, which I believe is Kundavas' last card in hand.
Does look like we just have a judge stepping in here.
Okay.
See if we can have a listen in if it's anything of importance.
Yep. And always good anytime you have a question. Always talk to your judges. They're your friends.
My opponent just Emrakul all over the board.
You use a 3D printer. My dad has really gotten into 3D printing.
Talking about 3D. Why are they talking about 3D printing?
We're up a game. Both players at 20. No damage dealt yet.
I have those too.
I'm wondering if this is maybe about the previous game or if this is something that has just happened this game. We'll see. But either way, this is looking great for Ken.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, has the Emrakul, the Erode's not going to be able to do anything. And that's the thing against the Boros land destruction deck. When you take their turn, you usually don't have that many great options. Maybe you have 2 paths, and you can do something like buy Kahira, play Kahira, aim a path at it, hold priority, aim another path. Like, that's kind of like the best thing you can do.
Just waste every resource that the opponent has.
Exactly.
Really is pretty silly.
Okay, they figure out
Somebody
life
to be honest,
totals. That's what
but
they're
hit
doing.
yourself. But hit
Yeah.
yourself.
I remember when Emrakul got first, printed. I remember playing in whatever Pro Tour that was, and I was just testing with my brother, and it's like, all right, so now on the Emrakul turn, just try to play as bad as possible the other side, so just play how you normally would play. I'm like, wow, thanks, bro. Thanks, bro.
That's such a brother
That's the
thing to
classic
say.
brother aspect, yeah. So that's always been my favorite line. Cast and Emrakul.
Just play how you normally
Yeah,
play. Love it.
I just wanted to double check. Has Avengers Disassembled been cast in this game?
Yep.
Or
So
was
that
a-
is
was
definitely
a
going
previous
back
game?
to
Oh, they're going-
The 3 damage.
game 1,
I
yep.
think it has been cast, yes.
Okay.
And that
all right.
was very,
give us
you
1
know,
second.
detrimental to how the
sure
game
was.
played
I
out.
believe so.
Not
yes.
this- not
not,
this
not this game.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think what we saw, where
Yeah.
the counter didn't go on the trudge and went on the micro spawn instead,
Yeah.
that wouldn't have triggered the fight rigging.
Yep. You never would have been able to play the Emrakul off of it.
Yeah.
You would just would have had a 6-6. You would have had a 4-4. You know, you got to pick one. You either
Yeah.
got to make a 7-7 and have a 3-3 and then put the card up.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, wasn't caught at the time.
Yeah, didn't
so.
catch it then. So.
But of course,
yeah.
we don't want to speculate. We'll see
No,
exactly what
yeah.
the judges are going to do.
Let
Oh, I
them
wonder what they are
give us
gonna
the
do.
rules, give us the ruling.
Yep.
I have a question about the previous game. I believe at some point you cast a Green Sun Zenith.
With Andres, yeah.
Yes. For the 6-6.
6-6,
Yes. And then you cast a spell off of your fight rigging. You you used which requires a power 7 creature.
Yeah.
Did you have a power 7 creature at the time in the previous game?
Sorry, Japanese chat.
Okay.
Sorry.
alright.
Yeah.
Because it was a previous game, we obviously can't go back and fix anything. So we might want to talk to you more about this later, but later. Okay. So you can keep playing for now, and we'll talk more. We'll talk more later, but continue to play.
Continue to
Okay.
play.
게임을 after the 하나씩.
Okay, so okay, after that. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Figured it out there.
I'll be honest, I don't think there's much left of this game.
So. Play continues, and
Nothing. No use.
the judges will check in on that later and chat to Ken about it. But for now, let's get game number 2 resolved here as Ken Yukihira gets to play as badly as possible.
Yep, so the 2 different lands. They're templated a little different. One forces the opponent to search. That's the Field of Ruin, but I think all of them do say opponent.
Yeah.
So no way that you can, destroy your own Quarry Mountain Monastery.
Yeah, that would be nice, huh?
Yeah. And you can't really erode anything.
No. So really nothing here for Ken Yukihira to have fun with, and I bet Gundavas is very happy about that.
Yeah, not a lot. I mean, you could activate your own Quarry Mountain Monastery. That's not ideal. I think what we'll
Did
probably
you?
see
How much
here
Kahira
is
cost?
buy Kahira, play a land, and erode it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
That does still give a land drop to Kundavas, so I could see Ken just not caring about that, because Kahira is really not what the games are
No.
about. Yeah.
No, it's just there.
Yeah. And one of them was revealed off Quarry Mountain Monastery. I believe it was the demo field.
Oh, I guess you could do more. You could do the
Is
monastery.
in the exile zone, unable to be cast. The Field of Ruin should be in hand.
Yeah, I think I got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, maybe it is that one.
There's
I
4 or
thought
5
it was
sets
the
of
other way
eyes around
around,
that
but
table.
yeah.
They'll figure it out.
It very much is basically the same card.
Basically, yeah.
in this scenario.
It is kind of funny. There's a lot of cards in this format that are basically the same card. You
Yeah.
know, Pyretic and Desperate Ritual, barring the whole arcane thing.
Yeah.
And you got your Demolition Field and Fields of Ruin. Like,
I mean, when you have so many sets and
It's
so
the
many
same
cards in
thing.
a format, you get some overlap. That's for sure.
insert the Office meme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it looks like there's going to be nothing to deal with Emrakul. So Emrakul is going to be able to attack for 17 next turn, but that is not lethal. But one thing Ken can do is trade in this Emrakul for the other Emrakul.
Take another turn.
And control the next turn That makes it even better because now you can just put the counter on that instead of wasting the counters on Emrakul.
Yeah.
So then you can create 2 lethal threats that Kundavas has to deal with. And believe it or not, Wrath of the Sky an Emrakul away is not the easiest thing to do.
How much mana do you need for that, Corey?
Way too much. Way too much.
Sort of thinking.
How much energy, I should say. Yeah.
A lot of cash for
One
that
red
one.
card in the main deck.
That is true. That is probably the best possible draw. Now, this is post-board. That's a card that doesn't seem amazing in this matchup. But, you know, you kind of... There's some cards you just kind of can't touch.
Yeah. Whoo-wee. All right. So, Beseju, who endures? That's a decent answer for a high noon. Yeah, Ken doesn't know about that yet.
Yeah, and high noon.
Anyone, he's got 15. Gonna go 17 next turn.
It does shut down the ability to play a Trudge and then, you know, the card off fight rigging, but you can kind of just play them one at a time.
Trudge, 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 trudge. Big trudge. Make sure it's not sleepy.
This will be interesting to see if he does want to Emrakul this time because, well, then, I guess you can just Legend Rule the new one.
Yeah, and still get the same
and
effect.
still get to attack.
Yeah.
So yeah, that seems pretty solid to me.
Yeah, let's do it. Hey. That's so funny. What's down to 3? Oh my goodness, Ken Yukihiro with all the answers here.
There he goes.
Kundavas, except extend the hand and shake Ken Yukihiro's. And that's going to be a 2-0 there for our reigning player. Yeah.
Alright, I gotta...
Yeah, we have more matches. The coverage of the Pro Tour. It's been such an awesome event so far. Corey and I have just loved seeing every picture.
Yeah, we've gigantic. And
it'll be a good show when you come to a MagicCon, and here to put on even a better show for you.
Tron versus
Ray Zhang
Van.
playing Band
Van,
Control
too.
up against Mateo Ferreira playing Eldrazi Tron. So both these players sitting at 3 and 2 would love to lock up that 4th win to make day 2 of play. And we are going to jump into this game in action and see who can take it down.
I didn't want to see Tron do it.
I did see
This list is sweet.
This was a deck that was built the night before deck submission.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Wow.
So just an absolute spicy brew, but I mean, that is something we have seen from Ray Zhang as well as the rest of Team Sanctum. Sanctum of all, I mean, they always come with the spice, and this deck is no exception, that's for sure.
Combo for the sake of combo, baby.
Yes.
Although, you know, it's maybe not so much a combo, just innovation. You know, we always see this from this team. Consigned to memory here, taking care of the expedition map. So no land being found for Mateo. That kind of sucks for the Tron player who's really looking to find those 3 important Urza's lands.
And it's hard to not call this deck a little bit of a combo deck. Whenever you have Wilderness Reclamation, you're not exactly trying to play fair, that's for sure.
Allison's also got
This is just
Kihiro.
trying to utilize Wilderness Reclamation. There's some divergent equations in there.
Seeing Wilderness Reclamation took me back to like 2019.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
This was doing things just before the pandemic hit, and it wasn't anything fun for the opponent, I'll tell you that
I
much.
played that card quite a bit, I must say. That's for sure.
You would.
Yeah. Ray Zhang, of course, off a
Did he keep a
fantastic
1
performance
land?
here at Pro Tour Strixhaven.
Yeah.
So they just had to include some Strixhaven cards.
Okay,
and,
we got 2.
relive them.
What does Divergent Equation do without reading it, Corey?
Of course, you get to return
Hey,
X.
hey, you stop reading. I'm just giving you trouble here, buddy. So as things stand now, both players getting their lands down. Mateo not being able to utilize the expedition map, like we said. So wonder how many of the big Eldrazi he has in hand, itching to get onto the battlefield.
Yeah, and still a deck that any blue deck is going to play 4 consigns. So Ray Zhang, they have access to the greatest card against Eldrazi.
Yeah, this is the most played sideboard card.
Yes.
In the room.
Yep.
Like by a fair mile.
Definitely would have figured that one out. It's just so good against so many different things. You know, Cascade with Violent Outburst being unbanned. It's able to get the Cascade trigger. Great against Eldrazi. And it has so many other corner cases.
Yeah. Like you're going to see it used in...
Oh, there's the Tron.
Comes Disruptive Flute. What card name are we choosing?
Yeah, we'll see if we can get confirmation of that, but that looks like Natural Tron there.
Whoa. Okay. Trinisphere's that's a tricky pickle here for Wei Zhang.
Yeah, and I would think, you know, of course, it's impossible to say like how this matchup plays out because, well, Wei Zhang just created this deck. And there's a Sphinx's Revelation. That's a card we haven't seen in a long time.
A throwback.
That brings me back for sure. But I would think this style of control deck is going to really struggle against Eldrazi. They just go over the top. You know, they have different access to, you know, really big cards like Ulamog, Emrakul. Even Karn looks excellent here.
Yeah, they are difficult, colorless things to deal with here. Trinisphere now on the board as well. Making things that would be cheap, not so much anymore.
Yeah, very difficult card to deal with.
Reclamation. Okay, Wilderness Reclamation, nice.
Yeah, and I was going to say the best way to get out of this is Wilderness Reclamation to kind of gain you that advantage of mana.
Yeah.
And then at least you can kind of cast two spells, but when Wilderness Reclamation costs 7, it is going to be a lot tougher to utilize that card.
Yeah, Mateo picked up a win in the first game here. So looking to 2-0 and lock up his day 2 performance, or day 2 appearance, I should say. Where does he go from here?
Looks like we don't have anything else in the tank there, as with Eldrazi, there's only really one spell that you're passing with, and it is the command, so still could see that.
I cast Consult the Star Charts.
Yeah, this is also one of the most played cards in Modern.
Oh yeah, absolutely. One of the best cards, if not the best card. Card's absolutely incredible. The only knock that it really has to it is Consign is the most played sideboard card, and I think they directly correlate. With this being such a good card, you have to have answers for it.
Yeah. I mean, if you're not playing Consign, what are you doing?
Yeah, not playing blue, I guess.
Losing, probably, or that, if you are a blue deck, I should say.
Looks like they're just, maybe one extra card was grabbed, maybe Dexterity error off Consult.
We're shuffling the one card, right?
Yes.
Only that one.
You get one card of Plane of Genesis if you don't put a land on the battlefield.
Yeah. Now you can shuffle this into the Rumble portion. Okay.
Looks like we're correcting that. Thank you, judges. Shout out to all the judging staff here this weekend. All the operation staff too, putting this all together. Allowing our players to have the best possible tournament they possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a warning here.
And Consult on the stack, so able to pick up a couple good cards here, but kind of looking at ways out against Trinisphere. There's a March. Yeah.
That's it?
There's some prismatic endings, and then Wrath of the Skies that you're able to cast if we can have 5 lands. So a decent amount of answers, but not a ton. There's a lot of 1s and 2s in Wei Zhang's list, so they're definitely going to struggle against Trinisphere.
So Arms Chant in here. No Scepter, though.
Okay, there is a Teferi. Teferi is pretty excellent here. At least bounce it. And then if Wei Zhang is able to go Teferi bounce and then Orm's Chant to kind of unlock the mana.
Yeah.
And keep Trinisphere off the battlefield, and then maybe counter it on
I think I vaguely remember.
That could be a big deal.
I want to say the Play MTG account is something about
or is that the land?
Just the land.
big flip and a Trinisphere. I think that was something that's
Go
happened.
instead, holding up counterspell, because, I mean, like what I would have expected as well is Mateo just passed. You got to think that there is a command, but there was not.
So just holding on to that. There's the other side of Waterlog Teachings. So Consign.
Yeah, Consign almost always the card you select when you're playing against Eldrazi.
What's the other option there?
Yeah, looks like we got Spell Snare, March, and a couple of lands. Looks like one Endurance in hand as well. I wonder if Endurance, honestly, I don't even wonder at all. I know Endurance is to target Wei Zhang's deck just so they can get all the cards back.
Yeah.
Could be relevant elsewhere, you never know.
Yeah,
I wonder if this was the game or if it was a different
primary
one.
Purpose is so I can cast all my spells again.
Yes, please. You know, the amount of digging that the blue decks do through the top of the deck, you might get to a point where you're worried about decking yourself, so
for sure. Yeah, this deck is very similar in some ways to the Boros land destruction deck, where winning is definitely an afterthought.
Yeah, I just want to take many game actions and try and prevent you from doing so.
Exactly.
Well, that Trinisphere is putting a bit of a wrinkle in the plan here for Wei Zhang.
I was wondering if this was going to be the spot that they would go to Fairy for 3 and then have either Consign or Counterspell.
That's a lot of
to
mana.
protect it.
Sure.
And then bounce Trinisphere, kind of unlock it, but patience the name of the game here.
Yeah.
Still 20, yeah?
Wei Zhang is pretty decisive about how they play, when they play, what they play.
Yeah.
Here comes the Endurance.
Just one of the best players on the Pro Tour right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're always going deep or making top 8s and stuff, and
Yeah.
always doing it in style
Yeah.
with spice.
Yeah, it's not going to be long, and they're going to be hoisting the trophy.
Oh,
That's my
I would
prediction.
totally agree. Yeah.
Endurance in for 3. All those yummy cards back in Wei Zhang's deck, like you
Nom, nom,
predicted,
nom,
friend.
nom.
Yep. And now we'll see. I mean, the one card that's usually so good against these control decks is Emrakul, but when you have Consign and you're able to counter the trigger and the body, it seems a lot better. And Mateo's just got to be flooded out here.
me just say-
Nothing else would make a lot of sense.
Thank goodness they created Consign to Memory along with all the cards that came in that set.
Yeah, yeah. Eldrazi would be quite good, that's for sure.
Yeah. So it's Fairy down on 1. Consign in hand for Wei Zhang. In case of emergency, press button, Arms Chant, first things first. Make sure you're not doing anything this turn, Mateo. And this is where Roy gets to have fun.
Yeah, Teferi with Orum's Chant is a really, really brutal combo. Now, we don't really see any Isochron Scepters.
No.
That's kind of the lock.
Scepter
you have
Chant.
Teferi, Scepter Chant, you know, you get that going. This is just, whenever you find a Chant, it's a Time Walk. A 1-mana Time Walk when you have a Teferi in play.
Pretty icky.
And yeah, that indeed does look like a lot of lands there in Mateo's hand.
Flooding out, man.
Oh, what? That's a lot of mana, though.
So
That's
if you get Tron twice,
3,
you
5,
get a million
7, 8,
mana?
9, 11, 13, 14
Absolutely.
mana.
Yay! Good for him.
I think we might
That's
finally
2
see a second
Eldrazi.
Wilderness Reclamation here.
Yeah. I mean, if not, why not?
And then one of the popular play patterns here for anyone who didn't get to grow up enjoying this card is you get to go trigger on the stack, float whatever mana you have, untap, and then continue to use your mana. This card was absolutely dominant in its time.
It didn't get banned, but it was pretty close. You know, people were calling for it to be.
I think it did get banned.
Did it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it did get banned in Standard. I could be wrong. It has been that long.
Yeah,
But
it was 7 years ago.
I remember playing with it until I was told I no longer can play with it.
Okay, all right. So, Wei Zhang picking up the win there in game number 2. Here we go, game 3. Let's see if Mateo can find something else besides lands.
Mateo had a great start there.
Yeah.
Once that Trinisphere locked down, we of course couldn't see his hand, but it felt like this was going to be a 2-0 Mateo
Nice.
match, but just didn't have the follow-up.
Pre-game action.
Yeah, Devourer to do some library manipulating.
Yeah, that's a sweet card. I like it.
Yeah, it is really cool.
Ooh.
Looks like Consign there right in the window for Wei Zhang.
Lets you keep some sketchy hands otherwise. The Devourer of Destiny.
Yeah, I think a lot of the hands in this band control deck are going to look pretty similar. You know, of course, having Wilderness Reclamation and 4 lands, that's something you want at some point. But for the most part, if you got 3 lands and 4 spells, you're probably keeping.
For sure. Surveil land here.
Oh, this is sped up
Wei
now.
Zhang off of the Windswept Heath. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. I wish I could shuffle that fast.
And that is the map that was unable to be countered.
Yep.
Consign, of course, not able to counter the activated abilities. So Tron will be online here for the rest of the game. You know, there's not any way to destroy land, you know, prevent Tron from doing its thing from this band control deck.
Yeah. Teferi can't hit permanent, right?
Teferi?
No, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, a
can
land. You can
hit-
do
can
artifact,
hit a land,
creature,
yeah.
or enchantment. Okay.
And there's the Devourer, not able to actually clean up anything, but still just a good 6/6 creature.
Yeah. We've seen quite a few of those in this round, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
This one does slightly more than the Slumbering Trudge we saw previous
Whoa,
match.
I don't know. Those were doing a lot.
Yeah, true.
Let's see. Now it's the question, because just the 6/6 body is not that scary. But if you got no way to deal with it, you might still have to consign the creature there. And Ray Zhang agrees.
Yeah, protecting the life total.
Their hand is not great, though.
It's not. That's a lot of land, right?
Looks like a spell snare and a consult the star charts, and then essentially land. You do have the waterlogged teaching, but
Oh, more Tron. Let's go.
starting with the map and sack it, then you can usually just get another tower, just a way to be mana neutral, but you still set yourself up for next turn to have a little bit more mana.
How much do you need? Oh, golly, another one. Hello.
Yeah, and that card's great if you're able to destroy a wilderness reclamation or something, but that's literally the only target.
Yep.
For Devourer. But really not a lot of ways to actually deal with it. You can Teferi bounce it, Wrath of the Skies for 7, which is near impossible.
It is,
and then there's one Erode as well and one Solitude. Yeah. Not a lot of answers to a big body like that. Prismatic Ending, Wrath of the Skies can deal with small stuff.
But yeah. Oh, Cityscape Leveler?
Oh.
Hey,
There
buddy.
we go.
Cool. This is fine.
It looks like that's the one out of the sideboard. And normally you leave cards like that in because you are a Karn deck, but that's the classic, okay, I have so many dead cards against this kind of bank control deck, I just need to bring in anything with a pulse, essentially.
I'm gonna quote you on that.
There you go, yep. Yeah, anything that does anything will be in, and then you, of course, still want to leave
Worms
really
chance.
in your sideboard so that Karn still has some good targets, but
I haven't seen Karn once.
Yeah, liquid metal coating is basically the one Karn target that I would guess is still always going to be in Mateo's sideboard.
Oh, yeah. Make anything an artifact and then make it die.
Yep. And those are some solid cards. A couple chance, consign, and then the Strixhaven bomb of Divergent Equation.
Oh, yes. What does it do?
We know Rui Zhang has cast that card a ton in that limited format.
Yeah. Just more about getting things back from your yard. All those fun things I used to annoy you opponents, I'm going to get them back.
Yep.
Genesis here. Let's dig through the top of the deck, see if there's anything.
They keep them, but oh my god, more.
Chant, okay. What do we take there?
I didn't see exactly. We'll see if off that first consult, if we
Oh
did
my
just take
god,
double
another
chance,
Worms chant.
looks really good right now. No matter what, pay 2, it's a time walk. And Mateo, of course, can have a Kozilek's command.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
But Rui
Consign?
Zhang does have the answer. It does have a consign. Yeah. And a consult. The hand is a lot better now. I think that is double Orum's chant.
One is a different version?
Yeah,
maybe?
the one in the back maybe is an Orum's chant, but we'll see. Either way, that's exactly what Mateo wants to just keep drawing. Keep drawing instants. That's the only spells that he can play for a while if there is double chance. And wow, is this resolving? That is,
Really?
That is really... I mean, that's a big decision.
Yeah.
There's the consign right there. We
What
see
is that?
it.
X is how much?
Well, let's see. That's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's X is 6. We're presumably making 6 Scions, and we're scrying 6 and drawing a card. And
That's-
presumably that's going to
Oh, it was 8.
another command.
8.
Yeah, it looks like 8. What do we have?
Huh.
Yeah, okay, yeah, 10 mana, so X equals 8.
Wowza.
Wowie.
Now you
All
just
right.
get to fix your draws for the next 5 turns. That's wild to me that
Yeah.
that resolved.
What's Ray scared of? If
Emrakul.
not that. Oh,
Emrakul.
Emrakul. Yeah,
Yep,
okay.
because your chants are not forever.
Yeah,
you know, your Orm's chants are not going to last forever. So you can. That is another, normal chant in the back, and then there's the alt art one. So it's going to be multiple turns. Mateo's not going to be able to do anything during his main phase.
Yeah, just boss turn back.
And if you got multiple chants and then one divergent equation,
Yeah, you just keep replaying them.
yeah, you just keep replaying them.
Let's build your own set the chant lock.
Yeah, and I mean, if you do have both of your divergent equations, okay, I guess they do exile.
They do exile, yeah.
Yeah.
They thought about that.
They did think about that.
Good game designers.
Smart.
Good.
Yeah.
Otherwise, things would be a little too busted.
Yeah, you could do a lot of kind of infinite loop type things.
Yeah.
There looks to be kind of the namesake card, Wilderness Reclamation, to the pile. And now Wilderness Reclamation, just you think about it, if you play land 7, you just add 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 mana to your mana pool.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, pretty good.
And then what are we doing with all that mana? Let's find out.
See. Now, end step, you go trigger on the stack, then you get to float as much mana as you want.
Warlock Teachings, flippity-flop that, yes.
Yeah, that's kind of the shortcut most players do, but of course on camera, you got to make sure to do it right.
Yep. Are we going to the end step? Let's find out.
They got star charts? I think it's about it.
Yeah, got the goods for sure.
Yeah.
Float 2 blue at end step, then untap.
Okay, Planar Genesis first. Nice. Oh, gross. And yeah, you get to get the new land if you find one untapped.
Yeah.
There's another orange
might have
chant.
been a little risky. I guess Rejang just didn't really care if
Then let's go to the
another
bottom.
command resolved.
Okay.
I mean, because the mode of Kozilek's command exiling all the stuff in your graveyard could be relevant.
Yeah, that could be brutal.
Yeah, and you could always wait, float the 2, and then untap, and then cast the Planar Genesis. But
Yeah, I agree with you, friend. Consult the star
But
charts here.
I would
Yeah,
hate
lock
going
that
against
once again.
this.
I gotta say, this deck looks like an absolute blast to play. I love me some Wilderness
You wanna go
Reclamation.
fire it up after
Oh
this
yeah,
one?
absolutely.
Oh, let's do it. There have been some really spicy decks.
Yeah.
I believe Frank Carson's put out an article about some of the one of fun ofs.
Yeah.
So if you are
and
interested,
the fun interactions and
yeah.
stuff, that is a great article to go check out.
Go check out magic.gg for the latest.
And I think I just saw Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, to really get the fun going.
Fun?
Yep. I mean, Wilderness Reclamation and Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. We saw that in Standard.
I think they
It was
kept
a nice
it.
little Turbo Fog deck. It
Yeah.
had
Oh.
Uro.
Oh.
You know, they didn't keep it.
Oh no.
Everyone.
I tried to repress that. Oy, oy, okay. I mean, yeah, it's doing what it wants to do, this deck.
Definitely is. I want to say that was the last chant, though. So
Okay.
I would think if we want to do another... Nope, I think there was another one in the back. And now second Wilderness No, that might be a Solitude, so... Now the way that these works, for anyone not familiar, end step, you get 2 triggers on the stack. You can float 3.
Doubles? Oh, yeah.
Untap, float 7, untap.
I guess that's what the X spell is for then, huh?
Oh, definitely.
X can just be a billion at this point. It's like, oh, I built my own Tron. Look at it.
Yeah, so 17 mana available right now for Rejang.
Oh, that's so funny.
And the one Waterlog Teaching, I can put you down to 13 mana. You can get Divergent Equation, pick
Yeah.
up the 3 chants.
Oh, gross. But then how do you win, Corey?
There's one Kahira in the companion
Oh,
zone.
no, man. Kahira needs a break, okay? Everyone is relying way too much.
I mean, realistically, the way you win is you deck your opponent. Because
Okay. Is there a way to do that, though?
You just naturally drawing.
No. Like a target opponent or player draws X cards, whatever.
No, they just draw their cards, and Rejang is always going to endurance all of their cards back to the bottom. So, yeah, I think this is just the classic natural decking style of WinCon here.
Oh, my goodness. We're going back to Esper Hero. Remember that deck?
Yeah, with Teferi as the only WinCon.
That was not fun. Anyway.
So Sphinx's Revelation here.
Jeez. Draw the cards. There's another endurance. And what, there's 2 endurances? Is this the loop? No, there's only one endurance.
Just one, yep.
Okay.
But you can stack it in such a way that your evoke
Oh my
sacrifices it
God.
first.
Oh, yeah.
And then you put itself on the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd be seeing a Sphinx's Revelation
Me
for 8.
neither.
I'll tell you that.
Me neither. That's another one for the bingo card, huh?
Absolutely.
Oh, alrighty. So there goes Cityscape Leveler. Dealt with.
Yeah, and now we'll just see if there is a chant or something. This might be... I didn't see one, so this could be Mateo actually getting a turn. Actually getting to play.
It's my turn.
Yeah.
Not yet. I'm still playing.
I think that is still the Waterlog Teaching, so they have 6 mana available, could search up another chant if there's a 4th one in the deck. Okay, there's a command.
All right.
And we'll see if this one resolves as well. there's got to be multiple consigns in play at this point, but
One would hope so for Ray Zhang's.
I wonder if they even care.
Chances
They
here.
didn't care about the other one.
Yeah.
Where that one felt like it was like a must counter to me.
Yeah, it did.
And they definitely thought
I
about
don't
it.
even know what's going on anymore, man.
Yeah.
Okay, that one is not allowed. No fun for you, Mateo.
And that's the thing is, even if Mateo is allowed to have a turn here, you know, just attacking for 6, not that great, but it could be, you know, Emrakul, could be Ulamog. There's a disrupting flute. So it looks like this is Mateo kind of waiting multiple turns to now deploy a bunch of things. So we'll see exactly what was named with the flute.
Yeah, flute has the flash. Waterlog teachings now. Gonna go and find an arms chant, no doubt.
I would
There's another one.
assume, and this is only 1 mana left, so
Yeah.
this is just chant, you can attack, but being at 12 or 18 here kind of doesn't matter that much. And another command, okay.
right. Now before Ray has a chance to go and this is on the stack, right? Warlock
Yeah,
teachings.
yep.
Yeah.
Teachings
So
on the stack.
They haven't found what they're looking for yet. Look at all these little spawn.
And that's the thing is just, you know, if Mateo's just able to just pick up his whole deck and pick cards to cast at instant speed, there's not a lot of options.
No.
There's another disrupting flute that you
Oh.
could find. You could disrupting flute on Orm's Chant. That would be great.
Yeah, make that cost a lot.
Yeah. I mean, making it cost 4 would
mean, but at
really
this-
change the game.
At this point, like, does it really matter with all
It matters for this specific turn.
the specific turn?
Yeah.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Oh,
Ooh,
it was
consign.
consign.
Okay.
But if you're able to find another flute and you
Mhm.
flash in with the teachings on the stack and then name Orm's Chant, then Ray Zhang's not able to
Oh
Orm's
yeah,
Chant
this
now.
turn. Yeah, yeah, I get you, I get you.
And then maybe Mateo could Emrakul, and I would love to see what Mateo would do with an Emrakul turn.
Oh, I was a
from this
normal
back and forth,
silence.
where you have 18 mana at your disposal.
Oh my word, that would be a ridiculous turn.
Yeah, but looks like silence
Oh yeah, yeah.
is chosen.
Okay.
That's really smart too. If you're gonna flute on Orm's Chant, be like, well, I have 1 silence in the deck, so take that.
And he does have access to the 4 flute, 2 in the main deck, 2 in the sideboard.
Does look like it. Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's the type of card that actually gets sided in.
Yeah, yeah.
Most of the time when you're a Karn the Great Creator deck, you leave pretty much everything in the board, but Disruptor Flute is one card that is brought in.
Yeah, Karn's brought some of his toolbox.
I wonder if
into
there's
the
only
game
2
here.
in the deck or
Now
4 in
this
the
game
deck right
gets a
now.
lot easier when you have Teferi on the battlefield. Ray's just able to just kind of not think about things. Be like, you can't interact. All I need to do is assemble my combo, which once again it is hilarious that we're saying divergent equation with 4 Orm's Chants as the combo.
Hey, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, I saw in hand there. So, Teferi.
Yep, and here is the floating of the mana. Didn't even play Teferi, didn't need it.
They thought about it, but
Yeah.
gonna be consult the star charts first.
Oh my
You
god,
love
this
huh?
game is. How is this not on turns
Ray
yet?
Zhang is loving this
Oh,
right
yeah.
now, too.
Look at all these game actions.
Yeah, they're probably having an absolute blast. So there's the teachings.
Yeah, yeah.
Which there's 4 teachings in the deck. So presumably, I mean, every time I've thought a play that Ray Zhang would have done, they've done something else. But you would think teachings 4 divergent equation here kind of locks it up.
Yeah. Yeah, if Ray Zhang can, you know, demonstrate the loop, if there is one.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a, you know, most of the decks that you kind of explain to your opponent how
Yeah.
you're dead, I would assume Amulet would be doing this.
Yeah.
Not Wilderness Reclamation Control.
Here comes Endurance.
Yeah, and one thing you don't always have to evoke, you can just play it, put all the cards at the bottom, and then just at some point to Fairy Bounce your Endurance.
Yeah, yeah. That works too.
This deck's a work of art. And the fact that this was like a final hour deck build.
Submission, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, what cards do I have with me? I like these ones.
Yeah, yeah.
I bet there was more to it than that, but, you know, that's crazy.
Yeah, we really don't see Ray Zhang too often playing, you know, Boros Energy.
Oh, no.
Or, you know, Is It Prowess? Kind of the go-to
too
deck of
boring
a
for
foreign.
them.
Exactly. And you gain so much equity playing something that's so off the walls.
Yeah.
You know.
You can have the answers for the format, and they don't know how to do anything against you. This is the only banned deck at this tournament.
Yeah, you can safely assume nobody has prepared against Wilderness Reclamation Bant control.
Waterlogged Teachings once again. My concern here, though, is time. I don't know what the time is in this match.
That would be my concern for just playing this deck in general.
In general,
you
yeah.
know.
Look at all the shuffling that's having to be done here.
I would be far too terrified to play a deck like this
Yeah.
on a Pro Tour. I just would picture that I would think too much and I would end my Pro Tour at, 3, 2, and 3 or something.
I mean, yeah, we did go back to Ravnica for this.
To be honest, how in the world did they not draw?
Why not?
There you go. That's a flash.
Round 6 and they didn't draw any of the previous games is going this long.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Alrighty, where are we going now?
And you would think the way that this game just actually ends, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, ultimating.
There's the
all
turns.
Things, but at the end of the day, it really does seem like it is just a natural decking deck.
Yeah. Okay, the turn.
And there's
bounces
turn
back.
1, though.
Oh, okay. Hello, time. No, wait. Was that turn 0?
I don't know. Ray Zhang's taking all the turns, so I'm confused.
It's gonna be a draw, this boy.
Mateo,
Okay,
so Mateo's turn was extremely fast, or I guess now
So-
it's back to turn 1.
Okay. So now it's turn 2. Yeah. Because Ray had 0, 2, then 4. We might have a draw here, friend.
Yeah. It
Oh my
definitely
god, we're
looks
back
like
to
it.
live.
And you gotta assume if there was enough time, Ray Zhang would win this. Ray Zhang has this locked up. But the thing is, it's a Pro Tour. Things happen. You go to
Yeah.
time.
This little army, they're just like, we'll get in the way here.
Yeah.
Don't worry, bosses, we got this. 2 Emrakul and Ulamog sitting in the wings.
Yeah, I just don't think it's possible for Ray Zhang to win within the turn.
Game with 1 extra turn.
No.
I cannot, but
I think I can't either.
Yeah.
So I do.
All right. Alrighty. Looks like the players have decided it's going to end in a draw, so
Yeah.
Oh my
handshake
God.
extended.
I think that was the classic. Can you win within 2 turns? No, well, I can't either.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. So lots of game actions being taken with that deck.
Yeah.
Oh, that it concerns
Oh,
me.
that's
I'm a
turn
little
1.
worried about the next few rounds
Yeah.
for Ray Zhang because I love
They,
watching them
they
play.
haven't drawn up until this point.
No, they haven't. So yeah, let's.
I
let's
just
not play
hate
the deck
and watching
and
them
get the win
twirl
quicker
around
in
for
the next
20
round.
minutes and
Because
they
they're-
don't even
those are fine,
win.
they're not- Yeah.
Alright, jumping around 7.
Here's a look at the entire tournament hall. Magic the Gathering. Welcome back to the news. That's Maria Bartholdi, Frank Karsten, and
2.5 hours
hanging out
left.
with you here on day 1 of competition. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out where we're at after 6 rounds of competition here on day number 1. Things already starting to heat up in here. Take a look at our players with the undefeated
Oh, Ken's
records.
5-1.
6 here in the room, as our 6th place player is 5-0.
Oh,
and
Seth's
one
still
with a
6-0.
draw.
Wow.
We have 3 Hall of Famers. They're sitting at 6-0. That is incredible stuff this early on in the tournament. And then plenty of big names currently sitting at 5-1 as well, in really good position here in this tournament. But how are our teams doing? We've been checking in with them all weekend long. Let's do some more of that right now and find out how our biggest testing teams in the room are doing so far. Riley.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of the biggest testing teams in the room, Cosmos Heavy Play have split up for this event. They've taken 2 different teams with 2 different approaches.
Yeah, how's Javier doing?
Kicking things off here with Heavy Play Espanol.
Oh.
the very first team under
Oh,
the
no.
leadership of Javier Dominguez, who unfortunately at 2 and 4 has not had the start that he would wanted. However, Tony Ramirez Pascual, Nathan Stoyer, Victor Hawkins, Christopher Larson looking much better. 5-1-1, 4-1-1. Sorry, 5-1, 4-1-1, 4-2, 4-2. Pretty good from those fellas there. We move on now to look at Cosmos Heavy Play English. This is the team led by Anthony Lee. Of course, these teams will be coming back together for Worlds, but for now, working separately with Sam Bogue at the top of the table here at 5-1. Look to be doing reasonably well. The Heavy Play English contingent, lots of 4 and 2s. Michael Plummer at 3, 2 and 1. So well in the conversation here.
Meanwhile, Team TCG player is also off to an excellent start. Hall of Famer Martin Juza 6-0 with Boris Energy. Hall of Famer Seth Manfield and the reigning world champion 6-0 with Ruby Storm. Pro Tour champion Ellen
I didn't
Wolf,
realize I haven't seen any
5-1
Ruby
with
today.
Bruce combo. So Everyone on the
That's
team
kinda
picked a different modern deck to play to their own strengths and playstyles, but they have multiple players in contention to finish the day potentially undefeated.
There's a look at TCG player. What about Team Handshake Moxfield? Now, they destroyed the last tournament we played, putting 3 people into the top 8 from their team. Let's check out how they're doing on day 1 of competition. Not too shabby. 3 players currently sitting at 5-1, a couple of 4-2s following them up. So doing all right, Handshake Moxfield here on day number 1.
Team Moriyama Japan also has several players in 5-1. We've already seen Ken Yukihiro and that spicy Eldrazi ramp deck with Slumbering Trudge. Toshihiko Okai is playing the same deck as well, 5-1. Also, Rei Hirayama and Takumi Utsunomiya are 5-1, but they are playing Simic Neoform. So a variety of decks, but an excellent start for some of these players on the team as well.
And finally, I want to tell you about this team,
I've been
Novo
thinking about it.
TCG eBay, who are doing exceptionally well, and we want to draw your attention to just how positive their results have been. This is a very strong team here. It's a group of 11 Italians, as you can see on the screen here. And not only do they have a...
I remember them. They're... Oh, was it?
3 5-1s. Couple of 4.
It was SOS. There's a team that was just just a group of Italian guys.
From this team, who are one of the best performing, if not the best performing team in the room, as we're going to come to.
Let's check out our Player of the Year race. When we came into the weekend, Christopher Larson leading the pack by an incredible margin here, 50 points, just truly pacing the field. Let's find out what things look like now after 6 rounds of play here in Player of the Year. How are our players doing? Well, Tony Portalon,
Oh my god.
I mean, just incredible. Currently sitting at 5-1. He was 3rd in last year's Player of the Year race, so making a name for himself here this weekend for sure. I mean, he already had one, but you know, continuing to do so. Arna Hushenbet, Ollie Curley sitting at 5-1. Now, talking about those teams, how about these rankings here, Frank?
Yeah, out of all teams with at least 4 players, adding up their wins and losses shows that Riley was right. Team Novo TCG eBay, that Italian group, is leading the pack by an incredible margin. They've won 2/3 of their matches so far. TCG player, second best, far behind, like a 58% win rate, followed by a whole bunch of other teams with similar numbers. But yeah, Novo TCG eBay, many of their members are playing Brute Skill combo, is really crushing it so far.
That's what
Incredible.
I was gonna ask. It's like, well, they're obviously doing something right at this tournament to have such an incredible consistency across their results. Brute Scale combo, definitely a deck for us to keep an eye on now.
Yeah, and it's also helpful when you're testing in a team where everyone speaks the same language, from the same region, get all those Italians together. Just makes it more convenient.
All the Italian men getting together, playing Magic.
Let's check out some more modern decks. We've got you here covered with some deck fights.
Right, at this point, I'm willing to just...
I'm here with world champion Seth Manfield.
How's
Seth,
your
what
deck,
are you
he
playing
says?
this weekend, and what does your deck do?
I'm playing Ruby Storm, so I'm trying to just cast a ton of spells in the same turn and grape shot my opponent and win in the single turn.
I'm still sad we haven't seen any of these so far.
A good matchup is a deck without a lot of graveyard hate, no Damping Sphere, no High Noon, no Jailer, no Orm's Chant.
And what's a bad matchup and why?
A deck with lots of those cards in the sideboard.
Seth, best of luck. Thanks, mate.
All right, thank you.
Wow.
I'm here with Andrew Ellenberg. And Andrew, what are you playing at the Pro Tour this weekend, and what does your deck do?
I am playing Amulet Titan. It seeks to...
And I'm willing to just kind of jump ahead.
Scorios, you can kind of pick it apart. They try to hate you out, but...
Oh, we haven't seen Affinity either. I didn't realize.
And what's a bad matchup and why?
I'm a little scared of Amulet Titan.
It's
Manuel Deprarios versus Samwise
Gorios
Gamgee
versus
combo. Let's get to meet our
Wait,
players.
what
John
the
Manuel
heck is
saw
that?
8 top finishes to his name as your world champion in 2023. Became our formidable speaker when he got his face on a card. Has top 8s across basically every tournament you could ever ask for.
And a very modest tournament goal there, making day 2 for someone who has won a world champion. He's playing on easy mode.
I
this
love
week.
him.
But no, look, his opponents certainly don't play on easy mode when it comes to win rates. Look at this, a 67% win rate in constructed.
Oh, no.
The format that we are playing here. JED is all smiles. He's a lovely bloke, but I tell you what, he will put you in the ground when you're playing a game of Magic the Gathering against this fella. His constructed win rate really top of the, it's incredible.
Yeah, Jake Bailey here, the opponent coming up in round number 7, started playing Magic in 2001. Goal, win the Pro Tour.
That's better.
You know,
That's better.
Come on,
That's
Jake,
a
you
goal
guys
right
know
there.
this. That's how you say it. His first Pro Tour this weekend.
And you can see here a bit of a checkered beginning, win and a loss, but seems to have evened out. Put a couple of wins together on the trot here. So Jake Bailey maybe steadying the ship a little bit. 4-2, still a fine way to start the Pro Tour. Has a mountain to climb. We're in facing off against a player of JED's caliber, but I'm excited to see what Jake brings to the table, especially with this deck.
Oh yeah, it's a spicy one. I can't wait to see this in action for sure.
All right, Frank, talk us through these decks.
Well, we're going to start with the decklist of Jean-Emmanuel Depras. He's playing Esper Gorios, which has been a popular choice in this field, around 9% of the metagame. Now, what does it do? It just aims to discard a Traxa Grand Unifier to Psychic Frog or Fateful Mending, and then return it to the battlefield with Gorios Vengeance, perhaps blink it with Ephemerate afterwards. But it's not just a graveyard combo deck. Ephemerate can also blink your Quantum Riddler, and the deck has a lot of efficient interaction, allowing it to take a controlling stance if need be. But on the other side of the table, now Jake Bailey was the only player in the field to register Samwise Gamgee combo, so there is some spice here.
World's Samwise Gamgee combo.
Samwise Gamgee, Golden Familiar, and a Sacrifice Outlet to form Infinite Drain loop. You sacrifice a food token to return Golden Familiar, then drain your opponent, create a food with Samwise Gamgee, sacrifice the Familiar, and repeat. Now, besides traditional sacrifice outlets like Viscera, Seer, and Carrion Feeder to set up this loop, Bailey's innovation is the addition of Goblin Bombardment, especially alongside Ajani Nakatl Pariah. This is a combination we've seen in Boros Energy, but it also features in this list. And with an abundance of sacrifice outlets in the deck, transforming Ajani into a Planeswalker is rarely going to be a problem. So this brew really pushes those synergies to their maximum potential. In the matchup we're about to see though, I think the Evoke Elementals may play a big role, with Solitude being featured in Jean-Emmanuel Depras's deck. And there's a singleton Endurance, a Court of Calling target, in Bailey's list that can actually stop the Gorios Vengeance. So both players are playing some sort of combo, but they have free interaction that can make this game a treat to watch.
All right, there is a look at the players and the decks. Now, we've been getting some good advice from Javier Dominguez here this weekend. Sleep 12 hours before your day of Magic. Keep loose if you've gone down to 6. And the third piece of advice was just like, what was the third piece of advice?
When you finished your
Pro Tour
play
match,
arena.
go and play arena.
Play
arena.
Yeah, play arena.
Yeah.
Let's hear from him. We got one final piece of advice for you here.
What would Javier Dominguez do in the future?
Keep making the 2 at the PT until Cassis doesn't.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
okay,
dear.
so we've got the survivors. Eli Cassis and Javier Dominguez have made every single day 2 of the Pro Tour, the past 14 Pro Tours. Guess what? Javier Dominguez, he was on the cusp of maybe not making it. He's still alive at 2 and 4. So the dream
He's got some work to do.
is alive, but
Because imagine the rub-ins, man. Like
Oh,
that's gonna motivate Javi more than anything. Forget the tens of thousands of dollars. Forget the trophy. The rub-ins from Ely if he doesn't make day 2, man. It's gonna be real rough for Javier Dominguez.
He has done it 14 times in a row. He can do it another time, I'm
let's
sure.
go. Come on, man.
All right, it's time for round number 7. We're going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul with the call.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth. I'm Marshall Suckler. Thanks so much for joining us. This is an interesting one, Paul. We have Esper Gorios in the hands of Jean-Emmanuel Depras, a deck that we're familiar with and that makes up a pretty sizable chunk of the metagame. But then this is one of the features of Modern is that there's little pockets of combo decks and decks that people specialize in. Jake Bailey has Samwise Gamgee combo in his hands, a deck you don't see very often. He's the only one playing it here.
Yeah, the only player in the entire field to rock the Samwise Gamgee combo. Now, we've seen iterations of this before, and then we've also seen other creatures.
I'll look some up if I was legal Modern. I just completely forgot about it.
Engine. And this tries to kind of mash all of them together. The innovation of, hey, a Johnny plus Goblin Bombardment's an awesome combo. Why don't I put it into my deck already? Just because, you know, I already need kind of that ungated sacrifice outlet for my combo anyways. It stretches your mana base a little bit thin, but it is a very, very powerful combination.
Speaking of sacrifice outlets, we've got a Sylvan Safekeeper here from Bailey.
And I wonder, did Jake mulligan down to 5?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah,
right.
you got it.
And he got the Yawgmoth Thoughtseize, so all he has is a Sylvan Safekeeper with 2 lands in hand. One of those lands can get maybe a Dryad Arbor, but that's it.
It's not going anywhere.
Oh. Yeah, Jake would love to find something like a birthing ritual here just to kind of get the ball rolling.
Oh, there's a
Gillibrand
bird.
certainly a fine card here, but not really putting a ton of pressure here. And, you know, JED's deck has access to a ton of interaction, right? You have Hand Disruption and Thoughtseize, you have Solitude, and, you know, once we get it to the sideboard, he has 3 copies of Wrath of the Skies, which seems like an amazing card in this matchup.
Yeah, all interaction so far for John Emmanuel. He had the Thoughtseize, and he also has Solitude, March of Otherworldly Light, and Force of Negation. The only thing now, which he just drew, is Goryo's Vengeance as something that doesn't actually interact.
Dang.
So has the Goryo's Vengeance though, but missing a few.
Close
pieces,
show
right?
store's
You don't have
closing in
legendary
30
creature in
minutes.
the graveyard or a way to put it into the graveyard. So going to be really leaning on some of those interactive spells here. So, you know, Jake might have a little bit of time here just to try to find some threats, but right now it's only 1 damage coming in.
Cards in hand?
Yeah, he cannot be feeling good about the way that this has gone.
Yeah, it's like
5 cards in hand. He looks down at Windswept Heath and goes, "Must be nice."
That's a lot of cards.
Must be good. Must.
Surveil.
If only I had.
Cauldron Familiar. In fact, you want it in the graveyard. Chose not to return it to the battlefield here. That is a food in play. And finds a birthing ritual, so that's really big. That allows you to kind of turn these 1-mana creatures and helps you dig for perhaps Samwise Gamgee. Now, JE does have Force of Negation, doesn't have the blue card, but does have a Solitude here. But yeah, huge, huge find here. JED does have a March of Otherworldly Light. And that Solitude, but would have to exile it. So actually, JED's hand is just not that strong either here.
No, it's all interaction, but kind of not really what you want at this point.
Now he can fetch for a Surveil land, and if he gets very lucky, can certainly hit a legend and surveil that into the graveyard. So if you hit an Atraxa or a Gristlebrand or something along those lines, no Gristlebrand here, just an Atraxa, that would be incredibly powerful.
Sure.
All right, now we return to Familiar and use that as the card that you sacrifice here to the Birthing Ritual, perhaps.
16. Maybe I have. Did you get the last City of Rest thing? It's possible I missed it. It's possible I have the wrong life total.
That is City of Brass there that Jake has as that opening land.
Yeah, not a
Whenever
common.
it becomes tapped, you take a damage.
Right. And not a commonly played land.
you're right.
Mana
I'm at
fixing
16,
in Modern
you're
is so
at-
strong with the combination
I'm at
of the
17
fetches
now,
and
and
duels.
you're
But
at
when you add that 4th color for Goblin Bombardment, it is nice to have 1 or 2 copies of a land that just gives you all the colors.
Move to end step.
He's going to go to end step here and trigger the Birthing Ritual, or at least try to.
Yeah, you're at 12.
All right, shocking here.
I mean,
Probably
John
getting a-
Manuel is down to 12 somehow.
Right. Yeah, getting the Birthing Ritual here, exiling the Solitude here.
Yeah, that's going to make the march a little bit cheaper.
JED does go down to 12, and his hand basically is nothing here. So, I mean, there is some damage that can come in here. Did Jake not attack with the Sylvan Safekeeper?
It looks like no.
Okay, was afraid of. What was he
What
afraid
is
of?
it?
I don't see a flash creature. Maybe I'm missing something here.
Yeah, but he did say go to end step, right?
Right?
He wanted
you wanted
trigger
to go
the
to end
Birthing
step.
Ritual.
So the Sylvan Safekeeper certainly. I mean, that's a point. I guess maybe you're trying to represent a Court of Calling, but he doesn't have one. Doesn't fetch for a Dryad Arbor either. I feel like you want to just start putting some pressure here, getting some damage through.
I'm back.
Looks like Jake is very concerned about some kind of creature coming in here. But, I mean, you mulligan the 5, and your opponent has a bunch of cards. You kind of need to attack.
Right, you don't really have a choice.
Okay,
Just
keeping that
Familiar
back.
down to 11. And it's just Temple Garden go. Oh, Jean Emmanuel certainly has been given a fair bit of time to get something
Right.
rolling.
Just the
little extra damage here.
Now he wants what, a discard spell?
Yeah, Faithful Mending. Get that into the graveyard would be nice.
I get the
Or, of course, just
kind of pop off.
line flipping an Atraxa here. Or just even a Psychic Frog, right? Just anything to get this going. That is a land?
That's a land.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, Psychic Frog or Faithful Mending would be fantastic here. There's a Psychic Frog.
There it is.
Right, and
Oh,
now Jake
there's
doesn't
the guy.
really have
Wow.
any way to kind of push damage through here, but if he does top, can he? I guess if you top deck Samwise, you do have, yeah, Force of Negation doesn't work there, right?
No.
So if you top deck Samwise Gamgee, but you don't have the ungated sacrifice effect to actually just kill JED, you would need the Bombardment or a Viscera Seer or something along those lines.
JD sits and awaits his fate.
Yeah, this is a big turn here for Jake Bailey. Can he find something to run out here? You know, even an Endurance off the top would be nice, right? And oh, that is a Goblin Bombardment. JD's at 10.
Wait, there's your sacrifice outlet.
There is the sacrifice outlet.
Still
so
need Samwise.
You
but-
still need the Samwise.
15.
But now, I mean, you could even potentially get a Dryad Arbor. That's another thing you can sacrifice if you like. You do have the City of Brass that you can utilize to tap for red mana here. So just having any number of creatures in play certainly helps you just whittle JED's life total down. But of course, we know that JED has the ability to gain a bunch of life back next turn with the Atraxa and the Goryo's Vengeance. If he can find an Ephemerate, I mean, he's just going to have a completely full grip.
JD looks ready to pounce here.
Combat.
Okay. I'm assuming JD's just going to block here. You got 10 life.
Yeah.
JD thinking, can I afford to just take the 1 here?
I mean, I guess it's the same amount of damage either way.
Right, because there's the food token in play, you can get the Cauldron Familiar back onto the battlefield. So it takes the 1 here.
Get it?
Jake deciding whether or not he wants to run out this bombardment.
2 cards in hand, 3. 3.
I mean, the nice thing is if you get your opponent to Force of Negation this Goblin Bombardment, then they're not going to have the ability to,
14
you know,
to 9.
Goryo's Vengeance, right? So running it out here, this represents at least 3 damage in play, plus the Cauldron Familiar, drain 1, and you sack that as well. So that's 5 damage.
With John Emanuel at 9.
Right. And if this resolves, if you keep the Gilded Goose back, if you Goryo's Vengeance the Atraxa, you can block with the Gilded Goose and sack it to the Goblin Bombardment so that the lifelink doesn't happen. But it looks like we are just trying to main phase make a food.
We should speed up a little. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to pass turn back over.
Right.
Big turn here for John Emanuel, though.
Yeah, the Bombardment was a very, very annoying card for JED because he was kind of anticipating gaining the 7 life here from the Atraxa. Still going to go for it here because, of course, you do get to draw a ton of cards. And you could just find a removal for the Gilded Goose somehow. Of course, there is a Sylvan Safekeeper in play.
And there it is. He puts Goryo's Vengeance on the stack. It's going to be targeting Atraxa Grand Unifier, and boom, it is now on the battlefield.
That's half of it. That's a kind of a miss. But
A lot of
there is
lands.
a Solitude and a Faithful Mending here. But remember, the
Creature,
Sylvan
land,
Safekeeper
instant.
will be able to protect any of Jake's creatures. So just choosing the best options here. So
It's 4 this
hits.
time?
Okay.
That's probably about average.
Yeah, yeah. We're kind of getting to that point where JD might just be interested in just getting to 5 lands and just casting Solitude to
Mhm.
just have a life-linking creature to kind of buffer his life total. Really wanted to find an Ephemerate there just to
Yeah.
be able to flicker that Atraxa.
Didn't hit it, though.
Yeah, and certainly Atraxa going to be attacking here as it will die at the end of turn.
Yeah, lifelink? I don't even. Yes, yes, so much.
And anytime you're facing against Goblin Bombardment, you know, even the 2 life from the Faithful Mending will be relevant here.
Oh, absolutely. Especially at 9 life, Jake is very much doing math about, you know, how can I whittle that down so that I can just sacrifice
Flying
the whole
Vigilance,
board and have you
that
dead.
touch lifeline.
But there does not seem to be a great way through at the moment.
Yeah, so yeah, what we're going to see here is JED attacking with the Atraxa here. Jake likely going to be blocking with the Goose, tapping, making a food, then sacrificing the Gilded Goose from the Goblin Bombardment to get that 1 point of damage in. The question is there a such scenario here where Jake has enough to just finish off JED here? Because remember, you can make a food, so that's 2 Cauldron Familiar triggers, right? So that's 2 extra points of damage. And then you sack the Familiar, so every cycle, that's 4 damage, and we already have a food in play.
Right.
Flying Vigilance, Death Touch, Lifelink.
No train. Okay.
I'll attack with both.
Looks like Jake's just going to take it?
No way.
What did he say?
No, I think before blocks, JED is just making Psychic Frog go to the skies to draw the card.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so you make a food, then you sacrifice the Goose to the Bombardment.
Sorry, I already used it. Yeah, I'm tapping
So
these
you're at 13 already, or?
I was at 15 to 14.
Okay.
Yep.
Make a food. I will shoot you for 1 before.
Shoot you for 1.
JED down to 8 life here.
We've been down
This
there.
is going to be a close one.
So this is right now. So this is at 8. You sack the 2 creatures. That's 6.
Okay.
And every Cauldron Familiar cycle is 2 points of damage. So that puts JED effectively down to 2 life here. But we know that JED also has Island Faithful Mending to gain 2 life.
Damage?
Sure.
3, I get.
He actually is going to get 1 more counter thanks to a Thoughtseize being.
You could also Solitude your own Atraxa and just gain 7 life.
It's a lot of
If you
life.
feel like you're just going to die to the Bombardment. Certainly an option here for JED too. Because the Solitude, it's not like it does anything against a person who has a Sylvan Safekeeper in play anyways.
Right.
So why not just pad your life total so you can't get bombarded out?
Mending.
Okay.
Gain 7.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
so
not-
now this bombardment plan is just not going to work.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
This is going to completely derail that cutting it close plan that Jake Bailey.
15.
However, I mean,
Get
now
there.
we're in a spot here where if Jake can find Samwise Gamgee off the top, he's just going to win the game.
Oh boy. That is a hold your breath moment for Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. He
Yeah.
plays his land and passes the turn.
Wow,
Can
okay.
Jake find it?
Yeah, Court of Calling won't work.
Oh.
Birthing Ritual won't work because there's Psychic Frog plus Force of Negation here. But if you just naturally top deck Samwise Gamgee, that would get it done.
What did he draw?
Combat.
Start things off by attacking for 2.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
The
that's
Haywire
easy
Might.
part. Oh, just the Haywire Might.
Go ahead.
Nothing to do
No.
with it.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, he wanted to try to rip the namesake card for his deck. Wasn't able to do so.
Right. And now JED gets to.
Does he get to hit with this frog again?
I imagine we're going to be exiling cards again. You don't want to just have the Haywire Might chump block and fling with the Goblin Bombardment. 3 damage coming in.
I'm at 8. Yeah.
And JED has the mana to actually play Psychic Frog and hard cast Force of Negation here.
Got the Ephemerate now?
So I imagine if he had, yeah, he's got the blue source, so yeah.
Yeah.
So now double Frog, hard cast Force of Negation. So still looking pretty good here, but again, Samwise Gamgee off the top.
Yeah, he has.
There's 4 copies of that card in the deck.
Another top deck at it. Can he find it?
There's only so many cards left in the deck. That was a Misty Rainforest.
Rainforest.
Wow.
All right.
So Haywire Might into Misty.
So
not what
JED
he
is
wanted.
currently at 4 damage. He drew. So he does technically have lethal here, right? Oh, no,
Does
you
he?
don't because you have the food.
Yeah, the
that
food
you have to
can
fight
just
through the
change
food
it.
tokens
Yeah.
and the Cauldron Familiar, so.
Still a rough spot.
But drew a pending off the top here, so that gets the Goblin Bombardment. So now Samwise Gamgee is no longer an out.
Wow, Door really seems to be closing on Jake Bailey
Jake
here. as
had
we-
3-ish turns there
Seriously.
to just find that Gamgee.
Yeah, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat has kind of methodically worked his way through this board.
Right.
A little bit of extra help.
Right.
I spent
These
15
frogs,
minutes
too.
already?
Yeah, might give the 1-2. Oh, no, actually giving just that one. Right.
No blocks.
Attacking with the 3-4 here, so Jake down to 5. So JED does getting closer to lethal here, but of course have to grind through the food tokens as well. And has double Force of Negation up now. Not a lot of great draws left here for Jake now that the Goblin Bombardment's out of play.
This is right when Samwise will show up, right? No, it's actually just another land.
Yeah.
My God, this is why you cut lanes out here.
He's really kind of fallen off a cliff here under Jake Bailey as John Emanuel DePraz continue to push his advantage.
Yeah, this was the game I feel like Jake really needs to win.
You just discard everything?
Like it just gets worse. JD is effectively playing an Esper combo-y control deck.
I guess you don't know what's in his hand. Never mind.
He can just gear it up for all the great.
Yep.
I don't think there's been very much interaction.
The classic Wither Frog combination.
Friends forever.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Ephemerate too.
And
Holy
the Ephemerate.
smoke.
And has the Force of Negation to cast here as well. Now Jake can potentially go up to 11 life here off the food tokens.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about the
food. He doesn't quite have a lethal attack here.
4, 5.
Right. But
and leave up Force of Negation as a backup plan.
Yeah, but JD in a commanding position here.
He's going to discard the Faithful Entity once again, go back down to 1 card, and that's going to allow him to get 2 cards to the QR code there.
Another Riddler.
Oh my God!
I mean,
and a consign to memory here.
How much can he get through for us?
Yeah,
that's some value right
I
there.
feel like it's going to be tough to get to 11, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, this is 7 damage from both the frogs. 3 cards in hand. That would be 10 damage. You can also sack the Haywire Might to target your own food and then sack the food, and you would gain 2 extra life from the Haywire Might.
And Jake's effectively at 11.
Yeah. Okay.
And it looks like that's going to do it. So
Right.
John Emanuel Pro is going to pick up game number 1. Again, kind of methodically moved his way through that game. And then once it hit the tipping point, it looked like he was in full control.
Did JD keep a 1-lander here?
17.
Ooh.
Oh, wait, down to 5 cards maybe?
5-card 1-lander.
Okay.
A bobble.
Vexing Bobble card out of the sideboard here from Jake Bailey. Turns off the Force of Negations and Solitudes from JED's deck.
JD plays Island, but he has not found a second land yet.
Oh, this might be quick here.
Jake doesn't know it.
Yeah, JD, yeah, he was kind of leaning on this Solitude here.
Oh my God.
Maybe Solitude plus Ephemerate if I find a Plains is my path to victory here. But now, I mean, JD needs to find a Godless Shrine just to get out that Psychic Frog or perhaps get closer to being able to run out the Wrath of the Skies.
Well, there's Samwise.
Yeah.
You can go. I'm just going to
Piece 1 of the 3-card combo here.
Got the Bombardment in hand already and a Quarter
The
Calling.
other piece. Oh, and he does have the Goblin Bombardment, but don't think he has a way to cast it yet. So JED.
And that is a missed land drop there for JD.
That is rough.
And it's an island, too. Oof.
I mean, to be fair, this is what Javier said he would do. Mulligan to 6. Mulligan to 6, keep loose.
It loose.
Keep loose.
Yeah, look at his hand, though. He's
Yeah.
got 2 double white spells, although one of them Solitude.
Right.
And then 4 other white
Yeah.
spells.
Are we going to sack this Samwise or we just keep it in play?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Wow, this
you get to
is
look
super
first.
rough.
Yeah, you get to look first and see if you can find something better than Samwise here.
This feels like a game 3 incoming soon.
Yeah, unless JED can find
What does
a
he
land
want most?
this
Just a
turn.
Just a Plains?
Yeah, but you can't get a land into play, right? Off the Birthing Ritual, you can just get creatures. Oh, a Johnny. I mean, certainly with the Goblin Bombardment, if you can find that red source,
Yeah.
you know, that can certainly run away with the game. Increase the clock by 1. Needs a land here.
Back over to John Emanuel. Can he find a land, or is it
Fetch land.
more or less game?
Oh,
he has to go to cleanup step.
Yeah, Jake. I mean, if Jake can just
How
find
many
a single
turns do you
red
let this
source land
happen?
here would be huge.
Yeah, the cleanup step does not lose often.
No, I mean, Jake, to be fair, is also just on 2 lands here.
Yeah,
So
but he seems to be humming right along.
yeah, and there's a Samwise, and I mean, this is just
move to instant.
just a decent clock here. 5 damage coming in. We have another Birthing Ritual trigger here. If you find a 1-drop, you can sack the token and flip the Ajani if you'd like, but you kind of feels like you just want to put maximum pressure here. Oh, no. but actually going for the sack.
Gotta find the red now.
Notably, Cauldron Familiar, also a cat for the Planeswalker side of a Johnny.
Oh, yeah.
You take one, I get one.
14, 15 the other way.
Yep.
It's a bit of a stray.
Or the
But
flip
it'll work.
effect as well. So I mean, this is JD also missing his land drops, but now I mean you have to deal with a Planeswalker, and Wrath of the
Oh,
Skies
you
does
get
not kill
one.
Planeswalkers.
That's not what you want to draw.
I mean, it is kind of cute to be able to put it into the yard, but
you need to top deck Goryo's Vengeance and a land.
And a Black Source at the same time. It could be a little tough.
Yeah.
And he just put Atraxa in the
See
yard.
that, Johnny, putting a counter on all your cats.
The red source?
14 to 15 life totals, but
Okay.
that is not telling the
I don't think
right?
it is.
You have the Safekeeper here, and you have the Bombardment, and now you have the full combo here. Samwise Gamgee, Cauldron Familiar, and Goblin Bombardment, assuming you can just go get a Stomping Ground off the Verdant Catacombs.
And what's the end result of that? Infinite?
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to end step here. Wait, what is happening? Did he not use the Ajani as well?
Trigger, get a food.
Did he activate Ajani?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think it
matters.
He did not. There's no cat.
Right, it
There's
didn't
no-
matter, but that's very odd.
That was a weird one.
Yeah.
But it turns out that Jake was so far ahead of John
didn't
Emmanuel.
matter.
It didn't matter.
Yeah.
So maybe we can get a nice fair fight here like game one?
No, I mean, JD's, okay, got a two-lander here. Couple of Ephemerates, though, and nothing to go with it, right? So this is something, you know, oh, never mind. I take it back. That's a Solitude here, so JED just needs Jake to play out another creature here, and he can play Solitude, blink it, and kill two creatures.
And be left with the 3/2 lifelinker after all.
Right.
There's
Well,
the
Jake
familiar.
continues to draw that one copy of Sylvan Safekeeper, but might just run out Birthing Ritual here instead.
You took 4.
Oh, yeah, I'm bad at math. Sorry.
Yeah.
But
17, 18.
JD might be okay with just letting one trigger resolve off the Birthing Ritual because he does have a prismatic ending that he can use to deal with the ritual here. I guess he could also play a Johnny.
And there's the birthing ritual.
Yeah.
Go to end step.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those tricky spots where you go, am I okay just trying to do the Solitude thing? Do I just Solitude away the Cauldron Familiar, use Prismatic Ending, and hope my Solitude plus Psychic Frog is good enough to go all the way? Wait, I thought JD had a second land in hand. He just doesn't.
He doesn't have a second
This is
land.
another one-lander.
Oh.
Oh wow.
At least has white, I guess.
So now your the prismatic ending is just not even going to work, right? You need to find a second land here. So
Yeah, so that kind of forces this issue.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
JD's only play here is just, I hope my Solitude gets it done here. Wow.
He is going to get to keep it around.
Needs a black source off the top. I mean, if you can get that frog in play, you're looking okay. But you need to draw it this turn.
These mana issues have cursed John Emmanuel.
Oh, excuse me. He was on a mold of 5.
Okay,
It sounds like.
so that makes
a lot
sense.
more sense, of course. And that is rough. But no land here for JED. Just a Solitude, and Jake Bailey has a handful of action here.
You see the prismatic ending there for him.
Right.
I mean, at least he got a
Johnny
3/2, but
Puddle Pariah, Sylvan Safekeeper to protect your creatures here with that Birthing Ritual.
They're both exiled.
They're both exiled.
Yeah. I'll
JD,
take
of course,
two. I'm at
choosing not to cast Ephemerate on the rebound, given that there were no other targets for the Solitude. Probably want to lead with the Safekeeper for protection. And now you get the Ajani. Sacrifice the token, flip the Ajani for value.
I mean, this is a nice deck here from Jake.
It is
fair, but with a infinite combo is kind of my favorite thing.
Right. Like Ajani just doesn't really
Yeah.
do anything in terms of helping you progress your combo. But if you're already playing Goblin Bombardment and you're in the colors, this just gives you kind of that plan B aspect where you just play creatures and just play what you believe to be the best cards in the format, and that can get it done.
Yeah, you put your core combo pieces in, and then it's a matter of, well, what are the best possible things left that I can do?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, JD also does a similar thing, right? Where he kind of has that fair game plan of Psychic Frog, Quantum Riddler, and Interaction, and then he's got the Ephemerate side of the combo and also the Goryo's Vengeance side. But when you're on a mold of 5, well, and missing a bunch of your land drops, I mean,
That's just not gonna. Oh my god, he drew the tracks.
No, I mean, John Emmanuel's looking at this.
He
like,
can't even discard it.
I have not got to play a meaningful game in the last 2.
Right.
And this one seems to be slipping away as he's drawn Atraxa for the turn. Rather than a land, he's drawn a 7-mana spell. This is
yeah, a little dicey.
This is what you would prefer to avoid. As you said, though, man, if he can find a black source, all of a sudden Psychic Frog comes down.
Now on the flip side here, Jake, I guess he doesn't have the Cauldron Familiar just yet here to be able to fully, because he does have the Viscera here as the ungated sacrifice effect. So if he can just find a Cauldron Familiar, one already exiled, as you can see from the Solitude. That's a Chord of Calling.
Oh, there's Chord. That'll find one.
That's a Chord of Calling. Right, you can go Viscera Seer here, and then Chord for 1, and that sets up the lethal. And JD has nothing in hand here.
Trigger.
So the only thing JD could have here is a Force of Negation to counter the Chord of Calling. But which, in order to play around that, you can cast
forget it has
Chord of Calling
Convoke
on your opponent's turn, right? Because Force of Negation is only free when your opponents cast a spell on their turn.
That's right.
And right now, I mean, there's no real reason. So yeah, I like this. I like the patience here from Jake going, look, I can try to just cast this on your upkeep so that you can't play Force of Negation, and then I have Samwise Gamgee, Viscera Seer, and Cauldron Familiar in play.
Really smart, because that is the type of card that could easily be stuck in John Emmanuel's hand. And the only way he can get out of this is by casting something for free.
Got two outlets now.
Jake really kind of playing the Boa Constrictor role and just slowly squeezing the advantage.
Because removal doesn't work.
And John Emmanuel
With
just
Sylvan
has no options here.
Yeah, with Safekeeper in play.
Hold on.
Upkeep.
Yeah, on your upkeep.
There it is.
And there's the Chord of Calling. Go get yourself a Cauldron Familiar.
You probably want to do it for more than 0. Oh, is he getting a Yawgmoth? He's doing it for 4.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
First off, does it resolve? And the answer is yes, it does.
Perhaps just going for the value angle here. No.
Oh, there it is.
I guess he's value tapping everything, I guess.
Yeah, remember, you can just get 4 or less.
Yes. And there's a Cauldron Familiar.
There it is.
This is the combo we have come here to see today. And he says, do I have you?
Let's wait for the last one.
Yeah, do you have a way to exile my Cauldron Familiar at instant speed, but with multiple food in play,
you can just
redo the effect here.
So that's actually pretty robust.
Right.
I'll return again.
I mean, once you get all 3 cards down.
Yeah, I mean, you can see on JD's face, it's like,
yeah,
this is it.
And basically, Jake is doing what we call demonstrating a loop,
right?
Where he says, and I'll do that as
Yeah.
many times as it takes to kill you. And Jake Bailey,
We saw the
with
infinite.
Gamgee combo, takes down Jean Emmanuel Depra. Now, I will say, Jean Emmanuel had severe mana issues in both games.
You have then
lost it for. Here at Pro It's for a Marvel
Oh, it's game night.
superhero man and in approach joining us.
Yeah.
We've got Hollow One.
Ooh,
In the
Hollow
hands of
One.
Nick Talbot here. He's from Australia, as you can see there. Alexander Rosdahl from Sweden is on a more traditional build. Boros Energy. Haven't seen Hollow One in a while. It has
I don't see a Hollow One go.
Right. There, I remember when it first kind of broke out, and it top 8 of the Pro Tour, and it looked really, really strong.
I always remember that clip of
Modern
some guy
has evolved
playing.
a lot since
I think it was
the
Goblin
Friday.
lore.
The deck also looks a little bit
And
different
I just
here.
played
Going
4
up against kind of
followed
the
ones off that.
aggro strategy in Boros Energy. There are some fun sideboard cards here from Alexander Rostal. As you can see, he's already up a game here. But the one card that I want to highlight is 2 copies of Sanctifier and Vec in the sideboard. It's a 2-mana
Heck is
2/2
that?
creature with pro black and pro red. And if a black or red permanent would be put into the or card not on the battlefield, we put into a graveyard, exile it instead. So
Okay.
any black or red card that would hit the graveyard just gets exiled immediately.
That don't sound
Netherboy
nice.
To start things off here for Nick.
Okay, so currently a 1/2. It's a Guide of Souls.
As you mentioned, Paul, Alexander already up a game here in the matchup, so we are in the sideboarded games.
Yeah, it does look like it's perhaps a bit of a tricky matchup here. There's also 2 copies of Thraben Charm main, which just exiles all the cards in your graveyard, right? And this is a card that does care about returning things from the graveyard. You have cards like, you know, Detective's Phoenix, which of course does a lot of work. So we'll see how this plays out. So Street Wraith in the graveyard here for Nick Talbot.
Last round.
Going to take 2 from his Blood Crypt.
Okay, and just
down to 13.
Passes here. Yeah, I mean, with Street Wraith, you are taking a ton of damage here.
And let's see what he wants to do with this mana.
Okay.
Pyroclasm?
Yeah, because this is an attack for 3, so just using that to, you know, start pressuring Alexander's life total here.
Yeah, and the timing does work, layers, whatever, however it works.
Right.
It does work out that the Nethergoyf will see that Pyroclasm.
Right, so if it was a 1/2, it would just be a 2/3.
Yes, as it stands, it's big enough anyway.
Right. Yeah, if Alex does happen to have the Sanctifier in Vec, would be quite nice here, right? You can just exile the black card out of the graveyard, shrink the Nethergoyf, and just it having protection. And it just having protection from black, being able to.
Yeah, that probably hits a whole lot of decks, huh?
I mean, you can't kill it if you're on Nick's side.
Right.
Right, so. Yeah, also pretty effective against Storm, right? Ruby Storm, where it's something that allows you to put pressure on the battlefield, and your opponent can't cast Past in Flames.
I guess Nick can just cast Hollow One.
I mean, that's of course the other side, right? If you can manage to
Hollow
get
One.
Burning Inquiry with a Hollow One in your hand, that's kind of the quote-unquote
Burning
combo that
Inquiry,
this
not
deck is trying to
Goblin.
assemble here.
They're very similar.
This feels
You know
like a
what I
blast
mean?
from the past.
Oh yeah,
Hollow One. This is not one of the top decks in the format, though it was at one time.
Yeah, the last time I
remember when Ken Yukihiro.
Ken
brought it?
Yukihiro, I
Yeah.
remember I was paired with Riley Knight for that one in the top 8. I
Never heard of
remember
him.
both of us just losing our mind in the top 8 because Ken put like 3 Hollow Ones in play on turn 2 or something. And we're like, what the heck is happening?
Oh, you gotta love
that
it.
Seems right for Ken. Okay, so Nethergoyf continues to chip in. You see the Guide of Souls replacement there for Rostal. And then, what is he playing, a Surveil land or something?
Yeah, it looks like an Elegant Parlor here.
Okay. Well, slowly but surely for both of these players.
Yeah, it's just going to be hard to race, especially if that Guide of Souls is just active, right? Because you're just going to play creatures here, and all you have is that Nethergoyf. Really curious what Nick Talbot's working with here. Usually, I generally expect more explosive turns when you see somebody's playing Hollow One. This is kind of more of a Nethergoyf control start.
Yeah. You know, that does happen sometimes when the sideboards come in. Sometimes the complexion of the
Oh,
deck
the
is
SpongeBob planes.
Yeah. If you're concerned about graveyard hate, maybe you
I don't
trim a
know,
bunch of
actually, how I
cards to
feel
make your deck
about
a
it.
little less explosive, but able
There's
to grind
worse.
a little bit more into the late
There's
game.
the Ford
Yeah,
Knight.
those kind of all-in decks like the Hollow One deck have a really cool move that they can make where they can go to a more fair game plan and kind of sidestep the sideboard cards. And then the players have to guess which one you're going to do.
Exactly.
Because sometimes people will say, oh, you're just going to sidestep this. I'm going to bring in a bunch of removal and fair stuff. And then you just keep the broken Hollow One plan and just bust it up.
I am just curious how strong this slightly controlling strategy works against a Boros energy deck. You do have the Pyroclasms, and certainly Pyroclasm would be great here if Nick has a second copy to play.
But man, one thing that Boros has always shown us is it is very resilient.
And actually, there's only one
Ooh, Bowman?
Pyroclasm
Your main
in
phase.
the sideboard. There is a Rough and Tumble, so I suppose that would do a similar thing.
Is that Orcish Bowmasters?
That is an Orcish Bowmasters here, but might not be interested in killing the token. We'll see where this 1 damage goes.
The
You always have
face.
to be careful with the Johnny.
Right. Yeah, it just goes to the face.
He went upstairs. Okay.
Yeah. Rakdos midrange.
That is, if you did not put the title on there for me, Paul, I would just say, what is this?
Yeah.
Orcish Bowmasters Nethergoyf. I mean, this looks a lot like the Cube draft.
Yeah, I do see a Hollow One in hand, but of course, not able to play
There's
it
that
unless
one
you can
Phoenix.
discard a few cards to get the discount here.
I don't know what that black card is. Another, I think it's another black card.
I see. It looks like perhaps a moon shadow in Nick's hand here as well.
Oh,
We
it
are
is a moon
cycling the
shadow.
hollow one.
Okay.
Sure.
Do what you gotta
Hey,
do.
that puts an artifact in your graveyard for the Nethergoyf.
Oh, sure. Yeah, again, not exactly plan A here for Talbot.
Definitely not here. And on the flip side of things, the Boros energy deck, we're already on 2 energy, so if you want to start getting it for a bunch of damage, just needs to play out 1 more creature, go to 3, then utilize the Guide of Souls here. Oh, Detective's Phoenix here, and we are bestowing.
Yeah, it does look like Nick has transferred over to a much more fair game plan. I mean, these are all really high quality creatures that he's
Absolutely.
playing.
I mean, this is, I mean, you're putting +2/+2 on haste onto something here.
Yeah.
And I mean, Alex is already down to 11 life.
Yeah.
Alex representing Galvanic Discharge here, so debating whether or not he wants to fire it off now. Although if you have the discharge, you can, if it's targeting the Bowmasters, you can just let it resolve, let him attack with it first, and then use the discharge. Because if you kill the Bowmasters in response now, the Phoenix still enters the battlefield, and you can hit for 2 in the air. Oh, it was targeting the Nethergoyf. And this is an attack for 4, it looks like. Wait, no, 5, right?
5.
Artifact, creature, land, and then the Detective's Phoenix. So 5 damage, and Alex is now down to 6 here. Right. And there is the discharge here. Lots of energy, so did Alex bring in something like a Wrath of the Skies? Would that perhaps be good enough here? Although you kind of lose your whole board.
Yeah, it's a
Doesn't
weird
seem like the
card
type of card that you might want to bring in. So
Right.
probably better to just rely on spot removal in a matchup like this.
And this is where if you're Nick, you want Alexander to draw some narrow sideboard card that doesn't affect the board.
Right.
And go, haha, no
Yeah.
hollow ones for you, you know, and he's like, sure.
Yeah.
So far, all we've seen of the hollow one deck is just one hollow one get cycled.
Yes.
You don't ever see that happen. Except for when it does.
I mean, Alex has been missing land drops, so you do know he's working with action here. With all the energy in the world. Maybe just, getting aggressive
Holy
here.
smokes.
Guide
Man.
of Souls going to the skies here, and this is 6 damage coming in, so.
Yeah. You want to race?
Yeah, putting Nick very close to a 2-turn clock. You could just jump with the 1/1, right?
Yes.
But I guess you don't want to block the 2/1, so if you did, you would just be blocking the 1/2, so you would only be preventing 1 damage. Here's maybe a Ranger Captain? No, a Seasoned Pyromancer.
Spicy.
Yeah, you gain 3 life here, and you give yourself a bunch of blockers here.
Yeah, because he did actually discard 2 spells.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
This board state escalated very quickly here for Alex.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you have that unchecked Guide of Souls, right? Just anything that you can run out here.
Yeah, he played 1 early, it got killed, but there was a replacement the next
Right.
turn, and it is stuck around.
Yeah, this seems like a pretty tough matchup here for the Hollow One deck. Doesn't find a land, though, so can't go land represent discharge here. Is there a way for Nick to find the final few points of damage to kind of close things out? The Nethergoyf currently representing 4 damage.
And it is in the air, right?
It is in the
So-
air, but
5 in
Rossell's
the
at
air.
9. Is there a way that you can kind of sneak 5 extra points through? They have to all be in the air because you're just not going to have enough on the ground.
Looks like he's considering another hollow one.
Is it going to be another hollow one cycle?
It
I
might
feel like
be.
that's not where you want to be in Modern, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, if Nick can close the door on this game
Might need
this turn, he really wants to. This is going to get much, much worse for him next turn.
Yeah, I mean, he might have to cycle it and try to find the 1 copy of Rough and Tumble that he has left in his deck, because he's already played the Pyroclasm. And if you cast Rough Tumble, you at least get to kill all the ground creatures, and all you're then left with is the Guide of Souls, which is currently sitting at a 3/4, 5/6 next turn.
That's what he's going to do. Hollow.
Oh my god.
You're outs, I suppose. And that is just a basic mountain.
That may be the tipping point here in favor of Alexander Rostal.
Yeah, I mean, Nick Talbot has a lethal attack here. Nick might have to keep that Nethergoyf back on defense here just to block the flyers. Because if you attack and you block a Seasoned Pyromancer, that's just going to be lethal, unless you have a removal spell in hand. Yeah?
Yeah, he's just got to pass the turn back. And I think if you're Alexander, that looks like a white flag being raised in surrender, perhaps, because this is not plan A for Nick Talbot.
Bombardment. Oh, yeah. I mean, that should
Bombardment's going to do it, and Alexander picks up the game win here, and he's now 5-2. The next round.
You are there, kind of maybe speed close out the
dam.
From Amsterdam, well, thousands are playing competitively. Welcome to the news desk, Maria Bartholdi, Frank Karsten, and Riley Knight here with you. And speaking of competition, let's take a look at our leaderboard. We have one more round to play here on day one of competition. What do we look like? 2 players in the room remain undefeated with perfect records. 1 player 6-0 and 1 also technically undefeated, but the 2
Ken 6-1 now. Seth at 6-1.
Currently sitting at 7-0, pacing the rest of the field. Lots of other names currently following behind them at 6-1, like Ken Yukihiro, your current reigning player of the year.
Only is a 6-1.
Also at 6-1, Hall of Famers there. Tony Portolan, we've been talking about him a lot today. Currently sitting at 6-1, came in 3rd last year in the Player of the Year race. So lots of big names at the top of the leaderboard here with 1 round left to play on day 1 of competition. One player who is feeling very good here, playing his first Pro Tour, doing really well, currently sitting at 5-2, is none other than Jake Bailey, who won over JED last round. Talk to Riley.
I'm here with Jake Bailey, fresh off a win against Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, former world champion.
I'm tired.
This is your first against
I'm just gonna kind of skip through all this stuff.
The process
that you
Hall of Fame and Matt, and you're like testing people. What's it when you draw the next man? Put some word
Wrong. Which one's this one? Yagma. Orioles.
Great news there. How are you feeling? Last Famer, Martin and O. Take a look at Lorenzo Gruppi here. Soros Gruppi up 8. Number Ken. I would love to see it. I would love to
win this win in once again and keep the streak alive.
I would love to see it. I would love to see this just keep rolling as long as we possibly can. We'll let you know what happens with Javier Dominguez here, the final round of day number 1. Speaking of the final round, let's set up our feature match here for round number 8. It's our last 2 players in the room with a perfect record. Lorenzo Gruppi up against Hall of Famer Martin Yuza.
Brute skill and Boros
Energy, both players 7-0. Take a look at Lorenzo Gruppi here. Started playing in 2016. This is his 3rd Pro Tour, but this is his first day 2. Congratulations to him there. He's certainly done better than that here this weekend. He's on the winningest team here on day 1 of competition.
And it'd be a big reason behind that, Maria, given the fact that he hasn't dropped a match, and in fact has only dropped 2 games in draft. Not only undefeated in constructed, but like hasn't lost a game in.
He's going off
in the modern rounds as well.
Yeah.
So we talk about momentum, we talk about wind in the sails. Lorenzo Gruppi firing on all cylinders here.
Up against Martin Yuza, the Hall of Fame. Started playing Magic the Gathering in 2000. Wants 10 match wins to qualify for the next Pro Tour here this weekend, creeping ever closer to that. Martin Yuza is a Grand Prix legend, if you don't know. 32 top 8s and 5 wins to his name.
And, look, with, every respect that every piece of respect that Martin Yuza deserves here as we look at his record. I don't think there's anyone more.
That's who's pissed off.
Did you hear him for the deck fights segment? He didn't think his deck was good.
Based on the conversation I had with him and that interview that we did, he really didn't seem to. What did he say his best matchup was? When the opponent mulligans to 5. So obviously been a lot of mulligans for old Martin Yuza. No, but look, to give this bloke credit, he's one of the best the game has ever seen. He's in the Hall of Fame. It is honestly no surprise that he's at 7-0, but it's also a great pleasure. It's fantastic to be hosting this event in Europe, a continent where he's seen so much success traditionally. Great to see him back at the Pro Tour, and terrific to see him at 7-0.
Yes, absolutely. Frank, walk us through these decks.
All right, Maria, we're going to start with the deck of Lorenzo Gruppi, who is playing Brute Scale Combo. Now, this deck is named after the 2-card combo of Blade of the Blood Chief and Boss King Brute Scale, right? Sacrificing an Eldrazi spawn triggers the Blade, which puts a +1/+1 counter on the Brute Scale, creating another Eldrazi spawn, and then you can loop that for infinite power and infinite mana. But it's certainly not an all-in combo deck. This particular version also splashes red for Unholy Heat and Writhing Chrysalis, which can pressure opponents alongside declaring Flesh Raker or just ramp into Emrakul, so lots of game plans available. This list also notably includes 2 copies of Thought-Knot Seer, which is not seen often in this sort of deck. Here instead of like the 3rd and 4th copy of Ancient Stirrings. So all in all, this deck can also play a fair game. Now, Martin Juza already explained how he was playing the villain in testing with just this aggressive strategy that fits his style, and he stuck with it. Boros Energy, it was the most expected deck coming into the tournament, powered by Guide of Souls and Galvanic Discharge, just using the energy mechanic to dominate the battlefield, and applying a lot of pressure through Ragavan, Ocelot Pride, and Ajani, flooding the board with cat tokens. Now, this list features some spice, I want to highlight, because it's the only deck in the whole tournament to include Reckless Pyro Server. You even had to look this one up. This card is just a 2/2 with haste that boosts all your creatures with landfall. Right, Battle Cry gives it +1/+0. So this synergizes nicely with both the tokens and the fetch lands, and it emphasizes the deck's aggressive potential. It takes the slots that many other Boros Energy decks would dedicate to Ranger Captain of Eos. So Martin likes his aggressive starts. He'll come out of the gates swinging.
All right, Frank, which player do you think is going to have the lone perfect record after the dust settles here?
Yeah, I actually looked at the stats of this matchup.
Of course, like you asked me, and I'm just like, I don't know, man, vibes. Like gut feeling, Martin Hughes is really good. I'll just go for him. But Frank's like, no,
Frank, check the math.
We've got some numbers to check.
No way.
Here. Oh my good. Oh,
based on the first couple modern rounds, and it's exactly 50-50.
Oh,
so honestly,
He's
it's anyone's game, and we
and
could see anyone end
The
up
numbers, they don't lie.
Wow, this is very exciting. Let's find
Someone's
out
gonna
what
win,
perfect
someone's
record
gonna
in the
lose
room
unless
will
they
be. I'm gonna
draw.
pass it on over to Ailey and Corey with our final round on day 1.
Frank, that's a cop-out answer. Pick
Yeah.
someone. It could
Yeah.
be 51-49, and then you just pick, you know?
I mean, he used the numbers to cop out on it, though.
Sure
so,
did.
you know, that's fair. That's fair.
You know what? Frank's a numbers guy. It's totally fine. It's 50-50. We'll see who comes out of
That's
this
my
matchup
kind of
in the
numbers.
Final round. Ailey learning alongside
Yeah.
Corey Baumeister.
That sounds like Riley math there. It's 50-50. It's either going to happen or it doesn't.
Anyway, on to the feature match, friends. We've got a pretty sweet matchup here between our 2 undefeated players, Hall of Famer Martin Juza and Lorenzo Gruppi in his 3rd Pro Tour here. His 2nd day too, he's locked it up, so he's got to be feeling super, super great about that. And we're looking at 2 of the most played decks here this weekend. It is Boros Energy in the hands of the Hall of Famer Martin Juza up against Brood Scale Combo, which has kind of seen a resurgence in popularity and you know, a lot more represented here this weekend.
Oh my god.
Many people expected.
Did the Brood Scale actually roll the 5?
What Martin was saying, I ran into him after round 1. I was like, "You still got it, buddy? You know, like you haven't played one in a while." It's like, I think so. He's like, but my deck. He's like, but my deck is bad. I need my opponents to multi 5, and then I got a chance. And I'm like, okay, Martin. Yeah.
Well, hang on. I think Lorenzo
He
did multiply.
he actually
so
did it.
Oh my.
Did Martin use a cost Hex Magic on Lorenzo?
Yeah, I guess so.
Wait, no, this isn't limited.
Juza has the perfect matchup here, the multi 5. Yeah.
And a perfect start here too with Ragavan Nimble Pilferer on the board. Urza Saga down for Lorenzo. Plenty of targets for the powerful land enchantment to go and find.
Yeah. But Lorenzo does have the perfect answer here. The Dismember waited till the perfect opportunity. You always want to let this Ragavan get into combat, just in case there's a second Ragavan.
Second Ragavan.
Dismember and paying life for that. Now we see a Johnny Nakatal Pariah with his kitty cat friend. Now, can Martin start chomping on those kittens? Not yet.
Yeah, this is kind of exactly the 2 lands you do not want to start with from the Brood Scale side as well. They are temporary lands, but at least you really wanted a green source here, so Lorenzo was able to Malevolent Rumble or get a Brood Scale going. But Causal X command here for 0. Getting to clean up a token and just draw a card is excellent.
Wowza. Yeah, and Exile too, so, you know, a Johnny doesn't get angry about it. At least not as things stand.
Boys?
Yep, and now Urza Saga about to go off. You can go select something. Can get a Spring Leaf Drum. That way, if you can find yourself a creature, which we do have the Haywire Might, you can get green mana this turn. So Lorenzo will be kind of ready to go.
Oh, you got Stomping
Combo with
Grounds, though.
Stomping Ground, which is going to be excellent as well, but we'll see if Drum is still selected. Or you can, of course, get Blade of the Blood Chief. Get one of your combo pieces. You have the Basking Brood Scale already in hand, ready to go.
Yeah.
Not the 3 mana.
2 important pieces for the combo. Without it, not much is going to happen.
I guess
but
you
they
gotta
still also
equip
need
it.
to pay for it. You can't just make a giant dude and, you know, infinite mana and hope for the best, right?
Yeah.
You have to have some way to benefit off of that.
Exactly. Got the Emrakul. That's a great benefit.
Yeah.
That's kind of exactly what you want. That should be good enough to kind of get it done. Of course, Glaring Flesh Raker with it is just GG.
Yeah, yeah. Glaring Flesh Raker. Flesh Raker. That's a mouthful.
Yep.
Certainly a way to get it done quickly and efficiently. But we'll start things off here with the Blade of the Blood Chief.
Yeah, and if we didn't top deck that Stomping Ground, you kind of had to get the Drum.
Yeah.
And then the second Saga could get Blade, but top decking Stomping Ground was excellent here. So great draw for Lorenzo.
Yeah, so what does the next part of his turn look like here, Corey?
Probably begins with the Rumble here. You can go Brood Scale and equip, but then you do not have the ability to adapt or get a Scion in place. You have the combo, but it's not ready to go. I want to do the Rumble first and set up, and then maybe win the game next turn if Martin doesn't leave up a Lightning Bolt and respect the combo.
Would you say he's getting ready to rumble?
I would not.
Okay. Fine, I thought you were fun. And you see 2 answers for the Brood Scale in hand for Martin User, Lightning Bolt and Galvanic Discharge. And then a way to clean it all up once it's all said and done in Reckless Pyrosurfer. This card isn't usually included in this list, is it?
Yeah. No, definitely not. That is what Frank was saying. It was not played by literally anyone else, and it's kind of in the Ranger Captain of EOS slot.
Sure.
We see those a bit, but I mean, hey, it's an incredible card. Whenever a land enters, you know, you get that Battle Cry ability, and fetch lands will count as 2. So, I mean, you have some cats going, and you're able to double Battle Cry. You can present a really quick clock. So,
yeah,
I like it.
Yeah,
It's a card I, you know, have not seen played ever.
Yeah.
So we have 1 token.
Yeah. Every good aggressive deck needs an Anthem-esque effect, so
Yeah.
Reckless Pyrosurfer filling that role. Hey, you notice maybe it gives him an edge in the mirror matches.
And it's another red permanent for the backside of a Johnny, so it does some things here. It does some nice things. Martin will very much want to top deck Arid Mesa, just the best possible draw he could have next turn.
Yeah.
Get the double landfall triggers and be able to hold up Lightning Bolts would be gigantic.
Yeah. Oh, and you can do it in combo too once the creatures are made off of the Voice of Victory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They wouldn't get. They
absolutely.
wouldn't get both ones because, yeah, no, yeah, they'd have to. The land would have to be in play already.
Well, it gets Battle Cry, so that's upon attack. So you can stack it in such a way where you get the Warriors and then the Battle Cry
then the
goes
Battle
off.
Cry, got you,
Is how I would understand it, but
Land enters, gains Battle Cry until end of turn. Oh.
yeah, and then Battle Cry is the
Each other
attack
attacking
trigger.
creature gets. Yeah. All right. All right.
So Martin just top decked a very interesting card here that I think
What do you
will
get?
open the door. Top deck Goblin Bombardment.
Whoa.
Doesn't have the cat to sack for a Johnny though, so we probably won't see it this turn. But that is a really nice one.
Oh, I didn't realize she was at
Ooh,
9.
This could be risky.
This could be GG.
I think being able to kill the spawn here
Yeah,
should
yeah.
be safe
Okay,
enough.
Sure. Haywire Might also dead, so not able to even take care of that Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah. And now Martin, at the very worst, if somehow we were able to Brood Scale, equip, and activate, which seems like too much anyways,
Yeah.
at the very worst, you could sack your 2 creatures to clean it up. So.
Yeah. Okay, so Martin has an answer for whatever Lorenzo might be deploying here.
Yeah, this feels like the drum. And this is the problem when you start with double Saga. And of course, Lorenzo mulled to 5. You keep what you can. So clearly had some pretty bad hands to end up with that being the best one as Tours of Saga. You know, one of the best lands in Modern ever printed. But when it's your first 2 lands, it's less than ideal. It's temporary.
You can get too much of a good thing.
Yes, very
as
true.
as it stands.
Very true. So Lorenzo would have loved to been able to just jam a Writhing Chrysalis right now and be able to present a very big blocker that could live through Lightning Bolt and Discharge, but not the case here.
Man, that card terrorized the limited environment.
Yeah, it's the hero in training of the,
Sure
the
was.
limited set for sure. It was the Mythic Common.
It sure was.
Yep. And,
And
gotta
I
give a
still
big
say
shout out to Martin Juza,
playing
a player
Pauper.
I have tested with a lot. You know, when I was playing professionally, I played against him many times. He's a great player and has one of the best Grand Prix records of all time.
Which is?
32 top 8s with 5 titles.
Excuse me?
32 Grand Prix top 8s with 5 Ws. He always classified himself as a professional traveler and a Magic player, but
Wow.
professional traveler on top of it all. Yeah,
Good
just incredible. And then, of course, Hall of Famers, so
Yeah.
a plethora of other accomplishments at the Pro Tour
Yowza.
level.
I mean, his ambition for this Pro Tour may have been a little low. He's like, I just want to get 10 wins to make it to the next one.
Yeah.
Like the way he's cooking, might be looking
There's
at
the
a day
Arid
3.
Mesa.
He.
And this just might be GG.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
This is going to be double Battle Cry.
Yeah,
You're
okay,
able
Battle
to
Cry
attack with 4 1-1s, which will be 4 3-3s. So 12, 13,
Dead.
14?
Lots. Lots,
15,
I believe,
16,
is the answer.
17, 18, 19 in total with all the Goblin bombardments.
Oh, that's a
And
lot of
then
damage.
22 with Lightning Bolt, so.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Reckless Pyrosurfer. You heard it here first, friends. Stick it in your Boros energy decks.
No kidding. That looked really impressive. I think Martin kind of had that game pretty locked up regardless, but that was a way to just absolutely shut the door pretty quickly.
Yeah, that Goblin Bombardment was crucial there because
Yeah, Goblin Bombardment
Haywire
is just
might- yeah,
one of the
couldn't
best
answer it,
cards.
yeah. I mean, yeah, Lorenzo had the answer for it, but you know, just didn't have the extra mana to be able to get rid of
Like what,
Bombardment.
17 minutes?
Yeah, and most of the time you do want to hold that upper card.
So here at the spot scale.
Asking creatures turn, rising green. There's some number of pots to bring.
Look at like Snoon.
Permanent can dunk. Actions as against against can do.
Wasn't I think you so
On table is committing. And like Simon.
There's
Yeah, it's that the deck enemy is in air quotes because of course Flage is incredible. But it gets to be a little bit faster.
Sure. Once we see the
one.
Yeah.
Of course.
Right. Yes, we knew exactly what it did when we saw it. Thanks, Gryffle.
Yeah, I want to talk to Juza and see how they came to that one because I mean it is a great card with fetch lands and when you're playing 12 fetches already, that is pretty impressive.
I'm surprised there's not more landfall shenanigans.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, landfall's in
pretty
general
good, but I don't know. It's probably not strong enough for the cards that are in modern. But you know,
it's always had that problem with you need good landfall creatures and
Yeah.
then you need a good mix of lands. So it's always something that's asking so much from a deck here. So looks like Juza mulligan to 6 here.
Okie dokie, game 2. Let's get in here, friends.
17.
I don't know why they showed all that. They normally
We hitting
don't.
ourselves for lots here. We sure are. Sacred Foundry off of the
Remember the Burn Willows.
And you always look when you're playing the Boros Energy, what's my 1, 2, 3? You really need to curve out. You can't like take one of those early turns off, and it looked pretty good. I think we had Guide a Soul into a Johnny, into Goblin Bombardment. Excellent. So now we look on the other side. What's our interaction? And we have Dismember, we have Kozilek's Command, so...
Is there any world where you go Boblin? Boblin Bombardment, yes.
I think you definitely play the guide, but I think next turn that's a real decision. If Lorenzo just says land go, especially if it's a colorless land, I think I get Goblin Bombardment out. But if Lorenzo plays something proactive, like let's say Brood Scale, then I probably play a Johnny. But yeah, I think we very well will see it.
There is Blade of the Blood Chief. Lorenzo not going to bop himself in the noggin there. Passes the turn back to Martin Yuza. 2 Marsh Flats, Elegant Parlor found as well, so definitely not short on lands.
Yeah, and with Martin not finding another threat, I think it's, of course, a Johnny.
Of course a Johnny, yes. You weren't going to say anything different.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe this is the time for Bombardment, as if you run into a Fire Spout or even just
More
an unholy
games.
heat on the Johnny, you're kind of out
Rounds.
of everything.
Yeah, you get no
Games, I don't know.
benefit there, yeah.
Yep.
Matches, there we go.
So Martin doing Hall of Fame things, you know, he's going to play exactly how we wouldn't, just because he's that good. And a Johnny on board with its kitty cats. Here comes Malevolent Rumble. So Lorenzo trying to set up here for the combo.
Yeah, that was a big dodge there from Martin. Lorenzo found land 3 and was able to fire spout that away, that would have looked excellent. Maybe Lorenzo still wouldn't have done it because, well, it's only a 1-for-1 essentially. But if he would have perfect information on the hand, he for sure would.
Yeah.
Because Planeswalkers are pretty tough for Lorenzo to actually deal with outside of Unholy Heat while getting Delirium.
Yeah. Johnny, extremely powerful card.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best 2-drops ever printed.
Yeah. You know, there's a two mana Planeswalker of him coming in Reality Fracture.
Oh, I didn't see the previews yet, but yeah.
Was that 2 mana? I don't even remember.
So that's not terrifying at all.
Whenever a creature dies. Right. So right now there's no bonus. It's just a 0/1, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I just want to double check that.
Yeah. No buff. It's just a 0/1 with a stick.
Yep, and that is if other Scions were to die, you know, this Eldrazi spawn will grow a little bit. It's largely just, I had 1 extra mana.
It's a prop knife. Yeah.
Pretty
Oh
much.
my god, that Johnny is 2 mana.
If not, why not? Here come the kitties. 13. Down to 13 goes Lorenzo. All right, Martin.
I mean,
I did not realize that.
To me, to bombardment, sack the cat, kill the Scion.
Yeah.
Make a 2/1, deal 1 upstairs. Looks solid to me, especially because, well, there's no other option for a play.
There's nothing else to do, yeah.
Exactly.
You can play a land.
This is the
But,
spot
you know, this is where
where-
Martin's kind of posturing a little bit too, right? He's like, oh, I've got so many decisions to make. Meanwhile,
Yeah, you don't want to just rush and play the only thing, as it could give away some information out. I mean, Martin's played so many high-stakes competitive matches that, you know, he's not feeling basically any nerves. Like,
No,
he's just been here so many times, but he knows that
it's just
you
another
wanna
Friday.
take your time a little bit.
Yeah. For a lot of these players who've been at this for years,
Yeah.
sometimes decades, you know, this does not phase them anymore.
And there is one thing he has to think about here.
What's
Is
that?
if you sack the cat here to bombardment, aiming at the Scion, if in response Lorenzo has Dismember for a Johnny, it's a complete blowout.
Ooh, okay.
But I think
okay.
Martin just has to think, like, would you have cast that already? And
Just
there's
go,
no real
you know?
reason he should have. So
Yeah.
it's a real thing to play around. He
Okay.
just doesn't have it.
All right. So big thanks there for Martin. It deploys the Goblin Bombardment, and now thinking, do I sacrifice this? Just go for it, as it were.
Yeah.
Damn it.
All right. So there goes. No, there goes. Johnny, he's going to flip over. He has a red permanent.
Yep, and then can finish
Allows
it
him
off here. But of course, the creature did die. Blade triggers
Yes.
off both sides. So still gets to eat it, but of course the Dismember still would have been a big blowout.
Yeah. So Johnny zeroing. His -4 is kind of, I mean, have you seen that cost much or activated much?
It is not the go-to thing. It is really, you don't even see the +1.
Make cats, yeah.
Yeah, you don't even see the plus very often. I mean, the zero ability is just so incredible most of the time
It's
because
really
this deck goes so wide with creatures that usually it's a free make a 2/1, deal 5 to something. It's truly incredible.
And what are you going to do with all those cats? Well, you're going to take them reckless pyrosurfing.
And there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. Signed up
Ah.
for lava lessons.
And Martin's ready to sack the Marsh Flats to put into play the second Elegant Pauler. Has another one in hand. He did have the option to play that instead of the Marsh Flats, but really wanted to just make it seem like he had more action than he does.
Yeah. You know, withholding information.
Yeah.
It's a big part of the game because you, at this level of play, you have to be sitting in your opponent's seat as well.
Yeah.
And, you know, anticipating everything that they could have, what they're hoping you do.
Yeah, and players constantly are bleeding tells information all the time, and the greats like Martin can pick up on it for sure.
Writhing Chrysalis. Hey, buddy. Enters
Yeah.
with his friends. Gets a large every time a friend dies.
Yeah, really powerful. So now kind of the choice of you can sack one of these spawns, equip the blade, 2 Writhing Chrysalis.
Yeah, and just make an enormous Chrysalis.
Yeah, it gets to be a 3/4, then you equip it, and if you sack the other spawn, it will get +2.
Look at me. I'm the combo now.
Yeah.
Not really, but
My big man.
Up to a 5/6, I believe. So
Oh.
gets out of range of a lot of things. And most importantly, the fire spout that Lorenzo has in hand, you're able to outsize your own creature while still dealing with Martin's board, kind of the plague wind style of effect.
Yeah, and then all those creatures die, and then the blade goes mad, and then there's a massive writhing chrysalis, and then Martin's in danger. Okay, I see where we're going.
Okay, Martin surveilled another land, so far he desperately needs to top deck some action. Found a voice of victory at least, so that is not nothing.
Okay.
But either way, Martin's very much behind right now.
Yeah. Did he draw anything meaningful?
A voice of victory.
Voice of victory.
Yeah.
Okay. Still nothing else happening right now, so let's get that other elegant part done, right? Try and surveil something useful on top.
Definitely. This is where, you know, a couple months ago, you'd be like, all right, well, I'm in trouble. All I got to do is elegant parlor a flage into my yard, and I'm good to go.
Oh, no more.
Rest in pepperonis, Flage.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. We making kitties?
So it is, he's already made the cat, so now it's where to deal the 3
I
damage.
couldn't remember to put a card in that deck. I don't know why I was thinking about it right now.
Pew pew.
So now this is up to that 4 or that 5/6. And now if you were to fire spout, it wouldn't work out the way Lorenzo would want it unless he could generate 1 spawn, because, well, you deal 3 damage to each creature. Juza would sack all 3 creatures of his. No, I guess that wouldn't work, because then the blade
is gonna go great,
yeah.
yeah.
So I think
Kind of offsets.
Yeah, this will work out pretty well.
Oh, and he's got Kozilek's come on in hand. Fire Spout, Kozilek's, Emrakul, so no shortage of options here for Lorenzo. And on the other side of things, well, not a whole lot happening for Martin.
Gotta get that
there's
brood
just no way
scale.
that the fire spout won't clean up Martin's creatures, and the trigger from blade won't go off. So yeah, it just looks like Lorenzo's going to have a very clean deal 3 to all the creatures and then attack down to Johnny.
Yeah.
Lorenzo's probably going to go to 10 with the 3 creatures sacked and going upstairs. That's going to be a gigantic advantage to Lorenzo. And just like I was saying when we were talking about sideboarding, the fire sprouts are very, very much going to be important.
You know, everyone has their preferred board wipe. You know, some pyroclasms, a couple other things that they turn to. We saw an Avengers disassembled earlier in one of the players' decks. So pick your poison.
And normally it was pyroclasm. We'd see some whip flares as well. But the Boros energy decks are just not 2 toughness anymore. There's a ton of 3 toughness.
Yeah,
either. Ranger Captain of Eos, Voice of Victory.
Yep.
So that just the 2 damage is not enough.
Thank you, Caroline.
Yeah, very good. We'll see. Just thinking it out. We'll see if Lorenzo agrees. Of course, it's a lot easier for us to say.
Oh, yeah.
We should fire spout when we
that
know
one.
Arid Mesa and Flooded Strands. And look at that look from Juza. He's like, oh, I can't beat that one.
Yeah. This is big ouchies here for Martin Yuza. Critter's gonna go to sacrifice.
Yeah, I wonder if Juza's going to try to sack at the Chrysalis.
Well, it's not gonna work, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't work, but, you know.
I'll shoot you once and shoot you again. Yeah.
Pew pew.
You're at 11. This is.
And then the last guy?
Yeah.
He's chewing everything, right?
Exactly, yeah. It's 3 damage no matter what, so.
Okay.
I guess we'll send that upstairs as well.
Yeah. So what goes to 8 now?
He's like, yeah, it doesn't matter.
She's good.
All right.
Yep. Okay, well, that game was not close.
No, it wasn't. That is.
That was not a card I could beat.
That wasn't, yeah, precisely. You put it perfectly. Thank you, Martin. Not a card he could beat. And once again, you know, brute scale combo, the Chrysalis just rocked up and said, look at me, you know?
Exactly.
I'm a brute scale, but I'm green and red. I know. I'm a brute scale, but I'm red.
Lost all tournament. And that was Lorenzo's 3rd game he lost all tournament.
The previous one, yeah.
And and the first game he lost in constructed. So Lorenzo has been absolutely crushing people in 60 card formats. I mean, he's 7-0, so he's won them all, but lost a few games in limited.
Crazy stuff here. Love to see it when the 2 players undefeated in the room slug it out here in our feature match area. And seen
Get this sideboard again.
Damping still live
Wait, what?
helps the Magic, and well, sideboarding and mulligan decisions are some of the hardest parts of Magic, and well, that's why both of these players are doing so well. They have a team that helps them out.
We're quickly going to have a look at another match here, Corey. Sorry to interrupt you, friend.
Yeah.
But this is a live look in on Javier Dominguez fighting for his tournament life, and he is up a game. So, Javier fans, the Survivor race may still be on.
I don't want to call it too early, but I think we got a Survivor on our hand. Damping Sphere's amazing. Liquid metal coating to turn lands into artifacts, so Karn shuts it off. Torpor Orb to shut down any Primeval Titan coming into play, so... Yeah, any Curtis fans out there, sorry that we had to jump in at this time because this looks like Lorenzo's, or excuse me, like Javier's game to lose here.
It sure does. There are so many artifacts on board here for Javier. You know, Karn, I think this is the first time we've seen Karn actually on the board doing his thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like it was a pass from Curtis and moving to discard.
Wow,
so.
okay.
Because now you get to see what is just absolutely devastating.
Yeah.
You get to tick up Karn on
5
Simic Growth
mana,
Chamber.
2 untappers.
Or, excuse me, you first liquid metal coating Simic Growth Chamber, then you tick up on Karn. It is a 0 mana artifact that immediately goes to the graveyard.
Karn is cheeky.
Yeah. So this definitely looks like Javier will be joining Ely, and they'll be surviving once again.
Hell yeah.
15 in a row.
Hasn't he done this
unreal.
previously? There was another Pro Tour recently where he did this to us as well. He was like, "Oh, I'm 1-4, dude. What? Oh, I'm 4-4," and then he goes on to, like, you know, not top 8, but finish really, really high.
Yeah, I think it was having to win the
Just
last 2 or something like that.
Get
yeah,
4. Just get to day 2.
Yeah, let's do it. If
Oh,
there's a game to be there by some
gemstones.
miracle, then we'll jump back and show you the end of that. But Martin Yuza up against Lorenzo Gruppi here, our undefeated players fighting it out, and we started off here with a luck counter on a Gemstone Caverns.
Amazing.
How lucky.
Amazing.
That's where you
how
want to be.
Start. Yeah,
That's
great.
where I
Lorenzo
want to
kinda
be.
Stole back the play.
Flipping it back to himself so he can get ahead here of Yuza, hopefully.
Gigantic game between these two, being
Oh, yeah.
8-0, 7-1. Of course, big difference. We're going to see both players at the #1 pod no matter what tomorrow morning.
Oh, 3 mana on
We'll have to
turn
do
1.
battle once again as they fight it out in the limited rounds. The limited format is so sweet. If you're just joining us, friends, go back and have a look at the drafts and some of the games from earlier on today. If you don't want to do that, well, just tune in, you know, same time tomorrow, and you can see it all happen live.
Lorenzo has the beautiful combo in his hand of 3 lands and Fire Sprout. So this is amazing. He has the Thief of Existence plus another one to play, and then you have these 2 4 toughness creatures that are going to be able to survive your mass removal spells, and it's just going to be really tough for Martin to play around that kind of thing. But hey, maybe that Blood Moon can do some work as well.
Yeah, definitely shut off the ancient tomb style lands.
I don't think Martin could have possibly lost this game if Lorenzo didn't have the gemstone. He would have been able to connect with Ragavan and have 3 mana this turn. It would have been gigantic. So the gemstone cavern here was so good for Lorenzo. And of course, it's a 1-of in the sideboard that you bring in exactly when you're on the draw.
I see plenty of sideboards with that in there. Is that literally just to flip the play draw?
Yeah, definitely. You only bring it in on the draw. You, of course, never have it in on the play. And it's for moments exactly like this.
Love it.
I gamble with it on the play.
Gotta be lucky.
Yeah, so now we'll see. Does Lorenzo want to just go for it right now and kind of accept that he got a nice, clean 2-for-1? Or does he want a little more value and maybe play a Thief and then go for something? But that could, of course, run afoul of, let's say, Juza top decks a land and cast everybody's favorite card, the old Blood Moon.
Oh, big thanks here now for Lorenzo. This is a tough spot to be in because there's a threat amassing on Martin's side that he's gonna have to deal with sooner or later. He's got a pretty good roadblock there, but you know, any goblin bombardments just ruins his day. You know, and an attack in with a lightning bolt backup, which we see he's got in hand, that could also just mean bad news for him. So.
Yeah, we might honestly see Bombardment over Blood Moon just because, well, Blood Moon does turn all of Lorenzo's land red, but red for Fire Sprout is the side you want. Green is the one that deals with the flyers.
The flyers,
so,
yeah. Fittingly so. That's a cool card. I like it.
Yeah, but this is a really, really tough decision.
Oh, passes. Okay.
Has the K command here ready to go.
K command.
Yeah, it used to be Colligan's command, but now we got a new K command in town.
You're gonna see that Blood Moon just get drop down. It'd be
Really
funny.
powerful modes.
Yeah,
And,
I mean,
you
one of
know,
the best cards ever printed.
Plains, Goblin Bombardment.
I think
Lightning
Javier
Bolt,
won.
Lightning Bolt, and a second copy of a Johnny.
I'm gonna guess those cheers are for Javier Dominguez surviving. Would
I
be
think
my
it might
guess.
be. Yeah. If that's the case, he survives. And Eli
Yep.
Cassis
Yippee!
continue their little rivalry.
Yeah, yeah. When they're actually just great friends,
Oh,
testing partners, and just two of the goats of the game.
Absolutely.
A great draw, and now I mean Juza has a ton of decisions here too. So
It's nice when you're playing the aggressive deck and you have decisions to make, isn't it?
yeah.
Nice. I was
Oh
waiting to
no,
see
the
this.
Johnny
He
dies.
with the legend rule, right? So he flips
Exactly.
anyway. And Ragavan, look at him, he's red.
This is really interesting.
Ragavan.
Because first you gotta, once it resolves, pick a legend roll, trigger goes on the stack. Lorenzo can then Kozilek's command the Ajani that's left, but in response to that, Martin can lightning bolt the other cat and then flip with the Kozilek's command on the stack. So I think this is a genius play from Martin. Yeah, I think it puts Lorenzo in a really awkward spot where I think Ajani is just gonna flip. Now, one thing that Lorenzo could also do is Kozilek's command the Ragavan in response to a Johnny down ticking, and then it doesn't get that red effect.
Yeah, yeah. Because that's the one that really hurts, right?
Yeah.
Silent Johnny.
Ooh, I think this actually works even better for Juza because he could respond by lightning bolting his cat, and
He
then
could,
the
yeah.
other Ajani comes in. So I think.
Oh, yes, you're right.
I think if Ajani.
Then he doesn't have to legend rule it, right?
Yeah, I think Martin is going to rethink this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think he probably should lightning bolt the
Bolt the cat,
warrior, but
bolt
it's
the
very
cat.
close because you're of course you're using up your lightning bolts.
Yeah.
But it looks way too tempting right now to me.
I would like to still do something.
Yeah, just checking if you can
is that
still do
okay?
something here in response.
Yeah, I don't know. Did Lorenzo pick up those cards?
I just look at the two cards.
Yeah, because priority is still on Martin.
Yeah, it's basically have we went too far type thing, and of course we'll let the judges deem what happened.
Right there, right? Not right away, but
No, right there. Why it was so.
well, I was thinking what to do, and then I said if I would like to do something.
So I don't think you gain any extra information except for what the spell was about to do. So I think yes, you're still intended to do that.
Okay.
Next time try to be more.
Yeah,
punctual.
This is really on the edge, but I believe it's still doable.
Yeah, and I think most of
it's not like I put my
Because
On
you
the
didn't
edge.
get any information for your point, so
And he didn't gesture to pass or anything like that.
Can I
right?
ask you a thing?
Bingo. The judge said exactly what it kind of boils down to.
Not about
Was
this.
extra
no
information
problem.
gained?
Yeah. Yeah. So Lorenzo, as is his right, gets to discuss away from the table with the judge.
And what Lorenzo's doing here, it never feel like you shouldn't do this.
Yeah.
Judges are your friends. Ask them any questions at any point. You know, you never want to just make a decision and then look back on something and regret. So
Yeah, for sure.
always ask judges. They're your friends. They want to help you out.
Yeah.
And you want to know exactly what's going on. I mean, the amount of questions I ask when I'm in these kind of situations,
Plenty.
I almost look back and I'm like, why did I ask such a silly question? I knew that, but I was like
just want to be-
98%
yeah.
sure. I want to be 100% sure.
Yeah,
And-
you don't want Nelson Mandela effect yourself, right?
Yeah,
Into thinking
yeah.
it's something, but it's not. So.
Exactly.
And yeah, don't feel bad if your opponent like gives you crap for calling a judge. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Don't feel bad about it. Just it's your right. It's you're upholding the integrity of the game, maintaining
Absolutely.
the board state, etc., etc. So.
Yep. And this might just be Lorenzo just double checking exactly when a
When
point
this-
would have
yeah,
went too far, or trying to learn for future moments. But regardless, this is such a huge moment, and I think Juice is going to do exactly that.
Yeah, he's gonna bolt the kitty.
Cat. A Johnny will flip. Other Johnny comes in. You get another cat, and then a Johnny can down tick. That'll be the fourth permanent, and you can kill Thief of Existence.
Wow.
So I mean, this is going to
That's
be
sick.
detrimental
Actually, so the spell is
to
on stack.
Lorenzo.
Yeah.
You can act just next time try.
Yeah. If this transforms, it's a different permanent, right? It's not the same.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Not the same.
It exiles. it comes back into play.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
And see, that's another thing. Juza probably knows that, but
Yeah.
you know, he's
Just-
probably 98%.
just
He wants to be
double-check.
100%.
Absolutely. So, with a trigger on the
Respond
stack.
by killing this.
Okay.
With my lightning bolt. So this dies. This.
So he could have done what you said in killing the original Johnny, right?
No.
Oh, no,
this is
no,
what
the
I
kitty,
said.
kitty.
Yeah,
Yes,
you gotta. If you kill the original Johnny,
then nothing happens.
Yes.
Yes.
That's a poor use of a lightning bolt.
Then this resolves.
Yeah, so this flips. The Ajani's still on the stack. Now the Kozilek's command is resolving, which you still get both modes.
Yeah.
You have 2 cards.
So, question.
Yeah.
Was the other Johnny on the field with the sack
you're
effect?
making 1 token
No,
for
because if
On
it
the
was
stack?
on the field, the first action you have to do
Okay.
is legend roll.
Right.
So it was still on the stack, and in fact, it is still on the stack now,
Okay.
right below Kozilek's command.
Okay.
So now Lorenzo will resolve this. Then a Johnny 2 comes on in, brings the cat friend, and then the flip side of a Johnny will bring in second cat. 4 damage will be dealt to Thief of Existence, and then Ragavan gets to possibly connect, and whatever was, put on top. I guess just 1 card's put on top, so you get to draw. it.
That's
Yeah.
the targets, right? Yeah, it targets you. And
Thank you, Judge.
So you
Yeah.
do a card.
That was a pretty convoluted little
It
interaction.
really was.
Comes with a token.
Yep.
And this makes a token.
There's his buddy. There's another buddy.
Cool.
There's a red permanence. Thief is gone. Ragavan gets to steal things.
attack with the Ragavan.
Cheeky monkey.
Oh, and that just was a huge turnaround. Now, all that being said, we got a fire spout that's about to clean things
Oh,
up.
yeah.
So it is going to leave Juza with only an Ajani. And what is that? Is that a pithing needle? So you could actually cast that. Martin
pretty.
can play that and name Blade of the Blood.
Oh my
gosh. Sometimes you
That
bring
is a
needle
pithing needle.
against this deck, so you can just. I mean, that looks awesome to me.
Yeah, I'll cast the needle. I'll say, I hope I'm saying it right. Blade of the Blood Chief.
Yeah. Don't type it wrong.
yeah. It isn't like the old days where if you just said it wrong, it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
You can just kind of describe it, and players can understand what's going on. But so now Beseju can be the land drop. Lorenzo kind of has 2 decisions: can Malevolent Rumble first and then get rid of that spawn to then Fire Sprout, or you can just Fire Sprout right away and then just play a land. Either way, this will be a good turn for Lorenzo too.
Yeah.
Another question. I know it's not the right time to do it, but that Beseju represents a way to kill that pithing needle, doesn't it?
True, but we also have Haywire Might, so at any point of any Urza Saga you find, you're able to clear the needle out. I think step 1 for Lorenzo is ignore the pithing needle. It
kill
doesn't exist. You need to stop the cats from killing you.
Yes. It's nice to be swarmed by kittens. Lions, on the other hand, not so much.
So one of the best hits we could probably get is a Saga. Urza Saga here would be great.
Philly, none.
Yeah, and now that is just Grove or Commercial District.
Yeah,
that's a grove.
Grove with burn willows? Yeah.
Yep. So probably just getting the Grove, and then you can keep the Beseju for something big like, well, Bombardment, Blood Moon, or the Needle.
Sure, yeah.
And I think Lorenzo's going to think about this and end up dealing 3 damage to each creature.
Yes. Absolutely what needs to be done here. Sure, the Ajani gets to stick around because Fire Spout doesn't hit that.
Yep. So gets the district, so that probably means Beseju is going to be the land.
Yep. Second the little buddy. Fire Spout goes, and we have a whole clear board now.
All right.
Lovely.
Now we kind of start over, but Martin does get the Planeswalker. Now there's no other red permanent yet. I mean, we see 2 in hand.
Corey.
So we're gonna be dealing some damage. Ooh, nope, you don't
Oh.
take 1.
Ooh.
We gotta make sure that was not
Oh,
1
no, I don't have
damage.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Yep,
Yeah.
Yep.
My bad.
It's bad,
I
it's
had my
bad.
finger on the button, ready to be like,
All right, well, I hope
Heard you
it doesn't
there.
come down to 1 life.
yeah. Martin's just like, all right, nice sequencing.
Even the pros make mistakes,
Oh,
right?
Now I threw myself off completely. Go.
Yeah. Yeah.
At least you can be candid about it,
Oh,
huh?
for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, this just is a nice lesson that even the goats, of
Yeah,
course,
yeah.
we all make mistakes. The game is so hard.
Yeah, You have to have a sense of humor when you're playing at this competitive level, because otherwise you're just gonna get so in your head and agonize over absolutely everything.
Yep. Yeah, and
Ugh.
I think Lorenzo played this quite well. It's just how the things unfolded. It kind of ended up a little brutal for him, as the Blood Moon now. Lorenzo has green and red mana. That's kind of not the problem. But what he doesn't have,
I get the colorless.
this Brute Scale deck is kind of a 3-color deck, because you do not have access to the colorless mana. And that's the biggest problem for him right now. Because the Thief of Existence can deal with Blood Moon, but you just do not have the colorless mana to do so.
Yeah, and people who aren't familiar with colorless mana know you can't just use generic mana. It's a very specific symbol. I've seen a lot of people make that mistake where they're just like, oh, I can just tap this forest for it. Like, no, you can't.
This counter doesn't work on Blood Moon, right?
It's a mountain.
It's a mountain.
Layers question.
Definitely a mountain. So I think Lorenzo's best draw is a Rumble, because then you get a Scion, which can produce that colorless mana. Now, you'd still need it over time a little bit, so Lorenzo kind of needs to find it very quickly. And all right, that's the big 13 drop, so we can kind of look at the graveyard.
That's a ways away still, I think.
Yeah, we got Kindred, Instant, Creature, Sorcery, Land.
So what's that, 6 discount?
That's 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, we are just 2 away, but that is going to be... This clock is pretty quick. This might be lethal next turn for Juza.
You know what we're going to see?
Ooh.
A Reckless Power Surfer.
Yeah.
I bet you. Oh, but 2 Goblin Bombardments. Yeah, having redundancy there, sure.
Nope, it's terrible. Yeah, the worst possible draw, but...
Oh, my.
But, I mean, normally you could be like, okay, if I top deck Eldrazi Temple, would be perfect. You have 13, but it is a mountain. So
there's a lot of mountain.
Unless I miscounted the types in the yard.
I love me my mountains, though.
And yes, Kindred is a card type.
Yep. So right now, as it stands, I think Lorenzo has Mountain Pass.
Sorry, I
My
played.
goodness me. Martin User picking up the victory there.
I threw myself off
Congratulations.
with the Blood Moon that I didn't fetch before casting.
I was gonna say,
Not just. We're gonna
basically an undeniable.
to the end of that game. We did hear some cheering, so let's watch as the Hall of Famer, 2-time world champion, makes it in stage 2.
Oh, get him out of here.
Basically an undeniably winning position when we left, so something very wrong would have had to happen for him not to make it. The battleship.
Oh my god.
Yes.
He's playing that? Holy.
That Karn's still at 2?
Nice one of Karn target.
Yeah, if the game goes long, I'm going to cost some other big things. It's just a spacecraft at this point.
Man, imagine playing your winning in. You're like, all right, let's see. 3-4. I'm sure my opponent's not going to be that. Oh, Javier Dominguez. Great,
Yeah.
great.
Do you think he does this to himself just to be like, yeah, I like to make myself
It's
sweat?
Javier Dominguez. He's not qualified for day 2 yet? Oh
Because,
no.
He doesn't sweat.
Javier's goal for every event, he is just at such another level of, pretty much most Magic players that whenever he enters an event, he wants to win it.
Oh, Javier.
What a guy.
Whenever he wins a big match, he's out of there.
Oh, yeah.
To go probably hug Anthony Lee.
Another team of the
Pro Tour.
Number 8.
Do it. Oh my god. Still got games? There's still half an hour left.
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes, coming to you from Amsterdam. We are in the Netherlands. We are at MagicCon. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of people hanging out with their friends, playing games of Magic, getting merch, picking up artist proofs, everything.
Exciting panels for new sets. I mean,
Watching
yeah,
game
all
nights
kinds
live.
of cool stuff.
Whatever you could possibly want in terms of Magic, it's at a MagicCon. So if you're not here,
Yeah,
you're just
MagicCon.
watching us. You might be doing both.
Yeah.
Come hang out with us next time because it'll be great, right, Corey?
Yeah, Atlanta will be fun. Come on and check it out. Yeah, these events are great.
Absolutely love it. And absolutely love the action that we've been seeing today at the Pro Tour.
Oh, we finally get to see Affinity.
Of the day. We got one more match to show you, and another undefeated player in Timo Bertram looking to remain undefeated and go 7-0-1 up against Our Spotlight Foundation's winner, the very first winner of the Spotlight Series, Nicholas Odenheimer. 2 big bads of the format, Boros Energy up against Is It Affinity. What do you like about this matchup here, Corey?
You know, this one's close. These are the 2 tied co-leaders for most played deck. You know, it is very much a close matchup. Is It Affinity, when they have their best draw, they look unbeatable. But when they don't have their best draw, you know, Boros Energy can really get them. Plus post board, Boros Energy has access to Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes Meltdowns. All kinds of anti-artifact cards. So I do think the matchup gets better for Boros Energy post board.
And Timo is up against here, so...
Oh.
That can be brutal because most of the time, Is It Affinity is incentivized to not play the 0 drops until you find weapons manufacturing, Pinnacle Emissary, those kind of things. So even a turn 1 Vexing Bubble on the draw can really mess with Nicholas Odenheimer's hand.
Yeah. Any fun plans you had? Well, Vexing Bobble's going to be a thing that needs to be answered first and foremost, as we now have a Thraben Charm to get rid of the land drop, in essence, here for Nicholas Odenheimer. So he's playing the land destruction deck now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Boros land destruction here. And Arcbound Ravager, as great of a card as it has been historically, you know, one of the cards that has just been the best card in Affinity decks for a very long time. Not as amazing now, needless to say. And now here comes the plethora of 0 drops that you can just get to put immediately to the graveyard, which just shows the power of Vexing Bobble. It is one of the best kind of hate cards that you can have in Modern. And that was just to get 2 drones.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
wonder
you've got some birdies here,
Pinnacle Emissaries even
Nicholas
at.
has
I
to
pulled
go-
one of
You gotta
them.
get a little creative here, right?
Yeah.
If Vexing
real
Bobble's
quick.
on the board,
I don't think it's
you have a problem as the Affinity player.
And imagine if Nicholas Odenheimer has Kappa in hand, you know, Kappa Cannoneer, you would have been able to play it right now.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Emissary with the other 2 0 drops in the yard, and all of a sudden the game looks pretty close to unwinnable.
To be honest, I figured it would have been a lot more than that.
From Timu's side.
Like a
But
buck.
with the Vexing Bobble, you got to think, as long as Timu has a solid follow-up here, big advantage to him.
Yeah. Guide of Souls, great place to be here for Boros Energy. Ragavan, Nimble Pilferer. Is he dashing in there?
Dashing on in.
Whee! Would
And
you like to block?
You can. Drones are good,
You
but
can't.
they are not good at blocking Ragavan.
They are not.
Yeah. Now.
I bet he would like to block. but-
Yeah. He was like, I could play that, but it does still have to be countered if it's on your side as well.
Yeah, that's true. You know, it's a double-edged sword there. So if you do want to do any free shenanigans, well, think again.
Exactly. Now, of course, Timo could have sacrificed Vexing Bobble and then played Mishra's Bobble.
Why would you want to?
Exactly. Yeah, that is exactly it.
That just seems like a bad decision. That's if you're Emrakooling someone, yeah, you do that on their turn.
Yeah. Man, what a difference of one Modern Pro Tour makes. We look at Edge of Eternity, and Boros Energy had an abysmal win rate. It was in the 30s, I think.
It was
I
terrible.
remember.
Yeah,
Like,
like
it was
30
terrible.
God, I forgot about
And,
that.
You know, I mean, of course, this game.
What
can
was
still
the
kinda go
finals? I
any
think the finals was
direction, but
Charbelcher,
right now,
Gorios.
It's looking like Boros Energy.
That was
is
not
the
even a
number
Charbelcher.
one,
It's just
number 2
Gorios.
seed with Juza and Timu.
And
which is,
Boros.
pretty
Right?
cool.
They were like, you know what?
And
We
Affinity.
didn't have the Pro Tour we wanted to last time around, so we got to get good. Hey, could you ban Flage for us? Cool, thanks.
There you go.
Decks
Yeah.
are better.
There you
Ta-da!
go.
2 Guided Souls now for Timo. Would be interesting to see what the follow-up is here, if we can really push the advantage.
Yeah.
Ragavan once again.
And just no play there from Nicholas last turn.
Yeah,
Just
that's
is
rough.
really, really brutal. As well, you had 5 permanents once again, so I think it's almost very likely that there's a Kappa Cannoneer in hands from Nicholas
Yeah.
that has just been stranded thanks to that Vexing Bobble, you know?
I mean,
this-
yeah, what does he
this
have,
is-
like 1 card in hand, if that?
It's
No, he's got 3. He's got 3.
But you got to think, if you're not playing cards, what is it? It could be 0 drops or it could be Kappa. That's kind
Weapon
of it.
manufacturing.
Alright, weapons manufacturing. I mean, why not?
That one you might want to cast.
Yeah, it won't get countered. Could have some fun with it.
Yeah, it doesn't really synergize with a single card in Boros Energy, but you know, except for casting your own Vexing Baubles, not ideal there.
Yeah, you just keep stealing things. That's the whole point of Ragavan,
Yeah.
right?
And I got to say, we saw Nicholas win that first spotlight with the ley line
Yeah.
list, and just one of the nicest people you will ever be able to meet. He's a
Leyline, which
great
Leyline
ambassador
list?
for the
Leyline,
game.
the Guild Pact one?
It's great
Very
to see
good and
him.
very nice.
I don't even remember.
great
I
to
don't
see
even.
him
I don't
continuing
think I
success
watched
and,
that
you know,
one.
Yeah.
Showing up here again with.
I think I was busy doing other stuff.
Yeah, because I mean that was quite a few years ago. So he's still on the Pro Tour, still chaining together invites and making them count here at 6-1.
I don't even remember when it was. Was it last year, like January or something?
It was, I think, December of the year before.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
A lot longer than I thought.
Yeesh. Spell bomb now.
No, it was January. You're right. You're right.
The Pyrite version thereof, trying to take care of one of these Guide of Souls.
Kind of the only time you can deal with it in response to the dash Ragavan on the stack. So there's no extra life gained, energy gained as well.
Oh, shenanigans.
Whoa.
Oh.
That's excellent. In response, you're able to get Solitude on the board, which puts your energy count to 3. Now, sure, you're going to lose 1 Guide of Souls, but now you're able to either send Ragavan to the skies or send your 3/4 Guide of Souls to a 5/6 with double flying.
I maybe want to do that because Ragavan still has to go back to hand,
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
Doesn't remove that clause. I do like the thought of an Angel Monkey, though.
Yeah, and you just got to think, what is the way that you can actually clear out Guide of Souls from the Affinity deck? There's not a lot of ways to deal with the 5/6. You can play Engineered Explosive on 1, hope for land 3, and then blow it up there. But of course, you just flashed in a Solitude.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
you have
free.
A Vexing
You
Bauble.
got to counter that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, no mana paid for it, so.
And you can't respond by saying, oh, with this on the stack, sack the Vexing Bauble.
Yeah, because it's been cost already.
Yeah, it's clearly something that was kind of missed.
Oopsies.
By Bertram.
Oopsie.
All right, well, the judges are on it.
Yeah, and, hey, we've been here for 9 hours. These players have been playing high-stake Magic. It happens, We saw
Everyone's
Judah make
10.
that little mistake at the end. And, of course, it can happen to anyone.
Yeah, we've seen a couple oopsies today. Players have been playing for a long time now. They've got another full day ahead of them tomorrow, hopefully. If they're doing really well, they have a full day. And then they get to draft on Sunday.
Yeah, if I was playing and this was the worst mistake I made, I'd be like, wow, I'm playing great Magic, Like,
oh, my.
It's a tough day. And if you walk away, from a Pro Tour with a good, positive record and you only made 1-2 mistakes, you got to feel like that's, that's about as good as it gets.
I mean, what are we like? Punt and won a game,
Yeah. 1.5.
1.5. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And looks like judges just talking this out and making sure they get it right here. Because at the end of the day, you can't forget about your Vexing Bauble trigger, Yeah. Even though we did forget about it, but it has to be enforced and caught. Same with chalices. You can't chalice check yourself. If your opponent has a chalice, you can try to play into it, and they do have to catch it, but you're not allowed to not catch it yourself. That's not how that works.
Yeah. So in these cases, usually there's a rule allowing a simple rewind to where Solitude is on the stack, so resolving the bauble trigger works. So.
Yep. So, a 2 for 0 there. Not ideal. Getting rid of a white card and losing your Solitude. But honestly, I still think Bertram is ahead here.
When you make oopsies like this and you're still ahead, you're okay. You can forgive yourself a little quicker.
Yeah. And I mean, hey, that kind of stuff does happen. You're like, you're so far ahead, you kind of play a little bit looser. But really, kind of the Reed Duke thought, that's when you should kind of slow down and just be like, all right, I have this. Now don't do anything that I'm going to be at dinner and regret for the rest of the night,
Absolutely. Seasoned Pyromancer now on board for Timo. Let's see what he finds and what gets chucked.
No cards in hand, so just got to
cards
draw
in hand,
2 because we got rid of the 2, so perfect.
Lovely.
And
no
now,
little friends.
Now we are up to 3 energy.
I have a
so
feeling
next
Affinity's
attack,
not
Guide
winning
of
this
Souls
one.
Send something else to the skies. So Nicholas might have to leave one of these drones back, even though they can only block flyers. And yeah, it looks like Nicholas agrees. Yeah, I really hope Nicholas shows us the hand at the end, because it's got to be 1 or 2 or 3 kappas.
Yeah.
There's always been 5 permanents. There's never been an opportunity where a 6th
I mean,
could've
yeah,
played it,
look at the
so.
work that this Vexing Bauble has done against both players.
Yeah.
But, you know, all of that junk that's in the graveyard there for Nicholas, that is what fuels his Kappa Cannoneers. That's the win condition right there. And Vexing
for
Bauble
sure.
just showed up at the exact right time for Timo.
And Kappa's just so hard to kill. Ward 4 is pretty much hexproof.
Yeah, basically.
So now we'll see where this Guide of Souls trigger goes.
I wonder why they thought
pretty
Ward
tempted
4 was a good idea
Glenn
on that
Bertram
thing.
to put it on the Season Pyromancer.
Yeah.
4/4 flyer looks great.
Off to attacks we go. Trigger. Gonna make the Season Pyromancer into a Seasoned Angel.
You know, now Nicholas does have one decent block, and it's drone there, Ravager there, sack both, eat Ragavan. But at the end of the day, you know, Nicholas is going to agree with me there, but at the end of the day, now you're so far away from Kappa.
Oh, yeah.
Which is like your way to win.
Be like, what does he do otherwise? You know,
Yeah.
Die. Pretty much.
Yep.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, now Nicholas, if he is able to find untapped land, Urza Saga would be the best one.
Yeah.
And just play Pinnacle Emissary, that could be nice, but the tear after you sacked everything is probably GG here.
Oh my goodness me. Nicholas not finding land 3, not able to cast any of his 0 mana artifacts. That fuels this Izzet Affinity list. Timo Bertram is going to be 3 Kappa Cannoneers in hand.
3 Kappas, yep.
That's funny.
Holy moly, that is
Welcome to number 1 after 1 day of competition.
Oh, there's still
Player
I
in the
guess,
room
yeah,
with
there
a
was 8
perfect
now.
record, that is Hall of Famer Martin Yuza. But we do have another player who is technically undefeated in Timo Bertram at 7-0-1. So congratulations to both of those players. A lot of big names on 7-1 as well after them, including Arne Huschenbett, your Kaldheim Championship winner. Jesse Hampton, longtime grinder, currently sitting on 7-1 as well. Eduardo Sajgalit at 6-1-1, the draft leader for Team Worldly Council. Excellent start to the tournament for him this weekend. And we know draft is going to be so important, starting out with draft again tomorrow morning. And then, of course, our top 8 will be draft as well. So
I wonder
a
why
lot
they
left to go
decided
here,
that.
but here's a look at your standings at the end of day number 1. Now we move on to some decks to watch. Frank, what do you have your eye on as we head into day 2 tomorrow?
Well, I want to start with
Oh,
the
I was
deck
hoping
of the
they'd show
set
some
of
more of the
Jankros.
rankings.
I just went back into and it would like lump in there.
His interview was all the way down with it. He said that really do. And based on
and it
I just want to see if they actually show everything when past the first page.
in out, but I think our back is back to well done. Sure, it's the prize money or the trophy or anything else that was motivating him to win that last
Oh
one.
god, you got
Making
4
sure
losses
he
in a
didn't,
row.
because we're
Holy-
so pleased.
Neighbors finding really maneuvered well to
That's 5 a.m. Eastern time, a bit early for our friends in Eastern time, but if you're
Oh my god, it starts at 6 a.m.? Oh no. I have to do this all over again tomorrow. With the Hobbit reveals. I'll try not to spoil myself on that, but no guarantee. Starts that early and I'm gonna have nothing to do till I get home. It's gonna be rough. It's under 10 hours. I'm going to bed. I'm gonna try to be back tomorrow. If not, I'll at least be around for top 8. I want to see how that goes. I'm going to bed now.